Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 2142 to Chapter 2226. Xianxia stared at everything around him. What was fake was real and what was real was fake. This was something that he did not expect at all. It was as if everything was real, but he was very clear that it was all an illusion. If I kill this Xianxia, can I break through the illusion? Xianxia muttered to himself. But at this moment, he had no other way. He had to fight with his life on the line. Everyone including Xianxia had been trapped in the illusion. Only Yi Futian was in between reality and illusion. He did not know what the situation was like. The Bronze Gate's killing formation had obviously been activated. In the illusion, no one could escape. The all-killer Xianxia raised his sword and pointed it at Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled and the sound of the dragon was endless. Xianxia was pointed at with a sword for the first time. Moreover, it was his own heavenly dragon sword. In that case, let me see what kind of evildoer you are. You want to control me? Impossible. Xianxia snorted coldly. With a turn of his hand, the heavenly dragon sword appeared. There was no hesitation in the battle between the two. Moreover, this all-killer Xianxia actually knew all of Yi Futian's methods. Slaughter Dragon Seal. The all-killer Xianxia's hand seals were flying and the spearhead was pointing at Yi Futian. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was powerless. In this situation, as long as the illusion was not broken, then everything was real. Even if he died in the illusion, it was still real. Xianxia did not dare to take it lightly. This all-killer Xianxia's strength was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to defeat it, but it was absolutely impossible for it to defeat him. Xianxia was most worried about Dragonshire-san. He had no idea how this bastard was doing right now. Given Dragonshire-san's hot-tempered character, Xianxia hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. Xianxia fought and retreated. He found that no matter how strong the opponent's attack was, it seemed that it could not change his trajectory, but he could not fathom it. I did not expect that you still have such a strong fighting strength. It seems that your soul is really not suppressed. Today, I will give you a good lesson. The all-killer Xianxia smiled proudly with a sneaky smile. Break for me. The all-killer Xianxia's sword danced in the sky. One sword swept across millions of miles, but it still could not hurt Xianxia because he was completely familiar with his own methods. On the contrary, the opponent revealed its weakness at this moment. Xianxia's eyes became cold. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword pierced through the shadow. However, the murderous Xianxia roared and disappeared from the spot. He stepped on the void and stood not far behind Xianxia. With a flick of his finger, the heavenly dragon sword let out a buzzing sound and the corner of his mouth became even brighter. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was ferocious. He was fooled. No wonder the life-killer Xianxia wasn't anxious at all, and had purposely revealed a flaw. He was the life-killer Xianxia, and the life-killer Xianxia was him. Since he had stabbed the life-killer Xianxia, it also meant that he had stabbed himself. Despicable guy. Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had to make a long-term plan. The all-killer Xianxia was too difficult to deal with. Although it was an illusory body that was a combination of illusion and reality, it was full of reality. Xianxia couldn't figure out what was going on. Being despicable is the pass of the despicable, and being noble is the epitaph of the noble. I want to replace you and regain my position as a god, so you can only be my prisoner. Ha ha ha. The all-killer Xianxia looked at the countless immortal palaces and pavilions around him, looking down on the heavens. To be exact, you are already dead because no one can escape from this peerless killing formation. Do you know who set it up? Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor, one of the Divine Emperors who is closest to becoming a God Emperor. The peerless killing formation that he set up, even a God Emperor might not be able to break it. You are not even a void god. Do you really think that you can escape from Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor's grasp? What a fool's dream. Hee hee. Xianxia's words made Xianxia's body tremble. His mind started to pay more attention to it. It was the masterpiece of a Divine Emperor expert. It seemed like he had underestimated this peerless killing formation. However, since this peerless killing formation couldn't trap his spiritual consciousness, his great soul derivation technique could make him invincible and not be affected by the illusion. However, anyone would go crazy if they were to stay here for thousands of years. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Xianxia's mind spun as he kept thinking about how he could break through this supreme killing formation. This murderous Xianxia was just a decoy. Killing it was equivalent to committing suicide, falling right into the trap of this peerless killing formation. If I'm already dead, if I can be reborn, just like Taiji, born for yin and yang. Between movement and stillness, it was like moving clouds and flowing water. With little effort, one could move 1,000 caddies. With the weak, one could defeat the strong. With the second move, one could arrive first. The heavens and earth were vast and profound. In the divine assembly of illusory reality and illusory reality, the illusory defense and illusory reality attack. The oncoming momentum was ferocious and unwavering. Act according to your heart, adapt to the circumstances, live with the world, and perish with the world. Xianxia murmured. In the illusion, he knew that if he wanted to kill Xianxia, it would be the same as killing himself. In this realm of slaughter, was he already dead? If the illusion was not broken, he would be a dead man. There was no doubt about it. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. No matter what you do, I will not move. My heart is the sky, my will is the earth. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He breathed in and out. At this moment, the realm of his soul was raised to another level, a level that he could not reach at all. Even he himself did not know that at this time, his eyes were like torches that could see through the world of mortals and demons. Unstoppable, even in the tomb of the god of sin, in a desolate holy mountain in the northwest, a withered old man, who was sitting on an astrolabe, opened his turbid eyes, gazed into the distance, and murmured, I do what I want. Who can stop me? This wanton, this domineering, this arrogant aura, how long has it been since it appeared? 10 million years, or 100 million years. The corners of Xianxia's mouth slightly curled up, and he looked calm. As far as his eyes could see, he had completely passed through the void, time, and returned to reality. No. No. How is this possible? How did you do it? The figure of the killer Xianxia gradually disappeared, and his face was full of horror. You are just a projection in my heart. I want to transcend the past, but I don't want to put myself in danger. You are me, but you are not me. You only have the shape, but you don't understand my mind at all. I do what I want. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha, even the heaven is no exception. Not far away, Xianxia and the others were in a dreamlike state. They didn't even know what was going on. Xianxia was incomparably calm, because they must have encountered the same situation as him. This peerless killing formation was set up by the Supreme Divine Emperor. He was able to escape from it because of his great luck. Otherwise, he would have been trapped alive in the formation. Xianxia was extremely calm. No, I have to go and save Monkey. Xianxia's expression became solemn in an instant, because Dragon Shan's eyes had turned incomparably red, indicating that he was on the verge of going berserk. He could ignore the life and death of others, but not Dragon Shan. Mother **Ker, I will kill you. Xianxia closed his eyes tightly and waved the peerless divine staff in his hand, sweeping in all directions. When the staff struck down, the void trembled. Because Xianxia had definitely used all of his strength. It was totally different from when he was fighting with Moling Dongshan and the others. It could be imagined that he must have encountered a great crisis in the illusion. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. At this moment, even Xianxia did not dare to face Xianxia head-on. This guy. Xianxia smiled bitterly. As soon as the slaughter dragon seal was unleashed, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The current slaughter dragon seal was no longer the same as before. Although it was not Xianxia's strongest technique, it was still extremely ferocious. I am free to go anywhere in the world. I will follow my own will. Wake up. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed and a ray of light went into Xianxia's mind. Xianxia's body trembled and his face turned pale. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked extremely terrible. He took a few steps back and almost fell down. Ah, Xianxia roared and his voice shook the sky. He was like a dragon entering the sea. His whole body instantly became dispirited and he knelt down on one knee. He looked terrible and sweated a lot. What happened to me? Little Xianxia. Xianxia's face darkened. Did you see yourself just now? Xianxia asked. How did you know? Xianxia was shocked. Behind this bronze door should be a peerless killing formation. From the moment we entered, we were already enveloped in the illusion of the peerless killing formation. Everyone has a side of their heart, so this peerless killing formation is to arouse the violence and uneasiness in the depths of our hearts, and even the ugliest side of human nature. Then didn't I just embarrass myself? Damn it, you must have seen all of my handsome face. Ha ha ha. After surviving a calamity, Xianxia did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, he still talked and laughed wittily. This was what Xianxia valued the most. You want to save face? Xianxia scolded jokingly. At this moment, among the dozens of people far away, some of them had already fallen to the ground. There were more than 20 of them. In other words, most of them had died in their own illusions. The ones who killed them might be themselves. However, the real killer weapon was this peerless killing formation. However, no one knew about it. Puff, Dongchen's expression changed. He became pale and bloodless. He knelt on the ground directly. It was obvious that he had suffered from internal injuries. However, it also shocked Xianxia. He actually escaped from the illusion of the peerless killing formation with his own ability. In other words, this guy was definitely not simple. Dongchen raised his head and looked at Xianxia and Xianxia. His heart was in turmoil. I never expected that the two of them could also walk out from the illusion. Moreover, it seems that their strength did not suffer too much damage. Dongchen thought. Initially, he thought that he was the only one who could pass this stage. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated the two of them. It could be said that they had hidden their strength well. As for Zhang Lingyun and the 20 early void god experts, they were still in a daze. Wake up at the same time. A ray of light shot out from Xianxia's mind, piercing through the void. Zhang Lingyun and the others trembled. At this moment, they gradually walked out from the illusion. However, there were still 7 of them who would stay here forever. In the end, including Zhang Lingyun, there were only 18 of them left. Each of them had suffered serious injuries. This illusion had almost killed more than half of them. Are you all right? Brother Zhang. Xianxia smiled. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. Zhang Lingyun's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that if Xianxia did not wake him up, he might have died already. Words could not express his gratitude. He did not say anything else. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving our lives. The remaining 10 people followed Xianxia's orders obediently. After all, Xianxia had saved them twice. Xianxia's kindness was equivalent to giving them a new lease on life. The illusion has been broken, but there are still many brothers who will stay here forever. Yeah. Seems like the divine treasury of the Supreme Divine Emperor is not something we can touch. Sigh. Since we have come this far, even if there are mountains of skeletons in front of us, we still have to go. After the illusion was broken, everyone understood a lot of things. In the illusion, they were almost killed due to their greed. This could only prove that they might not be suitable for this place. Danger and treasures accompanied each other, but it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. If one's strength was not enough, it would be hard for them to continue. Everyone was fighting for a future for themselves, a future where they could enter the divine world. Look, what's that? As far as Zhang Lingyun's eyes could see, he saw 2 rainbow bridges that were connected to an unreachable 5-colored palace. It was a spectacular sight. 1 life and 1 death, 1 yin and 1 yang. Xianxia said softly. The 2 rainbow bridges seemed to be connected to the edge of life and death. One was full of vitality, while the other was filled with yin qi and ghosts. Seems like one of these 2 bridges is destined to be the bridge of helplessness. Xianxia chuckled. His eyes were filled with coldness. No matter which one Xianxia chose, he would follow. I choose the gate of life. Who is willing to go with me? Zhang Lingyun said with a serious face. The reason he chose the gate of life was precisely because of that saying, life and death, false and real. Because no one knew which bridge could possibly be the bridge of helplessness. There were 11 void god experts behind Zhang Lingyun. Jiang Chen was not surprised about this. After all, everyone was just trying to survive. Then I choose the gate of death. Jiang Chen said. Since this was the divine tomb and it was already the realm of death, what's the point of choosing the gate of life? It was better to choose the rainbow bridge of the gate of death. Perhaps there would be a chance of survival. I also choose the gate of death. Life and death, it's up to fate. Moling Dongchen nodded and said. He took a glance at Jiang Chen and his expression became extremely solemn. The choice of life and death at this moment was destined for them to step into a path of unknown life and death. Jiang Chen knew it in his heart, but he was not sure that the path he chose was absolutely right. Who would dare to say that the path he chose was definitely the right one? The divine treasures of a supreme divine emperor, who dared to say that they could walk proudly in it. The remaining 6 people also chose to follow behind Jiang Chen. If I'm lucky enough to reach the other side, I, Zhang Lingyun, owe you my life. The rainbow bridge stretched for thousands of miles and was surrounded by immortal qi. It was impossible to see anything clearly. They could only see the bridge body that was extending and the surroundings were filled with pavilions and pavilions. It was a beautiful scene. However, the rainbow bridge that symbolized the death gate was emitting a trace of yin qi everywhere. It was strange. The rainbow bridge of the death gate, could it be the bridge of helplessness? Don't talk nonsense. Just follow Brother Jiang. It won't be wrong. Yes, don't talk nonsense. If you want to die, we won't stop you. But don't be alarmist here. The few void god experts had a solemn look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Do you also think that the death gate has a higher chance? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen and asked. That's right. This place is already the divine tomb of the land of death. Even if it's the life gate, how much chance of survival can there be? It's better to be reborn in the face of death. Perhaps there will be a chance of survival. Moling Dongchen said calmly. After adjusting his breath just now, he had recovered a lot. Great minds think alike. I think so too. Ha ha ha. Long Shersan interrupted Jiang Chen's words and said with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled and took a step forward. He took the lead and walked on the rainbow bridge of the death gate. As soon as they walked past the bridge, a flock of crows flew under the bridge with a strong smell of blood. Jiang Chen had a bad premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Not good. The bridge seems to be collapsing. The moment Jiang Chen looked back, he saw that the bridge not far away had begun to crack inch by inch. The rainbow bridge of the death gate was becoming shorter and shorter. Hurry up! Jiang Chen said in a deep voice and quickly ran forward. However, the visibility was extremely low, only tens of meters. So, he could only rely on his 6 senses to feel out what was in front of him. The group of people cried out in alarm, and all of them dashed towards the side. At this moment, more and more crows appeared in front of them. They flew over the bridge and headed straight for them. They were so dense that it was terrifying to think of them as they blotted out the sun and sky. It was mixed with strange cries that made one's scalp go numb. Don't look back. Jiang Chen shouted at Long Shersan and the others in a deep voice. He took the lead and broke through the rainbow bridge of the gate of death and kept running. The flying speed of the crows was very fast and the trajectory was extremely tricky. Thousands of crows swept over the bridge and arrived in a moment. The people behind were retreating as they walked. Black blood splashed all over the rainbow bridge, and there were rotten corpses of crows all around. However, the dark crows were too much. They couldn't kill them at all. The 3 void god experts were instantly swept away by the dark crows. Only their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to scream as the dark crows devoured their bodies. What a terrifying dark crow. Moling Dongchen's scalp went numb. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. Run quickly. I don't want to die. Before a void god expert could finish his words, he had already turned into a skeleton. His flesh and blood were devoured by the millions of dark crows, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. The remaining two void god experts ran forward desperately. However, their speed was too slow. At least compared to the dark crows, they couldn't catch up with them. Their faces were already pale. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Wherever the dark crows passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. It was truly terrifying. Even the fearless draconic Xianxia couldn't help but shiver in fear. He looked at the 6 skeletons that fell to the ground behind him with a solemn expression. I'm afraid that these dark crows can destroy everything. Don't look back. I can feel that the dark crows here seem to be afraid of something. Their speed seems to have slowed down, but they can still catch up with us. Run quickly. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Long Xianxia and Moling Dongchen didn't dare to be slow. Otherwise, they couldn't guarantee that the 6 skeletons would be the same as them. Mother ***. This group of annoying guys. I really want to kill them with my stick. Long Xianxia scolded. However, his speed was not slow at all. The 3 of them ran side by side while the dark crows were chasing closely behind them. Their cries were extremely ear-piercing and made people feel uneasy. No, these dark crows are going to catch up with us soon. Xianxia had an idea. Blindly searching for treasures would only produce the opposite of the desired result. He had to make a decisive move and fight to the death. You two go first. I'll stay behind. No. Long Xianxia rejected firmly. Monkey, it's not the time to argue. Xianxia shouted in anger. Long Xianxia trusted Xianxia very much. If Xianxia chose to stay behind, he would at least have 70 to 80% confidence. Be careful. Moling Dongchen warned. He and Long Xianxia quickly ran far away. Xianxia held the 5 types of true fire in his hands: True Dragon Fire, Thunderbolt Fire, Qilin Saint Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire and Sun Fire. The 5 types of true fire merged together rapidly. The surrounding temperature rose to more than 1,000 degrees. It could even melt everything. As soon as the 5 types of true fire appeared, the speed of the dark crows slowed down. They seemed to be quite afraid of Xianxia's 5 elemental true fire. It's good that they are restrained. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use the 5 elemental true fire to scare the dark crows away. Now, it seemed to be feasible. This group of harmful things. I'll use my 3000 flames dragon seal to purify you. Xianxia sneered. The 5 elemental true fire in his hands merged together completely. The fire seal soared up to the sky and stopped in front of the dark crows. Millions of dark crows did not dare to take a step forward. 3000 flames dragon seal. Purify them. Xianxia roared in anger. The fire seal smashed into the flock of dark crows. Ear-piercing screams reverberated between heaven and earth. On the Rainbow Bridge. The 3000 flames dragon seal merged with the 5 elemental true fire was like a bomb. It exploded on the flat ground. The fire tongue of the 3000 flames dragon seal covered the entire heaven and earth. All the dark crows turned into ashes at this moment. The raging fire burned and thick smoke billowed. Arg, after a miserable scream, the remaining dark crows turned into a pitch-black shadow and flew deeper into the sky. Above the clouds, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Xianxia with anger. The ghost shadow that the dark crows turned into should not be simple. Xianxia frowned. That guy still managed to escape. However, he must have suffered a heavy injury since he had burned millions of dark crows. However, Xianxia couldn't be sure that this fellow wouldn't make a comeback. Kid, you're too scary. Long Xianxia looked at Xianxia meaningfully. Although Moling Dongchen was not clear about Xianxia's means, he would never dare to underestimate Xianxia from now on. I'm just lucky. Xianxia said with a smile. I don't know what kind of danger lies ahead. Let's take a step and see. Xianxia said. The 3 of them continued to walk towards the other end of the Rainbow Bridge. However, the crushed stones on the Rainbow Bridge were getting closer and closer to them. This place is too weird. If there's any danger, let's fight it out with real swords and spears. Mother ***. Long Xianxia couldn't help but scold. It made him feel uncomfortable. At the end of the rainbow bridge, it seemed to become clear and the fog gradually receded. After walking for nearly an hour, they finally saw the end of the rainbow bridge. It was a huge altar. The octagonal altar symbolized the Zhou of heaven and earth, 5 elements and 8 trigrams, alternating between black and white. The altar was more than 10 feet high. There were 9 bulls and 2 tigers around it. 11 stone beasts were divided into 8 directions, as if they were trying to pull the altar apart. On the altar, there was a big blood-red flag that was fluttering without any wind. It was frightening. It was as if the blood-colored flag was the center of the storm. On the surrounding altars, there were many tattered linen cloths that were no longer recognizable. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was simple and unadorned. On the ground, there were obscure ancient inscriptions that no one could understand. Apart from that, there was nothing else around the altar. However, there was something strange about it. Is this the altar of God? Moling Dongchen murmured and his face showed a touch of horror. What's the divine altar? Xianxia asked. It was his first time hearing about the divine altar. I also read about it in an ancient record. The divine burying altar is used to sacrifice heavenly gods, and the method is extremely cruel. The divine burying flag of the divine burying altar is a soul-gathering flag that gathers tens of thousands of souls. It's extremely mysterious. Even divine kings and ultimate gods could be sacrificed alive. It's a terrifying thing. No one knows what kind of existence the divine burying altar is. Even the existence of the divine burying altar is a kind of advancement. Who would be so cruel as to sacrifice a divine god? Moling Dongchen said in a low voice with a hint of heaviness in his voice. That's the divine burying flag. Moling Dongchen looked at the altar with lingering fear. The blood-red flag that was fluttering even though there was no wind had given Xianxia an invisible pressure. This is too abnormal. Even a godly king or hierarch could be sacrificed alive. What kind of expert would be able to do that? Long Shersan took a deep breath and couldn't help but smack his lips. It's said that when a divine emperor or a god emperor dies, someone would use the divine burying altar to protect their divine treasures. A divine emperor or a god emperor is the supreme existence in the divine world. However, it was said that there were very few people in the entire god world who would use the godly burying altar. The reason for that was because the godly burying altar was simply too cruel. Sacrificing a heavenly god or stronger expert would incite the wrath of both men and gods. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to try it. It's said that there was a peerless divine emperor who tried to use the divine burying altar to create a divine treasure for himself after his death. He didn't want anyone to step into it. However, he went for wool and came home shorn. He was killed by an even more powerful expert. The divine burying altar failed to sacrifice a hierarch expert and was killed by someone else. It's a sad thing. However, because of this, it means that the probability of the divine burying altar appearing is very small. At least, experts below the divine emperor level wouldn't dare to try it. Moling Dongchen continued to say. Apparently, he was quite afraid of the divine burying altar. He even looked at the altar with fear. This divine burying altar shouldn't be the real divine treasure, right? Xianxia said as he looked at the ancient altar cautiously. It was like a dreadful beast that could explode at any time. There's a door in the center of the divine burying altar. It's said that only by pushing 9 bulls and 2 tigers can the door of the divine burying altar open and enter the real divine treasure. This should be the last line of defense set up by the God Emperor experts. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He dared not to be careless. After all, the danger could explode at any time. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Interesting. Let me try. Long Shersan said proudly. There were 11 vivid stone statues in front of them. Each of them was majestic, tall and full of charm. Let's start with your tiger head. Shersan harumphed coldly. He held the peerless staff in his hand and swung it horizontally. However, the ferocious beast with the head of a tiger didn't even budge an inch when the staff landed on it. How could this be? Long Shersan could not believe it. Since when did he become so weak? Damn it. This is embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Dragon Shersan laughed out loud. After all, Moling Dongchen was here and he felt that he had lost some face. I don't believe it. Xianxia put away his divine staff and turned around. He lowered his shoulders, squatted down, and held his saber horizontally. His hands and feet exerted all of his strength. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he still couldn't move the altar. Roar, the roar of a tiger and the howl of an ape was incomparably ear-piercing. The originally motionless stone statues of the ferocious beasts started to crack inch by inch. Within each of the stone statues, an incomparably huge ferocious beast appeared. Each of them was dozens of feet tall and exceptionally ferocious. Heavenly Red Horn Bull. This kind of thing really exists. Moling Dongchen squinted his eyes and said. Be careful. This guy's fighting strength is not any weaker than the divine dragon. Moreover, the two Sky Overlord divine tigers are not easy to deal with. Moling Dongchen reminded. Heavenly Red Horn Bull and Sky Overlord divine tigers. They are indeed extraordinary. They are not inferior to the sacred beast Qilin that I met before. Xianxia sighed in his heart. However, he dared not to underestimate them. The 9 bulls and 2 tigers had completely turned into ferocious beasts and were pointing at Xianxia and the other 2. Each of them seemed to have the power to devour the heaven and earth. These fellows, it seems like they want to kill us. Xianxia could smell the murderous intent of these mystical beasts. Each of them had a pair of blazing eyes. Although they looked harmless, they possessed the power of a thunderbolt, which made Xianxia not dare to let his guard down. These guys should be the guardians of the divine burying altar. Xianxia understood. Since they had set up this peerless killing formation and the divine burying altar, it meant that the expert who died was quite powerful. Moreover, he was the real deal. He was not the kind of person who looked good but was useless. Just one heavenly red horn bull alone had already made Long Xianxia suffer. Anyone who dares to enter will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep voice. It could launch a ferocious attack at any time. Since they were already here, Xianxia and the others would not retreat. The scariest thing about the red horn beetle is its horn. It's as hard as metal and has great strength. Moling Dongchen reminded. No matter how hard you try to attack me, I will hit you with my stick. Long Xianxia said proudly without any fear. He had just suffered a loss in the hands of these stone statues. This time, Long Xianxia wanted to get back at them. Long Xianxia took the lead and rushed towards them. The terrifying peerless divine stick fell from the sky and swept across the whole area. However, these red horn beetles were not ordinary beings. 3 of them attacked together and blocked Long Xianxia's attack. Even the indestructible peerless divine stick was pushed back at this moment. Moreover, the red horn beetle was not injured at all. Damn. It's really tough. These guys are pissing me off. Draconic Xianxia let out a furious roar. His face was extremely ugly. If he were to be beaten back by these guys again and again, he would lose face. These ferocious beasts are not souls? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression was incomparably grim. Initially, he wanted to subdue these souls, but it seemed impossible now, because these guys were real existences. They weren't souls at all. Early Void God Realm. These ferocious beasts are real Middle Void gods. Xianxia's face turned gloomy. This was the gap between the soul realm and the physical realm. If the strength of a Middle Void God Realm was comparable to a peak Early Void God Realm, in fact, a human's realm would only be comparable to a peak Early Void God Realm. After all, without a physical body, their strength would be greatly reduced. However, these 11 ferocious beasts were different. Each of them was gifted. Even in the divine world, they would be considered as divine beasts. They were not easy to deal with. Now, they were equivalent to 11 early Void God Realm experts. Moreover, they were extremely powerful ferocious beasts. Naturally, Xianxia and the others were under a lot of pressure. Long Xianxia did not show any mercy while facing the 3 ferocious beasts. The iron stick in his hand flew again and again. He struck out the battle saint technique, suppressing the 3 ferocious beasts and gaining the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to the 3 red horn beetles at this moment. Because the red horn beetles were very powerful. The most terrifying part was their body and horns. No one could resist them. They could be called divine weapons, be it the ability to resist or counterattack. Although the red horn beetles were a bit clumsy, they were still very powerful. Even an ordinary Middle Void God Realm expert might not be able to fight against them. Moling Dongchen was fighting and retreating at the same time. He did not even have the chance to counterattack. At this moment, he seemed to be in a tight spot. Because his strength had not recovered yet, he was severely injured. That was why he ended up like this. However, he managed to stabilize the situation. Even Long Shan could only block the attacks of 3 red horn beetles. On the other side, Moling Dongchen had also exerted his full strength. However, he could only block 3 red horn beetles. The most terrifying thing was that the remaining 3 red horn beetles and the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were staring at him. When it rains, it pours. Since you guys are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Xianxia murmured. He pointed his sword at the void and stepped in all directions. His arrogant sword aura swept across the universe. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tiger said in a deep and murderous tone. However, it had already led the other ferocious beasts towards Xianxia. Xianxia wielded his sword and swept across. The sword light swept across the place. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. However, it still could not break through the defense of the 3 red horn beetles. The other 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were ready to attack as well. Xianxia was fighting against 5 beasts alone, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, he also felt a sense of seriousness. These red horn beetles and Sky Overlord Divine Tigers had yet to unleash their full strength. Especially the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. It seemed like it was toying with them as if it was not in a hurry to kill them. Roar. The 3 red horn beetles came from 3 different angles, crashing through mountains, rivers, and everything. The void was almost torn apart. Their imposing manner was unstoppable. Xianxia struck out a few true dragon palm prints to block the attacks of the 3 red horn beetles. You have trespassed into the forbidden area. You will die. Accept your judgment. Lowly humans. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers also descended from the sky. Their morale was like a rainbow and their roars were like thunder, shaking the void. Their huge tiger claws directly swung towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked calm. The heavenly dragon sword slashed down but was repelled by the Sky Overlord Divine Tiger. Even he was sent flying backwards as if he had struck a huge rock. The other Sky Overlord Divine Tiger also supported him from the side. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the ground beneath its feet cracked. Xianxia narrowly avoided this attack. The 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers were even more unscrupulous. They charged forward and were determined to tear Xianxia into pieces. Xianxia dodged continuously. Another 2 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seals failed to repel the Sky Overlord Divine Tigers and the Red Horn Sky Bull. On the contrary, he was forced to retreat continuously. Facing 3 early Void Gods and 2 middle Void Gods who were super ferocious beasts, even Xianxia had to go all out. If there was a slight mistake, he might lose his life under the feet of these 5 ferocious beasts. Xianxia was fighting fiercely but he was forced to retreat step by step. However, he was not nervous at all because these guys were not strong enough for him to go all out. However, in the following battle, Xianxia was pushed back by these big fellows. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Xianxia was furious. It seemed like if he didn't teach these guys a good lesson, they would really think that they were invincible. Stupid big guy. Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson. Xianxia sneered. His body shook and he casted the dragon transformation. His body suddenly became bigger and covered with dragon scales. His body looked like a ferocious beast. The half-human half-dragon transformation caused Xianxia's aura to rise. Most importantly, when Xianxia used the dragon transformation, a terrifying aura of a true dragon shrouded the sky and earth. Even the 2 Sky Overlord Divine Tigers could not help but take a step back, as if they were under great pressure. Such a terrifying aura. This half-human half-beast guy. The Sky Overlord Divine Tigers said in a low voice. They seemed to be afraid of Xianxia. After all, his aura made them feel a trace of fear. This was the aura of a superior being, the suppression of the bloodline of a divine beast. The aura of a myriad beast king. Who dares to fight me? At this moment, Xianxia's domineering aura soared to the sky. Even the heavenly red horn bulls were sent flying away by his attack. They crashed into the stone pillar in a rather embarrassing manner. Xianxia's human dragon form had also shocked Moling Dongchen. He had never expected that his opponent would be this terrifying. Not only did he not lose a single battle, he even managed to send his opponents flying away. One should know that the scariest part of the heavenly red horn bulls was its body and horns. However, at this moment, they were perfectly restrained by Xianxian. Xianxian was unstoppable in his human dragon form. Xianxian was fighting with his bare body. He was fearless. He continuously rammed into the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, sending them flying for hundreds of meters. They were in a sorry state and were panting heavily. Good fellow. Interesting. But you still have to die. The heavenly overlord divine tiger sneered and pounced towards Xianxian. The 2 heavenly overlord divine tigers moved together because they knew that Xianxian was not someone that was easy to deal with. If they could not kill him quickly, he would become a huge threat. Xianxian and the heavenly overlord divine tiger silhouette crossed each other and collided with each other continuously. Xianxian raised his hand and grabbed the heavenly overlord divine tiger's thick tail. He swept his hand and shook it. The heavenly overlord divine tiger did not expect that it would be caught by a human. Moreover, the human had grabbed its tail. Xianxian's strength was unparalleled. Finally, the heavenly overlord divine tiger was smashed to the ground, creating a 5 to 6 zhang deep pit. The heavenly overlord divine tiger was almost embedded into the ground. What a terrifying fellow. Moling Dongchen felt lucky that he did not go against Xianxian. Xianxian's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Moreover, he was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. However, even though he was injured, he still had to fight against 3 red horn longhorn bulls. It was not easy for him. Even though he was pressuring them with every step and was in a sorry state, he would not become a burden to Xianxian and the others for the time being. Long San, who was wielding his metal cudgel, was also incomparably powerful. His metal cudgel swept across the world, and no one could stop him. Even when facing against 3 red horn longhorn bulls, his battle strength was still magnificent, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Go to hell. Xianxian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and chopped down, ruthlessly chopping off the heaven overlord divine tiger's tail. Roar. The heaven overlord divine tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the 2 heaven overlord divine tigers were spewing out terrifying flames of anger. Flames rushed up to the sky, spurting out from their mouths. The heaven overlord divine tigers wanted to burn Xianxian and kill him completely. The terrifying flames burned everything, but Xianxian was still standing in the sky. His sword fell down again, directly piercing into the back of the heaven overlord divine tiger. Then, he rode on the back of the heaven overlord divine tiger. The heavenly dragon sword pierced into the heaven overlord divine tiger's bones. The heaven overlord divine tiger's roar was deafening, filled with pain and sorrow. The sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, piercing through the heaven overlord divine tiger's body. Xianxian pulled out the sword and cut the heaven overlord divine tiger into 2. The body of the heaven overlord divine tiger was like a piece of tofu in front of Xianxian, effortlessly. The other heaven overlord divine tiger let out a terrifying and ear-piercing howl. After its companion was killed by Xianxian, it naturally felt endless sorrow in its heart. However, at this moment, the heaven overlord divine tiger also descended from the sky, pouncing on Xianxian. The 3 heavenly red horn bulls immediately rushed forward. For super ferocious beasts, completely sealing off all of Xianxian's escape routes. The terrifying charge of the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, in addition to the charge of the heaven overlord divine tiger, caused Xianxian's sword to slash forward, but he was forced back by the heaven overlord divine tiger's claws. Xianxian temporarily dodged the attack, retreating instead of fighting. On the other hand, the 3 heavenly red horn bulls rammed into Xianxian, sending him crashing into the divine burying altar. Xianxian spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on the divine burying flag, causing it to shine brightly. At this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls seemed to have the help of God. They became even more ferocious and terrifying. Their combat strength had also increased by several levels. In a split second, Moling Dongchen couldn't withstand the charge of the 3 Heavenly Red Horn Bulls anymore. Even Lan Shisan had fallen into a passive position. Xianxia looked at the blood-red flag, the divine burying flag. It seemed like it was the blood-red flag that caused all of this trouble. Damn it. Xianxia was annoyed, but he didn't panic. Facing the attack of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, he was still calm. After transforming into a dragon, Xianxia's combat strength had reached its peak. He wanted to compete with the Heavenly Duke. How could he be afraid of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger? Even though the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls had been strengthened by the Divine Burying Flag, he was still fearless. Xianxia had been fighting with the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger for a long time. The power of the dragon transformation was slowly weakening. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't drag on any longer. He must kill the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls in one go. Unification of dragon and sword. Invincible in the world. Xianxia instantly transformed into the Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was unstoppable and the dragon's prestige covered the sky. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was shocked. However, it had never expected that the moment Xianxia merged with the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Heavenly Dragon Sword had already pierced through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body and exploded instantly. The sword pierced through the sky 9 times. Even Lan Shisan and Moling Dongchen didn't expect that the 9 Heavenly Red Horn Bulls would be pierced through by Xianxia's sword. All of them were severely injured. Eat my staff. After Xianxia's sword passed through the Divine Burying Flag, fresh blood spurted out. Lan Shisan seized the opportunity and struck the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls with his staff. All of them were dead. Mother **Ker. These guys are so hard to deal with. Fortunately, I am invincible. Lan Shisan said in a serious manner. Forget it. If it wasn't for Xianxia, I think you would have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. That's because I don't want to lower myself to their level. Lan Shisan said with a tough face. At this moment, Xianxia had returned to his human form. However, his body had become much weaker after the 10 consecutive sword strikes. His face looked slightly pale. Are you all right? Xianxia. Moling Dongchen cupped his hands towards Xianxia to express his gratitude. Xianxia had saved him once again. This guy's strength was definitely out of his expectation. It's all right. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Xianxia said. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, the Divine Burying Flag was blown up by a chilly wind. The entire space became extremely cold and the wind was howling. Even the 11 ferocious beasts' corpses were swept into the air. The Divine Burying Flag was fluttering in the wind. The wind was as sharp as a knife and the heavens and earth were shaking. It's the Divine Burying Flag spirit. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he squinted his eyes. Xianxia slightly nodded his head. However, he had already taken some precautions against Moling Dongchen in his heart. Because Moling Dongchen was too unpredictable. He actually knew everything. Whether it was the divine treasury of the divine world or the divine burying altar, he seemed to know everything like the back of his hand. The weapon spirit's doing? Although Xianxia had some doubts about Moling Dongchen, he did not say it out. Some things were better kept in his heart. That's right. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Divine Burying Flag is 1 in a million. Moreover, the Divine Burying Flag is a divine weapon made of peerless materials. In order to create the Divine Burying Flag, the first requirement is the souls of 9 ultimate God experts. Moreover, they must be living bodies. The Divine Burying Flag can only be formed when the bodies and souls are combined. The evil thing about the Divine Burying Flag is that it sacrifices hierarch experts alive. However, once the Divine Burying Flag is formed, it's too terrifying. No one could compete with it. The Divine Burying Flag is the core of the Divine Burying Altar. It's also the eye of the killing formation. It's extremely terrifying. 9 divine souls are enough to look down on the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Xianxia sneered in his heart. Another ancient book. I wonder how many ancient books you've read. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we open the divine burying altar and enter the real divine treasury. Pulling out the divine burying flag? Xianxia murmured. One could imagine how terrifying the divine burying flag would be when it was dancing in the wind. The wind blades could even cut the bodies of those super ferocious beasts into pieces. The wind around the divine burying flag could almost tear rocks and cut everything in the world. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. Then how can we pull it out? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Xianxia frowned and said. This is the only way. Later on, the three of us will attack together to block the terrifying wind blades and pull out the flag together. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we survive and enter the final place of the god treasury. Otherwise, the wind blades are extremely sharp and anyone below the true god realm won't be able to block them. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. This was the last way. Pulling out the divine burying flag? It seems a little difficult. Xianxia said. The three of them exerted their full strength. 3 powerful auras converged into a barrier and blocked the wind blades. However, the barrier started to crack before it could even get close to the altar. These wind blades are too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Damn it, I don't believe it. Xianxia dashed out like an arrow. He withstood all the wind blades and headed straight for the divine burying flag on the altar. Be careful. Xianxia frowned. He knew that Xianxia wanted to use his body to withstand the wind blades. However, although his body was strong, he might not be able to withstand it. He dodged the wind blades, but the divine burying flag fluttered in the wind. The wind whistled and the wind was too concentrated. Eventually, there were wind blades that struck Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body was also slashed with deep wounds. However, he still managed to push forward and grab the divine burying flag with one hand. Instantly, the entire altar was filled with wind and thunder. Xianxia tried his best but was still unable to pull out the divine burying flag. I don't believe that I can't pull it out. Xianxia roared in rage. He had the strength to pick up a mountain and his aura was unparalleled. He could feel that the divine burying flag's resistance towards him was quite strong. However, at this moment, the divine burying flag was still unmoved. No. If this continues, the monkey will be cut to death by these wind blades. Xianxia frowned. He wielded his sword and moved forward. He split the wind blades and moved forward with difficulty. He had completely transformed into a human dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Xianxia's body strength had improved tremendously. His resistance towards the wind blades had also improved. What a pair of terrifying brothers. Moling Dongchen murmured. The two of them were using their own strength to resist the terrifying wind blades. He knew how terrifying the divine burying flag was. In this god's graveyard, only those who had the body strength of a true god could survive the wind blades. At least, he did not have the courage to do so. Let me do it. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. The wind whistled and it was extremely ear-piercing. Xianxia looked at Xianxia but he did not retreat. Instead, he helped Xianxia to resist the terrifying wind blades. He exerted his strength but he could not move the divine burying flag at all. On the other hand, the wind whistled and the wind blades became even more terrifying. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt of the wind blades. The edifying light. Destroy it. Xianxia unleashed the edifying light. Sure enough, the sound of the divine burying flag's wind became fainter and weaker. However, it was still frightening. Rise. Xianxia shouted and pulled out the divine burying flag with one hand. At this moment, both Xianxia and Moling Dongchen were shocked. Xianxia really did it. He pulled out the divine burying flag. This meant that the resistance of the divine burying flag against him was relatively weak. It seems like the edifying light is really magical. It can even suppress such a terrifying evil creature. Xianxia did not expect that the edifying light could suppress the divine burying flag. However, the divine burying flag was much weaker than before. This meant that the edifying light had played a significant role. The divine burying flag moved without any wind. Xianxia did not even need to perform the edifying light. The divine burying flag danced by itself and stirred up the universe. What a wild and untamable monster. Suppress it. Xianxia roared in anger. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the divine burying flag was completely suppressed. The aura of the Zulong Tower completely suppressed the divine burying flag. Xianxia laughed and waved the divine burying flag. The flag fluttered in the air and its aura was unstoppable. It was really a peerless treasure. It could be called a divine tool. This divine burying flag is truly frightening, Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. This guy is really terrifying. He actually subdued the divine burying flag. This is an item with a spirit. It's definitely a heavenly divine tool. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower and the edifying light, it would not be easy for Xianxia to suppress the divine burying flag. Now, the divine burying flag was completely under Xianxia's control. Awesome, little Chenzi. Ha ha ha. It seems like the divine burying flag is yours now. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the divine burying flag was. I'm just lucky. Haha. Xianxia smiled proudly. Although that was what he said, there was no hint of fluke in his words. Most importantly, he said it to Moling Dongchen. Brother Jiang is really brave. This divine burying flag is definitely a divine item of the heavens and earth. You must keep it well. If someone in the divine world sees this, even a divine king would be jealous of it, said Xianxia. Moling Dongchen showed a hint of envy. However, he knew very well that this was not something that he could own. Thanks for reminding me. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, the wind stopped. Suddenly, the surroundings started to shake. Rumble. At this moment, the divine burrow altar slowly cracked open, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. A deep tunnel that led to the underground suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. Divine Treasury. It's the place of the Divine Treasury. We can finally enter the Divine Treasury. Ha ha ha. Is there really a divine treasure at the end of that place? Xianxia said in a deep voice. They had managed to avoid all the dangers. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have already died here. Therefore, Xianxia had to be more careful as there were dangers everywhere. Xianxia looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen didn't look like he was lying. Although Moling Dongchen's background was unknown and he might have some troubles, he didn't harm Xianxia and Dragon Shersan along the way. This made Xianxia quite happy. Otherwise, he would have killed Moling Dongchen already. Who cares? I also want to see what kind of god created this peerless treasure trove. Draconic Shersan took the lead and dashed down. Let's go. Moling Dongchen followed him quickly. Xianxia didn't doubt him and slowly entered the tunnel. It was an ancient tunnel that stretched for thousands of meters. Both sides of the tunnel were ruined. The road under their feet was full of potholes. However, it led directly to a far place. It was still covered with mountain mist. The surrounding was so quiet that it was scary. Under the tunnel, there was flowing water. The three of them walked for half an hour before they reached the end. Finally, they could see the moon. It's a huge palace. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Spirit-nurturing palace. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he stared at the three big words on the palace. Surprisingly, they also carried a terrifying pressure. The palace was hundreds of meters tall and it extended far and wide. There were 9 sons of the dragon guarding outside the palace. They were Qiangyou, Yazi, Pu Lao, Xuan Enai, Tao Tai, Xuan Enai, Qiwen, Fu Shi, and Chao Feng. The 9 ferocious beasts were standing around the palace. They were quite ferocious and made people shudder. There aren't many people who dare to use the 9 sons of the dragon to guard the palace. This divine emperor must be a big shot when he was alive. Moling Dongchen murmured as if he was hesitating. No matter how powerful he is, he will still die. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Long Shersan chuckled, not afraid at all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it's a god emperor who has already disappeared from this world, his prestige is definitely not something we can violate. The god emperor was already the most respected person in the divine world. As for the god emperor, it's just a legend. Very few people have ever seen one. It's said that even in the immortal world, the god emperor no longer exists in this world after the immemorial battle. The god emperor is the true ruler of this world. Moling Dongchen sighed. The divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor are absolutely rare. Even in the divine world, there are very few of them, let alone in the divine tomb. In your opinion, who is this divine emperor? Xianxia looked at Moling Dongchen meaningfully. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head. How would I know? I've only read about these things in some ancient books. No matter who the god emperor was, he was an existence that could not be offended. Fortunately, he didn't use dragons and phoenixes as protection. Dragons and phoenixes? Jiangchen's body trembled. The dragon clan, the true divine dragon clan, where are they? Does the divine dragon clan exist in the divine world? Jiangchen continued to ask. I don't know about this. I've never seen anything about the dragon clan in the ancient books. Moling Dongchen smiled. He did not want to continue to discuss this with Jiangchen. The 9 fierce beasts' protection means that the god emperor's identity is unusual. Let's hurry into the palace and see what's going on. Seeing that Moling Dongchen did not answer him, Jiangchen thought that maybe he really did not know, or maybe he was trying to hide something. Jiangchen did not ask any more and the 3 of them entered the palace directly. Although the palace was old and dilapidated, the statues of the 9 ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. They even carried a terrifying pressure that made Jiangchen feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if someone was staring at him from behind, making him feel uneasy. Ha ha ha. I never thought that a small early void god could enter the divine treasury. This is so funny. Moling Dongchen, it seems like your unparalleled handsome alliance has been annihilated. At the moment when Jiangchen and the 2 of them entered the palace, a cold and mocking voice resounded in their ears. Ling Tianba. You're here too. Moling Dongchen said in a serious tone. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Don't be so nervous. Since you're here, I will not make things difficult for you. I wonder what kind of rare treasures are in the divine treasury. You can help me find 1 or 2 of them. I might even spare your life. Ha ha ha. The eagle-eyed man stood in the sky with a long spear in his hand. His figure was tall and slender. His strength had reached the terrifying peak early void god. Although his strength was almost the same as an early void god, a slight difference could make a huge difference. Ling Tianba's entire body was emitting a domineering aura, especially the divine spear in his hand. It was extremely sharp. Compared to Li Shuai, he was much stronger. Even among the void gods, there were strong and weak ones. A talented expert could easily fight against 100 of them. Ling Tianba, you're really good at scaring people. Although the leader of the unparalleled handsome alliance is handsome, you don't have to be so jealous, right? He he he. I, Bing Chan, will not agree to it. At this moment, a charming lady in red clothes appeared in front of everyone. Her appearance had shocked Ling Tianba and Moling Dongchen. Her face was as beautiful as jade, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Even the bright moon and blazing sun seemed to be overshadowed by her. She had a beautiful figure and was as charming as a fairy fox. Sister Bing Chan, you're really good. You're not afraid of such a dangerous place. It's really admirable. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the terrifying peak early void god. He was not any weaker than Ling Tianba. Now, Jiangchen finally saw the top experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the divine tomb. Their strength was really extraordinary. Even Lan Shisan might not be able to defeat them. You're really a busybody. It's not easy to reach this stage. Why would I ruin other people's cultivation? Humph. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly. His face was gloomy. In fact, he was a little afraid of Lan Shisan. Lan Shisan and Moling Dongchen might not be afraid of him even if they joined hands. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if they killed Moling Dongchen and the others would definitely have the chance to take advantage of them. Ling Tianba would not do something that would harm others without benefiting himself. The Bing Chan in front of him could not wait for him to fight with Moling Dongchen and the others so that she could kill him. Ha ha ha. This little brother is really brave. To be able to enter the divine treasury, you're really not simple. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You've really opened my eyes. Bing Chan laughed. Her eyes were like torches. She saw Jiangchen at first glance. Their strength had reached the peak of Zhenji. Although they might not be invincible in the world, they had reached the peak of the divine world. It was not difficult for them to kill ordinary void god experts. Moreover, those who could enter the divine treasury were all peerless experts. This guy could enter the divine treasury as a 9th grade immortal sovereign, and he even wanted to get a share of the loot from the void god experts. How could he be someone easy to deal with? The three of them had obviously formed a small team. To be able to enter the final place of the divine treasury, they were worthy of respect. They were worthy of her respect. I'm just a follower, Jiangchen said indifferently. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly, looking at Jiangchen with disdain. Does such a person deserve to enter the divine treasury? I hope he won't die without knowing how he died. He's lucky to come this far. He should be careful of his own life. Such an arrogant guy. Let me teach him a lesson. Long Shersan's eyes turned cold. He was filled with killing intent towards Ling Tianba. Forget it, Jiangchen said in a low voice. They had just entered the divine treasury and they still didn't know how deep it was. It would be a great loss if others took the opportunity to enter. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiangchen and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiangchen had stopped Long Shersan. Otherwise, if a great battle were to break out, nobody knew what would happen. These guys are not easy to deal with. I was pushed down from the Tianlan Peak by these people. Although Moling Dongchen was unwilling, he could only admit that there were too many experts gathered on the Tianlan Peak. Jiangchen nodded silently. How could he not understand? How terrifying were the difficulties and obstacles that he had encountered along the way. He almost lost his life. These people were able to enter the divine burial ground with him. Which one of them didn't have any abilities? They might even have more trump cards than him. Although Jiangchen had the disposition to look down on all geniuses, he still needed to be cautious because these people were all outstanding geniuses from the various immortal domains. They might not necessarily be weaker than him. Once they started fighting, it would certainly cause more chaos. At least, he didn't want to see such a scene for now. Ha ha ha. It's really lively. It seems that there are more than just us two brothers who have entered the divine treasury. Two burly figures also arrived in a flash, their domineering aura soaring to the sky. So it's Delang and Erlang from the Niu clan, Bing Chan said with a chuckle. The two of them were also at the peak early void god realm. Their aura was even stronger. Obviously, the strength of the two of them was more frightening. Even Ling Tianba, who had his eyes on the top of his head, kept his disdain. Why aren't you going in? Could it be that this god's stash is filled with traps? Niu Erlang said with a smile. The black jade giant axe in his hand shone brightly and it was extremely eye-catching. This is a divine artifact? Bing Chan was startled, her expression changed slightly as she looked at Niu Erlang. That's right. The two of us are lucky to have found these two divine items on our way here. One axe and one hammer, they're just to our liking. Haha. Niu Dalong waved the giant hammer in his hand with a proud look on his face. He's really lucky. Moling Dongchen couldn't help but exclaim. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. Their strength must be stronger than the others. What about Ao Feng? Didn't he come in? Moling Dongchen was a little surprised. According to his deduction, the first person who came in should be Ao Feng. This guy's strength had reached the middle void god realm. He could sweep away everyone and no one dared to fight against him. He and another guy have already entered this place. We can only be considered as the second batch. Even Niu Dalong showed a hint of envy. He was very respectful towards Ao Feng. But now that we have divine weapons in our hands, the two of us want to fight with him even more. Another one? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and looked at Jiangchen. It was obvious that there were a lot of experts in this place. The strong were always as bright as the stars, and the tomb of the god of sin was a big melting pot. Those who were able to survive here were all super strong. Looks like we have to hurry up and go in, Xianxia said. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to compete with us for the god stash? You're overestimating yourself. Niao Erlang sneered and looked at Xianxia. He swung the giant axe in his hand and a terrifying light shot out towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He was calm and composed. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and blocked Niao Erlang's attack. He did not retreat at all. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Not bad, kid. You can actually take my axe, Niao Erlang said coldly and stared at Xianxia fiercely. It was really shameful that his axe could not kill a 9th grade immortal sovereign. If you're not convinced, then come and fight. Fighters are heroes. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile because he knew that his counterattack was enough to intimidate them, or it was enough to make them think twice before acting. Niao Dalong's eyes moved and looked at Xianxia. He did not continue to make things difficult for Xianxia. Stop, second brother, Niao Dalong said in a deep voice. Whoever takes action first will become the target of everyone. At that time, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman will benefit from it. This was not something he wanted to see. Now that they've put in so much effort to enter the god stash, they must not cause any more trouble. Big brother. Niao Erlang was a little impulsive. It was obvious that he wanted to continue attacking Xianxia. There will be a battle between you and me, Niao Erlang snorted at Xianxia's arrogance. However, Bing Chan and the others did not dare to look down on him anymore. Xianxia might not be Niao Erlang's opponent, but it was not easy for him to block his attack. Moreover, the three of them were not weak. Once they joined forces, they might not even care about Niao Erlang. Niao Erlang was insensible, but Niao Dalong could see the situation clearly. There was no need to make a big fuss now. The real treasure has not been obtained yet. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight until the end? Humph. It's not too late to fight after we enter the god stash. Niao Erlang looked at Xianxia with a cold smile. He was not able to kill Xianxia. He felt very upset in his heart. It was a kind of anger of being provoked by a lowly person. Xianxia looked at everyone with disdain because he knew the current situation. No one was willing to be the first to take action. Ling Tianba and Niao Dalong rushed to the front. When they entered the palace, everyone took a deep breath. Even Xianxia was no exception. The huge palace within a radius of 100 meters was filled with a gloomy feeling. However, no one cared about this because the ground of the palace was filled with ashes. Bones turned into ashes and divine tools were everywhere. All of these are divine tools? Niao Erlang's eyes widened and his body trembled. Even though he already had divine tools in his hands, he was still extremely greedy. His eyes shone with greed and he even wanted to take everything for himself. It's really magnificent, little Chinzi. It's too great. I have never seen so many divine tools. Any one of them here is not any weaker than your heavenly dragon sword, Long Shersan said excitedly. Pity. What do you mean? Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. That's right. There are so many divine tools here. Are they not to your liking? Long Shersan seemed to understand the meaning behind Xianxia's words. They have form but no spirit. These divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. Even the spirit of the tools is gone. Xianxia shook his head and said. Sure enough, as soon as Xianxia finished his words, the three divine tools that Niao Erlang picked up turned into ashes when they touched each other. How could this be? I can clearly feel the abundant energy in the divine tools. How could the power of the divine tools become like this? Niao Erlang found it hard to accept, but it was a fact. There were thousands of divine tools on the ground. Although they were still intact, they turned into ashes when they were picked up. Niao Erlang still could not believe it. 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, everything was the same. Idiot. Humph. Xianxia sneered and looked at Niao Erlang. Niao Erlang roared and was about to take action but was stopped by Niao Dalong. He found Xianxia more and more unpleasant. How did you know? Moling Dongchen saw it with doubt. Divine bones are comparable to divine tools. When a divine bone breaks, the divine tool will break. I have seen it in some ancient books. Jiangchen's words stunned Moling Dongchen. Immediately, an awkward expression flashed across his face. Jiangchen was just making things up. He didn't know why he could tell that these divine weapons had turned into nothingness. Perhaps it was because of the great soul derivation technique, which made his divine soul extremely powerful, allowing him to sense that these divine weapons had no spirits. What a pity. So many divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. God knows how many years this place has existed for. Divine bones shattered and divine tools turned into ashes. It must have been here for millions of years. Bing Chan sighed and said. She seemed to be very sad. Time was fleeting, and beauty was fleeting. So what? After all, this place is already abandoned. Look, there is still the second floor of the palace, the war god shrine. Niao Dalong said in a deep voice. Ahead of him were 12 stone pillars protecting the second floor, the battle god hall. In front of the war god temple, there was an incomparably huge bronze throne. It was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. It was rectangular in shape, and that dark yellow bronze throne actually had some green rust. On the bronze throne, there was a skeleton that exuded an unparalleled pressure. This skeleton seems to be coming to life. Jiangchen stared at the skeleton for a long time. At this moment, other than Long San and Moling Dongchen, everyone had entered the war god temple as they were afraid of falling behind. The person is already dead and the soul is extinguished. How can the skeleton come back to life? Moling Dongchen said. Suddenly, a ray of green light burst out from the skeleton and shot into Jiangchen's mind. Neither Long San nor Moling Dongchen noticed this scene. Even Jiangchen only felt his body tremble. His mind shook slightly, but he could not find any trace of it. What happened? What happened to me just now? Jiangchen murmured. Let's go, quickly enter the war god temple. Moling Dongchen said. All right. Jiangchen followed the two of them into the war god temple. However, at this moment, his hand coincidentally hit the bronze throne. At this moment, Jiangchen suddenly stopped his footsteps. After so many years, even the divine tools and divine bones have turned into dust. Why is this bronze throne not doing anything? It's just rusty. Jiangchen stretched out his finger and picked up the bronze throne. At this moment, he found that this bronze throne was not simple. However, it was too cumbersome. However, it seemed to be quite extraordinary. Let's keep it first. After keeping the bronze throne, Jiangchen followed the others and entered the war god palace. Inside the war god palace, there were countless divine weapons and weapons. This time, the divine weapons here didn't seem to have turned into ashes, but they had lost their charm. They had turned into ordinary weapons, rusted and stained. Time is an invisible blade. Even if it's a peerless divine king or a rare divine weapon, it would still be scattered by the wind. Bing Chan said faintly. Her sorrowful tone made people sigh. Look, there are a few war god statues over there. Moling Dongchen said. His eyes were shining brightly. Everyone's gaze fell upon the 4 war gods. Each of the war gods was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. Moreover, they did not look like stone statues. Each of the war gods was glaring with anger. They were overbearing and imposing as if they were made by nature. It gave everyone a feeling that they were above all living things. In the hands of the 4 war gods, they were holding a sword, a halberd, a spear, and a pike respectively. The 4 divine weapons did not seem to have any decoration. The 4 war god statues stood there just like that, giving people a type of great majesty. They were vivid and lifelike, extremely lifelike. Why is the pike in the war god's hand still shining with silver light? It looks like a real divine tool. Ling Tianba murmured in a low voice. However, his figure had already rushed forward and directly pulled out the peerless divine spear from the war god's hand. The light of the pike was cold and unparalleled. Ling Tianba waved the pike and his imposing manner shook the heavens. Suddenly, his chest was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Good pike, good pike. Ling Tianba's eyes shone brightly. This divine pike was many times stronger than his. It was definitely one of the best among the divine tools. Kakik, this sword is mine. Bing Chan stretched out her hand and took the white jade longsword from the other war god. The Niao brothers did not want to be outdone and each of them took a halberd and a pike. Only Moling Dongchen did not get anything. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was not fated to get these divine tools. Long San wanted to take action, but when he saw that Jiangchen did not move, he chose to remain silent. Moreover, he already had the peerless divine staff in his hand. He did not need so many divine weapons. One divine weapon was enough for him. Rumble, rumble, along with two loud sounds, the four war gods moved at the same time. For overbearing aura soared up to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. These four war gods were rushing towards Ling Tianba and the others. Jiang Qian and the others did not get any divine tools, but they managed to escape from this calamity. These war gods are actually alive? This is unbelievable. Long San said. But it's just nice to deal with those greedy guys. Kiki, this feels so good. Damn it. How did these things come to life all of a sudden? Ling Tianba said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy because after being locked on by the war god, he felt that he was in a terrible situation. Moreover, he seemed to have been completely suppressed. The terrifying aura that was being emitted from the war god made it difficult for him to breathe. Yeah. How did it become like this? Niao Daolong was also a little worried. The heavenly halberd in his hand was burning hot. Because he knew that it was not easy to get the divine tool. Big brother, let's fight them. Can't we kill these 4 stone statues? Niao Erlang said proudly. You might not be able to defeat them. Bing Chan said faintly and kept her smile. Because everyone knew that these 4 war gods were not simple. Moreover, they had their eyes on them. Even she could not smile anymore. It should be because of the divine tool in our hands. Otherwise, why would they come for us? Niao Daolong said in a low voice. At this moment, they realized the problem. However, how could they let a cooked duck fly away? Of course, no one wanted to give up on this divine tool. Even for those who had entered the divine world, the divine tool was a supreme divine weapon. Not everyone was qualified to own it. How could they let it go? Now, let's see if they can defeat these 4 war gods. Jiangchen smiled faintly. He was happy to see these fellows fighting against each other. Moreover, the strength of these 4 war gods was definitely not weak. Everyone could feel it. Watching the tigers fight. I like it the most. San crossed his legs. Even at such a critical moment, there wasn't a hint of worry on his face. Instead, he had the attitude of watching a good show as if it had nothing to do with him. These guys. It seems like a fight is unavoidable. Moling Dongchen looked quite serious. He was a little worried that these guys would drag them down if they could not defeat the 4 war gods. Let's fight. Ling Tianba held the divine spear in his hand. He did not plan to let it go anyway. He wanted to fight with these guys even if he had to risk his life. Fine. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. I don't want to give away this divine artifact. Niao Daolong also shouted with a deep voice. The 4 of them glanced at each other and charged up fearlessly, fighting against the 4 war gods. For a moment, the entire war god hall was filled with sand and stones. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 4 war gods were quite terrifying. Even without divine artifacts, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against Ling Tianba and the others. They were even able to suppress them. These war gods are all middle void gods. No one knows how terrifying they were when they were alive. Moling Dongchen said. That's right. Even though he's already dead, he's still able to unleash such a terrifying power. Truly, no one dares to look down on him. Jiangchen nodded. This puppet should be quite extraordinary. Is this a puppet? Is someone controlling it? Moling Dongchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that there are more terrifying existences in this divine treasure? However, since they had already come this far, there was naturally no way to retreat. Yes. However, I'm afraid that the person controlling them is gone. However, the 4 divine artifacts should be the mechanism that activates their battle. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The owner of this divine treasure has already expected that someone will definitely take the 4 divine artifacts. This is a greedy mechanism. If no one takes the divine artifacts, perhaps these war gods won't take action at all. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at those people helplessly. Greed was everyone's original sin. If these people didn't take the initiative, perhaps he would have taken action too. However, he was lucky that he didn't get the chance to do so. The 4 of them were completely suppressed by the 4 war gods. There was even a hint of crisis in them. Niu Erlang was the most miserable one. He was already a little exhausted from dealing with them. The most terrifying one was Bing Chan. Although she was also in a passive position, at least she wasn't completely defeated by the war gods. Xianxia looked at the deeper palace. That was the 3rd floor of the palace, Refining God Palace. However, the door of the Refining God Palace was sealed. On the door, there were 4 indentations. They were a sword, a halberd, a spear, and a lance. In other words, these 4 divine artifacts were the keys to open the 3rd floor. Only by taking out these 4 divine artifacts could they open the 3rd floor of the palace, the Refining God Palace. To put it bluntly, they must obtain the 4 divine artifacts in order to open the 3rd floor of the palace. This was a fatal situation. Once the divine artifacts were taken, the 4 war gods would not rest until one of them was dead. However, why didn't I see Ao Feng that Moling Dongchen and the others mentioned? Xianxia frowned. It was really strange. Another bronze throne. Jiangchen's eyes were slightly fixed. This bronze throne was definitely not simple. It was actually another one. Moreover, it looked similar to the bronze throne in the 1st floor of the palace. However, there were some densely packed ancient inscriptions on the bronze throne. Let's not care about that for now. Let's keep it first. Jiangchen kept the bronze throne immediately. Although Ling Tianba and the others did not notice it, Moling Dongchen saw it. This bronze throne is not simple, right? I don't know. Jiangchen smiled and did not say much. In fact, he really did not know. However, Moling Dongchen did not say much either. After all, they were on the same side now. The 3 of them were the weakest and they could not have any internal strife. Moling Dongchen did not put a bronze throne in his eyes at all. Look, they can't hold on any longer. Ha ha ha, the result of being greedy is really cool. Longshan was not afraid of making things worse. He said while slashing the bronze throne. This made Ling Tianba and the others even more furious. On the other side, the 4 war gods were unstoppable. They were already having a hard time. If this continued, Niu Erlang would be in the most danger. His life might even be in danger. Even with a supreme rank god artifact in their hands, they still failed to harm the 4 war gods. Instead, they were forced into a difficult situation by the 4 war gods. Mother **Ker, you gloating brat. I will kill you. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes turned cold. He directly led the war gods that he was fighting to the place where Jiangchen and Longshan were. Leading the trouble to others, what a great idea. Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with joy. How could he be so smart? Son of AB *TCH. This coward is too shameless. Longshan said while gritting his teeth. I'd like to see who's the one who's going to cheat. Jiangchen said disdainfully because he had already expected that Niu Erlang would do this. This fellow was obviously not a good person. Since he entered the divine treasury, Jiangchen had already expected that this fellow would do something bad to him. How could Jiangchen not take precautions beforehand? At this moment, Niu Erlang had already lured one of the war gods over. His eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. I don't believe that a 9th grade immortal sovereign like you can withstand this fella's attack. Niu Erlang sneered in his heart. But something shocking happened. After the war god got close to Jiangchen, he did not attack him. Instead, he turned around and went towards Niu Erlang. There's such a thing? Jiangchen was stunned for a while. Initially, he wanted to take out the Zulong Tower so that Niu Erlang would not be able to find him. So at this moment, he gave up on the Zulong Tower. Niu Erlang was forced to retreat once again. He was dumbfounded. Moreover, he thought that the war god would deal with Xianxia. Unfortunately, he lost his guard and was instantly injured by the war god. Even the divine weapon in his hand was snatched away by the war god. After obtaining the divine weapon, the war god was like a tiger that had grown wings. He held the battle spear in his hand and instantly pierced through Niu Erlang's chest. The sound of tearing was deafening. No, no. I can't die. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What a despicable and shameless person. Such an ending can be said to be a worthy death. Xianxia sneered in disdain. He didn't even need to do anything. This fellow was completely defeated. However, Xianxia was a little surprised. Why didn't the war god attack him? Second bro. Niu Dalong's voice shook the sky. He wanted to force the war god in front of him to retreat, but he couldn't. Moreover, Niu Erlang had already been killed by the war god with the spear. At this moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was ashen. The two brothers had depended on each other for tens of thousands of years. When they were in the immortal world, they dominated the world. When they came to the divine tomb, they were even more so. But who would have thought that they would be killed by a puppet here? Therefore, how could Niu Dalong not be angry? And at this moment, he thought that the culprit was Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, then his younger brother wouldn't have died. I'll never let you off, kid. Niu Dalong clenched his teeth as he looked at Xianxia. At this moment, whether it was Ling Tianba, Bing Chan, or Niu Dalong, all of them felt their bodies tremble, and the pressure on them instantly disappeared. Ha ha ha, looks like our wait was not in vain. Ao Feng, don't forget about our agreement. A woman as beautiful as a fairy said faintly. She was wearing a blue dress that was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Her temperament was extraordinary and her eyes were filled with sharpness. Although she was a woman, her strength was exceptionally terrifying. Don't worry, Goddess Luo. I, Ao Feng, will keep my words. Let's get rid of these four guys first. Ao Feng said solemnly. He glanced at Xianxia and the others, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Both of them had reached the middle void god realm. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen and frowned. She felt that he looked familiar. So you guys have come in? Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. All these people deserved to die. If they had acted earlier, then his brother wouldn't have had to die. You two, what are you waiting for? Bing Chan clenched her teeth and said. Ha ha ha, beauty, don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. Follow me, you can go anywhere you want in this world. Ao Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. The long sword in his hand slashed towards one of the war gods. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Mother asterisk cur. Long Shersan said with an evil expression. Ha ha ha, looks like this brother is also a man of character. But let me warn you, if you don't take action now, don't expect to enter the third floor of the Divine Palace. Ao Feng glanced at Dragon Shersan with interest. Not only did he not argue with Dragon Shersan, but he also tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You two, go and help them. Xianxia said in a low voice. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he had not taken action yet. Even if he did, he would be laughed at by people like Ao Feng. Because they did not take him seriously at all. It was better this way, Xianxia could hide his true strength. If they wanted to harm the monkey, it would not be too late for him to take action. Alright, alright, alright. Master Monkey will lend you a hand. Long Shersan's hands were itching. He swung his staff and swept across the heavens and earth, shocking Ling Tianba and the others. They did not expect this monkey to be so powerful. Moling Tianchen also took action. The 7 of them fought against the 4 war gods. With Ao Feng and Goddess Luo as the main force, they forced the 4 war gods to retreat. Let's see how powerful you puppets can be. Ling Tianba roared in anger. His long spear pierced through the chest of the war god. In an instant, the war god disappeared and turned into dust. However, there was a ray of light in the dust, entering the long spear in Ling Tianba's hand. Die! Bing Chan shouted. Her sword pierced through the void, aiming at the war god that was controlled by Ao Feng. The war god was split in half in an instant. After the dust settled, another ray of light entered the divine sword in her hand. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this very moment, their divine weapons were even more divine weapons. They even had a kind of vivid and lifelike feeling, as if they had obtained a new life. I know, that's the soul of a divine weapon, Xianxia said in a low voice. The soul of a divine weapon was sealed in the bodies of the 4 war gods. As long as the 4 war gods were alive, the soul of the war gods would support them in battle. Once they die, the soul of the war gods would return to their bodies, and those divine weapons would become terrifying killing weapons. This divine spear is not bad. Ao Feng immediately took action, trying to snatch the divine spear from the other war god that killed Niu Erlang. However, he was pushed back by the divine spear. Behind him, Goddess Luo moved her fingers. Green light flickered and her finger technique was like the wind, piercing through the war god's body. Ao Feng took the chance and charged forward. His blade technique was like lightning. Hundreds of blades fell from the sky and slashed down. That war god was instantly destroyed. With a flash of light, Ao Feng held the divine spear in his hand. Only one left. Niu Dalong roared. The giant axe in his hand split the war god apart with a thunderous roar. A ray of light entered the long halberd in his hand. The 4 war gods have been destroyed. Come. This time, we should be able to open the 3rd floor of the war god palace, Ao Feng said faintly. Before this, he and Goddess Luo had joined hands, but they still could not open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Even after they obtained the 4 divine weapons, they still could not open the 3rd floor. They could not guess the reason. However, it seemed that there was no soul of the war god. That's why they hid. With their strength, even if they joined hands, they would not be able to kill the 4 war gods. Ling Tianba and the others were their biggest help. Niu Dalong stared at Xianxia. From his point of view, it was imperative to kill Xianxia. Even if that monkey and Moling Dongchen were to interfere, it would still be impossible for them to succeed. Brat, aren't you going to die? Niu Dalong held his divine halberd and stared at Xianxia coldly. His killing intent was unparalleled. Haha. Interesting. Seems like these guys are going to be unlucky. Ao Feng acted as if it was none of his business. He just stood there and watched the show. None of the people on the scene wanted to take action. After all, no one would help someone who would not benefit themselves. In this place, the only person you can trust is yourself. Other than that, there was no one else. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think we're afraid of you? Long Shersan said proudly. Seems like Brother Ao Feng was just joking when he said that he would let us enter the 3rd floor. Xianxia smiled faintly and shook his head. He seemed to be sighing. In this world, strength speaks. Ao Feng shrugged. You're right. Xianxia nodded and looked at Niu Dalong. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Little Qinzi is only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. You want to fight him? You're too shameless. Why don't I fight you? If I lose, you can kill him. I won't stop you. Long Shersan looked at Xianxia with a smile. His meaning was obvious. Let me teach him a lesson first. Since you guys insist on courting death, then there's no need for me to be merciful. All of you must die. I will use your blood to pay homage to my brother's soul. Niu Dalong's voice became colder. His brother was like his limbs. One could imagine the pain in his heart when one of his arms was cut off. Be careful. Xianxia did not attack forcefully. Although Long Shersan might not be able to kill Niu Dalong, he could still teach him a lesson. Eat my staff first. Long Shersan chuckled as he brazenly swung his divine staff. A terrifying aura that battled the heavens and earth instantly caused Ao Feng and the rest to become solemn. This fellow had been hiding his strength all along. Even Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did not dare to underestimate this attack. Battle Saint Art, battle heaven and earth. The shadows of Long Shersan's cudgel formed layers upon layers of shadows as it approached Niu Dalong with an imposing manner. Niu Dalong held the divine halberd in his hand and didn't need it at all. The divine halberd in his hand could be said to be matchless. Compared to before, it was like adding wings to a tiger. I refuse to believe that you can stop me. Niao Dalong and Long Shersan's weapons clashed. Sharp lights flickered and the sound of metal clashing was incessant. The terrifying sound shocked everyone's heart. The battle between the two of them could be counted as an experience for Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. They benefited a lot from it. Long Shersan's battle was bold and unrestrained. He did not stick to the small details at all. His crazy divine staff swept across everything. Even when facing the divine halberd in Niao Dalong's hand, he was not the slightest bit weak. Arrogant, soaring to the sky, invincible. Mu Niao Dalong instantly transformed into an incomparably huge divine bull. The bull-head god was several zhang tall and was quite domineering. Let the wind come from all directions. I only need one strike to kill you. Long Shersan sneered. Instead of retreating, he attacked with his cudgel for tens of times. Niao Dalong was also suffering. At this moment, his divine halberd couldn't exert its divine might anymore. He was miserably suppressed by Long Shersan. However, his defense was quite strong. Even if Long Shersan wanted to kill him, it would still be impossible. Shersan's aura was fully unleashed, an early void god. With such combat strength, even ordinary middle void god experts could not match up to him. Of course, it was a different story for Goddess Luo and Ao Feng, who were peerless geniuses. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, Xianxia took action without hesitation. Niao Dalong, who was suppressed to the point that he had no strength to fight back, took a hit from Xianxia's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Instantly, Niao Dalong was completely defeated. Long Shersan did not avoid it at all. He struck with his cudgel and took Niao Dalong's life. Even Moling Dongchen did not expect that Xianxia would take action at this moment. This is simply shameless. Despicable and shameless. Ling Tianba harumphed. Don't care if it's a black or white cat. As long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Xianxia murmured to himself. He smiled and picked up the divine halberd from Niao Dalong's hand. If he did not take action, he would definitely become a hidden danger in the third floor of the divine palace. He would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Xianxia did not want to keep him by his side. He did not need any reason to kill Niao Dalong. There was no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with enemies. If he did not kill Niao Dalong would always think about killing him. Beautiful. Little Chinzi, I like it. Ha ha ha. Long Shersan knew Xianxia the best. He gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. Why talk about morality with them? In this place, if you did not have the strength, you would definitely be killed by others. Only by surviving and becoming the winner could you have the right to speak and the ability to rewrite history. Moling Dongchen deeply felt how terrifying these two brothers were. Fortunately, he was not their enemy. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he stood on the opposite side of them. Some people don't deserve to die. Xianxia's words made Ao Feng excited. This kid seems to be a ruthless character. However, his strength is too weak. It's not enough for me to take him seriously. This monkey is not bad, but that's all. You're right. Since he's determined to die, he can't blame us. His brother only has himself to blame, and he's also acting recklessly. What a bunch of brothers in hardship. Long Shersan looked at Niao Dalong's dead body with disdain. His eyes were full of ridicule. Now, can we open it? Xianxia glanced at everyone. At this moment, although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, no one dared to look down on him. You're right. Only the strong are qualified to stand here. Ao Feng looked at Xianxia and put the divine spear in his hand into the groove on the palace's door. Xianxia, Ling Tianba, and Bing Chan did the same. Suddenly, the entire refining god palace's door was covered in flames. The scorching feeling filled everyone's heart. The surrounding walls were burning with raging flames. So hot. Is this the refining god palace? This refining god palace seems to be a huge furnace. Everyone's heart trembled as they resisted the raging flames around them. They couldn't even find where they were, but they were suffering from the scorching flames. Everyone felt an incomparably enormous pressure, as if it was rising from their hearts. That fiery heat made everyone unwilling to let down their guard. Only Xianxia was strolling leisurely. Because there were 5 types of soft and hard flames in his body. Ordinary flames couldn't enter his body at all. Look, it's all divine weapons. It's really divine weapons. Even Xianxia did not expect that there would be so many divine weapons here. Moreover, every divine weapon seemed to be extraordinary. In the middle of the refining god palace, there was a weapon grave. In the weapon grave, there were tens of thousands of divine weapons. Every divine weapon was shining brightly. Ha ha ha. So many divine weapons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ling Tianba's eyes lit up as he looked at the countless divine weapons in the weapon grave. Bing Chan also could not hide her excitement. She was extremely excited. Even the people from the divine world might not have seen so many divine weapons, let alone Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. It's rare to see so many divine weapons even in the divine world. Ao Feng murmured with a touch of excitement in his eyes. If I don't take it now, when will I? Ha ha ha. Ao Feng instantly jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for the divine weapons. Even Goddess Luo could not avoid it. Xianxia was not in a hurry to collect the divine weapons because he did not need much. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was enough. However, he was quite happy to get a few more divine weapons. You're not tempted? Longsher-san? Moling Dongchen was also a little excited. However, since Jiangchen and Longsher-san did not take any action, he did not take any action either. An iron rod is enough. Longsher-san said indifferently. He was quite confident in his peerless divine rod. Even if it was a 9 heavens divine weapon, he was not afraid of it. Therefore, he did not care about these divine weapons. What about you? Brother Jiangchen. I don't have any ideas. A sword is enough. If you like it, you can go and take it. Jiangchen smiled. Moling Dongchen hesitated for a moment. Finally, he jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for divine weapons. Jiangchen's gaze once again rested on the bronze throne in the distance. It was another bronze throne. However, the patterns on the bronze throne were very different. They achieved the same result by different means, but they were all very exquisite and obscure. No one could see any problems with them. The surrounding flames were getting more and more intense. Jiangchen didn't feel much, but Longsher-san was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was suffering from the scorching heat of the flames and was feeling rather uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jiangchen felt a terrifying flame rising from his heart. Not good. It's heart fire. Jiangchen knew better than anyone else what the heart flame meant. It was a flame that could burn one's soul. It was even more terrifying than his own flame. He was very clear that to be able to control the heart flame, one's strength must have reached a certain level. Even the current him would not be able to control the heart flame. The heart flame could burn one's desire, it could burn one's consciousness, and it could even kill people invisibly. Such a terrifying heart flame. Could it be that the person who controls the heart flame is still in the refining god palace? Jiangchen thought in his heart. At this moment, he heard an exclamation from behind him. This is, a heavenly divine tool? Ao Feng murmured. In the center of the weapons mound, there was a golden long saber that was overflowing with vibrant colors, exuding boundless radiance. All the divine weapons in the surroundings seemed to be prostrating themselves to it, as though they were submitting to the sovereign of the world. It can't be? Heavenly divine tool? Are you kidding me? Ling Tianba said disapprovingly. You don't understand at all. Ao Feng said proudly. It's possible. It's a heavenly divine tool. It can actually affect our minds. Goddess Luo said solemnly. Her jade-like hand moved slightly as she stared at the sickly golden long saber in the weapon grave. Heavenly lightning imperial demon blade? Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Her eyes were shining brightly. Seems like you're also from that place. Ao Feng suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at Goddess Luo. We're the same. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is mine. Goddess Luo said. You want it? You might have to go through me first. Ao Feng smiled faintly as if he did not intend to give in. Ao Feng took a step forward and grabbed the divine saber with one hand. However, he was pushed back by the saber radiance of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. This Ao Feng is also from that place. Moling Dongchen thought. Seems like I have to take action now. At this moment, the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was worth his time. Seems like the real treasure is finally going to appear. Xianxia kept the bronze throne and instantly flew towards the weapon grave. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. The surrounding flame was getting stronger and stronger at this moment. Especially after Ao Feng touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, Xianxia felt that the heart fire in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone's face turned pale, but they did not say it out. Everyone knew how strong the heart fire was. From a certain point of view, it was the devil in one's heart. Almost no one could withstand the burning of the heart fire that was more terrifying than the illusion. Even you can't get close to it. Seems like this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is real. Goddess Luo said faintly. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to rush forward because everyone was enduring the burning of the heart fire. Only Xianxia was considered to be the most relaxed one. His flame could barely withstand the heart fire. However, the heart fire was obviously controlled by someone. Therefore, if one wanted to completely extinguish the heart fire, one must be stronger than the other party. Ao Feng was defeated, but he was even happier now. Because this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was definitely the heavenly divine tool that he yearned for. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is indeed terrifying. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. At this moment, he seemed to see this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade exploding like a huge flame, as if it was going to devour everything around it. Hold my hand, I'll help you to resist the burning of the heart fire. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Dragonshire-san. Dragonshire-san nodded heavily. The moment both of them shook hands, Dragonshire-san felt refreshed. At least compared to before, he felt much more comfortable. This feels so King good. Monkey thought to himself as he bared his fangs at Xianxia. I don't believe that I can't take down this heavenly divine tool. Ling Tianba was obviously a little excited. He was quite badly burned by the heart fire. If this continues, he might be seriously injured. That was why he was so anxious. Ling Tianba held the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade with both of his hands. However, his face instantly turned red. At this moment, the surrounding flames gushed out. The 12 flame figures that were hiding in the palace suddenly burst out. The weapon tomb instantly turned into a sea of fire, which swept across the entire refining god palace in an overwhelming manner. The intensity of the fire was terrifying and it swept across the heavens and earth. Even the weapon tomb was surrounded by the fire. The entire refining god palace had turned into a refining god. They were all being refined by the fire. How could this be? Is this the doing of the heavenly divine tool? Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. It can't be. Could the heavenly divine tool control the fire of the refining god palace? Ling Tianba said. His facial expression had changed. Suddenly, he was no longer as crazy as before. He looked at the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade as if it was a devil. Look. Those figures are the death warriors who were reborn from the fire? Bing Chan cried out in surprise, and the 12 flaming figures came straight at her. The legendary fire god guards. Every fire god guard is refined from the body of a divine king realm expert. They possess the will of a divine king realm expert. These fire god guards are of the lowest rank. However, their strength has already reached the middle void god realm. If I'm not mistaken, the soul flame of these fire god guards is getting weaker and weaker. Otherwise, we might all die here today. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her facial expression was extremely serious. Even though they were the strongest experts here, she and Ao Feng could not help but treat them cautiously. Yeah. These fire god guards had the strength of a divine king realm expert at their peak. Unfortunately, their hearts are changing with time. Thousands of years have passed. Not to mention them, even this refining god palace is going to be forgotten soon. These fire god guards were awakened by the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Ao Feng said in a low voice. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. These two people knew more than Moling Dongchen. Now, Jiangchen even suspected that they were not from the immortal world, but from the divine world. Now, we are all being burned by the heart flame. In addition to this illusion, the heavenly fire prairie is like a tiger with wings. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, only death awaits us. Jiangchen said. Boy, you do have some insights. But you better pray for yourself. These 12 fire god guards have reached the peak of the middle void god realm. You guys better pray for yourselves. Ao Feng sneered. Although Jiangchen was not weak, in his point of view, Jiangchen was not a threat at all. It would not be difficult for these fire god guards to kill all of them. The more people who died, the higher the chance of them getting the real treasure. At least Ao Feng and Goddess Luo knew how powerful the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. That was why both of them were aiming for it. The other divine weapons were incomparable to it. You don't have to worry about it. It might be a miracle that you survived. Jiangchen smiled faintly. Ao Feng's expression became even uglier. How could he not be angry when this guy was walking around so casually? Even he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. However, Jiangchen was calmer than anyone else. Be careful, monkey. These fire god guards are quite strong. Don't fight them head-on. Their soul flame is getting weaker and weaker. Just attack their heads. They are just a group of puppets. As long as their soul flame is not extinguished, they will never die. Jiangchen transmitted his voice to remind Longshan. Alright, then let me go on a killing spree, Kaka. Longshan was not afraid of anything. Even though his strength was not the strongest, he was not afraid of these fire god guards. The 12 fire god guards rushed towards Jiangchen and the others. They were holding a flaming long blade and swung it in all directions. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo went against 2 fire god guards each. Bing Chan, Ling Tianba and Longshan did the same. Finally, there were 2 fire god guards left. Jiangchen and Moling Dongchen went against one each. Jiangchen and Moling Dongchen were considered as the weakest among them. So, no one doubted that they would fight against 1 fire god guard each. Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were still fine. Ling Tianba and the other 2 became a little bit overwhelmed. Even Longshan was in the same situation. The 2 peak middle void god fire god guards, their fighting strength and destructive power was imaginable. More importantly, they were being burned by the fire of heart. It was not easy for them to go all out and fight. Longshan was sweeping away thousands of soldiers. He kept striking out the battle saint technique and barely managed to fight on par with the 2 fire god guards. Ling Tianba was forced to take a few steps back. The divine spear in his hand was not weak at all. But facing the attacks of the fire god guards, it was hard for him to fight back. For these fire god guards, the blazing flames were a qualitative enhancement and transformation. Jiangchen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Although his sword might not be comparable to a divine tool, he was extremely proud of it. He could easily fight against a fire god guard. Every time he attacked, he would be able to find the fire god guard's fatal weakness. This made it hard for the fire god guard to get close to Jiangchen. Instead, they were hindered by Jiangchen. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiangchen fought poison with poison. Under the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the fire god guard was instantly devoured. However, at this moment, the fire god guard did not show any weakness. Instead, it became even more powerful. Even Jiangchen's expression changed. He seemed to have used the wrong method. Facing his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the fire god guard was not afraid at all. The fire god guard that was refined from the body of a divine king was indeed very mysterious and strange. His 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had become its nourishment. At this moment, the fire god guard's strength seemed to have recovered to the late void god realm. It can't be, right? Jiangchen smiled bitterly. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal did not cause any damage to the fire god guard. Instead, it boosted the fire god guard's strength. Everyone couldn't help but look at the fire god guard that Xianxia was fighting against had become the strongest among them. This brat is really courting death. Ao Feng said disdainfully. Little Chenzi? Longshan was shocked. He was afraid that the fire god guard would severely injure Xianxia. Don't worry. It's basically impossible for the fire god guard to kill me. Xianxia looked at Longshan and casted the 3000 flames dragon seal again. This time, the fire god guard's strength had also reached the late void god realm after devouring Xianxia's 3000 flames dragon seal. Courting death. Ling Tianba sneered and looked at Xianxia with disdain. Xianxia was surprised. He never thought that his guess was right. These fire god guards were really terrifying. Moreover, his 3000 flames dragon seal had become a great help to them. It could even help them to break through. It was really terrifying and extraordinary. Break it. Xianxia swung his sword and instantly enveloped the fire god guard into the Zulong Tower. No one knew what was happening at this moment. In the Zulong Tower, Xianxia's strength had been improved perfectly. Moreover, he had a terrifying weapon in his hand, the divine burying flag. However, Xianxia also noticed that the fire god guard was extremely weak. Even his supreme flame could not help but break through to the late void god realm. Seems like it's not that easy to break through to the void god realm. Even so, this fire god guard should be able to fight against 5 at the same time. Xianxia's lips curved into a faint smile. He had one more terrifying trump card after taking the fire god guard as his own. Puff, the flame blade pierced through Ling Tianba's body. Ling Tianba was also in a difficult situation. If this continued, he might not have any chance to fight anymore. Bing Chan was also in a difficult situation. The current her did not have the same charm as before. She could not even take care of herself. Longshan was also in a difficult situation. Fortunately, his battle saint technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, Xianxia had told him where the fire god guard's life gate was. Only Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were evenly matched with the fire god guard. I must think of a way to deal with these guys. Ao Feng gritted his teeth. He was worried that Goddess Luo would become his biggest hidden danger if he were to use his trump card now. Ha ha ha. This battle is really refreshing. Xianxia held the divine burying flag in his hand. His expression was arrogant as the wind danced in the sky. His aura was unparalleled. Although he was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he gave people a feeling of disdain. Ao Feng's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. Could it be the divine burying flag? Goddess Luo murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I think so. The divine burying flag is like the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It might even be more terrifying than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Is that the divine burying flag in your hand? Ao Feng looked at Xianxia coldly and said. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Xianxia said faintly. Seems like it's true. Ao Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at the divine burying flag and wished he could take it for himself. Hand over the divine burying flag to me, and I will guarantee that you will enter the divine world and live a prosperous life. Ao Feng stared at the divine burying flag in Xianxia's hand and said. Who do you think you are? Why should I give you what belongs to me? Xianxia was disdainful. There are some things that you don't deserve. Ao Feng said condescendingly. However, it was also difficult for him to deal with 2 fire god guards. It was already impossible for him to deal with Xianxia. Well said. It seems that in your eyes, you are high and mighty, while the rest of us are as lowly as ants. If my guess is correct, you should be from the divine world, right? Xianxia's words shocked everyone. But when they thought about it, it was indeed the case. Other than this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were the most affected because they were outstanding talents from the immortal world. However, when they faced the experts from the divine world, they were actually suppressed so miserably. You're very smart. It's good that you know. Give me the divine burying flag and there will definitely be a place for you in the immortal world. Ao Feng said patiently. Give me the divine burying flag and I will allow you to enter the god Luo clan. Goddess Luo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Xianxia. Her expression was still cold. She was like an ice mountain and she had always been disdainful, especially towards someone like Xianxia. However, she must not let Ao Feng get the divine burying flag. What a pity. No one can take away my things. Xianxia shrugged and said with a smile. He completely ignored Goddess Luo and Ao Feng. Brat, you dare to fool me? Ao Feng shouted in a deep voice. I'm not fooling you. You're the one who's too confident. Why should I listen to your command? Looks like we're at each other's throats. Then, I'll add some paint for you to have a taste. Jiangchen's lips curled into a smirk. A 3,000 flames dragon seal shot out, directly hitting the two fire god guards who were fighting with Ao Feng. In an instant, the 3,000 flames dragon seal greatly increased the strength of the two fire god guards, completely suppressing Ao Feng. Moreover, it was a complete suppression, causing him to suffer injuries at every step. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ao Feng was so angry that he was about to explode. However, he could not do anything to Xianxia. You're crazy, bastard. I'm not crazy. Under the divine burying flag, the fire god guards have nowhere to hide. Xianxia raised his hand and waved the divine burying flag again. The fire god guards that Long San and the others were facing were all engulfed by the divine burying flag. Long San instantly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Moling Dongchen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan also felt the same. I only need a promise from you. Xianxia looked at Goddess Luo with his fiery eyes. I won't snatch the divine burying flag from you. Looking at Ao Feng who was forced to a corner, Goddess Luo understood that the fire god guards were nothing to Xianxia. However, it was different for her. His strength was ordinary, but he could rely on the divine burying flag to control the fire god guards. One could imagine the power of the divine burying flag. Goddess Luo is indeed a smart person. Xianxia waved the divine burying flag and the wind whistled. He took away two fire god guards and disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Ao Feng was facing two fire god guards and he was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. Xianxia, you have guts. I won't fight with you for the divine burying flag anymore. At this moment, Ao Feng actually lowered his head towards Xianxia. This was something that he had never done before. Even in the divine world, he was also the leader of the younger generation. When had he ever been suppressed and ridiculed like this? Lowering your head now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, I must kill you. Killing intent surged in Jiangchen's heart. This Ao Feng was so arrogant. More importantly, he did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. His strength was not ordinary. Leaving him alive would definitely be a huge hidden danger. Moreover, unlike Goddess Luo and the others, if Jiangchen were to touch them, he would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. However, Jiangchen was different. He was the only one who revealed his killing intent towards Jiangchen. If Jiangchen wanted to kill him, no one would say a word. They were very clear that if it wasn't for Jiangchen using the divine burying flag, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Especially Ling Tianba. Although he was arrogant and unruly, at least he knew that his life was saved by Jiangchen. Kill this little bastard, little Chinzi. Long San chuckled. There was a hint of violence in his feminine manner. He might lend a helping hand at any time. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to talk nonsense about killing me? Even with the divine burying flag, you're still an ant in my eyes. Ao Feng said in a deep voice. Since you're so stubborn, then you can't be blamed on me. After obtaining the divine burying flag, I can only kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not entering this place. Ao Feng declared Jiangchen's death sentence straight away. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'd like to see how strong a guy from the divine world is. Immortal and mortal ants, how can you compete with me? Ao Feng roared, his aura suddenly rose. He held the long spear in his hand, and his battle strength was unparalleled. Facing the two fire god guards, he was not afraid at all. His long spear met the attack, fighting against the heavens and earth. Ao Feng's strength had caused everyone to tremble. Compared to before, his strength was more than 10 times stronger. Even the 2 fire god guards couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Get lost. Ao Feng's roar was like thunder, pushing back the 2 fire god guards. At this moment, Xianxia fearlessly went up against Ao Feng. He did not dare to be careless. Ao Feng had obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength to the limit. He was only a step away from the late void god realm. Moreover, he was talented, and his battle strength was monstrous. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia's first move was a terrifying killing move. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was instantly unleashed. Ao Feng met the attack head-on with his terrifying long spear, crushing the heavens and earth. The surrounding flames retreated. The spear's shadows were heavy, giving Xianxia a great impact. Both of their figures continued to fight, teleporting and disappearing in the flames. Such a terrifying guy. I never thought that a 9th grade immortal sovereign could have such power. Bing Chan murmured. She only realized now who was the most terrifying existence among them. From the beginning, they had neglected Xianxia. However, his battle strength was the most terrifying. Because his strength was only at the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm. Among the people here, who could fight against a god realm expert when they were only at the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm? Moreover, it was a battle that was a few levels higher. Xianxia's battle strength had really shocked Bing Chan. Ling Tianba had already been completely convinced. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they would have been crushed to death by the fire god guards. Even Ao Feng did not seem to have such battle strength. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal flew up, and the seal shook the heavens and earth, sweeping across all directions. Kaka, now you know how powerful little Xianxia is. Lan Shisan glared at Ling Tianba and couldn't help but snort disdainfully. However, Ling Tianba didn't refute at all because in front of absolute power, all methods were useless. Especially when he found out that Ao Feng was from the realm of the gods, Ling Tianba lost all confidence in going against him. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. You give me a familiar feeling. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head slightly. However, his heart was in turmoil. As for the battle between Xianxia and Ao Feng, it had already reached a white-hot stage, like a raging fire. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Those who stand in my way will not have a good ending. Ao Feng sneered. His hands didn't slow down in the slightest. Layers of terrifying spear shadows transformed into sharp swords that pierced through the void, pressing towards Xianxia. Your thinking is a little too simple. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Xianxia attacked again. Waves of fire surged up to the sky, accompanied by the endless fire in the refining god palace. Ao Feng's expression became extremely solemn. Unparalleled heavens! Who can do anything to me? Ha ha ha. Ao Feng laughed wildly. His divine spear dashed towards Xianxia. Ao Feng was a little arrogant in the face of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The fire god guards could withstand his attack, but Ao Feng might not be qualified to withstand the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The terrifying flames engulfed the heaven and earth. The surrounding was filled with the flames of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Ao Feng was completely injured. The burning of the flames caused the heart fire in Ao Feng's body to burn even more fiercely. Ao Feng let out a deep roar and flew backwards. The strength of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was beyond his imagination. He also suffered a setback and his face looked ferocious. You've really infuriated me. Brat, you're such a lowly human. Today, only death awaits you. Divine Power Spring, God's Blessing. Ao Feng roared continuously. He instantly turned into a peerless war god. His battle strength had also reached the late void god realm. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Only Xianxia and Goddess Luo could remain calm at the scene. Divine Power Spring? To think that it's the Divine Power Spring bestowed by a Divine King expert. Looks like the Ao clan is going all out this time. Goddess Luo murmured. The Divine Power Spring could only be bestowed by a Divine King expert. Moreover, the Divine Power Spring could instantly increase one's cultivation by 1 level. Only those who were involved in the battle would know how terrifying it was. Moreover, the divine power spring did not have any side effects. It was not like a secret technique that could forcefully increase one's battle strength. It was so precious that it was regarded as a secret treasure of the divine king realm. In order to obtain it, one must have great luck or be from a powerful clan. Get lost. Ao Feng attacked continuously. It was extraordinarily terrifying. Compared to before, it was much more overbearing. Xianxia instantly fell into a passive position. The terror of a late void god. It was still difficult for the current him to fight with his full strength. However, it did not mean that Xianxia would give up without putting up a fight. True Dragon Palm. Xianxia's palm shook the heavens. It covered the sky and swept up layers of flames. The true dragon palm hit Ao Feng's body. Ao Feng's face was filled with arrogance. The divine power spring was actually so terrifying. Ao Feng's current strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Let me see exactly how powerful this divine burying flag is. Xianxia held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept across the entire place. A strong wind was raised and the wind blades were like torches. The entire refining god palace instantly turned into a world of wind and fire. Even Goddess Luo and the others could only retreat as they did not dare to get close to the battlefield. Xianxia held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept it across. Countless wind blades were shot out, cutting through the void. It was invulnerable to water and fire, extremely overbearing. As the wind blades flickered, the flames were split into two. It was terrifying. Even Ao Feng didn't dare to take it head-on. The domineering aspect of the divine burying flag was on full display. The divine burying flag's ferocious attack instantly stabilized Xianxia's situation. He was not completely suppressed. On the contrary, Ao Feng became even more furious. Even the divine power spring could not suppress Xianxia perfectly. This fella is really terrifying. However, he was only relying on the divine burying flag. Without the divine burying flag, he was nothing. You're just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Looks like if I don't kill you now, you're destined to become my stumbling block. Ao Feng seemed to be infuriated this time. Even the divine power spring did not seem to be his strongest move. I'll play with you till the end. Xianxia waved the divine burying flag without any hesitation. The might of the divine burying flag swept through the surroundings and reversed the wind. Even the entire refining god palace was swept up by the wind. The intensity of the fire weakened. World-defying universe, true dragon appears. The black dragon's entire body was flowing with light, and its scales flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling, and everyone was shocked. Ao Feng had already transformed into a 10-feet-long black dragon with 4 ferocious claws. The dragon's head was looking at the sky coldly at Xianxia. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10-feet-long black dragon was a real peerless divine dragon. It gave off a strong pressure. It was the first time for Xianxia to see such a divine dragon. True dragon? Is this a true dragon? Xianxia was slightly shocked. The dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating continuously. It seemed like there was a certain resonance. Especially the Zulong Tower, it was emitting a terrifying aura which made Xianxia confused. Oh my god! Is this the real divine dragon? Bing Chan said in shock. The divine dragon was the #1 divine beast in the world. No demonic beast could surpass its existence. Moreover, the real divine dragon was the symbol of supremacy. The true dragon has appeared. Ao Feng is completely infuriated. Seems like that guy is going to die today. Goddess Luo said faintly. No one knew better than her how powerful Ao Feng was. The Ao clan belonged to the Dragon clan. Even the god Luo clan was not willing to offend such an ancient clan. Moreover, the true dragon transformation of the Ao clan was even more powerful. No other divine beast or demonic beast could be compared to it. Ao Feng had deployed the true dragon transformation in order to put Xianxia to death. This guy shouldn't be so easily torn apart, right? At this moment, Moling Dongchen was a little curious because this guy had given him too many surprises. If he was killed by Ao Feng so easily, it would be a little inconceivable. To be able to die under my true dragon's body, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Ao Feng opened his ferocious dragon mouth, bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he roared madly. True dragon transformation? Not only you, I have it too. Xianxia smiled. He moved his body and instantly transformed into his true dragon transformation. Not to mention Goddess Luo and the others, even Ao Feng was shocked. How is this possible? You have the body of a human dragon? Are you also a member of the dragon clan? Ao Feng narrowed his eyes. Although he hated Xianxia to the core, if Xianxia was really a member of the dragon clan, he might not be able to kill him directly. The dragon clan had always been sparsely populated, so killing fellow clansmen was absolutely not allowed. However, Ao Feng had already made up his mind to kill, even if he was really a member of the dragon clan. Therefore, after thinking about it over and over again, he didn't think of showing mercy to Xianxia. As long as he killed him, no one would know and the people of the dragon clan wouldn't know, so it wouldn't be considered as violating the rules of the dragon clan. I'm not a dragon. However, you're not the only one who knows dragon transformation. Xianxia coldly stared at Ao Feng. Between the two of them, one was big and one was small. One was a true dragon, the other was a half-human half-dragon. This scene shocked everyone present. I've never seen anyone like that before. Is it a dragon or a human? Goddess Luo frowned and murmured. These two fellows, no matter which one it is, I'm afraid they're not easy to deal with. Ling Tianbao licked his dry lips and said. In this divine tomb, it was impossible for him to surpass everyone else. Only by standing in a more powerful place would he understand that the experts in this world were far more terrifying than what he had imagined. Although this Ao Feng was from the divine world, Xianxia was from the immortal world. It was quite ironic that he couldn't even defeat a ninth-grade immortal sovereign. Roar! 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 Ao Feng roared continuously, breaking through the sky. He twisted his dragon body and covered Xianxia completely. The pressure of a superior being made everyone feel suffocated. Only Xianxia was able to hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Xianxia was the only one who could hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Die! Roar! Ao Feng waved his body and swung his dragon tail, causing the sky and earth to spin. Xianxia did not move at all. He held his blade horizontally and grabbed Ao Feng's tail. Xianxia lowered his shoulders and crouched down, circulating his qi in both of his arms. Xianxia, who had 10 times his combat strength, had the strength to break the heavens. He instantly crushed Ao Feng's huge body, which was tens of thousands of kilograms, and sent it flying. Everyone gasped. Awoo! Ao Feng was sent flying, and he was in a sorry state. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. Xianxia sneered and quickly followed up. Ao Feng did not retreat but advanced instead, roaring continuously. Two silhouettes intertwined with each other. Banging sounds resounded through the entire refining god palace. Even Long Shersan felt pain. These two fellows were engaging in the most terrifying and simplest hand-to-hand combat. Oh woo! Bastard! You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ao Feng's furious voice resounded. Xianxia actually plucked out a few of his dragon scales at this moment. One must know that the reverse scale of a dragon was not something that anyone could touch. Once it was touched, it would be a battle to the death. Today, Xianxia actually plucked out a few of Ao Feng's dragon scales. One could imagine how furious Ao Feng was. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xianxia took a step forward. The azure dragon's 5 steps swept across the sky, suppressing Ao Feng. Ao Feng had no chance to restrain Xianxia at all. His huge dragon body was also completely useless. Xianxia stepped on Ao Feng's dragon body. Step by step, he ascended to the heavens, and his every step was filled with killing intent. Xianxia, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Oh woo! Before Ao Feng's voice faded, Xianxia took 5 steps forward. It was already a scene of destruction. Ao Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. The dragon blood dyed the heavens and earth. Everyone's expression changed. The dragon blood was ignited, and the aura was terrifying. Slaughter dragon seal. Jiangchen's killing intent rose. Because he knew that if he did not kill Ao Feng, then he would definitely not have a good life. Rather than putting himself in danger, it would be better to kill him as soon as possible. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. The terrifying slaughter dragon seal hit Ao Feng and sent him flying. His huge body smashed into the weapon tomb. The raging fire burned Ao Feng's body, and he felt great pain. His injuries were not light. Jiangchen took the opportunity to chase after Ao Feng. He leaped onto Ao Feng's huge dragon body, and the heavenly dragon sword pierced into Ao Feng's body. How could this be? Even a divine weapon might not be able to hurt my body, unless it's a heavenly divine weapon. How could this be? Ao Feng was terrified. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced into his dragon body. That heart-wrenching pain made Ao Feng feel a sense of danger. This sword is obviously not a divine weapon. There's no surge of divine power in it. How is this possible? Even Goddess Luo was shocked. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiangchen's hands seemed to carry a domineering aura. It was unstoppable. CK him to death. Little Chenzi. Long Shisan laughed and said. This guy was too arrogant. Only little Chenzi could deal with him. You lowly human, you dare to hurt me? Not only will I hurt you, I will also kill you. Jiangchen sneered. Fierce dragon sky-splitting strike. Unification of dragon and sword. Jiangchen instantly turned into the heavenly dragon sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared and the sword light flickered. The sword light was 100 zhang long, showing off its sharpness. Two terrifying rays of light clashed against each other. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through Ao Feng's body while Ao Feng spurted out blood. His dragon head looked dispirited. Even his strongest attack, the fierce dragon sky-splitting strike, could not defeat Jiangchen. Instead, he was pierced through by the heavenly dragon sword, causing him to become extremely weak. Today, I will pull out your tendons and skin you. Jiangchen's voice was as loud as a bell, deafening to the ears. Everyone's heart was trembling. Isn't this too cruel and terrifying? Jiangchen leaped up and flew onto Ao Feng's dragon body. His sword pierced through Ao Feng's dragon body and he stretched out his hand. The green dragon tendon was pulled out by Jiangchen and was 10 meters long. No. No. Ao Feng was in great pain and screamed miserably. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the dragon clan will not rest until you die. This is only your side of the story. If I kill you, not even the heavens can stop me. Jiangchen raised his sword again. Tens of meters of dragon tendon were pulled out by him. Ao Feng's screams were still lingering in their ears, causing the people who heard it to feel guilty. No, this is impossible. My dragon tendon, Ao Feng's body was extremely dispirited. Looking at his dragon tendon being burned by the raging fire, his heart sank to the bottom. Boy, you dare? A loud shout resounded through the entire refining god palace. A white silhouette stood in the sky, staring at Jiangchen with a pair of sharp eyes. It's another peerless expert. Bing Chan said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the late void god realm. It was a true late void god realm. It was a completely different concept from those who used the divine power spring to increase their strength. One step into the true god realm would allow one to possess a god position. This late void god white-robed youth was only a step away from becoming a god position. Who are you? Jiangchen sneered. Save my seventh brother. I don't want to die. Ao Feng said with a sobbing tone. He had completely lost his previous demeanor, as if he was a person that was about to die. A piece of trash. He couldn't even subdue an ant at the immortal emperor realm. He's really a disgrace to my Ao clan. Ao Tian snorted coldly. His aura was peerless, and even the surrounding flames couldn't get close to him. You actually have a dragon transformation body? Who are you? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might be able to take you back to the Ao clan to die. You think too much. I dawn of you. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I don? I don? I don? I don? I don? I God. I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what kind of background you have. As long as you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you even if it's the Emperor. How could Xianxia fall behind? Compared to Ao Tian, he was even crazier. As he spoke, he chopped down with his sword, directly chopping off Ao Feng's dragon head. In that instant, everyone was shocked. Only Longshan had long since understood what was going on. After offending Jiangchen to such an extent, there was no way that Ao Feng would leave this place alive. You dare to kill people of my Ao clan? Ao Tian said in a deep voice. In an instant, his rage enveloped Jiangchen, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He's just an ant. So what if I kill him? What do you want? Jiangchen said disdainfully. You dare to kill the people of my Ao clan. Today, I will make you die without a burial ground. Proud Heaven felt that his prestige was being challenged. Even his identity as an expert of the divine world couldn't intimidate this little bastard. Even Ao Feng died in his hands. One could imagine Proud Heaven's rage. Ao Tian is different from Ao Feng. This fella is a true expert. A late void god. Even if I fight him with all my strength, I might not have the upper hand. Jiangchen thought in his heart. But even if he knew that he would die, he would not retreat. Moreover, the current situation had not reached that stage yet. Ao Tian, what arrogant words you have. I think that you merely want the divine burying flag in his hands, right? Hee hee. A cold sneer resounded. A man in brocade robe appeared in a flash. It was another late void god expert. I am Luo Wenhao. Little brother, you're really a god. A ninth grade immortal sovereign. You're really shocking. Ha ha ha. I, Luo Wenhao, have never seen such a person in my life. Luo Wenhao said with a smile and nodded at Goddess Luo. His eyes were filled with admiration. Obviously, Luo Wenhao was also someone of the divine world, a member of the god Luo clan. Nice to meet you. Jiangchen smiled faintly. Luo Wenhao was showing goodwill towards him. He was not an unreasonable person. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. He wanted to isolate Ao Tian. This Luo Wenhao was not simple. Luo Wenhao, aren't you being a busybody? Do you think that you can stop me with your abilities? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? So what if I want the divine burying flag? Ao Tian harumphed. The divine burying flag belongs to little brother. It's not good for your Ao clan to take it by force. From what I know, if it wasn't for Ao Feng, I think this little brother wouldn't have killed him. If he didn't kill Ao Feng, his life would be in danger. I'm afraid that no one would show mercy to him. Do you need others to teach you about this? It's the law of the jungle. You know it better than anyone else. Luo Wenhao said faintly. Humph. I don't care who he is. I don't care what the reason is. He killed the people of my Ao clan. I must take revenge. Even if it's for the divine burying flag, I will do anything. Why do you have to be so hypocritical here? If you're not convinced, let's have a showdown. Ao Tian said. No. Not. Ao Feng is dead. It can only be said that he was not as skilled. At this moment, you should know better than anyone that I will not stand idly by. I will definitely be friends with Brother Jiangchen. If you want to snatch Brother Jiangchen's divine burying flag, I will not agree. Think about it. If you think you can fight against the two of us, I will be happy to accompany you. Luo Wenhao spoke righteously. However, Jiangchen knew that he had his own motives. If Luo Wenhao could rope him in, Ao Tian would definitely not dare to do anything. Luo Wenhao's words infuriated Ao Tian. However, he was not a reckless man. If he were to make a move and Jiangchen and Luo Wenhao went all out, he would most likely lose terribly. It was not impossible for him to lose his life like Ao Feng. However, he would definitely not let this matter rest. And the Ao clan would not let this matter rest either. Great! Luo Wenhao, you're great. Aotian smirked and looked at Xianxia. I'll spare your life for now. However, I believe that you will not leave this place alive. I'm happy to accompany you. I also believe that you might not be able to walk out of this place alive. Xianxia smiled. At this moment, the entire refinement god palace was engulfed in flames. Everyone was feeling immense pressure. The heart fire had reached its limit. In the weapon tomb not far away, the Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was also engulfed in flames, as if an extremely powerful force was about to be born. Shit. It's the fire spirit. The birth of the fire spirit will destroy the world. The Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was left behind by that senior. The fire spirit is sealed within it. The sword spirit of the Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber has been devoured by the fire spirit. Fire spirit? Isn't that one of the things that the craftsman god valued the most? That's the source of life to refine a divine tool. Aotian's eyes were burning with greed. This thing was a real treasure. Moreover, the fire spirit seemed to have fused with the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade. It was obvious how terrifying the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade was. It should be able to reach the level of a heavenly divine tool. Fire spirit. It's the legendary fire spirit. Luo Wenhao said in shock. The value of the fire spirit was even more tempting than the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade. Even though it had fused with the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade, it was still extremely terrifying. Legend has it that the fire spirit is the craftsman god's love. Obtaining the fire spirit would mean obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her words were still filled with love for the fire spirit. The flame rose up and swept across the sky. A tongue of fire even spurted out from the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade. It was quite terrifying. Countless fire snakes covered the sky and the earth. The surrounding divine tools seemed to be melting. Everyone was trying their best to resist it. However, the fire spirit was too terrifying. It triggered the heart fire in their body. The flame of the fire spirit was even more overbearing than Xianxia's flame. This is not a simple fire spirit's flame. It's the strongest flame in the world, karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He looked extremely solemn. Impossible. Is the fire spirit formed by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Aotian was shocked and even a little guilty. Because the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was not something that they could control. Moreover, it burned all karmic obstacles. Anyone below the Divine King realm would be turned into ashes in front of it. Who wouldn't be afraid of this kind of flame? Even Xianxia had heard that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was even more powerful than his flame. It was even more terrifying than the 3,000 flames dragon seal that he had fused with. Who could compete with this kind of divine fire that was created by the heavens and earth? Although Xianxia was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. They had no choice but to temporarily avoid these flames. He definitely couldn't face the enemy head-on. If he faced the enemy head-on, that would be no different from seeking his own death. Even Aotian, Luo Wenhao, and the rest were preparing to retreat to the second level of the palace. That's because the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in the refining god palace was too terrifying. At this moment, hundreds of experts rushed into the entrance of the second floor. All of them were early void gods. Even Zhang Lingyun was among them. Don't come over. Get out. Xianxia glanced at Zhang Lingyun. The latter was slightly taken aback, but he still followed everyone and rushed in. Gagaga, you want to keep the treasure for yourself? We're not to be trifled with. Help me, no, I cannot die. This is too scary. This is practically hell on earth. Hundreds of experts were either killed or heavily injured. Even Zhang Lingyun was heavily injured. He quickly retreated from the second floor of the palace. However, there were less than 20 experts left. All of them were burned to ashes by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The fire spirit's tongue of flame had taught everyone a deep lesson. It was a bloody experience. As a result, hundreds of experts' lives had been destroyed in an instant. From their point of view, Xianxia and the others wanted to keep the divine treasury for themselves. However, when they stepped into the third floor of the palace, it was already too late. The might of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was beyond their imagination. The faces of the 20 people who survived were ashen and all of them were heavily injured. If they weren't the elites among them, it would be hard for them to do anything. They would be left in the refining god palace and turned into ashes. Isn't this too terrifying? What kind of flame is this? An early void god expert murmured with an ashen face after surviving the calamity. I thought that this is the place where the divine treasury is gathered. Unfortunately, everyone is dead. There are only 20 of us left. Those people didn't even have the time to react before they were burned to ashes. It's terrifying. The divine treasury is actually a burial ground. Some of them couldn't help but sigh. Their eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people died on the spot. Everyone knew how terrifying the fire spirit was. Moreover, it was able to kill without leaving a trace. This refining god palace really lived up to its name of refining god. How have you been, Zhang Lingyun? Xianxia gave Zhang Lingyun a glance. The latter smiled bitterly and nodded. He had broken through all the demons and monsters, narrowly escaped death, and finally entered the divine treasury. If it wasn't for Xianxia's reminder just now, he would have turned into ashes like the others. That scene was truly shocking and vivid in his mind. I almost died here. Thank you, brother Xianxia. You've saved my life again. Zhang Lingyun was clear that Xianxia's strength couldn't be measured with common sense. The 9th great immortal sovereign was just a cover. He didn't even dare to guess how strong Xianxia really was. Xianxia and the others had already retreated from the refining god palace. The range of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus seemed to be greatly restricted. On the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, the fire spirit that looked like a fairy was jumping around. Its aura was also rapidly weakening. The aura of the fire spirit is weakening. It won't be long before we can rush in. Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. Obviously, he was determined to get the fire spirit. Brother Xianxia, if you can help me get the fire spirit, my god Luo clan will definitely repay your kindness. I, Luo Wenhao, will never forget it. Luo Wenhao's expression was solemn as he looked at Xianxia. All right. Xianxia looked at Aotian with interest. There was no other reason. He just couldn't stand the arrogant Aotian. His eyes were on the top of his head. Moreover, he and the Ao clan were already at each other's throats. It would be unwise to offend the god Luo clan at this time. Not to mention that Luo Wenhao had helped him out earlier. Xianxia was definitely not an ungrateful person. On the contrary, he would definitely take revenge. A drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. He understood this principle. The god Luo clan must be a prominent clan in the divine world. Otherwise, how could they have the opportunity to enter this place? It won't take long. As long as the fire spirit's aura weakens, it's completely possible to obtain it. I must get this fire spirit. A fire spirit that can release the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is extremely terrifying. After thousands of years, even this fire spirit might not be able to withstand the corrosion of time. It will eventually decline. The aura of the fire spirit seems to be declining rapidly. Longshan said in a deep voice. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's still not something we can touch. Zhang Lingyun smiled bitterly as he looked at Longshan. He was still a cannon fodder here. After feeling the terrifying strength of Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao, and the others, he completely dispelled the thought of competing with them for the fire spirit. It was important to know one's own strength. It was obvious that Zhang Lingyun was not someone who was going to die. He knew that compared to the top experts, he was still too weak. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, once the battle was imminent, it would be even more difficult for him to rush forward. The strength of these people far surpassed everyone else. You don't have to be discouraged. Boy, those two people are not from the immortal world. They are from the divine world. Longshan patted Zhang Lingyun's shoulder and said. Zhang Lingyun took a deep breath. He was even more impressed in his heart. Right now, he did not have any ability to compete. If he could go out with Xianxia, he would be satisfied. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Those people who wanted to compete for the divine treasury without thinking were the best examples. In the end, they would die without a burial place. The aura of the fire spirit has finally subsided? Ling Tianba's eyes flickered. He naturally wanted a share of the spoils, but seeing Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eagerness to make a move, he and Bing Chan could only watch from afar. In a battle between true experts, they were still inferior. Even experts like Ling Tianba and Bing Chan have given up on the fight. Right now, Zhang Lingyun's heart was extremely clear. If Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were to fight, they would not have any chance at all. If the two of you can lend me a hand, my Ao clan will definitely remember it. As long as the two of you can help me obtain the fire spirit, I will allow the two of you to enter the Ao clan's dragon pool to cultivate. Perhaps the two of you don't know that even heavenly god powerhouses hope to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. As a member of the dragon clan, I disdain to lie, and I disdain to be calculated with you. Ao Tian's words moved Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Although you saved my life, I have to take responsibility for my future. I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you in this battle. Ling Tianba looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Ha ha ha, everyone has their own choices. I believe I also understand the principle of a wise man submits to circumstances. Bing Chan giggled. The two of them stood beside Ao Tian. Good. Good. My Ao clan won't treat you unfairly. You too, we'll be depending on you this time. Jiang Chen looked at Ao Tian. This guy was not stupid. He was worried that he would be surrounded by everyone, so he first won over Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. Although these two people were not too strong, at least they were enough to deal with Long Shan and Jiang Chen. It's time for us to act. This fire spirit can't fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. Luo Wenhao sneered. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Jiang Chen took the lead to attack. Ao Tian faced Luo Wenhao, while Jiang Chen and Long Shan were not slow either. However, they were stopped by Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. Ling Tianba, you're really shameless. Now it seems that Jiang Chen saving you is equivalent to saving an ingrate. Long Shan sneered and said. He was even more disdainful of Ling Tianba. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This is the principle of natural selection. To be strong, one must be fearless. Ling Tianba said proudly. Well said. Today, I'll send you to heaven. I'll let you know what a real strong person is. Killing a heartless person like you will make your death worthwhile. Long Shan pointed his rod at the void and instantly took action. He fought with Ling Tianba. Horrifying attacks, layers upon layers of rod shadow swept across everything, instantly suppressing Ling Tianba. Long Shan hated ungrateful people the most. Naturally, he would not show any mercy to Ling Tianba. Master Jiang Chen, I'm really helpless. You have to show some mercy. Bing Chan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Her posture was elegant and graceful. She turned her head and smiled. However, Jiang Chen was not someone who had never seen a beautiful woman before. Naturally, he would not be seduced by her charm. Even if Goddess Luo was in front of him, he would not be moved at all. After all, his wife was a celestial being. Compared to Bing Chan, she was even better. Being used to eating delicacies, how could he be moved by a pheasant? That was completely impossible. I'm sorry to block my way. No matter if it's a man or a woman, I won't show any mercy. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Leave it to me. You go and help Luo Wenhao. Goddess Luo stared at Jiang Chen and said faintly. Bing Chan couldn't even be compared to her. Bing Chan always had a hint of flirtatiousness, and Goddess Luo's fairy-like beauty was not something that Bing Chan could match up to. Since Goddess Luo is willing to take action personally, I'll go and meet this Ao Tian. If I can tear off his dragon tendon once, I can do it again. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Everyone could not help but tremble. This guy's eyes were still as vicious as before. They all knew what Jiang Chen did just now. Even if Bing Chan was extremely charming, she knew that if she fought against Jiang Chen, she would most likely lose. She might not even be a match for him. But now that it was Goddess Luo, the pressure on her was reduced by a lot. Brother Luo, let me give you a hand. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step ascended to the sky, pressing against Ao Tian. the explosive azure dragon's 5 steps, each step broke through the void. Even Aotian had to use his full strength, each step was more powerful than the previous one. Azure Dragon goes to sea. Aotian struck out a terrifying attack. His palms were like thunder, wreaking havoc in the sky. At this moment, Xianxia was actually on par with Aotian. Even Luo Wenhao was slightly shocked. This guy is too terrifying. How is this possible? This guy is actually on par with me? Aotian was shocked. Just now, Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was like ascending to the sky in one step. Moreover, Xianxia had already seen through his Azure Dragon goes to sea. Although Xianxia could not completely suppress him, he was able to avoid his attack. This crazy attack had bought Luo Wenhao enough time. Luotian's sword shocks the 9 heavens. Luo Wenhao's sword was like a dancing phoenix. The sword light swept across all directions, pressing against Aotian. The latter could not resist it at all. He could only give it his all. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Aotian could not withstand the sharpness of the sword and was instantly forced to retreat. His face was extremely pale. The 3 figures were constantly intertwining as they rushed towards the fire spirit. At this moment, everyone wanted to obtain the fire spirit. Once they obtained the fire spirit, their combat strength would increase greatly. Moreover, Luo Wenhao and Aotian were very clear about how terrifying the fire spirit was. F***ck off. You're just a smelly bug. How dare you flaunt in front of me? Luo Wenhao sneered. His 9 revolution sword technique slashed through the void, making it hard for Proud Heaven to do anything. On the other hand, Xianxia, who had mastered the great divination art, had already seen through Proud Heaven's every move. Before Aotian could make a move, he was already stopped by Xianxia. Xianxia had seized the initiative step by step. Aotian had completely become the target of the two. He was completely suppressed by Xianxia and Luo Wenhao to the point that he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, his aura had also weakened tremendously. I'll go get the fire spirit. Help me stop him, brother Xianxia. Luo Wenhao said. Xianxia nodded and went after Proud Heaven. Proud Heaven wanted to stop Luo Wenhao, but there was nothing he could do. F***ck off, you brat. The fire spirit is mine. No one can get it. Proud Heaven was enraged. His roar was deafening like thunder. The fire spirit was full of spirituality. It soared into the sky with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, heading straight for the 4th floor, the fallen god palace. Bang! The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade smashed through the door of the fallen god palace and shot out. Luo Wenhao followed closely behind. At the same time, Xianxia and Proud Heaven also came forward. They retreated as they fought and entered the 4th floor of the fallen god palace. Tiles flew everywhere, and rubble stood in great numbers. The 4th floor of the palace was filled with an ancient charm, and there were skeletons everywhere. However, these skeletons were golden, glistening with brilliance. Even after millions of years had passed, divine light was still resplendent. There were divine weapons scattered everywhere. The light from the divine weapons seemed to have dimmed. However, these golden skeletons still shone faintly. It made people have the urge to worship them. There were dozens of golden skeletons that shone brightly. Xianxia felt that it was quite mystical. These people must have been extremely terrifying when they were alive. However, they all died here in the end. The skeletons are shining brightly. They are at least divine king level. Even after forging the divine bones, they still couldn't escape death. Did the fallen god palace really have fallen god kings? Luo Wenhao's words caused Xianxia and Aotian to tremble. Looks like the 4th level seemed calm, but it was actually even more terrifying. The ground was filled with scabbards and sword holes. It looked like a pool of swords. How could this be? Where did the fire spirit go? Luo Wenhao furrowed his brows. Xianxia and Aotian also stopped. It seemed that the fire spirit had escaped into it and disappeared. Another bronze throne. Xianxia squinted his eyes. There was another bronze throne with different patterns. At this moment, Xianxia wanted to keep the bronze throne without hesitation. However, a white jade skeleton and a white jade divine sword caught his attention. Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao each took one of the items. Xianxia looked at the bronze throne and the bronze throne in front of him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The white jade sword was taken by Luo Wenhao, and the white jade skeleton was taken by Ao Tian. Xianxia didn't hesitate to keep the bronze throne. The two of them didn't care at all. At this moment, a 39-foot-tall bronze statue of a deity rose from the ground. Its long beard fell to the ground. Its aura was majestic and domineering. Although it was a statue made of bronze, its eyes were vivid as if they could see through all living things. Under the statue, there was a huge divine cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. One side was engraved with mountains and grass, while the other side was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. It was also bronze in color. It gave people a feeling that it was all-encompassing. It seemed that this divine cauldron could forge anything. This is? Xianxia was shocked. This was the only divine weapon in the entire divine treasure that moved him. Myriad Chi Cauldron. It's her. She finally appeared. Ha ha ha. Ao Tian laughed wildly. The passion in his eyes was indescribable. Myriad Chi Cauldron. It's really the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Luo Wenhao didn't hesitate either. The two of them quickly flew towards the Myriad Chi Cauldron. The huge cauldron was shocking. There was even green smoke rising from the cauldron. Myriad Chi Cauldron? It seems that this is the real treasure. Xianxia smiled. Although the fire spirit was gone, the value of the Myriad Chi Cauldron seemed to be more tempting than the fire spirit. Because the Myriad Chi Cauldron was majestic and magnificent. Even he was tempted. Xianxia didn't want to be outdone. The three of them quickly approached the Myriad Chi Cauldron. However, the Myriad Chi Cauldron suddenly shone brightly. The three of them were injured by the strong light. The Myriad Chi Cauldron's domineering aura didn't allow others to approach it. What a domineering cauldron! Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. He looked solemn. It seems that the Myriad Chi Cauldron isn't that easy to get. Xianxia also looked solemn. If you want to get the Myriad Chi Cauldron, it all depends on luck. How can an ordinary person be qualified to own the Myriad Chi Cauldron? Ao Tian sneered. However, at this moment, a shadow broke through the sky and arrived. The shadow's strength had reached the late Void God realm. Another supreme expert? Xianxia was slightly stunned. However, he found out that the person who came was none other than Moling Dongchen. How could his strength be so powerful? Sure enough, you've hidden a lot of your strength. I can't help it. This time, I'm here for the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Moling Dongchen glanced at Xianxia and smiled indifferently. His strength was not any weaker than Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao. He might even be stronger than them. Who are you? Ao Tian asked in a deep voice. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Xianxia and Luo Wenhao were in a mess. Xianxia didn't seem to know that his teammate was so powerful. It seemed like he was kept in the dark. Mo family, Moling Dongchen. The Mo family of the Eastern Divine Region? Ao Tian said in a deep voice. He never thought that other than the God Luo clan, even the people from the Eastern Divine Region would interfere. Furthermore, it was the powerful Mo clan. Compared to the Ao clan, the Mo clan was only stronger and not weaker. Furthermore, in terms of strength, if the Dragon clan was not included, the Ao clan alone would not be a match for the Mo clan. Even the God Luo clan would have to show some respect. This was the power of the Mo family, therefore, even Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao looked incomparably solemn. The appearance of the Mo family meant that the changes in the divine tomb were no longer a secret. At least, the three great families of the divine world had received the news. This is really ironic. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. He had protected Moling Dongchen all the way here. It seemed like Moling Dongchen's strength was the most terrifying. I'm sorry, brother Xianxia. I must get this Myriad Chi Cauldron. I've lied to you before, please forgive me. However, this is related to the inheritance of the craftsman god. I have to do this. Xianxia frowned and said in confusion. Inheritance of the craftsman god? Yes, the inheritance of the craftsman god. I think the other two friends are familiar with it, right? The craftsman god was the divine world's supreme artifact refining grandmaster. He died 73 million years ago. However, the craftsman god was arrogant and was unwilling to die. In the end, he set up a divine treasury in the divine tomb. Whoever obtains the fire spirit will obtain the craftsman god's inheritance. Whoever obtains the myriad chi cauldron will be able to refine all living things, even ghosts, and gods will weep. In the past, the craftsman god was a true supreme being of the divine world. Although he only had the strength of a mid-god emperor, no one below the god emperor realm was his opponent. He was known as the world's #1 emperor. Even the god emperor had to respect him. After all, he was the best blacksmith in the world. One could imagine how powerful and respected he was. In the end, the craftsman god met with misfortune. However, no one knew the reason behind it. The craftsman god fell, the god emperor lamented, and the god emperor sighed. However, the craftsman god seized the fortune of heaven and earth to forge the divine treasury. Many god emperors wanted to have a glimpse of the craftsman god's glory. Unfortunately, it was impossible for those above the true gods to enter the divine tomb. Not even a god emperor could do it. The laws of the god's tomb governed the supreme experts of the divine realm. The god's tomb was the final resting place of the dead spirits of the divine realm. Under the heavens, everyone is searching for the craftsman god's inheritance. Finally, at this time, the ancestor of my Mo clan deduced the location of the craftsman god's inheritance. That's why we came here. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. Thank you for informing me. However, I really like this myriad chi cauldron. I'm afraid that this battle is unavoidable. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Even if he did not hear Moling Dongchen's words, he would not give up. How could he not see the miraculousness of this myriad chi cauldron? Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eyes were glowing green. One could imagine. Then let's talk with our strength. Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao, what about you two? The myriad chi cauldron belongs to the virtuous. Does your Mo clan really think that our dragon clan is afraid of you? Ao Tian said arrogantly. Dragon clan? Hee, you can't represent the dragon clan. You're just a branch that betrayed the dragon clan. Ao clan, why would my Mo clan be afraid of you? Moling Dongchen's arrogance soared to the sky. The current him indeed had the capital to be so arrogant. Even Jiangchen did not expect him to have such a terrifying side. Even that little loach is so arrogant. My Luo god clan naturally can't fall behind. Luo Wenhao's ridicule caused Ao Tian's face to turn ashen. But at this moment, he knew that the battle could start at any time. Because the myriad chi cauldron was worth fighting for with one's life. If he could obtain the myriad chi cauldron, he might even be able to become the future family head. This myriad chi cauldron is mine. Whoever wants to snatch it from me will have to step over my body. Ao Tian gripped his spear tightly as he battled with Jiangchen. Then I'll take you on. After killing your little brother, you, as his older brother, will still have to accompany him in the netherworld. Jiangchen said with a smile. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. An ed like that can't even be mentioned in the same breath as me. Ao Tian's spear shone brightly and spots of cold light surged up. The void was shattered and turned into rays of light, rushing towards Jiangchen. Great! Jiangchen shouted in a low voice and charged forward. This battle was unavoidable. Because he also wanted to obtain the myriad chi cauldron. On the other side, Luo Wenhao did not hold back and fought with Moling Dongchen. It was quite intense. Metal clashed and battle chi soared up to the sky. True dragon palm. Jiangchen's palm covered the sky and pressed down on Ao Tian. Ao Tian quickly retreated. At this moment, his strength had increased again and reached the peak void god realm. At this moment, Jiangchen had used all his skills. The 5 elements combat dragon seal and the slaughter dragon seal could not pose any threat to Ao Tian. Dragon scale protection. Ao Tian roared furiously. His strength had increased without a doubt. As the most important person in the Ao clan and the person who could enter the divine tomb, it was imaginable that he needed great courage and strength to do so. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiangchen unleashed his ultimate killing technique. However, his strength was too weak. A peak ninth grade immortal sovereign versus a peak void god. There was a difference of 3 minor levels between them. Even if Xianxia's talent was heaven-defying, he still found it hard to deal with this. After all, Aotian was not an ordinary peak void god expert. He was the best among the best. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Aotian let out a furious roar. His terrifying combat strength instantly crushed Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia quickly retreated with a pale face. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. Plus, he had not fully recovered from his previous injuries, which made him at a disadvantage right now. Aotian's roar was filled with rage. Sure enough, you have some ability. I can only avoid it temporarily. Xianxia quickly retreated. At this moment, he knew that Aotian had the intention to kill him. As a true great clan, Aotian's trump card was within Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen's expectation. However, Xianxia was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Go to hell. Heaven and earth roar. Roar, Xianxia did not want to be outdone. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had increased by 10 times. His strength had reached the middle void god realm. However, under Aotian's ferocious attack, he still felt a little tired. If Xianxia was at his peak, he might not be afraid of Aotian. However, he was injured now. Your dragon transformation is simply nondescript. You brought shame to our dragon clan. Aotian roared furiously. He was fighting with Xianxia with his physical body. Both of them were using the most primitive force. No matter if it was Aotian's dragon scale protection or Xianxia's dragon transformation, they were both shocking to the eyes. After all, the battle between the two of them was a battle of fists and flesh. There was nothing fancy about it. Aotian wanted to use the impact of his body to thoroughly convince Xianxia of his loss and shock everyone, to show the dignity of the dragon clan. At this moment, Xianxia's great divination art had helped him a lot. Every time Aotian attacked, Xianxia would be able to predict Aotian's moves. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. The battle between the two of them was very bloody. Xianxia was dominating. Compared to Aotian's dragon scale protection, Xianxia was even more ferocious. How is this possible? This guy's strength is too terrifying. His body is even stronger than the dragon clans. Who is he? This nondescript dragon transformation is truly abominable. Aotian was extremely furious. However, he could not defeat Xianxia in such a short period of time. Instead, he had forced himself into a predicament. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. Aotian said faintly. However, his face turned cold at this moment. Soaring Dragon Technique, Heavenly Dragon Strike. Aotian unleashed his most terrifying Heavenly Dragon Strike. Xianxia held the Heavenly Dragon Sword and slashed down. The cold light was piercing through the 9 regions and 8 wastelands. However, Xianxia was still sent flying by Aotian. To think that you're still alive after taking my Heavenly Dragon Strike. On the other side, the battle had also reached its climax. Luo Wenhao was being pushed back by Moling Dongchen. His face looked terrible and he might be defeated at any time. You're not my match. Get lost. The folding fan in Moling Dongchen's hand surged. It was comparable to a divine weapon. It was shining brightly and unstoppable. His white robe was untainted by dust. He flew towards Luo Wenhao with a domineering aura. I won't let go even if I die. Luo Wenhao was also unafraid of death because the myriad chi cauldron was too important. It was the only divine weapon of the craftsman god. It could move mountains and fill the sea. It could smelt everything. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an existence that surpassed the heavenly divine weapon? Would they be jealous? Of course, it was impossible for them to enter the divine tomb with their strength alone. They were here to fight for the myriad chi cauldron with the hopes of their families. Once they succeeded, they would be like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Their fate would also undergo a qualitative change. Luo Wenhao glanced at Goddess Luo. As long as he could get the myriad chi cauldron, Goddess Luo would definitely become his woman. But now, his strength was far from enough to get Goddess Luo. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. why bother? I don't want to kill anyone. Moling Dongchen let out a sigh. Feather fan and silk scarf, vanishing oars. Moling Dongchen held the folding fan in his hand and fanned the wind. It was even more powerful than the divine burying flag in Jiangchen's hand. Because he was too powerful. He was not on the same level as Jiangchen. The hurricane swept across. Luo Wenhao exerted all his strength to resist the violent waves. But he was still no match for Moling Dongchen. He was blown away by the feather fan and spat out blood. Now, it's your turn. Moling Dongchen looked at Ao Tian. At this moment, Ao Tian was approaching Jiangchen. He wanted to take Jiangchen's life. However, Jiangchen would not sit still. If he really wanted to escape, no one could catch him. However, if he were to leave just like that, he wouldn't be able to forgive his own heart. In this life, he was destined to move forward with an indomitable will, to challenge the world, to become an invincible supreme expert. Jiangchen punched out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Proud heaven directly went up to meet it. Jiangchen was forced back once again, and his face turned ashen. And at this moment, he was finally going to break through. Once a ninth-grade immortal sovereign was crossed, it would be the difference between an immortal and a mortal, reaching the heavens with a single step. However, at this moment, Moling Dongchen didn't just watch Ao Tian attack Jiangchen. Instead, he went up to Ao Tian. Get lost. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Moling Dongchen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was ready to kill Ao Tian. The feather fan was extraordinarily sharp. It was like picking leaves and flowers, sweeping across everything. Even though Ao Tian had the strength of a peak void god, it was still difficult for him to fight against Moling Dongchen. He staggered backwards with a pale face. You shouldn't have tried to kill him. Moling Dongchen glanced at Jiangchen and shook his head. Thank you. Jiangchen smiled faintly. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. You've saved me before. Moling Dongchen remained calm. He launched another attack towards Ao Tian. After 3 consecutive attacks, Ao Tian was forced to take a few steps back. He had completely lost the initiative. Although Moling Dongchen was a peak late void god like him, Moling Dongchen was too powerful. Moreover, the feather fan in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Old ancestor, save me. Ao Tian's pupils shrank as he saw Moling Dongchen's killing intent. He didn't have any chance to escape. He screamed and his face turned pale. Mo family's boy, you're so mighty. An old and deep voice reverberated in the fallen god palace. You shouldn't have appeared. Moling Dongchen looked at the shadow in front of Ao Tian and said to Leng Leng. I know. I didn't want to appear either. It's a pity that the myriad chi cauldron is too tempting. The gray-robed elder smiled and shook his head. The appearance of this person made Jiangchen feel a terrifying pressure. This person's strength could only be described with one word, unfathomable. Are you sure you want to take action? If that's the case, even a hierarch expert might not be able to protect you. Moling Dongchen continued. I'm willing to make such a contribution to the Ao clan even if I have to die. People should always leave something behind for themselves in this life. And they should leave something behind for the younger generation. Hee hee. The gray-robed elder smiled and said. What a lunatic. I hope you won't be known by that place. Otherwise, even if you're from the Dragon Clan, you won't have any face. Moling Dongchen sneered. That's not something you need to worry about. I won't take action against you. Get lost. I'm here for the myriad chi cauldron. I won't hesitate even if I have to sacrifice my life. Of course, there's also that kid. He killed the people of my Ao family. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The gray-robed elder looked at Jiangchen. When their eyes met, Jiangchen felt an incomparably strong pressure. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. However, his eyes were fearless. This was the dignity and vigor of an expert. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. What a domineering brat. You can actually remain calm and collected under my gaze. Interesting. But you've killed the people of the Ao family. So, you still have to die. You can't kill him. Moling Dongchen's face turned gloomy. Whoever stops me shall die. As soon as the gray-robed elder finished his words, the entire fallen god palace became solemn at this moment. You'll have to pay the price for killing me, Xianxia said in disdain. Although my strength can only reach the realm of a half-step true god, it's more than enough to kill you. The gray-robed elder turned around and was about to attack Xianxia. However, the entire fallen god palace trembled at this moment. Even the myriad chi cauldron was blazing with fire. Apparently, the fire spirit was in it. Not good. The fire spirit seems to have some kind of connection with the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron can even melt the body of a divine emperor or a god emperor. Moling Dongchen's expression changed drastically. He was even more shocked than when he saw the gray-robed elder. The fire spirit is wreaking havoc. It's going to combine with the myriad chi cauldron to forge the fourth floor of the refining god palace. Such an overbearing craftsman god. Such a terrifying myriad chi cauldron. The gray-robed elder took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Hurry up. Once the fire spirit forms an encirclement, the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron will come out and turn into a sea of fire. It's even more terrifying than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Moling Dongchen shouted and glanced at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also realized that he was in great danger. The refining god palace really lived up to its name. It really lived up to its name. This was the key to refining one's spirit. Luo Wenhao and Ao Tian left the place quickly with a solemn expression. If they were a step slower, they would be devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I can't stay here for long. Xianxia instantly broke through the sky and tried to escape. However, he was stopped by the gray-robed elder. Boy, it's impossible for you to leave. Ha ha ha. You killed my clansman. Today, I'll bury you in this sea of fire. The gray-robed elder sneered. Old ancestor, hurry up and leave. You go first. I'm leaving. This place can't trap me. The gray-robed elder glanced at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, Moling Dongchen, and Luo Wenhao quickly retreated. Xianxia's face turned pale. This old bastard wants to kill me here. He's really vicious. Old bastard, are you really going to kill me here? Xianxia's words were like pearls and his eyes were cold. Of course. You deserve to die for killing my clansman. The gray-robed elder glanced at the surrounding fire dragons. They were about to surround him. However, he was able to block the fire dragons alone and completely separated Xianxia from here. The surrounding fire dragons were getting fiercer and fiercer. The gray-robed elder did not dare to challenge the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Therefore, he must leave quickly. It's a worthy death for you to die here. Ha ha ha. The divine treasury shall accompany you to the grave. After finishing his words, the gray-robed elder turned around and left. He wanted to jump out of the fourth level of the refining god palace. However, he had underestimated the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even he was completely surrounded by it. At this moment, the fourth level of the refining god palace had become a place to refine one's spirit. The myriad chi rose up and merged with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The entire refining god palace turned into a sea of fire. No, no, no. Long Shan suddenly turned his head and felt as if his heart was hit hard. Moling Dongchen and the other two escaped from the fourth floor of the refining god palace in a panic. Even Moling Dongchen, who was wearing a snow-white robe, had lost his usual elegance. His expression was extremely solemn and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Where's Xianxia? Moling Dongchen, where's Xianxia? Where's Xianxia? Long Shan asked in a deep voice. Tell me, where's Xianxia? Long Shan had a bad premonition. At this moment, the fourth floor of the refining god palace had completely collapsed. The flames were soaring to the sky. Even they could feel the blazing flames. Is Xianxia trapped in there? Long Shan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely ferocious. I don't believe it. Long Shan saw Moling Dongchen keeping quiet and immediately flew towards the fourth floor of the refining god palace. Moling Dongchen immediately blocked his way. Don't be impulsive, Long Shan. You must stay calm. Moling Dongchen's expression was terrible. However, he had to stop Longshan. He was already ashamed that he couldn't save Jiangchen. If Longshan was trapped in there, how could he face Jiangchen? Calm down. How can I calm down? I want to see him if he's alive or his corpse if he's dead. I must find him. Longshan roared and his eyes were red. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus can burn everything. With the help of the myriad chi cauldron, even a god emperor can be refined. What's the difference between you rushing in and seeking your own death? Moling Dongchen shouted in a deep voice. Longshan's eyes lit up. In the refining god palace, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus swept across the heaven and earth. The entire refining god palace was completely melted. Save me, I can't die. The gray-robed elder's face was extremely ugly. He never imagined that the Red Lotus karmic flames could even incinerate one of his avatars. In the divine world, his original body had also been incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In other words, if his avatar was destroyed, not only would his body be injured, but he would also be incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In this world, regardless of whether it was his flesh or soul, everything would be incinerated. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Jiangchen stared at the gray-robed elder and sneered. However, Jiangchen was completely unharmed in the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This was because he was surrounded by the Zulong Tower and the gray-robed elder could not see him. Why are you all right? Why? Save me, I can bring you supreme glory, I can let you become a distinguished guest of the Dragon Clan. I beg you, save me. The gray-robed elder knelt in front of Jiangchen. Fear was written all over his old face. His eyes were even dimmed. His body was completely incinerated by the raging fire. The painful wails coming from his body were even more frightening. However, Jiangchen was still unmoved. If I save him, who will save me? He would never be merciful to his enemies. When you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Jiangchen sneered and said. Looking at the gray-robed elder being incinerated in fear, his face became extremely solemn. A powerhouse of the divine world had fallen just like that. The entire Ao clan was extremely shocked. That was because the gray-robed old man was merely a clone. However, he had implicated the main body of the Ao clan. He had been incinerated and turned into ashes. His soul had dispersed, and his body had perished. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is too powerful. Even in the Zulong Tower, I can still feel the scorching heat. It's monstrous. Jiangchen couldn't help but say. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is the most powerful flame in the world, but it still couldn't break through the defense of the Zulong Tower. Ha ha ha. Although Jiangchen was also being burned, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could do nothing to him. On the contrary, Jiangchen placed the 12 fire god guards into the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The 12 fire god guards' strength instantly skyrocketed and all of them reached the peak void god realm. 12 peak void god fire god guards were enough to sweep across the divine tomb. Great! Great! Jiangchen was extremely happy. Although he didn't know when the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would burn, at least the 12 fire god guards had completed their transformation. Now, any fire god guard could stop Ao Tian. With the 12 fire god guards by his side, who could do anything to him? Huh? What a mystical pagoda. Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the myriad chi cauldron couldn't melt it. A surprised voice was heard. Jiangchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. A middle-aged man in a dark green robe was walking in the air amidst the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This made Jiangchen gasp in astonishment. The middle-aged man's expression was solemn. He had sharp eyes and a dignified appearance. He stared at the Zulong Tower for a while and was extremely shocked. Great! What a great pagoda! It's comparable to the myriad chi cauldron. The middle-aged man suddenly shone with divine light. It was as if he could see through the Zulong Tower. He looked straight at Jiangchen and said with a faint smile, "The people in the pagoda are too weak." Haha, little guy, you are a person with great luck. I was going to kill all of you, but it's a pity that you escaped. You can see me? Jiangchen took a deep breath and talked to the middle-aged man directly. The gray-robed elder could see him just now on purpose. Moreover, he had been sucked into the myriad-chi cauldron. Not even the myriad-chi cauldron could refine him. However, this middle-aged man could see through him with just a glance. Moreover, the karmic fire of the red lotus did not seem to be able to attack him at all even though it was beside him. Haha, although this pagoda is mystical, it's not difficult for me to see you. You can escape from the karmic fire of the red lotus. Not simple, not simple. In the past, even the emperor gods didn't dare to fight with my karmic fire of the red lotus. The middle-aged man let out a relaxed smile, and his eyes became amiable. You are, the craftsman god? Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. Although it was a bold idea, he had to admit that a person with such strength couldn't be an ordinary person. He could see through him in the Zulong Tower and ignore the karmic fire of the red lotus. Who could achieve such monstrous power? You have good eyes. If it wasn't for this pagoda, you might have been killed by the karmic fire of the red lotus. You've piqued my interest. Tell me, where did this pagoda come from? It's really the craftsman god. Xianxia's face was solemn. It seemed that he had met the real owner of this divine treasury. It's hard to tell. This pagoda is my secret, my only secret. If you ask me anything else, I will tell you. Xianxia was neither humble nor overbearing as he said faintly. Kid, you're not afraid of me? You're the first one who dares to refuse even my words. In the past, even the emperor gods had to bow down to me. The craftsman god squinted his eyes and said Lung Lung. Xianxia's words instantly enraged the craftsman god. Instantly, Xianxia felt an incomparably terrifying haze enveloping him, as though he was suffocating. However, he knew that within the Zulong Tower, the craftsman god would not be able to hurt him. Looks like you're really not afraid of me. The craftsman god smiled bitterly. His monstrous aura receded like the tide. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. I, Xianxia, have never respected the heavens, never feared the gods. I only believe in myself. His words were domineering. At that moment, the craftsman god's eyes glowed with brilliance. Ha 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 ha, what a good disrespecting the heavens, never feared the gods. Good lad, you're to my liking. Guts, domineering. The path of cultivation is to steal the yin and yang of heaven and earth, to seize the cycle of life and death. What you need to do is to advance courageously, to kill without equal, to disrespect the gods, ghosts, heaven and earth, to be unafraid of powerful overlords. Only then will you have the chance to tread on the path of an overlord. Senior, you're overpraising me. Right now, in your eyes, I'm just an ant. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Although he was ambitious, it did not mean that he was arrogant. He had long heard about the greatness of the craftsman god from Moling Dongchen. A great man of an era, a peerless legend of the heaven and earth, was worthy of his respect. Daring to love and hate, humble and respectful, overbearing and reasonable. Good lad, I'm liking you more and more. I've been conceited my entire life, but I'm quite accurate in judging people. The craftsman god murmured. I initially wanted to destroy the divine treasury, to lure him out. Unfortunately, I failed on the verge of success. Millions of years have passed, and he has successfully walked on the path of an overlord that belongs to him. Hee hee. The craftsman god smiled miserably, ridiculing himself. What do you mean by that, senior? Xianxia seemed to see a trace of sadness and even despair in the craftsman god's eyes. In the end, he was dispirited, hurt, and heartbroken. Actually, I want to groom you to be my successor, but I'm afraid that you will die without a burial. The craftsman god said hesitantly. Craftsman god is humble, please speak your mind. The craftsman god admired and liked Xianxia's straightforwardness. However, his heart was aching more and more because of this. Tens of millions of years have passed. Perhaps some things should be sealed away. But I can't accept it, I can't accept it. At this moment, the craftsman god did not look like a peerless expert at all. Instead, he looked like a lonely old man who was injured. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I've been proud and glorious all my life. My forging techniques are unparalleled in the world, and everyone knows about them. I once befriended another master artificer. The two of us had similar interests and felt like old friends at first sight. We became sworn brothers and didn't hide anything from each other, exchanging our experiences. However, a man's heart is not content, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I neglected this point. He originally had a certain goal in mind when he came into contact with me, but one day, he actually wanted to kill me. All for the sake of seizing the myriad chi cauldron in my hands. In the end, I was heavily injured by him. Helplessly, I died and completely fell. In the end, I became a strand of remnant soul in the divine tomb. The craftsman god's words were concise. However, from his words, Xianxia could feel his sorrow and pain. He was even surrounded by danger. A lifetime of glory was buried in the hands of the person he trusted the most. That kind of sorrow, how painful, how sad. The craftsman god was a little silent. That kind of pain, that kind of hatred, even after tens of millions of years had passed, it was still difficult to diminish. The most unforgettable thing in the ancient times, the most disdainful thing was kinship. The current him, perhaps he has already completed his path of being an overlord. Back then, I already saw his extraordinary talent. However, it's a pity that some people can never be kind. He. That's why I said that I originally wanted to destroy this divine tomb. However, I met you. You let me see my younger self. Arrogant and proud, unexcelled in the world. Even if the world was prosperous, how could it be peaceful? If you are too rigid, you will break easily. You will live a better life, and your aura will become even more majestic. However, don't be too conceited. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, miserable and miserable. A lifetime of glory will become a lifetime of sorrow. Thank you, craftsman god, for your humble teachings. Xianxia clasped his hands together and said with a trace of sincerity and humility. I wish to pass this myriad chi cauldron and my forging techniques to you. I only ask that you take revenge for me. However, this path was simply too difficult. In fact, one could lose their life at any time. Asking you, a person who has not even reached the true God realm, to find an expert who might have broken through to the Emperor realm to compete with you is too much. The craftsman god shook his head. He felt that his thoughts were a fantasy. The heavens will not disappoint those who work hard. Those who have a will succeed. Xianxia said with a stern expression. Well said. I didn't misjudge you. Since that's the case, I will pass you the craftsman god's chart. This is the one and only forging technique in the divine world. Together with the myriad chi cauldron and the karmic fire of the red lotus, it can refine anything and forge a peerless divine weapon. Thank you, master. Xianxia said with a stern expression. The word master caused the craftsman god to tremble. He shook his head and said, when you're able to kill him, you can call me master again. This disciple will keep that in mind. Alright, I'll explain to you. Divine weapons are divided into pseudo-divine weapons, heavenly divine weapons, primordial divine weapons and primordial divine weapons. As for the real peerless weapons, it's this myriad chi cauldron. Let's call it a chaotic sacred weapon. I think this pagoda of yours might also be a peerless weapon. Chaotic sacred weapon? Xianxia was shocked. He knew that the Zulong Tower was terrifying, but he did not expect the Zulong Tower to be comparable to a chaotic sacred weapon. This made Xianxia extremely excited. But it seems like it's not perfect enough. It can't be called a chaotic sacred weapon yet. The craftsman god's words made Xianxia become listless. Senior craftsman god, can you not be so short? You made me happy for nothing. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Haha, you little fella, you're quite interesting. Now, I'll teach you the art of forging. Refining weapons was definitely not an easy task, especially when it came to refining real divine weapons. First of all, the materials had to be top-notch divine objects. Get rid of the impurities and extract the essence. Finally, integrate it into the myriad chi cauldron and refine it over and over again. Only then could a real divine weapon be created. Moreover, every divine weapon was priceless. In the divine world, there were not many masters who could forge divine weapons. True blacksmiths were all treated as esteemed guests by the various clans. They were given high positions and boundless cultivation resources. Once one became a blacksmith, he would have hundreds of followers. In the divine world, not every heavenly god expert could own a heavenly god tool. It was already extremely heaven-defying to be able to obtain a divine weapon. Forging a divine weapon was heaven-defying. Every primordial divine weapon would attract a lightning tribulation to the world. Forging a divine weapon was not as simple as people thought. Furthermore, forging a divine weapon requires a strict control over the flames. Xianxia listened attentively to the craftsman god's teachings. Although these 5 flames are not as good as the karmic fire of the red lotus, they are considered as the real peerless true fire. Xianxia extended his hand. The 5 elemental true fire instantly rose from his hand. Good lad. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to have this skill. With these 5 types of true fire, you don't need to use the karmic fire of the red lotus anymore. You can only use it to refine an essence divine tool or above. Moreover, you can't use the karmic fire of the red lotus before you're strong enough to protect yourself. Once the karmic fire of the red lotus appears, it will definitely cause a great commotion. At that time, that person will also appear. I understand. Xianxia said. All right. I will teach you how to choose the materials, quench and forge weapons now. The craftsman god continued to explain to Xianxia. Don't stop me. I must find Xianxia. Lan Shisan's eyes flickered as he stared at Moling Dongchen. At this moment, even if a divine king was here, he would not be able to stop him from moving forward. Lan Shisan, calm down. If Xianxia was here, he would not let you die like this. Luo Wenhao said in a deep voice. Lan Shisan, you should know how terrifying that place is. Once you go in, you will definitely die. The karmic fire of the red lotus is not something that a human body can withstand. Moling Dongchen tried to dissuade Lan Shisan again and again. The 2 of them did not want him to do anything stupid. Even if I die, I must find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Because he's my brother. Lan Shisan's words made Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao silent. The phrase, he's my brother, made everyone at the scene speechless. They felt gratified for Xianxia. With such a brother, what more could they ask for? The 2 of them did not stop Lan Shisan anymore because they knew that they could only stop him for a while, but not forever. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to go there. Knowing that he's going to die, but he still did not turn back. Who would not admire such a brother? I don't know if he's really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Luo Wenhao murmured. He was speechless because he knew that he couldn't stop Lan Shisan. Perhaps, this is fate. Goddess Luo whispered. When she looked at the 4th level of the refining god palace, she actually felt a tinge of pity. Xianxia was unparalleled in the world, but he was trapped in the refining god palace forever. Lan Shisan charged towards the 4th level of the refining god palace without hesitation. At this moment, another black-robed figure appeared beside Ao Tian with a cold expression. Old ancestor has gone. We must get the myriad chi cauldron. We must do this even if we are discovered. This is the only opportunity for our Ao clan to rise. The black-robed elder's words shocked everyone present. Even their ancestor was trapped inside and his strength was close to that of a true god. It seemed that the karmic fire of the red lotus could burn everything in its path. Even the ancestor of the Ao family was devoured by the karmic fire of the red lotus? Moling Dongchen took a deep breath. He thought that the old ancestor of the Ao clan would be able to escape and the one here was just a clone. He never expected that even a clone could be burned by the karmic fire of the red lotus. Even the original body could not escape. Everyone was terrified of the karmic fire of the red lotus. This Lan Shisan is really a dead end. Even 9 bulls can't pull him back. At this moment, even Ling Tianba, who was defeated by Lan Shisan, could not help but sigh. I can only say that he values his brotherhood too much. As long as he doesn't see Xianxia's corpse, he will not believe it. Unfortunately, this is the karmic fire of the red lotus. Even a god emperor is afraid of the true fire of the heavens and earth. Luo Wenhao murmured. Everyone was waiting for the karmic fire of the red lotus to extinguish completely. At that moment, they would fight for the myriad chi cauldron again. At that time, the myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit would not have such great power anymore. The refining god palace was indeed a place to refine all true gods. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Jiangchen, you son of a b*tch, come out. Long Shan roared continuously. The moment he jumped into the fourth level of the refining god palace, he felt a burning sensation. Although the feeling was strong and uncomfortable, he did not refine it. Even Long Shan felt a little strange about it. Damn it. It's not an ordinary flame. Why am I fine? Long Shan mumbled and began to search for Jiangchen's traces in the refining god palace. He shouted loudly but no one responded. He did not believe it. He did not believe that Jiangchen would die just like that. If he was dead, he would not see his corpse. As long as he did not see Jiangchen, he would not give up. Long Shan felt that his heart was filled with anger. Although the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did not burn him, he was in extreme pain. As time passed, all the flames burned him to the point where it was difficult for him to even walk. Cough cough, cough cough, Long Shan searched the entire refining god palace but he could not find Jiangchen. At this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in his body burst out. The fire was burning his eyes. At this moment, Long Shan was in extreme pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. His eyes were burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and gradually became blurry. His sight gradually lost its brightness. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Long Shan walked with difficulty. He could only feel the stones to cross the river. He could not find any trace of Jiangchen. My eyes, my eyes. Long Shan roared like thunder as he waved his iron rod. However, the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus became more and more severe. His eyes were completely burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He could not see any light anymore. Long Shan rubbed his eyes. At this moment, he felt like he was being burned by the fire. It was so painful that he wanted to die. He felt like he was going to be devoured by the fire. Starting from his eyes, his entire head felt like it was going to explode. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus caused severe damage to Long Shan's body. However, his eyes were the worst. He had become a real blind man. He could not see anything around him. I don't believe it. My eyes. I'm a natural stone monkey. Water and fire cannot harm me. Who can do anything to me? Long Shan pointed his iron rod to the sky. His voice was like a great bell. In an instant, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in Long Shan's eyes became stronger than before. Long Shan's eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, Long Shan could finally see the things in front of him clearly. However, there was nothing else. There was only fire. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Long Shan ran out of the refining god palace. He was naked and his clothes were burned to ashes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could escape from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Long Shan covered his eyes with his hands. All he could see was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He actually survived? Luo Wenhao murmured as he looked at Long Shan from afar. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock because Long Shan's strength was far beyond his imagination. No one had expected that Long Shan could walk out from the refining god palace. Even though he looked miserable, he still survived. It's unbelievable. These two fellas are so unbelievable. Moling Dongchen's face was solemn. Although everyone could not believe the scene in front of them, it was real and real. Draconic Shan was indeed still alive. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, it was undeniable that this fellow was terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was. Long Shan was the first person in the world to be able to resist the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Since he's Jiangchen's accomplice, even if he survived, he must die. The black-robed elder's eyes flashed with cold light. His killing intent was revealed. To him, killing Long Shan was his biggest mission. His clansmen were killed by Jiangchen. He must get revenge. Old ancestor, kill him. This fella is Jiangchen's accomplice. We must not let him live. Ao Tian's face turned gloomy. He hated Jiangchen to the core. Along with Jiangchen's death, this hatred was unleashed on Long Shan. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my palm. The black-robed elder said indifferently. He was calm and confident. He didn't need to go all out to deal with an early void god. My eyes. My eyes. Xianxia fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was his first time experiencing such pain in his life. It was as if his eyes were going to be peeled off. Xianxia covered his eyes tightly. He might die from the pain at any time. He's just trash. Even if he escaped from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, he's still trash. The black-robed elder went straight towards Xianxia. Using fulgurating shadows, he arrived at Xianxia in an instant. His thunderous palm wind roared and shook the heavens and earth. Even Moling Dongchen couldn't react in time. Moreover, this black-robed elder was much stronger than them. Although this elder was just a shadow, his actual strength was probably at the heavenly god realm or even divine king realm. He must not be underestimated. His strength was infinitely close to that of a true god, but the true god realm was a threshold that he could not surpass. Xianxia's body suddenly shook and a burst of flames burst out from his body. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Although it was not big, it was still quite terrifying. No one dared to face the karmic fire of the Red Lotus directly. What a strange kid. The more it's like this, the more I want to kill you to prevent future troubles. The black-robed elder dashed forward again. But at this moment, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. Xianxia instantly opened his eyes. Two dazzling flames burst out from his eyes and aimed at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. His whole body was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No one had expected that Xianxia would have such a terrifying technique at this moment. With just a divine light, the black-robed elder was surrounded by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and burned. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Because at this moment, Xianxia's eyes were filled with flames. In his eyes, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was dancing. It was like a pair of eyes that could see through all the evils in the world. That kind of gaze was terrifying. With just a gaze, the black-robed elder lost all his combat strength and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No. I can't die. I can't die. I beg you, don't kill me. The black-robed elder's shriek was exactly the same as the old ancestor of the Ao clan. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, even a shadow of their will could be burned. Even their real bodies could not escape from the fate of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who wouldn't be afraid of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Xianxia's expression was solemn as he let out a roar. His domineering aura soared through the sky. No one dared to look at his eyes. No one dared to experience the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The golden light was dazzling. Everywhere that the divine light passed through, nothing could be left alive. Golden fiery eyes. Ha ha ha. Golden fiery eyes. Xianxia laughed madly. His heart was filled with an incomparably violent will, as if the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had corroded his mind. But at this moment, who dared to speak? A peak void god expert was killed with just a gaze. Xianxia had obtained a great opportunity in the burning fire. This was something that no one else could compare to. Even if someone told them that they might not die after entering the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, who would dare to do it? This was a kind of persistence. It was also a kind of deep love for one's brother. Only Xianxia dared to do it. Hence, he was not burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Instead, he obtained a great opportunity. Golden fiery eyes. The current Xianxia's eyes were like torches. They were more terrifying than any divine weapon. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus spurted out wherever it passed through. You, die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my brother. Xianxia roared and took a step forward. His aura was like that of a bull, causing the late void god Ao Tian to lose his ability to fight. Ao Tian was stunned and didn't know what to do. Jiangchen's death has nothing to do with me. Ao Tian said with a bitter smile. His roar was ear-piercing and extremely sorrowful. However, Xianxia's attack had already reached him. His golden fiery eyes could see through everything, Aotian did not have any chance to fight back and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that they were in danger. The two of you must die too. Long Shersan's anger could not be stopped. Bing Chan and Ling Tianba had helped Aotian before. How could Long Shersan dispel the hatred in his heart? We are innocent. Don't kill us. Long Shersan, let's talk this out. Ling Tianba's countenance changed. After seeing the black-robed elder and Aotian's ending, his heart had completely collapsed. This fella's methods were extremely cruel. However, he was too powerful. Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen were stunned. At this moment, even if they were to take action, the outcome would not change. Bing Chan's pretty face was extremely pale. A deathly aura had completely shrouded her. Long Shersan was not a kind person. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. I beg you, Long Shersan. I, Bing Chan, am willing to be your slave. Please let me go. Bing Chan, who was a great beauty, also showed timidity in the face of death. Because the death of Aotian and the black-robed elder had shocked her too much. When you besieged me and little Chenzi, did you ever think of letting us go? Long Shersan sneered. Two fiery lights soared up to the sky and swept across Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. The two of them wanted to resist, but it was useless. The power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was unstoppable. Now, only Goddess Luo, Luo Wenhao, and Moling Dongchen were left. Long Shersan looked at the three of them and turned around, rushing out of the underground god's treasury. His eyes are so scary. I don't want to see this guy again in my life. Although Luo Wenhao was a genius of the god Luo clan, he felt that he was weak in front of Long Shersan. Moreover, he was only an early void god now. How powerful would he be when he grows up? He's really scary. However, I feel that although his eyes have the terrifying golden eyes, fiery eyes, his mind seems to be greatly affected. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. I hope what you said is reasonable. However, if this guy has the chance to enter the divine world in the future, he will definitely set off a bloodbath. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the golden eyes, fiery eyes. No matter which one it is, he will definitely attract the attention of the divine world. Goddess Luo said faintly. Now, there were only the three of them left in the divine tomb. Zhang Lingyun was also killed by the black-robed elder. The three of them were greatly shocked. At this moment, it seemed that waiting for the myriad chi cauldron here was not worth mentioning. 20 days had passed and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in the 4th floor of the refining god palace still showed no signs of extinguishing. The three of them could only choose to run away. Inside the myriad chi cauldron, Jiangchen was in the ancestral dragon pagoda. He had finally mastered the craftsman god's chart. The current Jiangchen could easily forge a divine tool, but its grade was not too high. He could only forge a mid-grade divine tool. Even so, a mid-grade divine tool was very attractive to ordinary heavenly gods. Most importantly, the materials needed to forge a god artifact were extremely rare. If one wanted to forge a decent god artifact, the terrifying amount of materials needed was enough to make one speechless. During this period of time, Jiangchen had been in the ancestral dragon pagoda for more than a year. The flow of time in the ancestral dragon pagoda was much slower now. Therefore, he had enough time to train his skills and the experience of forging a divine tool. The craftsman god was shocked by Jiangchen's talent. To be able to forge a divine tool in just a year's time, he was practically gifted by the heavens. Kid, I never expected you to be so terrifying. I used 10 years to control the fire, another 10 years to smelt, and the last 10 years to forge a tool. You, on the other hand, could forge a divine tool in just a year's time. You're really monstrous. However, this is also related to your control over the fire. Back then, I did not have the karmic fire spirit of the Red Lotus, such a terrifying supreme flame. The craftsman god said solemnly. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. It seemed that if he could grow stronger one day, he might be able to take his revenge. It's all thanks to Senior's teaching. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that there are no more materials for me to forge now. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to forge a heavenly divine tool. Jiangchen said confidently. Do you really think that a heavenly divine tool is easy to forge? Although it won't trigger the 8-direction lightning tribulation, once you forge a heavenly divine tool, it'll be enough to make you suffer. Moreover, remember, a true master of tool forging is able to forge a divine weapon with a soul. The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade has a trace of a tool soul, but it was devoured by the fire spirit. Therefore, the grade of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade can be considered as the highest grade of heavenly divine tool. However, its materials are not the highest grade. Otherwise, with the fire spirit as the tool soul, it's not impossible for it to reach the peak of primordial divine tool. Supreme grade heavenly divine tool? It sounded very powerful. Then what about my heavenly dragon sword? Xianxia took out the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, even the craftsman god was moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand. Good sword, good sword. It's a pity that the material of the sword is too ordinary. Even after being tempered by the lightning tribulation, it's still hard to reach the peak. This is a dragon soul? Your heavenly dragon sword, the sword soul is a dragon. Such a powerful sword soul, how did you get it? The craftsman god said in shock. If it was someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Even the craftsman god, who was used to seeing divine tools in the world, revealed a trace of astonishment. I don't know either. But this heavenly dragon sword has been with me for my entire life. Xianxia thought in his heart. It's most likely related to the dragon transformation skill that he was cultivating. His dragon chi spread across 108,000 streams, refining the heavenly dragon sword into a dragon soul. This dragon soul is too domineering. If I can reforge the heavenly dragon sword, I'm afraid this sword will be the strongest sword in the world. Also, this dragon soul seems to have a familiar feeling. The craftsman god murmured. He wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes were filled with radiance. I want to reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. The craftsman god's words made Xianxia stunned. His heart was in ecstasy. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed not any weaker than any divine weapon. But at this moment, he finally understood that a peerless divine tool has its own soul. And the sword soul of his heavenly dragon sword was an incomparably terrifying dragon soul. Unfortunately, the body of the heavenly dragon sword was still too weak in the eyes of the craftsman god. Then I'll have to trouble senior craftsman god. Fire spirit, this time I might have to destroy your dwelling. From now on, you shall enter the myriad chi cauldron. The craftsman god touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade in his hand and said in a low voice. Watch carefully. This time I will reforge all the divine weapons in the entire divine treasury, including the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Finally, I will reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. What grade it can reach will depend on your luck. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand. In an instant, the myriad chi cauldron became the size of a palm. All the divine weapons in the 4 floors of the palace gathered into the myriad chi cauldron at this moment. All the divine weapons turned into ashes in an instant. The karmic fire of the red lotus burned everything. At this moment, tens of thousands of divine weapons were melted into one. Extract the essence and discard the impurities. This is the most important step in refining the spirit. It's also the most difficult step. The craftsman god said as he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and focused on refining the weapon. Heavenly dragon sword, come. The craftsman god shouted and threw the heavenly dragon sword into the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, a deafening roar of a dragon was heard. The roar of the dragon was incomparably violent. Even Xianxia was a little shocked. Such a huge movement was really terrifying. He felt as if the surroundings were trembling and the entire underground divine treasury seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Countless golden lights constantly gathered on the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia squinted his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the heavenly dragon sword was constantly strengthening itself, absorbing the spirits of thousands of divine weapons and treasures and gathering them on its body. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was like the ancestor of all weapons, standing proudly in the myriad chi cauldron, majestic and awe-inspiring. As time passed, the heavenly dragon sword was subtly changing. Xianxia stared at the heavenly dragon sword, and the joy in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Xianxia did not know that above the 9 heavens, in the divine screen, thunders were moving in all directions. The thunders were rolling and shrouding Mount Maitreya. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was a surge of thunder and lightning. No one knew what was happening in Mount Maitreya at this moment. Why would there be such a huge formation? The horrifying thunderclouds within 1,000 miles were all gathered here, forming an uncontrollable change. Everyone in the vicinity of Mount Maitreya was incomparably shocked at this moment. Why is there such a huge movement? Is something big going to happen in Mount Maitreya? I don't know. Seems like it. Previously in the divine tomb, there was no such huge change. I guess there must be a great treasure being born. Ha 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 ha, this time I'm finally here. This Mount Meru is really an auspicious place. Auspicious place? Hee, you really don't know how many people have died in this place. At that time, there were mountains of corpses. Yeah, I still have a lingering fear until now. It's really too scary. It was said that no one who entered Mount Maitreya came out alive. There's one, but I don't know where that guy went. He's pretty scary. Everywhere he goes, not even a blade of grass grows. He has a mouth of thunder, a face of evil, and a pair of fiery eyes. Who knows how many people he's forced back with a single shout. More and more people started to gather at the foot of Mount Meru. Yexing Yunwang, Aomoki-han, Lu Dong, Jiang Xinxin and the others also rushed over. Their group had grown to about 5,000 people, but they were insignificant in the presence of dozens of experts on Mount Meru. So many powerful beings. This is simply too frightening. Seems like there's definitely going to be a great treasure appearing in Mount Meru. Aomoki-han said in a low voice, his face was extremely solemn. Their plan now was to find Xianxia, their boss. Boss Xianxia arrived before us. He should be here now. However, we don't know how he is doing. Jiang Xinxin said worriedly. During this period of time, she had been worried about Xianxia. Are you looking for Xianxia? Someone looked at Jiang Xinxin and the others and asked. Yeah. Do you know where young Master Xianxia went? Jiang Xinxin looked at the person in front of her and asked nervously. Not long ago, he entered Mount Meru. Now, we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yeah. I heard that none of those who entered Mount Meru came out alive. It's the same for Tianlan Peak and Tianzhu Peak. No one was spared. I heard that it was such a tragic scene. Who knows how many people died? Even those early Void God Realm experts did not dare to step into that place. Jiang Xinxin staggered after hearing that. Her face was filled with sorrow. Could it be that young Master Xianxia really died in Mount Meru? She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Xianxia would die so easily. This must not be true. Jiang Xinxin kept shaking her head. I don't believe it either. Boss Xianxia's skills are heaven-defying. Even though he's only a 9th grade immortal sovereign, he was able to defeat Void God experts. He won't fall so easily. Yexing Yunwang said faintly. Do you think we want to believe this? Young Master Xianxia saved our lives. 40,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns died. If it wasn't for him, the 60,000 9th grade immortal sovereigns and Void God experts that were here would have been killed. That's the life and death of 100,000 people. Young Master Xianxia has saved our lives by himself. We're willing to sacrifice our lives for him. Yeah. If young Master Xianxia is still alive, we'll definitely recommend him to be our boss. Countless people agreed with him. But the most important question now was whether Xianxia was dead or not. No one knew. None of those who entered the divine treasury had come out alive until now. Jiang Xinxin's expression was extremely solemn. It was hard to determine whether Xianxia was dead or alive. How could she be at ease? No one knows the result until the last moment. Now that Mount Meru is still here, we have reason to believe that Boss Xianxia is still here. Moreover, the situation in Mount Meru is changing. Looks like there's going to be a great treasure appearing. Now that there's nearly 300,000 cultivators gathered here, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Lu Dong's face was also solemn. They knew about Xianxia's strength. Whether Xianxia could come out from Mount Meru depended on his luck. This Mount Meru seems to be surrounded by thunderclouds. Don't tell me a peerless heavenly lightning is going to strike? If that's the case, we'll have to avoid it. Iamokihan said in a deep voice. No one knew what would happen to Mount Meru. The thunderclouds were rolling and the aura was monstrous. However, no one dared to step into the divine treasury. On the western road, a terrifying divine soul army was coming, covering the sun and the sky. On the southern road, it was also dark. The divine soul of a divine emperor expert led the divine souls from all directions to gather at Mount Meru. Ha ha ha. This is awesome. Hundreds of thousands of human blood. I can't wait anymore. The divine emperor expert, Gung Juimu, laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with a piercingly cold divine light. His strength was already unparalleled. At least in the divine tomb, there were very few people who could rival him. Don't be happy too early. We, the 12 polar evils, want a share of the loot. Another divine soul expert who had reached the late void god realm, Xianxia, who sneered. The 12 of them were all peak hierarch realm experts when they were alive. Even Gongyang Juima might not dare to fight against them. Ha ha ha. 12 extreme evils, the overlord of the central region. I, Gongyang Juimu, will not be stupid enough to make things difficult for my brothers. Let's use our own abilities and take what we need. How about it? I don't think anyone here can fight against us. Gongyang Juima said with a smile. A hint of coldness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. In the divine tomb, there was almost no one who could reach the late void god realm. To be able to reach the middle void god realm, one must have great abilities and heaven-defying luck to be able to fight against a group of heroes alone. Alright, it's a deal. I hope that brother Gongyang will not make things difficult for us at that time. Xianxia, who looked at Gongyang Juimu. Although he was not Gongyang Juimu's opponent, with the help of his 12 brothers, they would definitely be able to fight against Gongyang Juimu. Moreover, both of them had 50,000 divine soul experts each. This time, they were going to wipe out all the human experts in Mount Meru and kill them all. Haha. Such a crazy side. Looks like we're going to start a massacre again. I can't help but sigh. Bah. I used to believe in that old man Buddha. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Gongyang Juimu sneered. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards Mount Meru. On the other hand, Xianxia, who also waved his hand and brought a dozen of his brothers towards Mount Meru at full speed. In the refining god palace, the ancestor of all weapons, the heavenly dragon sword had finally gathered the essence of all weapons and was forged by the craftsman god. The new heavenly dragon sword was filled with boundless dragon chi and great momentum. With a single swing of the sword, thousands of swords were broken. Such a domineering heavenly dragon sword. Ha ha ha. Xianxia said with a wild laugh. Looking at the heavenly dragon sword in the craftsman god's hand, he was extremely excited. The current grade of the heavenly dragon sword was something that even he did not dare to guess. However, looking at the situation, it seemed to be more powerful than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. More importantly, he could feel the existence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit had been refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. However, even the Red Lotus hellfire could not do anything to the dragon soul. If the sky dragon sword's subjective consciousness was not controlled by Jiangchen, the dragon soul would definitely fight back after being tempered by the Red Lotus hellfire. However, in the cauldron of myriad chi, the sky dragon sword seemed to have become listless. At least the cauldron of myriad chi was quite terrifying. Is it done? Jiangchen murmured. One last step, spirit tempering, sharpening. The craftsman god said in an incomparably solemn tone. He raised his head and cast a glance at the entire Mount Meru. Perhaps, the entire Mount Meru would be annihilated under this divine weapon lightning tribulation. Spirit tempering? Unsheathing? Jiangchen was puzzled. Spirit tempering is to use the power of the soul to temper it, so that it will have more spirituality. Your sky dragon sword already has a sword soul, so it doesn't need much spirit tempering. However, in order to improve it, I still have to do this. As for sharpening, it also needs the soul as a guide. Your sky dragon sword has not been sharpened yet. I can only help you this much now. I hope that this sky dragon sword will be able to bring you to the next level. Senior, Xianxia suddenly had a bad premonition. One side of the lotus pond, one side of the smoke, half a lifetime of misty rain, half a lifetime of fate. Myriad swords return to origin, take pity on me, destroy the heavens with my death chi. The craftsman god's incomparably domineering voice pierced through the heavens, completely enveloping the sky dragon sword. The craftsman god's figure also became fainter and fainter. At this moment, Xianxia finally understood that the craftsman god wanted to use his own soul as the price to sharpen his sky dragon sword, spirit tempering. Senior, why do you have to do this? How do you expect me to stand between the heavens and earth? Xianxia said with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, the 9-layered lightning tribulation above the heavens had already begun to pour down. However, all of these were blocked by the craftsman god. Remember every word I said. That person is called Shangguan Hongyan. Do not provoke that guy before reaching the hierarch realm. The sky dragon sword has completed its spirit tempering and sharpening. It has already reached the peak of the primal origin treasure tool realm. This is the last divine tool that I can leave for you. Little fella, I have high hopes for you. If there comes a day when you cannot complete this mission, do not go against others head on. Life is precious. Hatred is just a fleeting cloud. Now that it is about to disappear, I am free of Shangguan Hongyan. Hee. I will never forget Senior's kindness. Honorable Master, please accept my defeat. Xianxia knelt down heavily. Not only did the craftsman god save his life, but he also taught him everything. I only have you as my successor in this life. There is also Shangguan Hongyan who is my sworn brother. I hope you can understand that living well is more important than hatred. The craftsman god's words were filled with kindness and kindness. I've long since grown tired of living here, being neither human nor ghost. Hee. This myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit are yours from now on. Do not fall into the hands of evil people. I believe that you can do it. I am satisfied with my life. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword's dragon soul. In the end, he entered the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, the light dispersed. Beyond the 9 heavens, the lightning tribulation had already descended. The entire Mount Meru was also collapsing layer by layer. Xianxia's eyes were slightly cold as he remembered every single word of the craftsman god. Shangguan Hongyan, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. Xianxia extended his hand and the sky dragon sword appeared in his hand. His domineering aura was like a rainbow as he wanted to compete with the heavens. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. She was dressed in red, slim and graceful. With the red robe on her body, she was as charming as a fairy and as cold as a mountain. The 3,000 flying waterfall hung down to her waist. Her cold eyes stared at Xianxia. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. It was as if she had a blood feud with Xianxia. The appearance of the red-clothed lady made Xianxia's body tremble. This lady was so familiar, yet strange at the same time. Her eyes were terrifying. Moreover, he could feel that this lady's strength was not something that he could fight against. Xianxia looked at the red-clothed lady in shock. Father died because of you. The lady's red lips opened slightly. Her voice was like a silver bell, but there was no trace of emotion. You are the fire spirit of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Xianxia's pupils shrunk. He was a little surprised. He did not expect the red spirit to be a lady. Her beauty was unparalleled. Compared to Goddess Luo, she was even more captivating. However, her arrogance and coldness made it hard for Xianxia to accept it. But most importantly, she called the craftsman god father. I really want to kill you. Red Lotus said in a deep voice as she stared straight at Xianxia. But you did not make a move. This means that you understand that it's impossible to defeat Shangguan Hongyan by yourself. In the future, I will definitely kill him to avenge Master. By the way, there's one thing I don't understand. What's that bronze throne? Xianxia looked at Red Lotus. It's something that you don't deserve to know. Red Lotus Lung said. It's something that even I can't melt. You'll understand when your strength reaches a certain realm. I will seal myself in the myriad chi cauldron. Unless you reach the hierarch realm, I will not appear. By then, I hope you'll keep your promise and kill that heaven-defying thief, Shangguan Hongyan, with me. After that, the fire spirit turned into a flame and went into the myriad chi cauldron. At that moment, a scarlet flame red lotus mark appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. I never expected the fire spirit to be a woman. Moreover, she can turn into a human form. Master said that I can use the karmic fire of the red lotus. Seems like I can only pray for myself. Xianxia touched his nose and said. The terrifying strength that red lotus displayed just now was unpredictable. However, she did not take action immediately, which meant that she could tell the good from the bad. Moreover, red lotus was right about one thing. The craftsman god did die because of him and disappeared from the world. It made him feel guilty. Master, I will not let you down. Don't worry. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He hoped that one day, he could kill Shangguan Hongyan with his own hands and take revenge for the craftsman god. Xianxia didn't know that Mount Meru had completely collapsed at this moment. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had completely flattened the entire Mount Meru. Rocks were rolling down from the sky and the earth was cracking. 3 figures instantly flew out. They were Moling Dongchen, Goddess Luo, and Luo Wenhao. The 3 of them were covered in dust and their faces were extremely ugly. During this period of time, they were trapped in the divine treasury. Initially, they thought that it would be easy for them to return. However, they never expected that they would be trapped for dozens of days. If the 9 tribulation heavenly lightning did not destroy Mount Meru, it would not be easy for the 3 of them to get out of the maze. It's a 9 tribulation heavenly lightning? Xianyu who looked at Mount Meru in shock and murmured. As expected of the number 1 god of craftsmanship in the world. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. He can actually forge a primal origin treasure at this time. It's really terrifying. A solemn expression appeared on his face. The craftsman god, who is known to be invincible below the god-emperor realm, is indeed peerless in his generation. Xianyu who admired the craftsman god from the bottom of his heart. Even if it were divine emperors, there was still a difference in strength between divine emperors. The craftsman god was the strongest divine emperor. His refining technique had shocked the world. Even divine emperors were willing to befriend him. But no matter how powerful he has still turned into a pile of dirt in the end. Isn't he still neither human nor ghost? Ha ha ha, this time, as long as I take down 200,000 human cultivators, I will be able to reincarnate and regain my godly position. If he could obtain a peerless divine artifact from the craftsman god and use it as his samsara's life treasure, it would be a wonderful thing for him. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Likewise, I also need 200,000. Xianyu who glanced at Ganyu Juimu and said. Then let's see who can snatch more. I can't wait anymore. Ganyu Juimu shrugged his shoulders and said. He was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the sky. The whole Mount Meru was still in turmoil. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had struck down on the world. Tens of thousands of people were killed by the shockwaves and lightning strikes. One could not even bear to look at it. Lowly humans, your doomsday is coming soon. Ganyu Juimu said faintly. 50,000 divine souls instantly rushed into the crowd. 200,000 to 300,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were scared out of their wits. Whoosh, a yellow shadow jumped onto Goddess Luo's shoulder. It turned out to be a very cute pug with bright and beautiful fur. It squatted on her shoulder and licked her neck. Goddess Luo was shocked. She hugged the pug in her arms and even showed a doting look. What a cute puppy. The pug kept rubbing against Goddess Luo's chest. Even if she was an ice goddess, she couldn't help but be amused by the pug at this moment. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After surviving a calamity, she finally escaped from the calamity. You're really a lucky dog. I wonder who brought you into the divine tomb. Goddess Luo murmured and patted the pug's head. The pug fell into Goddess Luo's arms and stared at Goddess Luo lecherously with its pair of small eyes. This is definitely a lecherous dog. Luo Wenhao's face turned gloomy. At this moment, he wished he could turn into a dog in Goddess Luo's arms. Even a dog could not be compared to this. This made Luo Wenhao's heart ache. Woof woof. Woof woof. The chubby yellow pug bit at Luo Wenhao twice, as if it was rebuking Luo Wenhao's slander. Why are you so calculative with a dog? Moling Dongchen looked at Luo Wenhao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even an idiot could see that he was deeply in love with Goddess Luo, but she might not bite him. Now that a dog had the upper hand, it made Luo Wenhao even more furious. This damn dog was still showing off its prowess in front of him. Since you don't have a master now, follow me from now on. Goddess Luo stroked the pug affectionately. The pug was in her arms, wagging its little tail and rubbing against her chest fiercely. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to skin this pug and eat its meat. This guy still had an intoxicated expression on his face. He was really a winner in his life. Compared to him, Luo Wenhao felt that he was living in a grievance. Look, that's a black mass. Is that the Divine Soul Army? Moling Dongchen's countenance changed and said in a deep voice. The three of them had just escaped from danger, but they had never expected that they would fall into a trap again. This Divine Soul Army was obviously in good order. An army of 100,000 divine souls was quite powerful. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns. The 200,000 human cultivators were now in a passive situation. No one could stop them from killing and harvesting like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Are we going to take action? Luo Wenhao looked at Moling Dongchen. It's too cruel. I think if I run away now, I will be condemned for the rest of my life. Moling Dongchen obviously did not want to leave. Alright, I'll follow you. Ha ha ha, let's see who can kill more divine souls. Although I'm not the savior of the world, I can't run away this time. Luo Wenhao laughed and said. At this moment, the entire Mount Meru had become a living hell. More than 300,000 human cultivators were forced into a dead end by the divine souls. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 to 50,000 human powerhouses had their lives harvested by these people. Life, at this moment, seemed insignificant and fragile. To everyone who entered the divine world, this was a test. Only less than 1 out of 10 could enter the divine world. Mount Meru has collapsed. It has been razed to the ground by the heavenly lightning. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid we're in danger. Ayamokihan said in a deep voice. His expression changed. They couldn't find Boss Jiangchen. At this moment, they were in despair. Everyone said that Boss Jiangchen might have fallen. If one person said it, they wouldn't believe it. If 2, 3, or 10 people said it, they still wouldn't believe it. But when tens of thousands of people said it, they had no choice but to believe it. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, these divine souls will devour us. This group of terrifying fellows is too powerful. Ordinary 9th-grade immortal sovereigns will be as easy as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in their hands. They won't even have the strength to fight back. Lu Dong's expression was solemn. If they didn't leave now, they might be annihilated. The current Mount Meru was in a mess. I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, then leave. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I must see Master Jiangchen's corpse. Otherwise, I will not leave. Jiang Xinxin said solemnly. At this moment, no one would have thought that she would be so determined. She firmly believed that Master Jiangchen was still alive. Now, I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid everyone here can't leave. Yexing Yunwang said with a cold look on his face. Even he was a little moved at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Fight? Haha. Even if we die, we'll drag a few of them down with us. Moreover, we might not lose. Ayamokihan laughed and said. He looked calm. At this moment, the most important and rare thing to do was to disregard life and death. Ayamokihan is right. Even if young Master Jiangchen is no longer here, we can't disgrace him. The Sword God Alliance will not let a coward live. Kill him. Lu Dong took the lead and charged into the crowd, killing until the sky turned dark. Nearly 300,000 terrifying human cultivators rose up to fight back. Each of them knew that if they didn't fight desperately at this time, no one would survive. Because they had been bullied by these divine souls the moment they entered the tomb of the god of sin. Countless people and companions had died in the hands of these divine souls. They were the life-reaping hooks of human experts. Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao took the lead and swept everything in their way. Both of their strength had reached the late void god realm. Moling Dongchen was even stronger than them. His robe was as white as snow, and he was holding a feather fan. He was invincible. More than 10 divine souls were crushed by him in just a short moment. Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo did not want to be outdone. With their cooperation, they were not any weaker than Moling Dongchen. Thousands of divine souls were completely destroyed by them and their souls were scattered into nothingness. Not bad. To think that there's such an expert here. He doesn't seem to be from this world. Gung Juima smiled. He saw Moling Dongchen and immediately recognized that he was from the Mo family of the divine world. As a divine emperor expert, Gung Juimu was once a supreme expert in the divine world. However, he had fallen to such a state. He had to collect the essence, chi, and spirit of millions of human experts in order to reincarnate and return to his position as a god. Young man, you're quite strong. Are you from the Mo family? Gung Juima said with a smile. Who are you? I didn't expect you to know that I'm from the Mo family. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he looked at Gongyang Juimu. Gongyang Juimu was able to know his strength and background just by looking at his skills. This man was very terrifying. He might be a super powerful expert when he was alive. Who am I? He. Who's your master? Gung Juima said with a smile. Mo Fong. Mo Fong? This fellow actually became the Mo clan's clan head? Haha. Things remain the same, but people have changed. In the past, when I was still in the divine world, Mo Fong was just a junior in the Mo family. However, he was still considered as an outstanding young man. I'd been to your Mo family once. However, we parted on bad terms. Gung Juima shook his head and sighed. You are? Moling Dongchen's pupil shrunk. This guy seemed to be a peerless evil spirit from many years ago. Gung Juimu. Never heard of you. Moling Dongchen said faintly. Gung Juimu's face slightly stiffened and the corner of his mouth became colder. I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant guy. Then, just die here. No matter what you came here for, the tomb of the god of sin is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Gung Juima gritted his teeth and stared at Moling Dongchen. He wanted to see Moling Dongchen's shocked expression. He was also an overlord in the divine world. However, Moling Dongchen was not shocked at all. Instead, Moling Dongchen looked at him with disdain. Even if you're a peerless divine emperor when you were alive, you're just a divine soul now. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Moling Dongchen sneered. It seems like you're not worried about your current situation. Alright, I'll let you know that the divine world and the divine tomb are two completely different places. You're here for the inheritance of the craftsman god. You're destined to die here. I think you've seen the mightiness of the craftsman god. So, it's a worthy death. You're lucky to be able to escape from the underground divine treasure. It's a pity that you've met me. Gung Juima held his long sword and pointed it at Moling Dongchen. His expression became colder and colder. The battle was about to start. Alright. Let me see how powerful the peerless evil spirit from millions of years ago is. Moling Dongchen held his folding fan and did not retreat. Instead, he moved closer to Gung Juimu. Both of them were opposing each other. None of them took a step back. Terrifying thunderbolts flashed from Gung Juimu's long sword. This is my heavenly divine tool, Thunder Sword. Now, let me baptize you with thunderbolts. You'll pay for your arrogance. Gung Juima seemed to have sentenced Moling Dongchen to death. Even so, it's already a broken heavenly divine tool. Just like your soul, no matter how glorious you were when you were alive, you're still a centipede. I'm going to kill you. Facing Moling Dongchen's mockery, Gongyang Juimu's face turned gloomy. How mighty was he in the past? Even the Mo family's patriarch would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. But now, he was just a remnant soul. Naturally, it was hard for him to improve his strength. This made Gangyang Juima feel like a tiger being bullied by a dog. As for Gung Juimu, he had had enough of the feeling of being trapped in hell. He couldn't wait to get out and be reborn. Therefore, he had to kill more people and make more people bow down to him. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Moling Dongchen and Gangyang Juimu were like needles against each other. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Two figures instantly turned into two streams of light, piercing the sky and intertwining with each other. The streams of light rotated rapidly and their momentum was overbearing. The two of them kept colliding with each other. The terrifying power even made the surrounding people's faces turn pale as they were almost affected by the impact. Countless divine soul experts and ninth-grade immortal sovereigns had noticed this scene. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Gangyang Juima had escalated to the highest stage. As soon as they took action, the area within 100 miles was filled with fire and thunder. It was terrifying. Moling Dongchen's feather fan and silk scarf were shooting out wind blades that were moving across the sky and earth. Gangyang Juima slashed down with his sword. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The thunder sword was extremely terrifying. Even though it was not as powerful as before, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moling Dongchen's strength was not ordinary. However, he seemed insignificant in front of Gangyang Juimu. Because Gangyang Juimu was close to becoming a true god. Most importantly, Gangyang Juimu's experience was incomparable to Moling Dongchen. Gangyang Juimu was a famous feudal lord in the past. Moling Dongchen knew how terrifying this guy was. So, he could only retreat while fighting. Otherwise, he would definitely lose if he fought with Gangyang Juima till the end. From the looks of it, the two of you are also from the god world. Xianxia glanced at the two of them and said with a smile. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were surrounded by Xianxia and the others. The three of them were the strongest among them. As long as these three people from the divine world were dealt with, the group of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns and those self-proclaimed geniuses who had broken through to the void god realm would not be able to escape. So what? A mere ultimate god soul wants to kill us? You really overestimate yourself. Luo Wenhao sneered. He knew that those fellows in the divine tomb were just pretending to be powerful. No matter how powerful they were in the past, they were just souls now. Even if they were at the hierarch realm, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against him. Luo Wenhao was also a young genius of the Luo god clan. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You actually dare to strut around here? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Xianxia smiled indifferently, as if he had already seen Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo as turtles in a jar. I don't believe that you dare to attack the people of the Luo god clan. Luo Wenhao said proudly. As a member of the Luo god clan, he was born with a prideful bloodline. The Luo god clan was an ancient clan that stood above the divine beasts. They even had a god emperor expert. Even in the entire divine world, the Luo god clan was famous. You're from the Luo god clan? Xianxia squinted his eyes. If you're afraid, then get lost. Do you think that anyone can enter the divine tomb? If it wasn't for my clan's old ancestor who opened the passage for us to enter the divine tomb, this place would have been turned into a burial ground by you guys. A bunch of lowly divine souls. You're already dead. Do you still want to act like a tyrant here? Woof woof, woof woof. The little pug on Goddess Luo's shoulder barked twice, as if it was agreeing with Xianxia. Even a pug knows that you guys are not good people. Do you still want to fight with us? Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. You've really opened my eyes. God Luo God clan, you're actually from the Luo God clan. Xianxia laughed coldly. Goddess Luo's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have felt something. God Luo God clan? Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Xianxu's brother, Xianxu Long, sneered. The 12 of them were filled with coldness. They looked at Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao as if they wanted to eat them alive. Why? Are you afraid? Luo Wenhao said indifferently. If it's another ancient clan, perhaps we wouldn't dare to offend them. Because those old guys do have some tricks up their sleeves. They even managed to enter the divine tomb. You can only blame yourselves for being from the Luo god clan. Could it be that you're Xianxia? The 12 zodiac guardian god. Goddess Luo's expression changed drastically. At this moment, even Luo Wenhao felt a little shocked. Isn't it a little too late to know this now? You guys came to us on your own accord. The 12 of us did not look for you guys on our own accord. Ha ha ha. Shan Yulong glanced at Shan Yuhu, and then at each other. Both of them felt extremely indignant. If it was an ordinary hierarch expert, perhaps Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao would not care. However, the other party was the 12 zodiac guardian god, and the Shanyu clan was also a famous clan in the divine world. Although the 12 brothers were only at the late hierarch realm, they managed to kill a mid-divine emperor expert when they joined forces. In the end, the god Luo clan's great expert took action and killed the 12 of them. However, because of this, the Shanyu clan was unable to recover and they hated the god Luo clan to the core. All of these were recorded in the ancient books of the god Luo clan. It could be considered as an earth-shattering event. These 12 people then appeared in Goddess Luo's mind. When these 12 hierarch experts joined forces, they were invincible. They were also powerful experts in the past. Now that they appeared in front of Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, how could they not be shocked? I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. If we really can't win, you leave first. Don't worry about me. Luo Wenhao was still a man and whispered to Goddess Luo, who was beside him. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? The 12 of us will start with the 2 of you. God Luo clan's people will be killed without mercy. Shan Yu, whose eyes suddenly narrowed as he roared. The 11 brothers behind him had all turned violent at this moment. The enmity between them and the Luo god clan was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, at this moment, the brothers of the Shanyu clan were even more eager to give it a try. The 12 zodiac guardian god of the past, today's battle to the death. There's no way to avoid it. We can only fight. Alright, I'll fight till the end. Luo Wenhao took the lead, followed by Goddess Luo. Both of their strengths were not to be underestimated. The 12 zodiac guardian gods might not be able to defeat them quickly. Luo Wenhao gave his all. He wanted to prove himself in this battle, especially not to let the woman he loved suffer any harm, even if she did not like him. Luo Wenhao pressed forward step by step, fighting against the 6 experts alone. Both of them were not hierarch experts after all. Their strength was at most around the late void god realm. They might not be able to suppress Luo Wenhao completely. Shan Yuhu and Shan Yulong were the strongest. They took the lead and broke through the enemy's ranks. Luo Wenhao's strength had disappeared at this moment. He was forced into a difficult situation. On the other side, Goddess Luo was also showing signs of defeat. Her sleeves were long and sleeves were dancing, freezing 1,000 miles, dancing the universe, filling the air with mist. Each of her moves was natural. Even though she was in a disadvantageous position, she was still graceful, cold and charming, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Luo Wenhao was forced to the point where he had no strength to fight back. He was continuously injured, but there was nothing he could do. The 12 zodiac guardian gods really lived up to their name. Luo Wenhao had already used all his trump cards, striking out terrifying seals one after another, but it was useless. Luo Hua Yiren, from the water side. Goddess Luo's red lips opened slightly. Facing the encirclement of 6 people, even if she was very strong, she could not turn the situation around. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, a quarter of them had already died, leaving less than 200,000 of them. In this divine tomb, life was like grass. No one would care if they died. They wouldn't even have a divine spark. Once they died, everything would be over. I'm not willing. I've cultivated for more than 37,000 years. I didn't expect to die in this godforsaken place without even seeing the gate of the divine world. I hate it. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were unwilling to be crushed and killed by their divine souls. They didn't even have the chance to enter the god world. They didn't even know where the gate to the god world was. F***ck, a group of things that should have died long ago. Why am I trapped here? Bullshit tomb of the god of sin. I hate the unfairness of heaven. Is this the reincarnation of the way of heaven? Some people pointed at the sky and cursed, hating the heavens for being unfair and the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. I don't want to die. Even if I die, I want to die a glorious death. What's the point of being killed by a soul in the tomb of the god of ghosts? Who can tell me? Even if I have to fight a god, I will die without regrets. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, they couldn't change anything. There were still so many people dying miserably. Moreover, the number was still rising. To them, this was like a battle between cornered beasts. They could only fight to the death. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to escape. Many void god experts were crushed. The terror of a divine soul expert was far beyond what they could resist. Indeed, after cultivating for millions of years, they couldn't even see the gate to the god world. They were going to die in the hands of a group of divine souls. Who could forgive them? Resentment filled the entire Mount Meru. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves lingered in the air. That scene was extremely tragic and unreasonable. Death and killing had completely become the main theme of the tomb of the god of sin. No one could stay out of it. At this moment, Moling Dongchen was beaten to the point that he had no strength to fight back. Although he was unforgiving with his words, there was still a gap between his strength and Moling Dongchen's. After being injured continuously, he was now like an arrow at the end of its flight. You're still too young. Get lost. Moling Dongchen was pushed back with a slash of his sword. Moling Dongchen spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked quite embarrassed. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao didn't look good either. The strength of the 12 zodiac guardians was unquestionable. The position of a hierarch divine soul was unshakable. Luo Wenhao was forced to retreat step by step. He was forced to a dead end. Xianxia who continued to attack heavily, sending Luo Wenhao flying away. Luo Wenhao crashed into an ancient tree and was completely broken. On the other hand, Goddess Luo was not in a good situation either. She was forced into a difficult situation by the 6 of them. Even though she was a goddess, she had become weaker. Her pretty face was covered with frost. No one could stay out of this battle. Otherwise, they would be the first to be at the bottom. A little girl wants to compete with us? You're overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha. Shan Yulong stood up with great strength. Each of his attacks was fatal. Goddess Luo was overwhelmed. Woof woof. Woof woof. 2 dog barks were heard. Shan Yulong's shoulder was bitten by the pug. He was in so much pain that he grimaced in pain. It was a kind of pain that came from the depth of his soul. Moreover, he was bitten by a dog. It was too shameful. Stupid dog. Get lost. Xian Yulong struck his palm on the pug's body. The pug spun around and fell into Goddess Luo's arms. Little guy, thank you so much. Goddess Luo looked at the pug lovingly. Her eyes were filled with guilt because she no longer had the ability to protect it. What a strange pug. How could it block my attack and not die? Shan Yulong looked at the pug in Goddess Luo's arms. Look. 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 The pug actually spoke human language. He stared at Shan Yulong fiercely and clenched his teeth. Goddess Luo was even more shocked. She did not expect this guy to be so magical. He looked so cute, but he was so violent. Moreover, he even cursed. Goddess Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was the complete opposite of his cute and petite appearance. Damn it. You dare to scold me? So what? I'll bite you. Bite me if you're not happy. I can tell you're a coward. Che. The pug laid in Goddess Luo's arms and kept rubbing against her chest. He looked at Shan Yulong with disdain. At this moment, even Goddess Luo felt a little shy. She felt that this dog was a man and was rubbing against her chest. She felt really awkward. Come at me if you dare. Come at me. Let's see if Master Dog won't bite you to death. The moment the pug opened his mouth, he immediately turned into a naughty Master Dog. Even Goddess Luo was not used to it. Why don't you go down? Goddess Luo said softly. No, no, no. It's comfortable here. the pug said with a face of enjoyment. Perverted dog. Luo Wenhao clenched his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Damn it. Who are you calling a perverted dog? Have you ever seen my tall and mighty side? If the pug was not De Huang, who else could it be? Because no dog was more shameless than him. As if he felt the coldness in Goddess Luo's eyes, De Huang jumped down. The pug wagged its tail and circled around Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo, you're so beautiful. I like you. Haha. Goddess Luo's expression became serious, but she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She liked this pug very much, but she did not expect him to have such a human-like side. It was unbelievable. You damn dog, do you think we don't exist? Xianxia, who squinted his eyes and looked at De Huang dog. Lung Lung said. Mother ****. Why are you rushing me? Are you rushing to reincarnate? De Huang said unhappily. In fact, these guys were really rushing to reincarnate. Only by reincarnating could they regain their position as gods. Otherwise, they would be stuck in endless darkness here. Master Dog will play with you guys today. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xiao Luo, with me here, no one can bully you. De Huang said like an old man. Goddess Luo shuddered when she heard the word Xiao Luo. No one had ever called her that since she was young. This pug was cute and hateful at the same time. Especially when he was so small. Wasn't he seeking his own death by standing in front of her? It's really fresh these days. Even dogs are so domineering. They're starting to show off their prowess. It's just the right time for us to loosen up our muscles and bones today. Xianxia long laughed. I have never eaten dog meat before. But this time I want to try it. Xianxia muttered. His eyes were cold. He did not plan to let De Huang go. Since you guys are so arrogant, come at me together. De Huang suddenly turned into a big yellow dog. At this moment, Goddess Luo looked at him silently. No one knew what she was thinking. I alone am enough to deal with you. Xianxia said faintly. You alone? Hee hee. De Huang smiled without saying a word. You're dead. Xianxia took a step forward. His aura was so powerful that ordinary middle void god experts would definitely be sent flying. Such aura was quite terrifying. De Huang did not say anything and rammed his head into Xianxia. The terrifying and barbaric collision turned Xianxia into a dead dog. He died from the collision. Silence. The whole place was dead silent, facing a late void god Xianxia. De Huang just rammed his head to death? Turned into ashes. Xianxia, who didn't even have the chance to rescue him before he vanished into thin air. Ha ha ha. So weak. So weak. Big Huang laughed maniacally and wagged his big tail with a disdainful expression. This time, even Luo Wenhao, who was full of disdain towards Big Yellow, was shocked. A late void god divine soul expert was killed with a single strike. Isn't this too ridiculous? But Xianxu's soul had truly dissipated. This was an indisputable fact. Although Goddess Luo could see that Big Huang was a little mystical, Big Huang's means still shocked her. Such power was simply incomparably ferocious. There's something strange about this guy. Let's attack together and kill him first. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The 10 brothers behind him also had a solemn expression. They didn't expect that this De Huang dog would actually kill their brothers with a single hit. This kind of power was simply terrifying. I didn't expect this dog to have such abilities. But in the end, it's just a dog, humph. Luo Wenhao felt a little awkward because De Huang was always in Goddess Luo's arms. How could he not be angry? This guy came out of nowhere and directly jumped into Goddess Luo's arms. Goddess Luo didn't seem to have any resistance. Are you trying to say that you're worse than a dog? Goddess Luo said indifferently. Luo Wenhao wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even speak. This indeed made him a little speechless. Let's attack together. This Lord Dog can deal with you all, so I can play with my little sister. De Huang chuckled. Goddess Luo's face turned red. How could she make life difficult for a dog? But when she thought of him rubbing against her arms just now, Goddess Luo felt a little complicated. Her tender and fair face showed an absent-minded look. "Be careful," Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Goldie directly charged to the front and engaged in battle with Xianyu Hu and the other 10. The 11 of them were having a dogfight in Mount Meru. Xianyu Hu and Xianyu Long were the strongest among them. They took the lead and didn't plan to give De Huang any chance. They were determined to kill him. "Not bad. Your strength is not bad. Have a taste of Lord Dog's brutal charge first." "Hee hee." De Huang sneered and quickly rushed forward. He didn't panic even when he was surrounded by so many people. However, Xianyu Long and Xianyu Hu were already prepared. After all, they were once hierarch experts and had rich experience. De Huang couldn't be compared with them. The two of them knew that De Huang's toughest part was his head. At this moment, they did the opposite and attacked his butt. They would definitely get an unexpected result. "Die, stupid dog." Xianyu Hu hit De Huang's head with his palm. De Huang roared and took a step back. Behind him, Xianyu Long and his 4 brothers also rushed forward and attacked the back of De Huang's body. "Want to sneak attack me? Haha, no way." De Huang sneered. At this moment, De Huang used all his strength and his body shook. Puff, 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 3 consecutive farts resounded like thunder. Xianyu Long's expression changed instantly. 2 of his brothers were blown away by Big Huang's 3 farts. They were in a sorry state. Moreover, a stench rose up to the sky. Even Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, who were far away, could not help but feel nauseous. These 3 farts were really too smelly. "Shit. It can't be? Why is it so stinky? I can't take it anymore. Blarg." Luo Wenhao vomited. Goddess Luo covered her mouth and nose and frowned. However, she was laughing in her heart. This dog is too bad. Even the 2 of them were feeling so uncomfortable, let alone those guys who bore the brunt of it. They were probably starting to doubt their lives from the shock, weren't they? Motherf asterisk cur, how can there be such a stinky fart in this world? Xianyu Long was completely driven mad. This guy was too despicable. "Second brother, your body is full of dog shit," Xianyu Niao said in a low voice. His face was pale. He covered his mouth and nose and quickly retreated. Even his strength was suppressed by the stinky fart. Xianyu Long looked down. It was true. His body, feet, and legs were all covered with dog shit. He was on the verge of going crazy. His anger soared to the sky. "Damn dog, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." One could imagine how furious Xianyu Long was. Even now, he didn't dare to breathe. Within a radius of 10 miles, the stench was overwhelming. This was Big Yellow's peerless fart, enough to strike fear into people's hearts. However, this was the first time they tried it. "Ha ha ha, Master Dog's fart smells good, right?" De Huang wagged his tail. His dog face was full of pride. Xianyu Long and the others rolled their eyes. Even Xianyu Hu quickly retreated away from De Huang. These 3 farts were unparalleled. No one dared to get close to them. If this dog is not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. Xianyu Long's anger was undoubtedly the greatest because he was the first to bear the brunt of those 3 farts. He was a dignified hierarch expert when he was alive. Even if he had died thousands of years ago, his past glory was still inviolable to him. Now, he was like a tiger that fell to the plains. He was really bullied by a dog. This was intolerable. Xianyu Long's thunderous roar was deafening. The entire Mount Meru could hear his roar. The expression of the fart remained unchanged. He furrowed his brows. The stench was so strong that even he could smell it. The might of the stinky fart of that damned dog was not to be underestimated. It could even affect the mind of others. Come and kill this master dog. I'm waiting. I can't wait anymore." Haha. De Huang dog wagged his tail, showing off his prowess. Xianyu Hu, Xianyu Long and the others were enraged. Kill. Kill this dog. We must not let him leave this place alive." Xianyu Long rushed to the front. He hated De Huang to the core. A dog-killing battle had begun. De Huang dog's head was extremely hard. He kept ramming towards Xianxia and the others. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, all of them had reached the late void god realm. The divine soul of a hierarch expert was not to be underestimated. Soul-crunching echo. De Huang roared. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. Xianxia and the others were shocked. At this moment, other than Xianxia and Xianxia, everyone else was injured by the soul-crunching echo. Especially the divine soul. Even Xianxia and Xianxia could not help but retreat quickly. Their expression slightly changed. What a cunning bastard. Where are you running to? Xianxia chased after him. This time, De Huang had nowhere to run. He followed Xianxia and his brothers and started a crazy dogfighting battle. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Although De Huang's strength had reached the middle void god realm, he could even fight against a late void god. However, he was not able to fight against so many people. As time passed, he was gradually suppressed by Xianxia and Xianxia mother *. It hurts. Hit Master Dog's head if you have the guts. Don't use these dirty tricks. Big Yellow was extremely dissatisfied and muttered. At this moment, he could only run away. Goddess Luo was shocked to see De Huang running away in panic. All of you, scram. De Huang roared and charged forward, directly smashing into Xianxia. However, he was pushed back by Xianxia attack. Damn it, it hurts. De Huang roared. The battle has just begun. Damn dog, today is your doom. Xianxia also took advantage of the situation to greet him. Taking advantage of your weakness, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. De Huang held as he was once again blasted flying by Xianxia, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dog's head drooped, looking listless. Even its fur seemed to have turned gray. Die. Damn dog, I want to avenge my dead brothers. You can be the sacrifice. Xianxia and Xianxia charged forward at the same time, instantly increasing the pressure on De Huang. Not good. Goddess Luo rushed over at this moment and carried Big Yellow in her arms, dodging Xianxu's attack by a hair's breadth. However, she was still hit by Xianxu's palm. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was deathly pale. Xianxia, you bastard. If you were by my side, would Master Dog be bullied? I don't believe it. I don't believe that you will die here so easily. De Huang's roar was terrifying. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. Today, no one can save you. Xianxia sneered. Goddess Luo carried De Huang, 1 person and 1 dog. At this moment, there was a hint of sadness in their eyes. You're not qualified to sacrifice my brothers. Today, all of you here must die. A cold yell echoed 500 kilometers away. Big Yellow was taken aback, and it shouted, Big Yellow, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, Master Dog knew that you wouldn't die so easily. This voice? Could it be Xianxia? Luo Wenhao's body trembled, and his face was filled with joy. Could it be that Xianxia is still alive? That's impossible, right? He was devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, and that Long San couldn't find him even after searching the entire refining god palace. How could he escape from this calamity? It's him, it's him. Who else could it be other than him? Ha ha ha. De Huang laughed and said. We're saved, goddess. De Huang lied on Goddess Luo's body and said. You stinky dog, get off me. Goddess Luo curled her lips and said. Her face was red. You know Xianxia? That's right, that's my best friend. Master Dog's human pet. Big Yellow barked and beamed with joy. Damn dog, who's your human pet? We haven't met for so long, and you're still so shameless. Xianxia scolded with a smile. At this moment, Xianxia stood proudly in the void, standing in front of De Huang. Cough cough. Goddess is here. Can you give me some face? Little Chinzi, haha. De Huang Dog stood beside Goddess Luo, looking majestic. Even though he was injured, he still refused to be in a disadvantageous position. It's really you. I can't believe you're still alive. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao looked at Xianxia in shock. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Brother Jiang, how have you been? Luo Wenhao smiled indifferently. Yeah. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This guy is following behind Goddess Luo. Could it be that he has fallen for her? Why are you still standing there? Those people want to kill me and make dog meat for them. You must avenge me. De Huang showed an expression of a fox exploiting the tiger's might. However, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were a little worried. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary, he was still a ninth-grade immortal sovereign. He had not broken through until now. So, it was still difficult for him to fight against these 12 zodiac guardians. At this moment, Moling Dongchen also noticed the appearance of Jiang Chen. He was also beaten back by Guan Juimu, and his condition was worrying. Brother Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen retreated while fighting. He also came to this side. Now, they were all spent. Only Jiang Chen was standing proudly in the sky. Ninth-grade immortal sovereign. However, he was only a ninth-grade immortal sovereign. A ninth-grade immortal sovereign wants to stop us? Ha ha ha. What a fool's dream. It's just a matter of one more person dying or one less. Xianxia who said disdainfully. Jiang Chen's appearance did not cause any ripples in his heart. You're being looked down upon, little Chenzi. TSK. Master Dog is already a middle void god. You're too weak. De Huang Dog said mockingly. However, he believed that his brother would definitely be able to turn the situation around. I am now. But I might not be able to in a while. Jiang Chen said with a smile. If he wanted to break through, he would have done so already. However, he had been suppressing the majestic energy in his body, causing his dragon marks to erupt. Next time, his dragon marks would definitely grow like a blowout. He just wanted to lay a good foundation, so that his foundation would be more reliable than others. There were differences in strength among ninth-grade immortal sovereigns. It was even more so for void gods. Once Jiang Chen truly entered the void god realm, it would not be difficult for him to fight against these late void god divine souls. Boasting shamelessly. You're really in cahoots. You're just like this De Huang Dog. You're also good at boasting. But in the end, you're still defeated by us. Hee hee. You're just overestimating yourself. Shen Yulong was full of disdain towards Jiang Chen, a ninth-grade immortal sovereign. Only De Huang Dog was full of confidence towards Jiang Chen. Can Jiang Chen really stop them? Goddess Luo looked at De Huang Dog beside her and said in a low voice. Others might not be able to, but he can definitely do it. Because his name is Jiang Chen. Looks like you trust him a lot. Goddess Luo said. That's for sure. He's my brother. Back in the immortal world, we were invincible. No one could defeat us. Only Jiang Chen could barely fight me to a draw, said Jiang Chen with a smile. De Huang Dog patted his chest and said. Then why didn't you defeat these divine souls? Goddess Luo looked at De Huang Dog with interest. Little Luo, you're going to kill the conversation if you keep talking like this. De Huang Dog was obviously embarrassed. You're not going to stoop down to the same level as a dog. Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort at Xian Yulong. Hey, little Chenzi, what do you mean? If you want to fight, then fight. What do you mean stoop down to the same level as a dog? This master dog feels uncomfortable listening to you. De Huang Dog said with extreme dissatisfaction. Wait till I get rid of you first, then I'll deal with that dog. He pulled my leg, not even his poop and fart. This kind of animal shouldn't live in this world. Xian Yulong harumphed coldly and rushed towards Jiang Chen. His momentum was powerful and imposing. 5 elements combat dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. Both of them were evenly matched, no one could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Jiang Chen's aura was still rising. A 9th-grade immortal sovereign wasn't that easy to defeat. Not bad. You have some skills. No wonder you dare to show off. But that's all there is to it. Why would I need a butcher's knife to kill you? Xian Yulong attacked again. His terrifying sword aura shook the heavens and earth. His invincible stance forced Jiang Chen to go all out. The strength of a ninth-grade immortal sovereign is still too weak. Xianxia smiled and murmured. In that case, let's make a breakthrough here. I want to see who can stop me. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, Shan Yulong continued to rush towards Xianxia. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword was unleashed and the sword chi was 800 meters long, causing the surroundings to tremble. The heavenly dragon sword's draconic aura rippled and thousands of swords were broken. The sword in Shan Yulong's hand was directly broken and he was pushed back more than 10 li. His entire body was injured by the sword chi and even his divine soul shadow became dimmer. Such a domineering sword. Shan Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, the other person who was deeply shocked was Gongyan Juimu. Such a powerful sword was simply a peerless divine weapon. It was even more terrifying than a heavenly divine tool. It was at least a primordial divine tool. Could this be the masterpiece of the craftsman god? He looked at Xianxia unhurriedly. I want this sword. If you hand it over now, I might be able to take your life. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? You want my sword? Why don't you open your dog eyes and see if you're qualified to use my sword? Xianxia struck out his sword and soared into the sky. The light of the sword turned into a rainbow and swept across the dark void like a thunderbolt. Wherever the light of the sword passed, the void became dark. Gongyan Juimu used both of his hands to block the attack, but he was forced back 7 steps by the sword light. His expression became solemn. Ninth grade immortal sovereign. Is he really only a ninth-grade immortal sovereign? Gongyan Juimu thought in his heart. Even he was pushed back by Yi Shiwen. It must be the sword in his hand. Such a terrifying sword light, such a strange divine sword. This sword, I'm definitely taking it. Gongyan Juimu's eyes lit up. No one was clearer than him about the value of this sword. It was priceless. Moreover, this was definitely the masterpiece of the craftsman god. The lightning tribulation must have been triggered by this sword. The mightiness of the sword shone brightly. It was soul-stirring. Xianxia's appearance had completely shocked everyone. Although Goddess Luo and Moling Dongchen did not know how Xianxia survived and how he came out, they knew that this guy must have experienced a lot of things. His heavenly dragon sword wasn't this powerful before. De Huang Dog was the most shocked. The current heavenly dragon sword made his heart palpitate. In other words, this heavenly dragon sword was like a peerless divine weapon. The sword aura and sword light gave people a feeling of invincibility. Indeed. The previous heavenly dragon sword wasn't this powerful. He could fight against a late void god as a ninth-grade immortal sovereign. It's mostly because of this sword. Goddess Luo nodded and said. In the distance, Yexing Yunwang, Jiang Xinxin, and the others were also fighting a group of enemies. When facing the divine souls, they could at least protect themselves and not be slaughtered by the divine souls. It's him. It's him. He's still alive. Jiang Xinxin looked at Xianxia's direction. That sword strike had shocked the world, and everyone was shocked. It's really Boss Xianxia. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Boss won't fall so easily. What a terrifying sword. I think I'll be killed in a second. Amo Kihan laughed and said. Everyone seemed to have found their backbone and began to fight with all their strength. In the eyes of the Sword God Alliance, Xianxia was an omnipotent god. Boss has returned. We must not embarrass him. Lu Dong said in a deep voice. He swept across the sky and killed another divine soul. His spear pierced through the void with unparalleled might. However, compared to Xianxia, it was like comparing the stars to the moon. Lu Dong is right. Boss Xianxia has returned. I'm afraid the day of our victory is not far away. Yexing Yunwang raised his sword and stood proudly. He had killed quite a number of divine souls. Some of the void god experts could already fight against these divine souls. Everyone worked together and started to fight against the divine souls. Although there were many who fell, there were still some who persevered. Only by surviving would there be hope. Xianxia's 2 attacks had shocked a lot of people. In order to make sure that everything was going well, even Gongyan Juimu looked at Shan Yu. Let's attack together. Brother Shan Yu, kill this monster and we'll make arrangements. What do you think? Exactly. No matter how strong he is, we must kill him in the cradle. In this tomb of the god of sin, there has never been anyone who could suppress us. Xianxia, who was also unconvinced. However, they were still afraid of the heavenly dragon sword in Xianxia's hand. Even Xianxia, who did not dare to say that he could defeat Xianxia. That's great. Ha ha ha. Let's get rid of these guys first. It's not too late to reward them later. Guangjuima said with a laugh. However, at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky had already gathered. Moreover, all of them were gathering towards Xianxia. The thunderclouds were rolling in all directions. Everyone stared at this scene because the thunderclouds were too terrifying and too dense. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. Moreover, the distance between them and the thunderclouds was less than 100 meters. Could it be that this guy is going to break through his tribulation at this time? Guangjuima frowned and said. Isn't that courting death? If we don't take action now, when will we? Is Xianxia really not afraid of these people secretly attacking him? Isn't it a little too daring for him to break through at this moment? Luo Wenhao was in disbelief. He even started to worry for Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was their last hope. Moreover, when he attacked just now, he could already feel how terrifying Xianxia was. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to be even more terrifying than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade that he saw in the refining god palace. Xianxia never does things that he's not confident in. De Huang said faintly as he looked at Xianxia calmly. He was the only one who wasn't worried about Xianxia. Xianxia's chi sank into his dantian as he sat in the void with his eyes closed. He was calm and composed. At this moment, he finally released the desolation energy in his body and it started to gush out continuously. His strength had also risen by a lot at this moment. At this moment, the dragon marks in his body started to gather. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. 200,000. This time, Xianxia finally understood what it meant to be well prepared. 4 million dragon marks spread out in his body and gathered in his 8 extraordinary meridians. The number of dragon marks had reached an unprecedented number. Seeing that Xianxia's aura was rising continuously, Gonyang Juimu and Xianxia who looked at each other and were ready to make a move. They must not let Xianxia break through smoothly. If that happened, the threat they would face would be even greater. Let's attack together. We must not hold back. However, at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky had already formed. A clap of thunder pierced through the sky, and both Xianxia and Gonyang Juimu came to a halt at this moment. Gonyang Juimu and Xianxia who were stunned. This, how could this be? Xianxia whose eyes were filled with shock. This is the dawn sky golden lightning. Isn't this the heavenly lightning that can only descend when a heavenly god breaks through? The dawn sky golden lightning was extremely terrifying. It was impossible for void gods and true gods to use it. One must reach the heavenly god realm and condense the divine spark to complete the transformation. At that time, the dawn sky golden lightning would appear. Xianxia was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign now, could he really break through? Under this dawn sky golden lightning, I'm afraid we'll all be turned to ashes. Could it be that the heavens are helping them? Xianxia who gritted his teeth. Right now, they were just souls. They didn't dare to advance recklessly against such a powerful lightning tribulation. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary lightning tribulation, it was the dawn sky golden lightning. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Don't forget that he's only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. We might not be able to withstand the dawn sky golden lightning, but can he? His words reminded Xianxia of something. That's right. We can't take it, and he definitely can't take it either. That guy deserves to die for being unjust. Ha ha ha. Xianxia and Ganyu Juima became quiet at this moment. They crossed their arms as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Dawn sky golden lightning. How could this happen? This is a lightning tribulation that only heavenly god realm experts would use. Xianxia is definitely going to die. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. Although he's using his trump card, the dawn sky golden lightning is much more terrifying than an ordinary lightning tribulation. Many peak true god experts would be killed by this lightning tribulation. Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. At this moment, Xianxia had already landed in the center of the lightning tribulation. Thunder clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Everything was trembling. This lightning tribulation should be able to kill these 100,000 divine souls. These divine souls are much stronger than the lowest grade divine souls. This time, I'm afraid these people will know who's the real overlord. You've been acting like a tyrant for so many years. Later, I'll let you know that you shouldn't exist in this divine tomb. Xianxia murmured confidently. However, the terrifying lightning tribulation above his head was really scary. However, with the Zulong Tower in his hand, Xianxia was not worried at all. Absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation could make him more stable. His strength would definitely improve at this moment. Although the 9th Great Immortal Sovereign Realm was only a step away from the Void God Realm, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Xianxia knew that this step was not easy. That's why he did not step into the Void God Realm. Instead, he suppressed the dragon marks and aura in his body. At this moment, it was completely unleashed. Xianxia felt that this lightning tribulation was not simple. Moreover, it was filled with ruthlessness. It might not be an ordinary lightning tribulation. However, at this moment, he unleashed all his techniques and did not care about the lightning tribulation at all. However, these divine souls were destined to suffer at this moment. Everyone, stop struggling. I'll send you to the safe zone. Otherwise, you'll be killed by these divine souls. I'm the Alliance Master of the Sword God Alliance, Xianxia. I've once saved 50,000 fellow immortals under the Tianzhu Peak. Xianxia's voice reverberated throughout Mount Meru. Everyone was stunned. However, the people of the Sword God Alliance immediately gave up struggling and were sucked into the Zulong Tower by Xianxia. Out of the 50,000 9th Great Immortal Sovereigns, only 30,000 were left. Out of the 300,000 9th Great Immortal Sovereigns, only less than 170,000 were left. The remaining people were extremely shocked. However, when they saw so many of them being sucked away by Xianxia's teleportation, they could not help but gasp. Mother ****. I don't care anymore. We're going to die anyway. Let's fight. The Sword God Alliance doesn't seem to be a bunch of thieves. Whether we can survive or not, it all depends on this guy. I won't hand my fate to others. I'd rather die than leave. I want to fight to the end with these divine souls. That's right. I, Zhang Tianxua, am a formidable person. I will never allow myself to become someone's lackey. Even if I die in battle, I will never give up. Never. Some were happy, some were worried. Some believed and some were worried. Not everyone believed in Xianxia. Because his appearance was still a mystery to most of them. Who would believe in someone they're not familiar with? Even though these 9th Great Immortal Sovereigns were facing a life and death crisis, there were still some who were strong and proud. They persisted in their pursuit and dreams. Even if they had to fight to the end, they still refused to believe in others. Xianxia sucked all the 9th Great Immortal Sovereigns who had given up resisting into the Zulong Tower. However, in the end, there were still 13,000 people who refused to enter Xianxia's Zulong Tower. I can only help you till here. The rest depends on your luck. How many of you can survive? Good luck to you. Seeing that the people around them had all disappeared, the remaining 10,000 people felt a great sense of danger. That's because the 100,000 spirits were all rushing towards them. As time went by, the number of spirits that they had to deal with would naturally increase. How could this be? There are more than 100,000 people here, but they all disappeared into thin air. Could it be this guy's doing? Not only those divine souls were panicking, even Xianyu who was panicking. Looks like this guy has more than one treasure on him. Even Xianyu who did not know that Xianxia must have a spatial treasure. A spatial ring that could store items was not common. However, a spatial treasure that could store a living person must be at least an origin divine tool. Even in the divine world, only a powerful hierarch would be able to obtain one. It was already extremely difficult to obtain one. Xianxia looked at Xianyu Hu and Xianyu Hu and Xianyu Hu. Even the craftsman god had only created 5 spatial treasures in his life. One could imagine how precious these spatial treasures were. Look, the lightning retribution is finally coming. That's right. This guy can't even protect himself. Do you think he can save us? What a fool's dream. Some people always like to think that they are infallible. Hee, even if I die, I will live with dignity and dignity. Those who were not taken into the Zulong Tower by Jiangchen snorted at Jiangchen. In their eyes, Jiangchen was just like them, destined to die here. It was just a matter of time. Those guys actually believed that he could save their lives and turn the tide. It was really ridiculous. More and more, Gongyang Juima felt that Jiangchen must die because he had too many secrets. This lightning retribution seems a little strange. Xianyu said in a low voice, but he did not know what was wrong. Jiangchen looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was as if there was a pair of eyes looking at him in the lightning retribution. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Jiangchen said coldly, his eyes looking at the thunderclouds in the void. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Rumble. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the top of Jiangchen's head. Jiangchen was fearless as a golden pagoda shadow appeared above his head. Terrifying lightning energy spread out, turning everything within a 100-mile radius into ashes. Not good, this guy wants to kill our people. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Only then did he realize that there were already thousands of divine souls that were struck by the lightning and turned into ashes. 100,000 divine souls were extremely shocked. Xianyu also took a glance at Gonjuimu. He was also extremely astonished. Thousands of divine souls were destroyed in an instant. Under the lightning strike, there was no living being that could survive. Of course, it wasn't just the godly souls that suffered. There were also those arrogant people who didn't want to give their lives to Jiangchen. 2,000 people instantly turned to dust. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying the dawn sky golden lightning was. Save us. Save us, Jiangchen. We know our mistakes. Lord Jiangchen, please save us. We don't want to die. You lunatic. You're here undergoing the lightning retribution, but you put us in danger. You'll die a horrible death, Jiangchen. You're a bastard, Jiangchen. I hate you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Jiangchen's expression was calm and unmoving. There was no fluctuation in his heart at all. The most difficult thing to understand was the human heart. The human heart was unfathomable. He understood this a long time ago. Not everyone could have a scale in their heart to weigh right and wrong. In the eyes of those people, they were the rulers of their world. They were omnipotent. They were the center of the world. Jiangchen saved them. They felt that Jiangchen had ulterior motives. Jiangchen was undergoing the lightning retribution here and wanted to kill the divine souls. They didn't trust anyone and pushed all the blame to Jiangchen. Such people were destined to die a horrible death. Perhaps, this was the punishment from the heavens. Black and white, unable to distinguish right from wrong, Jiangchen sneered. Some people didn't deserve sympathy even in death. Jiangchen clenched his hand. The divine burying flag stirred the wind and clouds. Even the lightning seemed to be moving with the wind under Jiangchen's control. It's the divine burying flag. Gongyang Juima gritted his teeth. Just what was this guy made of? These peerless treasures were like cabbages in the market. Wasn't this too ridiculous? After thinking about it, there was only one conclusion. This fella must have obtained all the inheritances of the craftsman god. Otherwise, how could he have so many peerless divine tools? Divine burying flag. This fella has quite a lot of treasures. Kill him and all the treasures will be ours. Haha. Xianyu laughed. I don't believe that he can withstand the power of the dawn sky golden lightning. From the start, Gongyang Juima didn't make a move. Because even he didn't dare to take the dawn sky golden lightning head-on. All divine souls, retreat from Mount Meru's range. Gongyang Juima didn't want his subordinates to die here. Third brother, bring everyone out of Mount Meru. Otherwise, no one will be able to survive the dawn sky golden lightning. Xianyu glanced at the brothers beside him and shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment, the divine burying flag in Jiangchen's hand became more and more terrifying. The entire Mount Meru seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. That kind of terror made no one dare to invade it. It was as if it was the only supreme existence in the heavens and earth. Standing proudly in the void, above all living beings, controlling life and death. Xianxia's aura reached the heavens and he was not afraid of the lightning tribulation. This scene made Moling Dongchen's heart tremble slightly. This fella is too terrifying. It's too late to think of leaving now. Xianxian smiled indifferently. The second lightning tribulation descended. Xianxian waved the divine burying flag and welcomed the lightning tribulation towards Mount Meru. Another 20,000 divine souls were annihilated. Divine sparks were everywhere. Thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns could not escape from this lightning tribulation. The screams were deafening, and the screams of agony lingered in the air. Shan Yuhu and Gangyang Juimu's countenance changed drastically. Their accumulation of countless years of divine souls was destroyed just like that. Xianxian's aura was like a rainbow. He did not feel any pressure facing the dawn sky golden lightning at all. It was as if he was mocking the lightning tribulation. Holding the flag in his hand, he was so terrifying. A ninth-grade immortal sovereign that could shake the heavens, undeniably. Even Gangyang Juimu was extremely shocked. He did not expect this fella to be so powerful. Obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god was indeed extraordinary. If this fella could enter the divine world, his future would be limitless. However, Gangyang Juimu would not give him such a chance. Although you're very strong and monstrous, you're destined to die in this divine tomb. No one has ever escaped from my palm. After all, you've obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Even if you can enter the divine world, you won't be able to live for long. Why not let me take advantage of you today? Xianxian held the divine burying flag in his hand, sweeping everything in his way. Hundreds of thousands of divine souls trembled at this moment. Because the dawn sky golden lightning was too terrifying. Thousands of divine souls turned into ashes in an instant. And this time, the power of the lightning was even fiercer. The sound of the lightning rumbled, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth apart, sending chills down everyone's spine. No. I can't die, I can't die. I've already died once, I still want to be a god again. A peak divine king expert said in fear. Because even the divine souls of divine king realm did not have the ability to resist. Facing such a terrifying lightning tribulation, they could only sigh. How could this be? This madman, to think that the lightning tribulation would descend at this moment. Isn't he afraid that he would be killed by the lightning tribulation? Divine Emperor, save us. This is too terrifying. If the lightning tribulation descends, we might not even have our bones left. No, we can't resist this lightning tribulation. Countless divine souls started to flee in all directions. But Xianxian was already prepared to resist the lightning tribulation, letting the lightning tribulation descend and kill hundreds of thousands of divine souls. This was his plan. But he did not expect that there were still many ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who were unwilling to leave. They chose to stay here and defend their position. They would rather die than to leave. They refused to believe in Xianxian. All of you, go to hell. What can 100,000 divine souls do to me? Ha ha ha. Xianxian laughed loudly. The lightning also descended. The terrifying power of the lightning was like a sea of lightning, descending on Mount Meru within a radius of a few hundred li. All the divine souls could not escape from this fate. At this moment even Gangyang Juimu, Shan Yuhu, and the others could only retreat quickly. They did not dare to put themselves in the sea of lightning. The lightning chains that were flickering with tears were like a ferocious beast in the heavens and earth. When they descended, a series of screams were heard, deafening and tragic. Xianxian, you'll die a horrible death. You're a madman. Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity with you. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Xianxian, you're a bastard. Xianxian, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns roared in anger. They vented all their anger on Xianxian. In their eyes, it was Xianxian who wanted to kill them. Xianxian was the culprit who killed them. However, they had completely forgotten that Xianxian had wanted to save them, but they were completely unmoved. They only wanted to complete the redemption themselves and would rather die than surrender. However, at this time, they thought of Xianxian. Some were looking for his life, some were looking for him for help. However, Xianxia was not omnipotent. At this time, the lightning tribulation had already descended. Within 100 li radius, there was a sea of lightning. No one could save them. In the Zulong Tower, those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who were sucked into the lightning tribulation by Xianxia all took a deep breath. No one could survive such a terrifying sea of lightning. They were glad that they did not die. Because Xianxia was here, they did not need to worry at all. In the Zulong Tower, they could clearly see the terrifying sea of lightning outside, as if it was descending upon them. However, the sea of lightning could not hurt them at all. Xianxia held the big flag in his hand, waving the heaven and earth. In the sea of lightning, he stood proudly, absorbing the power of lightning. The dragon marks on his body grew more and more, like a golden statue of the god of war. There was not a shred of pity in Xianxia's eyes. These people weren't worthy of sympathy. He had thought of helping them, but in the end, he was rejected. He couldn't bear to see so many people from different immortal worlds being killed before they even had the chance to enter the god world. However, some people were arrogant and conceited. It was inevitable that they would do something like that. It was impossible for Xianxia to change everyone's opinion. Initially, he only wanted to kill 100,000 divine souls, but the rest of them were killed. He had no choice but to show no mercy to them. He wasn't the savior of the world. Under such circumstances, he had already done his best. Xianxia had a clear conscience, he had a clear conscience. At this moment, he looked down upon everyone with disdain. This was his destiny. This was their fate. More and more people felt the frailty of life amidst the wailing. Tens of thousands of divine souls and ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were completely turned into ashes in the sea of lightning. Xianxia kept the divine burying flag and pointed his sword towards the void, welcoming the last heavenly lightning. Xianxia's expression was incomparably solemn. At this time, the 100,000 divine souls on Mount Meru had all turned into ashes. Divine sparks were scattered all over Mount Meru. Those ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who did not listen to his advice had also turned into a wisp of green smoke. Xianxia did not feel any guilt. This was what they asked for, and they only had themselves to blame. He had done his best. Those people in the Zulong Tower were all grateful to him. Xianxia is too powerful. A peak ninth-grade immortal sovereign could fight against a void god. It's a miracle. I'm glad that I was not arrogant and conceited back then. Perhaps this is fate. Xianxia saved us, but he also killed those who did not know what's good for them. Xianxia took a step forward and stood in front of those people. She said faintly, these people were not killed by young Master Xianxia. They were struck to death by the heavenly lightning because they could not see the situation clearly. They can only blame themselves for being blind. No one could refute Xianxia, because what she said was true. Gone, all gone. All the divine souls were killed by that bastard Xianxia. Killing 100,000 divine souls. He's a peerless madman. Xianyu murmured. The efforts of the brothers for so many years were all destroyed and wasted. This made Xianyu feel a great sense of defeat. In the past, no one could go against them in the divine tomb. Even Gong Juimu was not willing to provoke them. Gong Juimu smiled bitterly. He hated Xianxia to the core. I'll fight you to the death. So many divine souls were destroyed. No one would serve him anymore. His plan to return to the god position might be delayed for another 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Now, we can't go in. Gong Juimu murmured. The dawn sky golden lightning was the last heavenly lightning tribulation. It would be filled with violent lightning energy. Xianxia would not be able to endure it. Little bastard, let's see how long you can last. At this moment, Xianxia felt a terrifying energy gathering in the lightning tribulation above his head. 100,000 divine sparks began to condense and were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This time, the divine sparks were not ordinary heavenly god realm divine sparks. Most of the divine sparks were divine king realm divine sparks. There were even hundreds of hierarch divine sparks. To Xianxia, this was a great fortune. The Zulong Tower would definitely open again, and it would not only open one floor. 100,000 divine sparks were gradually absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. Xianxia's dantian was completely condensed. Even he himself did not expect that the energy of countless divine sparks would seep out from the ancestral dragon pagoda and flow into his body. Did something happen to this kid again? De Huang Dog walked back and forth with a solemn expression. The scene in the sky had shocked the world. No one dared to go against it. Even the divine soul of a divine emperor, Gong Juima, could only stay there and not make any rash moves. Could it be? No, this is impossible. I have never seen anyone condense a divine spark when he just broke through to the void god realm. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A void god's divine spark could be condensed to such a deep level. How terrifying would that person's divine spark be? Moreover, it wasn't like there wasn't such a person in the past. In the past, a great emperor had accomplished such a feat. That person was truly gifted by the heavens, unparalleled in the world. Gong Juima did not believe that Xianxia could walk on the path of that terrifying great emperor. No one could be compared to the dreadfulness of that great emperor. Why do I feel that my dantian is so hot? This energy is being transmitted to me by the Zulong Tower? Xianxia felt that the aura of the Zulong Tower was rising continuously. At the same time, an unknown energy was gathering in his body. Legend has it that only the most talented experts are able to form a god upon reaching transcendent mortal realm. Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia and murmured. He could also feel the power of divine spark. It was an inexplicable pressure. Those who are below the heavenly god realm cannot be considered as gods. Before condensing their godhood, they cannot be considered as true gods. In fact, even after death, it is impossible for their souls to exist forever. Goddess Luo nodded and said. It looks like little Chenzi is about to condense his godhead? De Huang said in a deep voice. I am also a genius, so why didn't I condense divine deity? De Huang seemed to be very dissatisfied. He glanced at Goddess Luo and the others. Goddess Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This De Huang dog was too interesting and shameless. You're just a stupid dog. What right do you have to condense godhood? Luo Wenhao glared at De Huang dog and said. Humph, Master Dog is the #1 demon sovereign in the world. You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Fight me if you're not satisfied. Let me beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. De Huang said righteously and arrogantly. You damn dog. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he felt uncomfortable. He really wanted to fight with this dog. However, he knew that this guy was not easy to deal with. He was afraid that he might not be able to kill this dog. You're really useless, Luo Wenhao. Haha. Why are you picking a fight with a dog? Do you think it's worth it? Moling Dongchen couldn't stand it anymore. This Luo Wenhao did not have the demeanor of a disciple from a big clan. God Luo clan was a famous clan in the divine world that had been passed down for thousands of years. Look, the golden light on Xianxin's body is getting brighter and brighter. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. This guy is simply an invincible monster. A 9th grade immortal sovereign that could fight against the dawn sky golden lightning. He's still thinking of condensing his godhood at this moment. He's crazy. He's crazy. Luo Wenhao boasted that he was one of the most talented youths in the God Luo clan. However, he felt a little inferior in front of Xianxia. Xianxia focused his eyes and looked at his dantian. A purple golden light began to gather in his body. At this moment, 3 floors of the Zulong Tower were opened. The 77th floor, 78th floor, 79th floor, all of them were opened. Am I really going to condense my godhood? Xianxia rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. It seemed like the Zulong Tower had absorbed hundreds of thousands of divine souls. This was the power of the godhood that the Zulong Tower had given to him. Moreover, it was purple golden in color. Once the godhood was formed, perhaps his strength would go up another level. The dragon marks were growing rapidly. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the last heavenly lightning tribulation. It was like an ancient ferocious dragon that would pour down at any time and give him the most terrifying blow. Godhood, complete. Xianxia roared in rage. Millions of purple golden light gathered in his dantian. The light converged and the dust settled. A purple golden diamond-shaped godhood was lying quietly in Xianxin's dantian. At this moment, Xianxia felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. The purple golden light shone brightly and illuminated thousands of miles away, as if it was going to light up the entire divine tomb. This is the purple golden godhood? Rumor has it that the purple golden godhood is the bearing of a great emperor. Not bad. It's really the purple golden godhood. This fella actually condensed the purple golden godhood in the void god realm. This is too unbelievable. Geng Juimu and Xianyu, whose countenance became solemn. At this moment, it was too terrifying. Xianxia's talent was unparalleled. Such a technique was heaven-defying. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to be wary of him. Xianyu, who gritted his teeth and said, "That's not necessarily true. The last heavenly lightning tribulation will only allow him to truly step into the early void god realm. The difference between a mortal and immortal is not something that can be crossed easily. Don't forget that this is the dawn sky golden lightning. Even we have to avoid it." Geng Juima still believed that it was impossible for Xianxia to escape from the dawn sky golden lightning. Let's hope so. If he really broke through the dawn sky golden lightning and stepped into the early void god realm, it'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him. After all, the ninth great immortal sovereign just now made us feel pressured. Xianyu, who was also quite solemn. He knew how terrifying this fellow was. Moreover, his strength was shocking when he was still alive. He was also astute. Naturally, he knew Xianxia very well. Geng Juimu and Xianyu, who would not make such a low-level mistake. After all, Xianxia's prestige was enough to threaten them. Moreover, Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. This was the most attractive point. The last bolt of lightning seemed to have passed through thousands of years and landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia did not move at all. Although his body was also severely injured by the lightning, this feeling was incomparably carefree. It was as if Xianxia was placed in the nine heavens jasper lake. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly raised his head. Within the thunderclouds, a golden lightning directly entered his dantian and lingered on the purple golden divine spark. At this moment, Xianxia felt something strange. This golden lightning seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. How could this be? Xianxia thought in his heart. Pooh. Ha ha ha. As expected. This fella's strength is still too weak. A void god dares to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. Does he really think that this lightning tribulation is so simple? Geng Juima laughed. His expression was extremely cold. Now, he just needs to wait for Xianxia to die. Then, all of Xianxia's inheritances will become his. At that time, those cultivators will have nowhere to hide. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. Xianyu, who felt the same. Xianxia had destroyed his brother's soul. He wished he could eat Xianxia alive. How could this be? Little Qinzi, don't drop the ball. Learn from Master Dog. The heavenly lightning tribulation will be over after a nap. Big Yellow looked worried and said in a deep voice. Damn dog. You're too good at bluffing. The lightning tribulation will be over after a nap. Luo Wenhao had goosebumps. Even if you're bluffing, you shouldn't bluff like this. You should at least have a bottom line, right? This is 2F** get up. I can't be bothered with you. De Huang harumphed coldly. He was still looking at Xianxia, who was in the sea of lightning. Now, no one dared to take a step forward. Within 100 li radius, lightning was everywhere. That kind of terror was not something that void gods like them could resist. Could this be the lightning source of the dawn sky golden lightning? Xianxia felt the baptism of the lightning and became worried. Because a strand of the lightning source of the dawn sky golden lightning had entered his body and lingered on the purple gold divine spark. That mysterious feeling made Xianxia know that the lightning source was not something to be trifled with. Compared to the dawn sky golden lightning sea of lightning, it was much scarier. Because no matter how many lightning there were, they were all released by the lightning source. Xianxia's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were destroyed by the source of the lightning. Am I going to fail miserably this time? At this moment, he suddenly thought of the myriad chi cauldron. His master had said that the myriad chi cauldron was a chaos saint tool that was obtained after the creation of the heavens and earth. It must be able to suppress all living things. Let's see if your lightning source can suppress it. Get lost. In his dantian, Xianxia operated the myriad chi cauldron and suppressed the purple golden divine spark. At this moment, the lightning source that was wreaking havoc finally calmed down. While this was happening, the myriad chi cauldron emitted from the myriad chi cauldron and spread to every part of Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt unprecedentedly comfortable. That feeling was like surviving a disaster. At this moment, his body was recovering rapidly. The myriad chi cauldron was the most powerful thing in the world. It gathered the myriad chi cauldron and it was the thing that created the world. Under the nourishment of the myriad chi cauldron, Xianxia's body gradually recovered to its peak. His strength was also relatively strong. Only Xianxia knew the benefits of the myriad chi cauldron. It could help him recover from his serious injuries and increase the strength of his body. It could even regenerate his flesh and blood. It was unparalleled. The dawn sky golden lightning source is really suppressed by the myriad chi cauldron. A smile hung at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. The thunderclouds gradually retreated. The dawn sky golden lightning source was completely suppressed by the myriad chi cauldron. A strand of golden lightning source lingered on the purple golden divine spark. At this moment, the lightning source was extremely tame. Xianxia could even control the lightning. Imagine a great war erupting and a bolt of lightning descending. How terrifying would that be? It might even be more terrifying than the 5-elemental true fire. That's amazing. Xianxia's eyes were getting brighter. The myriad chi cauldron was suppressing the lightning. It was too powerful. Now, Xianxia finally knew how terrifying the myriad chi cauldron that his master had left for him was. Not only could it be used to refine equipment, but it was also a peerless saint equipment. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 100,000 divine sparks were all absorbed by the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the 81st level was directly opened. This was something that Xianxia had not expected at all. Time had changed once every 100 years. Most importantly, he could feel that the Zulong Tower had undergone a qualitative change. Unfortunately, he could not find the exact location. On the 81st level of the Zulong Tower, an old sigh was heard. Finally, he's awake. No one could hear this sigh, not even Xianxia. In the east, in a tomb, an old man walked out of the thatched house with a walking stick. His hollow eye seemed to have a glimmer of light at this moment. However, it was only for a moment. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He wanted to say something but stopped. Behind him was the resting place of the primeval legion of gods. More than 10 tombs started to shake as if the sky was going to collapse. Did you guys feel it too? The old man murmured in a low voice. Perhaps some of the ancient gods have already returned, Xianxia said. The old man held a tattered yellow flag in front of the divine tomb. The flag was fluttering even though there was no wind. Even the self-proclaimed top expert of the divine tomb, Gung Juimu, did not dare to step into this place. Because in the ancient Eastern divine tomb, there were miracles that they could not reach. It was said that there were 4 divine emperor divine souls that had entered this Eastern divine tomb and never came out again. Their souls were scattered and they became slaves for eternity. The first tombstone in this divine tomb was engraved with the words, Headless Monarch, Xing Tian's tomb. Xianxia looked at Gung Juimu, Xianyu Hu, and the others. His strength had increased once again. This time, Xianxia had become a true void god expert. Xianxia waved his hand. More than 100,000 people in the Zulong Tower were thrown out. The entire Mount Meru was filled with the aura of death. In the morning and evening, everything was in a stalemate. There were even some flames burning on the ancient trees. Xianxia is too powerful. This time, I'm completely convinced. We're both from the immortal world, but he has such heaven-defying means. Looks like we're really not as good as him. Who's right? An expert is destined to stand at the top. Those who died can't blame anyone else. 100,000 divine souls were destroyed. How satisfying. But those 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and void gods can only blame themselves for being too conceited. Yeah, a wise man submits to circumstances. They thought too highly of themselves. They deserved to die. Countless people could not help but worship Xianxia. Those who died could only blame themselves. Xianxia had given them a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. This was the saddest part. This guy is really talented. Even the dawn sky golden lightning can't do anything to him. Xianyu said in a deep voice. Even so, we still have to kill him. Only by killing him can we change the current situation completely. The inheritance of the craftsman god must not be left in their hands. Obviously, at this moment, Gongyang Juimu had already made up his mind. If they failed, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. However, did they have any other choice now? Absolutely not. They and Jiangchen were irreconcilable enemies. There was no such thing as taking a step back. Mother ****. I knew that little Chinzi wouldn't fall so easily. Ha ha ha. Look, this guy is even more arrogant now. He's completely suitable to be Master Dog's human pet now. Am I right, goddess? De Huang rubbed against Goddess Luo's jade-like legs. Goddess Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to cry but had no tears. This bastard De Huang dog was really too hateful. Not to mention that he was daring in his lust, Goddess Luo did not even care about it. But thinking about it, who would care about a dog? Jiangchen's strength has become stronger, Moling Dongchen said with a solemn expression. Moling Dongchen said with a solemn expression. Although Jiangchen's strength was strong, the ones standing in front of him were the Xianyu brothers and the Xianyu brothers. They were one of the overlords in the divine tomb. In the past, there had never been such a terrifying scene in the divine tomb. It was the first time in millions of years that an immortal cultivator was suppressing a divine soul expert. Now, we can finally fight, right? Jiangchen looked at Gongyang Juimu and the others. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. 100,000 divine souls were annihilated in an instant. Why would he be afraid of him? Your death is here, Jiangchen. If you surrender now, you might be able to leave your body intact. Xianyu sneered. You really talk too much. You will definitely be the fastest to die. Jiangchen looked at Xianyu in disdain. The current him had broken through to the early void god realm. He was even more terrifying than before. Jiangchen was not afraid of facing a late void god. 100,000 divine souls, 1 million heroic spirits, all for my use. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiangchen roared furiously and gathered 100,000 souls. His Slaughter Dragon Seal's power had reached a new level, becoming even more terrifying. The aura of death spread across the entire divine tomb, causing Mount Meru to tremble. As soon as the Slaughter Dragon Seal was unleashed, Gongyang Juimu took a few steps back and did not dare to attack forcefully. As for Xianyu and the other brothers, they didn't believe it at all. They charged forward and unleashed the might of the Slaughter Dragon Seal, slaughtering the heavens and earth. When the Dragon Seal landed on the ground, it shocked everyone. The gigantic black shadow directly enveloped the 11 Xianyu brothers. Heartless forgetting sword, unstoppable between the heavens and earth. Xianyu slashed his sword towards the sky. However, Jiangchen's Slaughter Dragon Seal forced the 11 brothers to retreat. Their divine souls were getting weaker and weaker. No, this is impossible. How can he be so powerful? He's just an early void god. Xianyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. A single Slaughter Dragon Seal had forced them to retreat, leaving them with no strength to fight back. This was too shocking. No one could stay out of it, not even Gongyang Juimu. This fella is too heaven-defying, right? Gongyang Juimu murmured. His heart couldn't help but feel solemn. This battle will surely set off a storm in the divine tomb. Ha ha ha. What do you think, little bastard? If you're not convinced, then let my human pet, little Chinzi, fight with you. If you can defeat him, then you're qualified to fight with me. De Huang dog barked at Luo Wenhao. Luo Wenhao took a deep breath. Jiangchen's mightiness was simply unstoppable. All of you must die. The tomb of the god of sin was originally a peaceful place for divine souls. But because of you, who are neither human nor ghost, it has become such a foul atmosphere. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and make all of you disappear. Jiangchen stood up proudly, breaking through the dark clouds. He held the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Xianxia and his brothers. Xianxia's sword aura was wild, shocking people's souls. Golden light flowed, dragons and phoenixes danced. There seemed to be an incomparably fierce golden dragon in the heavenly dragon sword that was about to break free. No one can escape from here. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. Even if you're just a soul, then I'll purify you completely. Xianxia looked down on the crowd. He stepped on the void and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, completely suppressing Xianxia and his brothers. I don't believe that you can do anything to me. Xianxia roared and faced Xianxia. Countless afterimages intertwined with Xianxia. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp and the sword radiance was hundreds of zhang long, illuminating the void. Under Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, 5 of Xianxu's brothers died. Even Xianxia Long couldn't escape from this fate. Now there were only 6 brothers left. Xianxia stared at Xianxia angrily. Xianxia's mightiness was too terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all. Xianxia, I won't rest until one of us is dead. I'll kill you, arg. Xianxia was extremely mad. For so many years, he and his brothers had been relying on each other through life and death. Now, all 6 of them were completely destroyed by Xianxia. If they had the chance, they could perhaps kill enough 9th grade immortal sovereigns and absorb enough essence, chi, and soul to reincarnate and regain their divine position. But now, it seemed like it was useless. Since some of their brothers had already died, they couldn't go back anymore. Gangyang Juimu, you bastard. What are you waiting for if you don't take action now? If I die, do you think you can live alone? Do you think Xianxia will let you go? Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had reached the point where he had to fight with his life on the line. Gangyang Juimu nodded. He knew that he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. This was their last chance. All right. Gangyang Juimu quickly took action. A terrifying thunderous force was unleashed, pressing towards Xianxia. As a divine emperor divine soul, Gangyang Juimu's strength was naturally incomparably powerful. As soon as Gangyang Juimu took action, the 7 of them joined hands and barely managed to resist Xianxia's attack. However, Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword became even more ferocious. Thousands of swords were broken and lost their splendor. Except for Xianxia, the other 5 brothers took out 1 sword each. No one could stop Xianxia. No one could stop his footsteps. Whoever dares to block my path, I'll kill the god. Whoever dares to block my path, Xianxia, will not have a good ending. This is your final destination. Go to hell. Xianxia stood proudly. Now, only Xianxia and Gangyang Juimu were left. This guy is too powerful. Luo Wenhao could not help but say. His eyes were filled with fear. Even with his strength, it was still difficult for him to fight against Xianxia. Xianxia's power was unstoppable now. I'm afraid that he can already compete with the younger generation of our Mo clan. He's invincible when he's only an early void god. He's invincible under the true god realm. It really makes us feel ashamed. Moling Dongchen said with a bitter smile. That's right. It seems like even the people of the divine world can't be careless. Xianxia might not be the only one in the immortal world. Luo Wenhao continued. But such a person is destined to be extraordinary. If he can grow up, he will definitely make a name for himself in the divine world. Moling Dongchen firmly believed that as long as Xianxia did not die young, he would definitely be a beautiful person in the divine world in the future. But at the same time, he was worried because Xianxia was too dazzling. Compared to some of the talented youths in the divine world, Xianxia would definitely make people jealous. But in the end, those who did not make people jealous were mediocre. A talented person like Xianxia was destined to be the center of attention no matter where he went. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, stepping on the void and traversing across the heavens and earth, chasing after Xianxia and Gangyang Juimu. I don't even need to take action against these 2 trash. Little Chenzi can deal with them. The only pity is that you guys might not be able to see my brilliant and handsome side. This is the saddest part. Da Huang Dog said proudly. Moling Dongchen smiled but did not say anything. This guy is too funny. But he could feel that this Da Huang Dog's strength was definitely not weaker than his. Although the Huang dog always scolded and laughed, he was very intelligent. His relationship with Xianxia was not ordinary at first glance. Will you die if you stop being arrogant? Luo Wenhao looked dissatisfied. He had always wanted to stew this lecherous dog. You want to woo my goddess with your pathetic appearance? Wasn't that a fool's dream? Che, with this grandpa dog in front of you, even if it's a Q number, it's not your turn. You still have the face to stand here? Lord Dog's fart stinks. Do you want to eat another one? De Huang's expression was one of action. He wagged his tail and looked like he was the number 2 in the world. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to meet such a shameless dog. Luo Wenhao cursed in a low voice, but he did not dare to continue to compete with De Huang, because if this guy really farted, he would definitely be seriously injured, and his spirit would probably be destroyed. The two of them might not be able to hold on much longer. Goddess Luo murmured. At this moment, Xianxia was unstoppable. He soared into the sky, using the 9 phantom wolves and teleported. With a slash of his sword, Xianyu who was turned into ashes. Golden light shone everywhere, illuminating the entire Mount Meru. In the end, Xianyu who did not even let out a scream. In the end, Geng Juimu also slowly retreated. His eyes were finally filled with fear. Let me go, Xianxia. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape from here. Once I die, someone will find you. At that time, no one in the divine tomb will be able to save you. Geng Juima said fiercely. He was already at a disadvantage if he wanted to fight with his life on the line. Therefore, Geng Juima had no choice but to do so. This was his last chance. Do you think that I will let you go? Isn't that just looking for trouble for yourself? I have always been kind to my friends. But to my enemies, I would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one go. Do you think that there's a need for you to live? You're neither human nor ghost. The divine tomb was supposed to be your home. But you've plundered and killed those who had gone through untold hardships, hoping to enter the divine world one day. You've turned all their hopes into despair. Don't you deserve to die? I don't know how much blood your hands have been stained with. It's not too much to kill you 10 times over. Xianxia stared at Geng Juima coldly. He hated him to the bone. He was not a saint, he had also killed countless people. But at the very least, there must be a bottom line. These divine souls killed anyone they saw. For millions of years, they had killed countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns in order to regain their position as gods. Those who had gone through untold hardships and exhausted their entire life's potential to become immortal sovereigns. They thought that entering the divine world would bring them a different scene. They thought that they would be able to step into a higher-level battlefield. But they had never thought that they would be buried in the divine tomb. They did not even know where the gate of the divine world opened. How miserable and sorrowful was this? I haven't killed many people. I really haven't killed many people. Geng Juima said in a deep voice. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer and snort disdainfully. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. If you think that you deserve to die, then you deserve to die. Xianxia's killing intent had been triggered. He would never hold back. Then give it a try. Let's see if you can kill me. I won't rest until one of us is dead. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and the corner of his mouth showed a trace of coldness. He was already dead now. Therefore, he would definitely fight crazily. Even if he died, he would never let Xianxia have a good time. Xianxia. Prince Xianxia, please be careful. Jiang Xinxin said in a low voice. She kept mumbling something while looking at Xianxia in the sky, her mind was racing. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Boss Xianxia. After killing 100,000 divine souls and breaking through, the current young master Xianxia is no longer the same as before. He can't be compared to the past. Lu Dong said with a smile. He was full of confidence in Xianxia. Lu Dong knew that he might not be able to fight against Xianxia even if they were both at the early void god realm. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand became even more terrifying. When the sword moved, Lu Dong could feel his body trembling. That sword was like a great killing weapon in the heavens and earth. You no longer have a chance. Xianxia sneered and pointed his sword at Guang Juimu. Guang Juimu was fighting with his life on the line. He was not willing to be destroyed by Xianxia just like that. He wanted to regain his divine position. This time, if it wasn't because of Xianxin's interference, he would have completed his transformation. Regaining his position as a god was just around the corner. However, Xianxia had destroyed all of his dreams and millions of years of effort. Everything vanished in an instant. Kill without mercy. Xianxia executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each of his steps shook the sky and shattered the void. At this moment, Geng Juimu's figure could no longer hide as he trembled. However, it was too late. Xianxia was wielding the heavenly dragon sword above the void. The sword aura was terrifying. Geng Juimu was unable to withstand the sharpness of the sword. One could imagine how terrifying Xianxia was. When the 9 swords fell, the divine soul was destroyed. Geng Juimu's eyes stared at Xianxia. However, he still fell in the end, completely vanishing into thin air. The entire Mount Meru was in silence. Hundreds of thousands of human cultivators were watching this scene. The man who looked down upon the heavens was holding a sword, like a peerless war god, standing proudly. The cold wind blew past, not stirring up any dust, not falling into the mundane world. "We're saved. Ha ha ha. We're saved. It's all thanks to friend Xianxia said. Yeah. Otherwise, we would have become divine souls. If we die, even our divine souls might not be left behind. Brother Xianxia, we'll follow you. At least in the divine tomb, you're our boss. Brother Xianxia is invincible. We worship you as our king." Countless people cheered after the silence, shaking the entire Mount Meru. Xianxia's heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel any emotion. Because saving these people was his wish. He just could not bear to see the world being in trouble. Everyone has their own bottom line. Even at this moment, facing hundreds of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns and void gods, he did not even frown, nor did he feel any emotion. His goal, his wish, was to move forward, to soar into the sky, and stand at the peak of the divine world. That was Xianxia's lifelong glory. He was born to be a man above all others. Killing Geng Juimu seemed to have caused everyone to cheer wildly. Xianxia reached out his hand. A divine spark of a divine emperor quietly fell into Xianxia's hand, along with 12 peak hierarch divine sparks. At this moment, the Zulong Tower was clearly emitting a strong desire to devour the godheads. You can refine this god emperor's godhead on your own. It will be greatly beneficial to your godhead, as it can completely stabilize your godhead. As for the other 12 peak ultimate god divine sparks, you can refine them into 12 fire spirits. They will become upgraded puppets as your level increases. Fire god guard? Xianxia was slightly shocked. He never thought that Hong Lian, who hated him to the core, would actually take the initiative to talk to him. That's right. The fire god guards were refined by my father and I added a strand of my origin flame into them. At their strongest, the 12 fire god guards could reach the peak of God King realm. However, due to the corrosion of time, their power had been constantly weakened. Even their artifact spirits had gradually disappeared. If you could integrate the divine spark into them, the 12 fire divine guards would definitely be able to regain their former glory. The strength of their bodies was comparable to an essence divine artifact. For the current you, it would definitely be a great killing weapon. Hong Lian's words made Xianxia's mind spin. If the 12 fire god guards were to be embedded into the peak ultimate god divine sparks, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, the fire god guards' artifact spirits had already disappeared. Now that they had integrated the divine spark, there would definitely be another earth-shattering change. It's really amazing. As expected of the craftsman god. Xianxia said from the bottom of his heart. Who would dare to imagine a peak divine king puppet? How powerful would it be? Moreover, it was not just a divine soul but a true divine king from the divine world. Xianxia dared not imagine it at all. Amazing my ass. These 12 fire god guards were used to guard the entrance. Hong Lian sneered and said. Then, her voice disappeared without a trace. Xianxia touched his nose and could not help but smile. It was really embarrassing. However, the current him was definitely far from the craftsman god in terms of foresight and knowledge. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Jiangchen did not think too much about it. He knew that Hong Lian was trying to improve his strength. She was doing it out of kindness, but it made others feel that she was doing something bad. It's just because of this woman's cold nature, right? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't the karmic fire of the Red Lotus be passionate like fire? If even a gatekeeper was so powerful, then it went without saying how terrifying the craftsman god was. He was known as the strongest person below the god-emperor realm. What kind of honor was that? Jiangchen refined the 12 divine sparks and integrated them into the 12 fire god guards' bodies. As expected, their strength was still at the peak void god realm. However, their terrifying eyes had become sharper and sharper. Jiangchen left a trace of his soul imprint on the 12 fire god guards. They could appear and disappear at any time with just a thought. Finally, Jiangchen refined Gonyang Juimu's divine emperor divine spark. Although the increase in his strength was only a few hundred dragon marks, his divine spark had become more solid and stable. He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the early void god realm. The 4 million dragon marks in Jiangchen's body were intertwining with each other. His strength was boundless and could move mountains and fill up seas. As long as he could condense 5 million dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the mid-void god realm. Little Xianxia, good job. You've made me proud. Kakaka. De Huang dog wagged his tail and walked towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at the dog's arrogant expression and did not know whether to laugh or cry. You damn dog, get lost. Jiangchen kicked De Huang dog away. De Huang turned around beautifully and turned back into a pug, jumping into Goddess Luo's arms. The current Goddess Luo did not have the same feeling as before. This pug was cute, but whenever she thought of how this De Huang dog might be lecherous before, she would get angry. Big Yellow looked at Jiangchen as if he was a good brother. He was beaming with joy and his eyes were glittering with golden light. How could Jiangchen not know that this dog was in heat of love? Obviously, he had fallen in love with Goddess Luo. Jiangchen could not bear to look at this scene. This time, it's all thanks to you, brother Jiangchen. Luo Wenhao ignored the shameless and disgusting De Huang dog and looked at Jiangchen. He said sincerely with admiration in his eyes. Yeah. If it wasn't for you, we might have died here. Even if we are from the divine world, I'm afraid there's no way out. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. There was a trace of relief at the corner of his mouth. These souls should have died in the first place. They are already dead, and this is only their resting place. However, they want to be reborn, and the price they have to pay is to kill countless immortal cultivators. The heavenly Tao is reincarnation, it's just karma. Jiangchen said. By the way, brother Mo, do you know where my brother Xianxia is? Jiangchen looked extremely solemn as he looked at Moling Dongchen. Damn it. Is that damned monkey with you? Little Xianxia. De Huang dog also pricked up his ears. You couldn't come out from the refining god palace. Brother Xianxia went into the refining god palace, ignoring everyone's obstruction. He was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. What? Listen to me. Brother Xianxia was not refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even we were shocked. We did not expect him to benefit from the misfortune. He obtained the Golden Eye's fiery eyes and killed Ling Tianba, Bing Chan, Ao Tian, and the elders of the Ao family. He broke through Mount Meru and disappeared. After Moling Dongchen finished his words, Jiangchen let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Xianxia was really refined by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Now, it seemed that the monkey was really lucky. That's good. Jiangchen nodded, feeling relieved. This meant that Dragon Xianxia wasn't dead, it was just that his whereabouts were unknown. Next, we will enter the Yuhua boundary between the divine world and the divine tomb. Once we step out of the Yuhua boundary, we will be in the divine world. Luo Wenhao said. There is more than one divine soul in the divine tomb. Although he is one of the best, the number of heavenly gods, divine kings, and peerless experts that have died in the past thousands of years is not just limited to millions of them. We must pass through the Yuhua boundary as soon as possible to enter the divine world. This place is hell on earth. No one is willing to enter it. If it wasn't for the experts of our family who opened the space tunnel and forced us into the divine tomb, we would rather die than enter this place. Brother Luo is right. No one is willing to become a real divine soul. Moreover, our strength has not reached the heavenly God realm. Even if we die, we will only vanish. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Let's leave quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. As soon as Luo Wenhao finished his words, a bald monk appeared in the air. He looked solemn and extremely depressed. Ba. May I know if anyone knows Jiangchen from the 9-region immortal world? The bald monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. I am Jiangchen. Who are you? Jiangchen looked at the bald monk and had a bad feeling about this. This poor monk's dharma name is Shuabiud. I went to a devil domain in the northwest with a junior brother. Fortunately, I received the teachings of a senior from a Buddhist sect. He gave a lecture for 30 days, benefiting us for the rest of our lives. However, just as the senior was about to ascend to heaven and return to immortality, an incomparably terrifying peerless fiend god appeared. This guy scattered a total of 17 of us. 15 of us died on the spot, and the only ones who survived were me and junior brother Tyrant. He said that as long as you can find Jiangchen, you will definitely be saved. Shuabiud said solemnly. You mean Tyrant? Where is he now? Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Tyrant had also entered the divine tomb. This was something he had never expected. He didn't come in with the 3 of them. Could it be that there was another way to enter the divine tomb? However, now was not the time to think about such things. He needed to find Tyrant as soon as possible. Who captured the monk? De Huang also squinted his eyes. Even the monk had entered the divine tomb. It seemed like it was getting more and more interesting. However, the only thing they could do now was to save Tyrant. That extremely powerful divine soul could suppress me completely. If it wasn't for Tyrant using all his strength, I guess I wouldn't be able to escape from death. However, he was captured by that powerful divine soul. However, that divine soul didn't seem to threaten his life because he wanted the things on Tyrant. Shuabiud continued. In other words, the monk should be fine for the time being, right? Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Shuabiud. Let's not waste any more time. De Huang, let's go. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. De Huang jumped down from Goddess Luo's embrace reluctantly. However, at this moment, De Huang knew what was more important. Hence, he would not hesitate at all. Jiangchen, although we are not as powerful as you, we should be able to help. We will go with you. Moling Dongchen said. Yeah, more people means more strength. You're our savior. Luo Wenhao was not to be outdone. Brother Jiangchen, we pledge our lives to follow you. Their voices resounded in Jiangchen's ears. Even though he was a person who was not easily moved by emotions, his heart still palpitated a little. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your kindness. However, this time we're going to save my brother. The situation is urgent. Moreover, all of you can enter the divine world. There's no need to take this risk with me. I can't let all of you follow me and take the risk with me. Otherwise, I, Jiangchen, will not be able to bear it. Alright, everyone, let's meet again in the divine world. Jiangchen glanced at De Huang Dog and followed Master Shuabiud. They were ready to depart any time. Let the few of us go with you. Moling Dongchen insisted. In the end, Moling Dongchen, Goddess Luo, Luo Wenhao, Jiang Xinxin, Yexing Yunwang, Lu Dong, Mo Qihan and the others followed Jiangchen to save Tyrant. Mountain Kuei was covered in a haze that stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was a wasteland, covered in yellow sand, and filled with broken walls and ruins. There was an evil aura everywhere, and even the sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. The surrounding mountains were undulating and endless. Tombstones were standing in great numbers. The cawing of crows could be heard. In the quiet mountain Kuei, it looked strange and gloomy. There was no grass or trees. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Within the radius of 10,000 miles, everything was covered with the color of blood and gray. Everyone had an incomparably solemn expression on their faces. After entering this region, they also felt a great pressure. This is Mount Kuei and the Blood Dragon Cave. This is the abode of the Divine Soul Expert. Shuabu shook his head and said. His eyes were solemn. He even showed a trace of fear towards this guy. After all the people who were discussing Tao with him were killed. Only he and Tyrant were left. That tragic scene still gave him goosebumps when he thought about it. Mount Kuei, Blood Dragon Cave? Xianxia furrowed his brows. So, Tyrant was captured by these people? Who dares to act rashly here? Come out and kowtow to Master Dog. Maybe I will spare your life. Big Yellow was swaying back and forth in front of Xianxia, acting like a mighty general, showing off his prowess. As soon as De Huang Dog finished his words, the whole mountain shook. The whole Mount Kuei seemed like it was going to collapse. On the ridge of Mount Kuei, there was a huge stone tablet that was tens of thousands of feet high. It rose from the ground. Rocks rolled down, the earth trembled, and ghosts cried and wolves howled. A dog dares to talk nonsense in my Mount Kuei? Looks like you've come to die. I, revered Ren Chen, will kill you today to restore the prestige of my Mount Kuei. A cold laugh rang out. The divine soul of a god emperor stood proudly in the void. A bald old monk with a long beard appeared there. He coldly looked at Xianxia and the others with disdain. Master Dog can kill you with a fart. Are you the one who captured the monk? Big Yellow had a fierce look on its face as it grinned. So you came prepared. Oh, no wonder. A fish escaped the net. Stinky monk, you will all die here today. Ren Chen squinted his eyes. When he saw Shuabu, his killing intent became stronger. Let's see if you have the ability. Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of this Master Dog? Eat my fart. De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He turned around and let out a fart. The stench filled the air. Ren Chen quickly retreated. His facial expression changed a few times. The stench was so strong that his body was trembling. This fart was something Ren Chen didn't expect, because he didn't expect this big yellow dog to be so shameless. Damn dog, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes today. Ren Chen was infuriated. No matter who it was, they would feel nauseous after being smelled by such a stinky and domineering fart. This was an insult to him, a divine emperor. Obviously, Ren Chen's pride was unparalleled. He was still living in his own world. Gagaga. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Do you really think that you're a peerless divine emperor? You're just a soul that's about to die, and you still dare to show off? De Huang Dog harumphed coldly, looking at Ren Chen with disdain. De Huang, why bother talking to this kind of person? Kill him with your fart. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Yeah. This kind of trash is able to capture the monk. Seems like this guy hasn't made any progress. It's really embarrassing. De Huang Dog said with disdain. After rescuing the monk, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. You guys are too much. I'm going to kill all of you. Ren Chen roared in anger and charged towards De Huang Dog. The spear in his hand stirred the void, creating a deafening noise. Xianxia frowned. A true dragon palm was unleashed. A dragon roar was heard. The terrifying seal hit Ren Chen's body. Ren Chen was sent flying. His shadow became weaker and weaker. One look and anyone could tell that he was heavily injured. After forcing Ren Chen back with a palm strike, the latter's eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that a mere early void god would be able to force him back. Moreover, he was heavily injured. This was simply unimaginable. Xianxia shook his head. Although this fellow was also a god sovereign, his strength was at most equal to Shan Yuhu. Divine soul powerhouses had varying strengths. This Ren Chen could be considered strong, but he couldn't be called a true powerhouse. At least in the tomb of the god of sin, it was impossible to have such strength. Looks like this guy is really too weak. He can't even withstand a single blow. Moling Dongchen smiled and said. That's right. He offended Xianxia, so he's probably going to die soon. Luo Wenhao also laughed. Just you wait and see. Mount Kuei is not a place you can casually set foot on. Ren gritted his teeth and quickly ran away. After he ran away, the blood-red steel on the ridge of Mount Kuei rose up again, piercing through the clouds. The rumbling sound was even more deafening. This time even Xianxia frowned his eyebrows tightly. A Sanskrit voice that covered the sky reverberated in Mount Kuei. A blood-red hole was revealed from the blood-red steel. It looked hollow and abrupt. An inexplicable pressure shrouded everyone's heart. I'm just a kid. How dare you act wildly in Mount Kuei? It seems like you guys really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already killed that little monk. You guys are too late. A gloomy voice was heard. A group of dark clouds that shrouded above their heads floated and converged. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could see the person. Since you've killed that monk, you'll have to pay with your blood. Today, I'm going to wash Mount Kuei and Blood Dragon Cave with blood. Xianxia said faintly while staring at the group of dark clouds above the void. What a big tone. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Here, you guys will die without a burial place. A low and sorrowful voice was heard from the dark clouds. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out if you have the ability. I'll kill you with my fart. Before De Huang finished his words, he was shrouded by the dark clouds. Xianxia slashed down with his sword. The dark clouds gathered and shrouded the heavenly dragon sword. Xianxia wanted to pull out the heavenly dragon sword, but it was to no avail. The dark clouds pressed down on the city. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be controlled by the dark clouds. Everyone became hesitant. They wanted to take action, but found that there was no way to do it. Get out of here! Xianxia roared. The power of the heavenly dragon sword rippled out. One sword light shone on the 14 provinces. The dark clouds were finally forced to retreat. De Huang dog was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. This time I've kicked an iron plate. De Huang said in a low voice and muttered to himself. I'm afraid this person is a little strange. Could it be? Luo Wenhao said in a deep voice. It's very possible. We were frightened by that kind of pressure just now. We couldn't do anything at all. He's too powerful. He's so powerful that we can't even reach him. Moling Dongchen said. His words were filled with fear and trembling. It's the Emperor's prestige. However, it is an incomplete Emperor's might. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, the heaviness in her words was self-evident. At this moment, De Huang jumped into Goddess Luo's arms. Damn it. This is the first time I feel scared. Luo, you have to protect me. De Huang dog's extremely shameless spirit was vividly displayed at this moment. Luo Wenhao could not wait to eat the dog's meat. However, this dog was too good at picking the right time. Xianxia looked at the terrifying dark clouds coldly. The pressure on him was relatively lesser. After all, the power of the heavenly dragon sword was not to be underestimated. The primal origin treasure was truly unstoppable. Even the dark clouds were a little afraid of it. Could it be that he's really the soul of a great emperor? Xianxia frowned and said in a deep voice. Why would the soul of a great emperor appear here? The prestige of a great emperor is immortal. No matter if it's the divine tomb or the divine prison, they can't control it. Moreover, it's out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. The prestige of a god emperor is not something that we can imagine. Goddess Luo patted De Huang dog's head as if she was comforting him and said in a low voice. Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to know about it. Since you're here, stay. Then, the dark clouds slowly condensed into a human figure. The man's body was sturdy and his eyes were sharp. He was wearing a black robe and his aura covered the sky. It was as if he could destroy the stars, move the mountains and fill the seas. This is the prestige of a great emperor? Xianxia thought. The man was surrounded by dark clouds. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His eyes were shining with black light and extremely cold. Even if you have the prestige of a great emperor, you're just a remnant soul. Aokihan sneered and said. But at this moment, the black-robed man raised his hand and a dark cloud shrouded Aokihan. Aokihan was sent flying and blood spurted out from his mouth. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Even if Xianxia wanted to take action, he did not have the chance as the man was too fast. In his hand, there was a ball of water formed from condensed water vapor, floating in the air. I can feel that your strength should be the strongest. Just as expected, water droplets splashed onto Jiang Xinxin, Mo Qihan and Lu Dong. The three of them were instantly frozen and became ice sculptures. Their bodies were motionless as they were sealed by the ice. It was terrifying. Jiangchen frowned as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This fellow was too terrifying. Even Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword was being pushed back by the cold air. Jiangchen had to use the 5-elemental true fire to melt the ice on the heavenly dragon sword. You are the ancestor of darkness, the great demon god emperor, Yi Shuihan. Goddess Luo Lingling said. Her pupils shrunk as she took 2 steps back. Her chest was heaving up and down. Apparently, she was shocked by the black-robed man. The prestige of a great emperor was extraordinary. Even though he had died for millions of years and only a remnant soul was left, he was still not someone that ordinary people could compete with. I can't believe that someone still remembers my name. Yi Shuihan murmured. He couldn't help but look at Goddess Luo again. God Luo clan seems to have good foresight. However, no one can leave here alive today. The legendary ancestor of darkness, the great demon god emperor, Yi Shuihan. It seems like we can't escape today. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and shook his head. His face was full of shock and he was even a little disheartened. The great demon god emperor is unparalleled in the world. How could he fall? However, a god emperor has not appeared for nearly 70 million years. Some even said that the god emperors had gone into seclusion. Some said that all the god emperors had fallen after a shocking battle. Luo Wenhao said in a low voice as he looked at Yi Shuihan. He was also shocked. Jiangchen looked at Yi Shuihan. His feeling was not that strong. After all, he had not entered the divine world. He would not understand how high the position of a god emperor was in the divine world. Moreover, the prestige of a god emperor was as high as the heavens. No one dared to go against it. The great demon god emperor, the #1 evil emperor in the divine world. He had fought against 3 people at the same time and was not at a disadvantage. The other 3 were also god emperors. Who would not be afraid of such prestige? Didn't you say that there were no god emperors in the tomb of the god of sin? Luo Wenhao's expression changed. His clan's elder once said that the divine tomb could not trap the divine soul of a god emperor, because the divine soul of a god emperor had already transcended beyond the 3 realms. Although the divine tomb was strange, a god emperor was the supreme ruler of the myriad of worlds. No one could change their will. There are exceptions to everything. Jiangchen said in a low voice. When he saw the divine soul of the god emperor, the pressure on him was as great as ever. However, no one knew how terrifying the god emperor was. Because, at the level of the god emperor, all methods were useless. The god emperor represented omnipotence. That little monk is an old friend of mine. That's why I must kill him. Since you're here to save him, you can die with him. Yi Shuihan said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen and the others were just ants in his eyes. A dignified god emperor doesn't even have the slightest bit of magnanimity. He's actually the same as those despicable and shameless godly souls. He only wants to kill us cultivators who have yet to enter the god realm. Jiangchen said with a cold smile. Are you trying to goad me into action? It doesn't seem to work. I naturally have my reasons for wanting to kill that monk. As for you, you're just funerary objects. Not worth mentioning. Yi Shuihan was cold and arrogant. Even if I'm a god emperor, so what if I kill you? In my eyes, if anyone dares to stand in my way, I will definitely not let them go. The prestige of a god emperor is not something you can casually criticize. You're just a bunch of lowly ants. Killing you is like killing a dog. What's the difference? You're really conceited. However, it might be difficult for you to get what you want. Because you've met me. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. He looked at Yi Shuihan fearlessly. Even if you're a god emperor, so what? If you really have the potential of a god emperor, so what if I'm afraid of you? But now, you're just a soul. Why should I be respectful to you? Even so, Xianxia would not let him go. Because he captured his brother, Tyrant. If he did not take revenge, they would not live under the same sky. Surrender now, and you might be able to leave your corpses intact. Yishuihan said. Do you really think we're sick cats? Subduing the enemy without a fight? Aren't you looking down on us? Xianxia sneered. Before the battle even started, Xianxia could not do such a thing. Even if he were to die, he wanted to die standing. He wanted to die with dignity. Well done. You dare to fight against a god emperor. You're indeed worthy of admiration. However, you still have to die. Because I won't leave anyone alive. Before you came, you should have been prepared to die. Yishuihan said coldly. He really did not want to fight. However, this guy was determined to fight with him. Obviously, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone, follow me and fight. I want to see how terrifying the prestige of a god emperor is. Xianxia wanted to compete with Heaven Duke. He was not afraid of the prestige of a god emperor at all. I'm going to die either way. Master Dog will fight with you. De Huang Dog stood beside Xianxia fearlessly. That's right. Anyway, this guy has already decided to kill us. Life and death are boundless. We won't forget it even if we don't think about it. So what if we die? Moling Dongchen waved his folding fan and stood on the left of Xianxia. Yishuihan said arrogantly. It's a worthy death to be able to fight against the divine soul of a peerless god emperor. Ha ha ha. Luo Wenhao was not timid and stood out bravely. Although I haven't entered the divine world, I've seen the prestige of a god emperor. My life is not in vain. Let's fight till the end. Yexing Yunwang's eyes were filled with fighting intent. He also planned to follow Xianxia and fight against the divine soul of a god emperor. A bunch of ants. How dare you compete with the brilliance of the moon? How arrogant. I will let you see that the prestige of a god emperor is not something you can resist. Yishuihan sneered. A dark cloud of lightning pressed down and broke through the sky. The rolling dark cloud and the peerless thunder rumbled. In just one move, everyone was pushed back. Even Xianxia was not an exception. However, he was in a better condition. Although he was pushed back, his situation was not too bad. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia's smile became brighter. Because the divine soul of a god emperor made him feel that the prestige of a god emperor was not inviolable. I want the girl of God Luo clan. Follow me. I'll give you a lifetime of glory. Yishuihan looked at Goddess Luo with burning eyes. Don't even think about it. You dead man. Master Dog will not allow it. De Huang Dog stood in front of Goddess Luo proudly. A dog. Overestimating yourself. De Huang gritted his teeth and stared at Yishuihan. Yishuihan struck with his palm. The palm wind was like lightning. De Huang Dog roared in anger and rushed up. His tough dog head was hit and De Huang Dog was sent flying. He looked extremely miserable. Even his body was broken into pieces. De Huang. Motherf asterisk Ker, how dare you touch my brother? Today, I will fight you to the death. Even if it's the divine soul of an emperor god, I will make you pay for your actions. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pointed it at Yishuihan. You do have some ability. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. If not for the fact that you are only a spiritual body, I would only need a single thought to kill you. That would be enough. Yishuihan curled his lips and completely disdained Xianxia. However, in the end, you are only a spirit. If I'm afraid of even a spirit, then I might have already failed before even entering the god world. Xianxia's murderous aura was like a dragon. He must fight with all his strength against Yishuihan. Very well, even if you are a soul, killing you is still as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Yishuihan stepped through the void and directly attacked. He attacked crazily and crushed Xianxia's shadow with a sharp palm wind. 9 phantom wolves. Xianxia's speed suddenly increased. 9 shadows appeared in the void and attacked Yishuihan together. But in an instant, Xianxia's real body was discovered by Yishuihan. A simple but hard-to-avoid punch directly made Xianxia unable to hide. With the power of a great emperor, Xianxia quickly retreated. The slaughtered dragon's seal carried the power of resentment of all living beings. The aura of death filled the entire Mount Kuei. The seal linked and was extremely terrifying. But in the eyes of Yishuihan, it was not a threat at all. Yishuihan's figure moved and disappeared. His shadow turned into a cloud. The slaughtered dragon's seal hit on Yishuihan's shadow, but it was like hitting a sponge. There was no force at all and Yishuihan easily dodged it. Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword stirred up waves again. The sword edge was sharp and it changed the universe. The power of a primal origin treasure was so sharp that even Yishuihan did not dare to take it head-on. After all, he was just a divine soul. But Yishuihan was not to be outdone. After all, he was an emperor god. That kind of power was something that Jiangchen could not compare with. 1,000 miles of ice. Yishuihan covered the sky with one hand. Thousands of miles of ice and snow drifted in the air. Everywhere was filled with ice, directly freezing the void. Everywhere was covered in ice and snow. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the chill was so cold that it suppressed everyone's strength to the lowest possible level. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Jiangchen gathered the 5 elemental true fire, and with a twist of his hand seal, the 3,000 flames dragon seal instantly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, directly blasting towards Yishuihan. The 1,000-li ice seal, at this moment, turned into water mist, filling the space between heaven and earth. It was like the first clear sky after a heavy rain, and the dust had settled. The frigid coldness of the 3,000 flames dragon seal was completely expelled. Moreover, the fusion of ice and fire of the 3,000 flames dragon seal perfectly countered the water-changing's icebound 1,000 miles. How could this be? Yishuihan quickly retreated after his attack. He had dissolved the 3,000 flames dragon seal, but he was still shocked. With your strength, you are at most a peak void god. Do you think you can block my 1,000 miles of ice? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yishuihan did not believe that Jiangchen had such strength. Suddenly, he felt that his Mount Kuei seemed to be covered by a layer of barrier. Old fart, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me? Yishuihan pointed at the sky and scolded. At this moment, even Jiangchen was slightly surprised. Who is this fella scolding? I know it must be you. Even if I suppress my strength to a peak void god, no one here will be able to leave this place alive. I am a god emperor. My power is unstoppable. Yishuihan pointed at the sky and scolded. Jiangchen frowned. Is this fella crazy? If it wasn't for someone setting up a barrier around Mount Kuei, you would have died just now. Now, I can only unleash the strength of a peak void god. But it should be enough to kill you all. Yishuihan's eyes became colder. Your strength is only at the peak void god level? Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. A peak void god was already so powerful. An ordinary peak void god might not be able to fight against him, but he was still so confident. One could see how terrifying a god emperor was. Moreover, Jiangchen understood that someone had set up a barrier around this place. That's why Yishuihan's strength was restricted. In other words, he still had a chance, a great chance. We're both void gods. Even if you're a god emperor, I don't need to be afraid of you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Even if we're both void gods, killing you will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. After all, you don't know how powerful a god emperor is. Yishuihan was full of confidence. Jiangchen was indeed powerful. But he was still a god emperor's divine soul. Even if his strength was restricted by a barrier, he should not be underestimated. Jiangchen looked at the void. He couldn't feel the existence of the barrier, but he could see that Yishuihan was really nervous. This feeling couldn't be faked because his strength was restricted, he could only unleash the strength of a peak void god. Jiangchen looked at the void. I, Jiangchen, will wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangchen took a step forward. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step shocking the heavens. Insignificant tricks. It's just a void technique, yet you want to kill me? Ha ha ha, what a fool's dream. Yishuihan's footwork was exquisite. Every step he took was calculated. The azure dragon's 5 steps could not break through the void around Yishuihan. Moreover, it could not affect him at all. This was the first time Xianxia failed. The azure dragon's 5 steps was exquisite and could change the void. However, Yishuihan was able to see through it with a single glance. The prestige of a god emperor is too powerful, Xianxia thought. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was the truth. It could not be changed. It's lonely at the top, Yishuihan said faintly. As he moved, the void was frozen. Cold air filled the air. Ice flowers could be seen everywhere. It was beautiful, but it was full of killing intent. The ice flowers were dazzling like ice blades. They were extremely sharp. At this moment, all of them flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand. The sword moved like a dragon and a phoenix danced, slashing the ice flowers in all directions. Even so, his body was pierced by dozens of ice flowers. He staggered and retreated with a pale face. Just so. Yishuihan shook his head and snorted at Xianxia. You're too weak. You don't deserve to have this primal origin treasure. Aren't you talking too much? In fact, you're a bit noisy. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body shook and he transformed into a dragon. After the dragon transformation, even Yishuihan's expression turned grave. A terrifying aura spread out from Xianxia's body. 10 times his combat strength. Now, Xianxia's combat strength had reached the level of a late void god. Yishuihan couldn't help but become serious. Are you a human or a dragon? I have never seen a dragon like you. Dead people don't deserve to know. I will destroy your divine soul. Xianxia grinned and roared. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. Yishuihan shuttled through the void, holding a huge mace shaped like a wolf's fang. Yin-chi filled the air as it swept across. The void buzzed as if it was about to shatter. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. Although it was just a divine soul, a remnant soul of a great emperor, even a remnant soul of a great emperor whose strength was suppressed, it still had the prestige of a great emperor. Its strength was unpredictable, so Xianxia did not dare to be careless. After transforming into a dragon, Xianxia became incomparably violent. His aura was ferocious everywhere. Even Yishuihan did not dare to be careless. Xianxia's physical strength had also become incomparably powerful. Yishuihan's attacks were ruthless and ruthless. Both of them were constantly intertwining with each other. The violent aura was not any weaker than Tian Fengshuihan's. You're really strong. It's a pity that you don't have a great emperor-level soul. You can't stop my prestige of a great emperor. Yishuihan sneered. Both of them were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. Moreover, Xianxia's great divination art had discovered Yishuihan's movement and was pressing on. Even so, he did not gain any advantage over Yishuihan. It was still unrealistic for Xianxia to suppress Tian Fengshuihan at this moment. You've already lost in terms of soul strength. Yishuihan's eyes were cold. The huge mace swept across and collided with the heavenly dragon sword. Yishuihan closed his eyes and finally began his powerful attack. Soul collision. Soul extinguishment. 3 feet of ice seal. Yishuihan's voice was ethereal. A Sanskrit sound swept across. Xianxia, who was above the void, frowned. An invisible soul pressure pressed down on him. Xianxia quickly retreated, but there was still no effect. His soul felt like it was going to freeze. That kind of pain was self-evident. Such a terrifying soul attack. Xianxia was shocked. Freeze. My soul will help you transcend. Yishuihan abruptly opened his eyes and the spiritual pressure that filled the heavens and earth caused everyone to feel as though they were about to be frozen. Once their spiritual souls were frozen, they would completely lose their consciousness, which was no different from death. Pagoda suppressing divine soul. Xianxia clenched his fist, and the Zulong Tower appeared, enveloping everyone. As soon as Xianxia's Zulong Tower appeared, Yishuihan's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror, as if the fear in his heart had been ignited. What a terrifying pagoda. What a familiar feeling. Why does my soul feel so uncomfortable? Yishui Han didn't expect his plan to backfire. His soul was suppressed by the golden pagoda, and he completely lost the initiative to attack. Instead, he retreated step by step, and his expression was extremely ugly. A dragon's roar shook Yishui Han indescribably. "I thought I'm going to die." Luo Wenhao's expression was terrible. Being enveloped by Jiang Chen in the Zulong Tower, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. Jiang Chen's pagoda is really magical, and it has saved us more than once. Moling Dongchen murmured. "You're right. Do you think this is the inheritance of the craftsman god that he has obtained?" Luo Wenhao said doubtfully. "Why? Do you still want to fight against Jiang Chen?" Moling Dongchen laughed. "How can I be so inhumane? I thought he was dead and tried my best to dissuade Long San. My Luo clan is not that crazy." Luo Wenhao snorted. It was the truth, and he was just curious. Craftsman god's inheritance. Sigh. If we can return to the divine world, Jiang Chen will definitely set off a storm in the divine world. I believe he will not be mediocre. Moling Dongchen let out a sigh. The inheritance of the craftsman god will definitely make the peaceful divine world bustling again. As for him, being the center of the storm, he won't have a good time either. Luo Wenhao said worriedly. This is not something you guys need to worry about. If we can't get out of here, everything will be nonsense. Goddess Luo said faintly. Looking at De Huang, who was severely injured, she could not bear to see him like this. Her originally calm state of mind had also become emotional. At this moment, a 5-elemental true fire was shot out. Jiang Xinxin and the others who were frozen instantly melted. They were so cold that their faces turned purple. They were shivering as if their souls were going to be taken away. This was not an ordinary freezing. It was the freezing of the soul of a god emperor. If it lasted for a long time, they might even be frozen to death. Jiang Chen looked at Yishui Han with disdain and said coldly. What else do you have now? If you want to kill us, these are not enough. It's too early for you to be happy. The soul of a god emperor is not something that you people can imagine. Yishui Han was still extremely confident. Even though he was forced back by Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower, he still had the means to punish Jiang Chen. 9 turns 30,000 miles, I shall freeze the heavens. Yishui Han roared in rage. A bone-chilling cold intent struck again. The mountains danced like silver snakes, the plains were like wax elephants, and the void was frozen. It was a spectacular scene, everything was frozen at this moment. 30,000 miles of ice was frozen. The cold intent was shocking and not even a blade of grass could grow. Thunder destruction, I am the only one. Thunder origin, pouring 1,000 miles. Jiang Chen covered the sky with his hand and soared up. The thunder origin in his body instantly burst out. It was majestic and overbearing. The dawn sky golden lightning tore through the air and descended. It completely shattered Yishui Han's world of ice, causing it to crumble inch by inch. There was no sign of it being sealed in ice anymore. You have the thunder origin? Yishui Han was shocked once again. It was impossible for him to control the origin of lightning, let alone a void god like Jiang Chen. However, he did it. Jiang Chen was a void god, but he did it. His 30,000 miles of ice was broken by Jiang Chen's thunder origin. Thunder and fire were one family. The power of the thunder origin was comparable to the descent of true fire. It was unstoppable. A god emperor is just SOSO. Jiang Chen refuted Yishui Han. Because Jiang Chen knew that even if it was a complete god emperor's divine soul, he wouldn't be a match for Yishui Han. Because Yishui Han was just a remnant soul, he dared to be so arrogant. Good, beating up a god emperor. Little Chenzi, I will respect you from now on. Ha ha ha. Although De Huang was heavily injured, he was extremely excited at this moment. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. Yishui Han was at his wit's end. He believed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to turn the situation around. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson now. Yishui Han's expression became more and more solemn. Do you really think that a god emperor is so easy to defeat? A god emperor will never lose. Just a remnant soul. How can you be so brave? Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky. No matter what you do, I will not move. Shattering the void. Great darkness sky. Not good. Legend has it that this is Yi Shuihan's ultimate killing move, shattering the void and turning the void into ruins. Goddess Luo murmured. Her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, if this place turned into ruins, it would probably be sucked into the black hole of the universe and turned into ashes. God knows how many powerhouses had been buried under this move, great darkness heaven. Are we really done for? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly. At this moment, it seemed like even Jiangchen would not be able to save the situation. After all, Yi Shuihan was the Nine Heavens celestial emperor of the divine world. A centipede dies but never falls down. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Yi Shuihan was still a celestial emperor after all. Once we are defeated, I never thought that we would be trapped in this divine tomb. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the celestial emperor, Jiangchen would not be defeated. Luo Wenhao gritted his teeth and said. He felt unsatisfied for Jiangchen and himself. The emperor's prestige is indelible and invincible. Moling Dongchen closed his eyes slowly. Although they were in Jiangchen's Zulong Tower, countless black holes appeared in front of them. Once they were sucked into the black holes, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Apart from the celestial emperors, who else could have such means? Although there were people in the immortal world who could tear the void apart, the divine tomb was not the same as the immortal world. The stability of the space in the immortal world and the divine tomb was totally different. But even so, the void was still collapsing. Terrifying black holes kept sucking Jiangchen into them. Once he was sucked into the black holes, he would be devoured by the black holes and turned into nothingness. This was the most mysterious black hole energy in the entire universe. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Now, let's see what other means you have to contend against me. Ha ha ha. Yi Shuihan laughed coldly. This time even the heavens could not save him. You're really strong. Jiangchen said solemnly. Unfortunately, I'm stronger than you. The appearance of a celestial emperor is just SOSO. Great void technique. Jiangchen stepped on the void and freely shuttled back and forth like a leisurely void walker. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Only De Huang Dog was calmly lying in Goddess Luo's embrace. Is that true? I can't believe my eyes. Jiangchen actually dodged countless black holes and traveled through the void. Jiangchen is omnipotent. I've already told you that my human pet is invincible. But why don't you believe me? You look so worried, but I, Lord Dog, have already seen through everything. De Huang Dog's serious attitude made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. This De Huang Dog, at such a crucial moment, actually dared to make them look bad. No. This is impossible. Yi Shuihan was incomparably shocked and his face was ashen. Shattering the void and the black holes couldn't do anything to Jiangchen. He had already used up all his means, but Jiangchen was able to withstand all of them. How could Yi Shuihan accept this? One should know that he still regarded himself as a peerless celestial emperor. Failure was more painful than death to him. At this moment, Jiangchen was holding the divine burying flag and stirring the void. All of the black holes were moving towards Yi Shuihan at the same time. I'm not willing, not willing, not willing. Yi Shuihan's angry roar resounded through the void. His figure was also sucked into the black holes. At this moment, the world returned to nothingness. The black holes devour everything. You've shot yourself in the foot. You reap what you sow, ha ha ha. Big Yellow had a profound look on his face, as if he was lecturing someone. In the end, he laid in Goddess Luo's embrace and laughed out loud. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire Mount Yin Kuei also became quiet. Come out. Your master is already dead. Do you think you can still escape from my grasp? Jiangchen's voice reverberated through the entire Mount Yin Kuei. Ren Chen's expression changed drastically. He never thought that even the remnant soul of a celestial emperor would be defeated by such a young guy. It was too shocking. Lord Tyrant is here. I dare not be negligent. Ren Chen sent Monk Tyrant out with a smile on his face. He had a flattering expression on his face. When Tyrant saw Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, his eyes lit up and he ran towards them. F***ck. Little Xianxia, I thought I would never see you again. Tyrant said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. Unlike the immortal world, this time, they were reunited after surviving a calamity. It's good that you're fine. Ha ha ha, speaking of which, how did you enter the divine tomb? You've reached the early void god realm. Xianxia said with a smile. To be exact, I'm at the peak of early void god realm. I'm just one step away from breaking through. Sigh, what's the use of that? I was still captured by that old bastardy Shui Han. But you, little Xianxia, you're too fierce. That's the soul of a celestial emperor. I still can't believe that you've killed a celestial emperor's soul. Tyrant couldn't calm down as he thought of this. It's just a remnant soul of a celestial emperor. It's not worth mentioning. Hee hee. Xianxia nodded and chuckled. Kid, you're still the most terrifying one. Although you're only an early void god, even a late void god would have to take a detour in front of you. I feel that there is a mysterious power that seems to be summoning me from within the tomb of the gods. Tyrant said solemnly. Then, did you find it? Xianxia said. No, I just sensed it. I was captured by that bastardy Shui Han. There's a mysterious force calling out to you? Looks like you're going to have a great opportunity. Then, why did Shui Han capture you? He said that I'm his enemy, so he must kill me. But before that, he demanded that I hand over the Vairocana spell. How the F***ck would I know what the Vairocana spell is? But it sounds like a Buddhist scripture. Tyrant said as he rubbed his nose. That should be the case. Looks like your identity is really intriguing. Could it be that you're the reincarnation of a celestial emperor? Haha. Xianxia said with a laugh. However, what he said might be the truth. Forget it. That guy almost killed me. I don't want to be a celestial emperor. I'm devout and the Buddha's light shines. That son of a bitch, he's always in trouble. How can there be such a miserable celestial emperor? Tyrant complained to Xianxia with tears and snot running down his face. Bah. Female benefactor is a beauty that can topple countries. How can she be tarnished by that evil dog? Stinky monk, if it wasn't for my brilliance, do you think you would have the chance to meet such a beautiful lady? You're just a traitor. You don't know how to appreciate me at all. Appreciate your ass. I was saved by little Chen. You arrogant bastard, you're still so cocky. I was almost killed, and you're still in the mood to flirt with girls? Are you still my brother? Damn dog. Tyrant changed his serious expression and started cursing. Everyone was shocked. Even Master Shua Wuda was a little dumbfounded. The tyrant in the past was not like this. Isn't this Lord Dog seriously injured? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You don't know how to repay my kindness. When I recover, I will bite you to death, you heartless monk. Bah. Mother ****. You're cursing again. After saying that, Tyrant bowed lightly towards Master Shuabud. This time, it's all thanks to senior brother Shuabud. Tyrant is grateful to your 8th ancestor. No. It's a slip of the tongue. Thank senior brother Shuabud for saving my life. Don't mention it. Junior brother Tyrant, it turns out that, you're such a genuine person. Shuabud said awkwardly. However, he knew that Tyrant was a genuine person. Such a genuine person. Moling Dongchen found it hard to speak and murmured in a low voice. By the way, what's your next plan? Xianxia asked. I want to go to that place. I know there's something I want there. Tyrant said. Alright, I'll go with you. Xianxia nodded. Master Dog, I'll go too. De Huang Dog jumped down and looked back at Goddess Luo. My goddess, I'm going to the same place with that stinky monk. Don't miss me. Okay. Goddess Luo opened her red lips and only said one word. It was not easy for someone like her, who did not eat the food of the mortal world. Moling Dongchen and the others wanted to help Jiangchen, but they were stopped by Jiangchen. You can go to the Yuhua realm and wait for me. I will definitely go. Jiangchen rejected everyone because he had a feeling that this trip absolutely couldn't be underestimated, and it was very likely that he would be surrounded by dangers. At least you have some loyalty, you damned dog. Tyrant looked at De Huang Dog with a mellow smile. Two people and a dog embarked on their journey together. In the east, in a dark graveyard, Tyrant relied on the summons and senses in the depths of his heart to come here. Not far away, there were layers of towering palaces that pierced through the clouds. Although it was unknown how many years had passed, the palaces still hadn't collapsed. Outside the palace, there were broken walls and rubble everywhere. Stone statues stood in great numbers, all of them Buddhist living beings, hundreds and thousands of disciples. On the palace, there was a huge bell that was embedded into the glazed tiles of the palace, emitting a Buddhist aura. It's here. Tyrant glanced at Xianxia and said. Is this the place that summoned you? Yes, it's here. This seems to be a temple, but I don't know how many years have passed. Tyrant took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to give rise to a series of ripples. Minor Thunder Temple. Tyrant silently stared at the four large words above the Buddhist hall. It was as if he was extremely moved in the depths of his heart. Minor Thunder Temple, is this the Minor Thunder Temple of the Divine World? Why do I feel that this place is so desolate and sorrowful? Tyrant murmured. However, Xianxia couldn't enter. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take a step in. It was the same for De Huang Dog. Damn it, does this stupid temple recognize people? This Lord Dog is so handsome, there's no reason why I can't enter. Since we can't enter, forget it. Let's take a walk over there. Xianxia said. Go ahead. This Lord Dog's injuries haven't healed yet, I'm too lazy to move. De Huang Dog mumbled and went back to sleep. You should really be reincarnated as a pig in your next life. Snore. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the damn dog actually started snoring. In the Minor Thunder Temple, Tyrant saw a statue of Vairocana in the Hall of Great Strength. The statue was solemn, and the praying mat under its feet was covered in dust. Tyrant slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times in front of Vairocana Buddha. In an instant, an ancient scripture and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in front of him. Endless golden alms bowl, Vairocana mantra? Tyrant's face changed, and he became extremely solemn. The Vairocana mantra, which even god emperors were afraid of, actually appeared in front of him after he kowtowed 3 times. It was really unimaginable. This was too mystical. Xianxia shook his head, turned around, and walked to a nearby graveyard. Although it was more than 10 miles away, this place was completely different from other places. It was full of auspiciousness, and it didn't seem like a burial ground, but a place to enjoy one's old age. In this cemetery, there weren't many graves, and the tombstones weren't all over the place. Although there was only a piece of wood with inscriptions, it was also simple and neat, as if someone had specially repaired it. There were hundreds of tombstones, and Xianxia looked at them one by one, but he couldn't see many of them clearly. Only the first one was clearly written on it. Headless War God Xingtian's grave. As for the rest of the tombstones, he tried his best to rub his eyes, but he couldn't see what was written on them. Xingtian, the ancient war god? I think I've heard of this name before. Xianxia murmured. Xingtian Wuganqi, ferocious will always be there. He was the simplest and most terrifying god. An old voice appeared behind Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked, as he actually didn't notice the other party. I'm the gravekeeper here. The old man said with a smile. He seemed to be very happy to see Xianxia, and he didn't put up his guard against him. Gravekeeper. Xianxia murmured. Why? I can't see the words on the tombstones clearly. I can't see them clearly either. The gravekeeper shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Xianxia looked at the gravekeeper deeply. The gravekeeper was only a peak void god, but his appearance made Xianxia feel a little strange. Since you're willing to guard the tomb here, why don't you go to the divine world? Xianxia asked. He knew that the gravekeeper was a living person with flesh and blood, and not a divine soul. Life is short, grass and trees are short. Go back to where you came from. If you die, you still have to return to the divine tomb. When you're alive, you chase after fame and fortune. When you're dead, you still fight for fame and fortune. Is the divine world a good place to go? Hee hee. The gravekeeper laughed. You're quite open-minded. Indeed, it's not about life and death. When you're alive, you chase after fame and fortune. When you're dead, it's still the same. Moreover, it's in this world, the divine tomb. Xianxia nodded faintly. So, why should I let myself go through this torment? The gravekeeper asked. Then how many years have you been guarding here? Xianxia asked. The gravekeeper shook his head. Is it hard for you to break through to the void god realm? In the divine tomb, no one can break through to the void god realm. This is the rule of the divine tomb. You've even forgotten about the passage of time. It's been hard on you. Xianxia said with a smile. One day, perhaps you'll come back here. The tombkeeper's words made Xianxia frown. Who would curse someone to die? I'll come here too. Will I die too? Xianxia asked himself. Will I die too? Will I? He didn't know and he couldn't understand. He had never been to the divine world. He must go there to have the right to speak. Compared to this tombkeeper who had no ambition, he had to work harder. Do you only guard this tomb? Yes, I only guard this place. The tombkeeper said with a smile. Gods have died, but they still have to come back here. What do you think they're doing this for? Xianxia was confused. This tombkeeper, what kind of people are they guarding? Gods have died, demons have perished. The heavens and earth have fallen once again. Some people live, but they're dead forever. Some people die, but they live forever. I'm just a tombkeeper. What I'm guarding are the souls of those who have died. I hope that they'll never be disturbed. The tombkeeper stroked the yellow flag in his hand and said softly. Not simple. It's not easy. Xianxia nodded silently. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon pagoda in his body shone brightly. The entire graveyard started to tremble. Whether it was the inscriptions on the stone or the wooden inscriptions, they were all trembling at this moment and sank down slowly. Xianxia was shocked. What's going on? Step back. The tombkeeper let out a low roar and waved the yellow flag in his hand. The flag was tattered, but it seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying might. Waves of evil wind blew in from all directions, and the entire tomb seemed to be sinking. The 100 generations tribulation, I have the Shenhuang seal. The tombkeeper's expression was solemn as he waved the banners. The gravekeeper's voice shook the heavens and earth. It was so deafening that even Xianxia felt an immense pressure. Old man, do you need help? Xianxia said. Take out your pagoda. It might be able to suppress it for a while. Xianxia took out the Zulong tower and released a golden light. Waves of dragon cries sounded, wailing continuously. How sorrowful, how great was this? It was as if this was a promise that would never change throughout the ages. As the tomb guard waved his flag in the wind, the entire tomb shook for half a minute before it finally quieted down. Xianxia put away the Zulong tower, but his whole body trembled. How did he know that there was a Zulong tower in his body? Old man, who exactly are you? Xianxia looked at the gravekeeper doubtfully. He couldn't help but raise his guard. I'm a gravekeeper. However, these restless fellows are always trying to defy the heavens and change their fates. That's why I'm here to suppress them. Guarding the tomb is my duty. The gravekeeper smiled. He was calm and unruffled. Facing Xianxia's question, he wasn't worried at all. Little Qinzi. Little Qinzi. Xianxia, where are you? Little Qinzi? Don't tell me you've been seduced by a beauty? I've been entrusted by your two tigresses to keep an eye on you. The voices of De Huang Dog and Tyrant echoed in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia turned around and saw the two of them rushing toward him. Kid, why are you hiding here? We've been looking for you everywhere. Tyrant looked at Xianxia and said with a frown. I just came out for a while and you're already out of the little Laying temple? Is there nothing inside? Xianxia asked. Big brother, I'd been inside for 7 days and 7 nights. When I came out, De Huang was already sleeping. Tyrant looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. He seemed to be in disbelief. Yeah, you can't be thinking of building a harem of 3,000 beauties, right? I think this idea can be put into practice. I'll help you find a harem of beauties. De Huang Dog grinned and beamed with joy. Didn't I just come out for a while? It's already been 7 days and 7 nights? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. I've only spoken a few words with this gravekeeper and 7 days have passed? Xianxia was very surprised. Who else is here other than you? Tyrant looked at Xianxia with a confused expression. Xianxia turned his head abruptly. The tomb keeper had already disappeared without a trace. Even the peaceful tomb had completely vanished. He could not find it at all. I clearly spoke to him just now. How could this be? Xianxia murmured. He was extremely shocked, but he was very sure that this gravekeeper definitely existed. However, why did he suddenly disappear? Even the tomb had disappeared with him. This was not something Xianxia knew. This place is really too strange. Xianxia said quietly. Did you really see the gravekeeper? De Huang Dog's expression became solemn. They believed that Xianxia would not lie. I really saw the tomb keeper, and I even used the ancestral dragon pagoda to help him suppress those evil and crooked cultivators. Xianxia looked confident. However, the fact was that the gravekeeper had disappeared. The graveyard and the tombstones had also disappeared without a trace. Forget it. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. Hurry to Yuhua boundary and enter the divine world. That's the most important thing now. Xianxia said and shook his head. Since it was a dreamlike adventure, there was no need to keep it in mind. In that case, let's not delay any further. Let's leave this place quickly. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Alright, let's go quickly. I'm starting to miss my little Luoluo. Haha. Speaking of which, is this damn dog really in heat? Tyrant looked at Xianxia. It seems so. Ha ha ha. Xianxia and the other two left together and headed to Yuhua boundary. Yuhua boundary was the barrier between the divine tomb and the divine world. It would open once every 1,000 years. Every time it opened, there would be a guide. In front of Yuhua boundary, there were hundreds of thousands of ninth-grade immortal sovereigns who broke through the divine tomb and entered the divine world. Almost everyone knew that the person who saved them was Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they might not even have the chance to enter the divine world. Why is Xianxia not here yet? Don't tell me he can't come? Luo Wenhao murmured. Shut your crow's mouth, he said. There's no way he won't come. Moling Dongchen stared at Luo Wenhao. The one who was most worried was Jiang Xinqin. At this moment, the people of the Sword God Alliance were waiting for Jiangqian's appearance. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Qihan, Lu Dong, even the Jiangzhuren brothers. Everyone in the Sword God Alliance hoped to see Jiangqian's appearance. After all, they would go their separate ways after entering the divine world. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again after entering the divine world. Boss Jiangqian's righteousness reaches the clouds. I've missed him dearly. I really want to see him again. Yeah. Boss Jiangqian is unparalleled. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Shut up, all of you. Brother Jiangqian is a lucky man, he will definitely show up. Maybe he has something important to do. Everyone was waiting and hoping that Jiangqian would appear. Yuhua boundary is about to open. Divine light shone brightly and the sky was filled with colorful clouds. The void was boundless and all the realms were united. Is that the divine world? It's so beautiful. There were those who were intoxicated by the process. After millions of years of cultivation, they had finally managed to step into the immortal world and become a true mortal transcendent. It's so beautiful. The divine world is indeed a place that people from all realms want to come to. I feel like I'm going to fall in it. Such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How can it be seen in the mortal world? I'm finally coming to the divine world. Entering the divine world is like stepping into the sky, transforming from a mortal into a god and looking down on a heavenly lord. It's within reach. The divine world that I've been dreaming of is finally in front of me. Ha ha ha. More and more people started to become excited and their expressions became incomparably solemn. After experiencing countless hardships and obstacles, they finally completed the final transformation and were about to step into the divine world. Who wouldn't be excited? Their faces were filled with excitement. As long as they entered the divine world, they would change completely. From then on, they would no longer be humans but gods. Yuhua Boundary's 1,000-mile rainbow bridge shone brightly. The only barrier in the void was Yuhua Boundary. It was the only passage connecting the divine world and the divine tomb. This is the divine world. After passing through Yuhua Boundary, we'll be in the divine world. However, we might be teleported to different places. The divine world is incomparably vast. We might not be able to visit every corner of the divine world in our lifetime. We can only travel through the void by using the teleportation formation. Luo Wenhao said with a smile and explained to the people behind him. That's right. The size of the divine world is definitely beyond your imagination. There are 9 states and 18 counties. Each county has its own heaven, not to mention the 9 prefectures which are of a higher level. Moling Dongchen said. However, he was worried about Jiangchen's safety. Could it be that Xianxia really couldn't make it here? Once Yuhua Boundary closes, he would never be able to come out. Even his ancestors could only wait for them outside Yuhua Boundary. The divine world is so big. How can I not be here? Ha ha ha. Jiangchen's hearty laughter echoed thousands of miles away. Countless people cheered because Jiangchen was their savior. No one was unhappy with Jiangchen's appearance. The will of the people was more precious than anything else. Jiang Xinxin, Yexing Yunwang, and the others were also extremely excited. Boss Jiangchen was finally back. Although they might not have the chance to see him again in the future, they would never forget the time they spent in the tomb of the god of sin. Without Jiangchen, there would be no future for them. Haha, it's good that you're back. The Yuhua Boundary has already been opened. If you didn't come back, you probably wouldn't be able to enter the divine realm. If you want to enter again, I'm afraid it would take 1,000 years. Moling Dongchen patted on Jiangchen's shoulder and said. God world, here I come. Jiangchen stared at the other side of Yuhua Boundary with burning eyes. Over there, was the place that connected to the divine realm. De Huang Dog was not courteous at all. He immediately turned into a little yellow dog and jumped into Goddess Luo's embrace. This damn dog is too shameless. I really want to stew him. Ba. Tyrant said with a solemn expression. Many people's mouth twitched. This monk was really a man of wine and meat, but Buddha remained in his heart. Pa. You're the shameless one. You flirtatious monk. De Huang Dog did not want to be at a disadvantage. He scolded and quickly hid in Goddess Luo's embrace, pretending to be a kitten. Goddess Luo tapped on De Huang Dog's head and gently stroked it with her jade-like hand. De Huang Dog felt extremely comfortable and he looked intoxicated. What kind of place is this Yuhua Boundary? I feel much more comfortable here than in the tomb of the god of sin. Besides, the dim tomb of the god of sin really makes people uncomfortable. Jiangchen said with a frown. This Yuhua Boundary connects the divine tomb and the divine world. It's a special place. It's said that several god emperors worked together to maintain the order of the divine world. This is the divine light of the divine world. It's emitted from the golden crow's body. Legend has it that there were 9 golden crows that wreaked havoc in the sky in ancient times. Later on, they were shot down by a peerless god emperor. The 9 golden crows were suppressed on the divine land of the central region and sealed by the god emperor. However, the golden crows could emit divine light and illuminate the earth. It's called the divine light. Once you enter the divine world, this divine light will be more obvious and helpful for cultivation. Everyone in the divine world will be eternally grateful for the great emperor's grace. Moling Dongchen explained to Jiangchen patiently. Shooting down the golden crows is really a peerless skill. Jiangchen could not help but praise. Yuhua Boundary is just a transition. Once we step into the divine world, we will be transported to different places. The divine world has a total of 9 states and 18 counties. It's vast and boundless. It's comparable to the Milky Way. Luo Wenhao looked at Jiangchen and said solemnly. 9 states and 18 counties? Seems like it's quite big. Just what I want. Jiangchen's mouth curved into a bright smile. Once you step into the God world, things won't be as peaceful as they seem on the surface. The God world is constantly at war. It's not as good as you think it is. The God world is no different from the immortal world. Only the strong can survive. Moreover, the cruelty of the divine world is far more difficult than what you know. Moling Dongchen said. The divine origin stone is the simplest hard currency. Because the divine origin stone is helpful for cultivation. I know that Brother Jiangchen is not worried about this, but I have a presumptuous request. Just say it. Jiangchen looked at Moling Dongchen. My Mo family is considered as a prestigious family in the divine world. Our elders will come to pick me up later. If you're willing, you can follow me to the Mo family to cultivate. It's not a bad choice. Moling Dongchen, are you thinking about Brother Jiangchen's inheritance of the craftsman god? Luo Wenhao looked at Moling Dongchen with a faint smile. The latter's expression changed and snorted. Luo Wenhao, don't slander me. You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Do you think that our Mo family will do such a despicable thing? I think this is what you're thinking. Humph. Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao looked at each other coldly. Both of them were against each other. I've only seen through your thoughts. Why do you have to be angry out of humiliation? I think Brother Jiangchen should come to our Luo family to cultivate. We won't treat you badly. Moreover, your Dahuang dog seems to get along well with Goddess Luo. After all, if you enter the divine world directly, you won't know where you'll be teleported to. Once you fall into a barren land or a terrifying place in the chaotic divine land, your life will be in danger. Luo Wenhao said in a sincere tone. In the end, both of you are doing this for my own good. However, I am a stubborn person. I like to travel alone. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry about me. Good people don't live long while scourges live for thousands of years. I am the scourge of the divine world. I prefer to be alone and be free. I will live a depressing life if I have something to hold me back. Jiangchen shrugged and rejected their good intentions. One must always be on guard against others. Although these two seemed to be nice in the divine tomb, people's hearts were sinister. Who knew if they were really doing this for his own good or not? Even if they had the intention to help him, once they entered their families, how could these young disciples change the will of their families if the people in their families harbored evil intentions? Jiangchen was not a 3-year-old kid. He must be responsible for himself and his master. Craftsman God had passed all the inheritance to him. How could he put himself in danger? Jiangchen still had this kind of awareness. People's hearts were unpredictable. For so many years, Jiangchen had always adhered to this principle. If that's the case, then forget it. However, you must be careful. In the divine world, there are 9 regions and 18 counties. The land is vast and incomparably vast. No one knows where they will be teleported to. Now that we part ways, I don't know when we'll have the chance to meet again. Moling Dongchen sighed and said, revealing his true feelings. Boss Jiangchen, if it wasn't for your help, we would have been annihilated in the divine tomb. I will never forget your kindness. I will never disobey you. Amo Kihan looked at Jiangchen with a solemn expression and gave a deep bow. Boss Jiangchen, one day, I will surpass you. I hope that we can meet again on that day. Yexing Yunwang looked at Jiangchen deeply. The persistence and passion in his eyes made Jiangchen feel the madness in his heart. Yexing Yunwang was definitely a martial arts fanatic who was even more persistent than him. Such a person's temperament was definitely not bad. I am looking forward to that day. Ha ha ha. Jiangchen laughed and said. Young Master Jiangchen, I really want to be by your side. Jiang Xinxin bit her red lips. Her beautiful face revealed an unconcealable sadness. How could Jiangchen not understand Jiang Xinxin's thoughts? But he owed women too much. Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing. His heart could no longer contain another woman. Jiang Xinxin's love was so deep that he really couldn't reject it, but he also couldn't accept it. You are a good girl. I believe you can find a better home. Jiang Chen held Jiang Xinxin in his arms and gently patted her shoulder. I've never dared to ask for anything. Even if I can only pour tea for young Master Jiang Chen, I'm willing. As long as I can stay by your side, it's fine. Jiang Xinxin whispered. Xinxin, there are many things a person can pursue in life. Once you step into the immortal world, you'll realize that I'm nothing. I'm not the hero that you wanted to marry since young. I'm not a prince or a powerful expert. Why do you have to treat me like this? It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Xianxia sighed. Alright. Young Master Xianxia, Xianxia will never fall in love with another man in this life. I will only dare to break up with you when the mountains are gone and the heaven and earth are united. Xianxia smiled sweetly. However, the determination and heart-wrenching deep in her eyes made Xianxia unable to look at her. The sky of the immortal world is bigger. You will change. I believe that there will be someone to share your world with. After Xianxia finished his words, Xianxia nodded silently and turned to leave. Xianxia could still feel the lingering warmth from Xianxia's body. He smiled bitterly. He was really helpless. If he loved her, he must give her the best. But what could he give her? The most unforgettable ancient poems, the most disdainful is lovesickness, and the most difficult to accept a beauty's kindness. Moling Dongchen looked at Xianxia's back and murmured. Little Xianxia, you can't rely on women. You still have me. Tyrant hugged Xianxia's shoulder and said passionately. Damn it. I'm not interested in men. You stinky monk. Ha ha ha. Xianxia scolded with a smile. Tyrant's eyes were burning with anger. I pity you. You're so heartless, little Xianxia. At this moment, a dazzling light shone in the sky. 3 figures broke through the void and arrived. Their imposing manner was extremely strong and oppressed the void. Such a powerful aura. Yeah. I feel like I'm suffocating. I'm afraid that this person's strength has reached the stage where the gods and ghosts will weep. Let's talk less in case we anger the great god. I don't think we can bear it. Many people discussed in a low voice. They did not even dare to raise their heads to look at the 3 figures in the void. Dongchen, let's go home. The middle-aged man in the middle said faintly. Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man. His gaze seemed to be able to kill a void god expert. You're not afraid of me? The middle-aged man, Lung Lung, stared at Xianxia. Why should I be afraid of you? Xianxia said. You're not afraid that I'll kill you? I have no enmity with you. Just because I looked at you, you want to kill me? Xianxia said faintly. He even snorted disdainfully. The Mo family's dignity is inviolable. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The middle-aged man raised his hand and a terrifying astral wind whistled towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He struck out the slaughter dragon seal and cut off the astral wind. However, he was also pushed back. His face turned pale and he spurted out blood. 7th uncle, don't. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. You're just an ant. It doesn't matter if you die. What's there to be afraid of? The middle-aged man's voice was extremely cold. It was as if Xianxia's life was in his hands. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This man gave him a feeling that he was invincible. He was very strong. However, he also gave him a feeling of jealousy and disgust. The feeling of being superior made Xianxia hate it. He saved me in the divine tomb. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Our Mo family can't return kindness with enmity. Since that's the case, let him live and let him fend for himself. There's only 1 in 10,000 people who can enter the divine world. Those who can grow up are even rarer. A guy like you, even if I don't take action, you won't be able to live for long. Mo Tianhan said coldly. One day, I'll be above you. Xianxia's eyes were burning. Mo Tianhan was proud. You're courting death. Mo Tianhan still wanted to take action but was stopped by Moling Dongchen. 7th uncle, don't forget what you promised me. If it wasn't for you, he would have died 10,000 times. Mo Tianhan sneered. 7th uncle is already a half-step divine king. He can kill you with just a thought. Don't talk back to him. Today, the Mo family is recruiting 100 outer disciples. Those who want to join the Mo family will be welcomed by the Mo family anytime. The divine world is divided into 9 regions and 18 counties. The Mo family is the lord of the Mo county. This is your chance. Otherwise, once you enter the god world, you will be in a life and death situation. The man beside Mo Tianhan said in a deep voice and glanced at everyone coldly. Those who enter the God world from the world of immortals are all blessed with great fortune, great talent, and great perseverance. Even in the God world, they're considered the best seedlings, and they're on par with the most talented people in the God world. However, the number of people who enter the divine world every 1,000 years is too little. They are scattered in every corner of the divine world. It's hard to find them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen and said. I see. Jiang Chen nodded his head. I'll go. I'll go. Me too. Count me in. We don't know if we'll live or die in the divine world. It's better to join the Mo family. Most of them were fighting to be the first to enter the Mo family. However, it was not that easy to enter the Mo family. In the end, the Mo family chose 100 void god experts and brought them away. Those who were not chosen by the Mo family were dejected and disappointed. You should go too, tyrant. *CK off. Look at that arrogant guy. He's not a good person. Me going to his place? I don't respect the heavens and earth. I can't go and serve them tea. Bah. Monk Tyrant put his palms together and said with a solemn expression. In the end, Mo Qihan and Jiang Xinxin also joined the Mo family. Lu Dong and Yexing Yunwang chose to stay silent. Even though they were chosen, they still insisted on their own path. Even though it would be extremely dangerous in the divine world, they still wanted to give it a try even if they might die. I'm leaving. I don't know when we'll meet again. If there's a chance, you can come to Mo County to look for us. Moling Dongchen said reluctantly. If there's a chance, I'll visit you. Jiang Chen said. I hope you can live until that day, kid. Mo Tianhan said with a faint smile. Since he had promised Moling Dongchen, it was not appropriate for him to take action. Moreover, in his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. It was extremely difficult for him to survive in the divine world with his own strength. It wouldn't be long before his corpse would be exposed in the wilderness of the God realm. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. I will go to the Mo family one day. Jiang Chen stared at Mo Tianhan. Mo Tianhan sneered, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Jiang Chen, completely sealing him within. Even Tyrant, who was beside Jiang Chen, staggered a few steps back, his face ashen, not to mention Jiang Chen, who was in the center. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Tianhan coldly. His whole body was suppressed to the point that he could hardly move. However, Jiang Chen's will was unparalleled. No one could crush him. Even Mo Tianhan was shocked. Under the pressure of his soul, Jiang Chen could remain so calm and did not fall down. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but worship Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not move at all. He gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Tianhan. After a while, Mo Tianhan's pressure receded like a tide. Jiang Chen was still calm and looked at Mo Tianhan coldly. Interesting. I hope you can appear in the Mo family one day. However, I might not be able to wait for that long. Hee. After saying that, Mo Tianhan brought Moling Dongchen, Jiang Xinxin and the others into the void. Jiang Xinxin smiled. That kind of persistence made Jiang Chen feel a little inferior. He hoped that she could walk out of the haze of love that should not have appeared. As soon as the people of the Mo family left, another 3 figures appeared in the void. They were the people of the Luo family. Go with Goddess Luo. Even if you enter the divine world with me, we can't appear in the same place. Don't make me worry. De Huang. De Huang remained silent for a long time. Even Goddess Luo could feel De Huang's sadness. Don't worry. Master Dog will not forget you no matter where I go. Little Chinzi, you must wait for me to find you. De Huang said while gritting his teeth. I wonder how Monkey is doing. De Huang murmured. Don't worry. He's more cunning than you. He'll be fine. Jiang Chen smiled. Monk, don't be so embarrassed the next time I see you. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. Stupid dog. You'll see my heroic side the next time you see me. At that time, maybe you'll fall in love with me. Ha ha ha. Ba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. What a cheap mouth. Tyrant said with a smile. His eyes were filled with reluctance and worry. Please, Goddess Luo. Jiangchen clasped his fists. Goddess Luo nodded. Brother Jiangchen, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Luo Wenhao laughed out loud. The people of the Luo family also picked 100 talented cultivators and brought them to the divine world. The inheritance of the craftsman god. What a pity. In the void, the elder of the Luo family sighed and shook his head helplessly. Jiangchen obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. It's a great opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't have such fortune. Luo Wenhao smiled bitterly. The elder's eyes turned cold as he looked at Luo Wenhao. You said someone obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god? Yes. Unfortunately, it's not us. This disciple is useless. Elder, please punish me. Luo Wenhao said shamefully. Innocent, innocent. Haha. On the contrary, you've made a great contribution. In the divine tomb, the people of the Mo family were also involved. You can't be blamed. But now, our chance has come. The elder looked at the two disciples of the Luo family and signaled with his eyes. The latter immediately understood and left. At this moment, Goddess Luo was completely unaware. Yuhua boundary. The remaining people were all ready to enter the divine world. They didn't have the chance to join the Mo family or the Luo family, but they had to enter the divine world. That was the place they dreamed of. Jiangchen looked at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators stepping into the gate of the divine world. His heart was filled with mixed feelings and he felt uneasy. Where's Jiangchen? A loud shout was heard. More than half of the people in the Yuhua boundary had left. Many people were rushing to enter the divine world. Hence, not many people noticed this scene. Luo family? What do you mean? Jiangchen said coldly. Still pretending. Humph, you really don't know your place. Hand over the inheritance of the craftsman god. I can disturb your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Jiangchen slowly squinted his eyes and stared at the two people from the divine world. They were both from the Luo clan. No matter how stupid he was, he knew their intentions. Looks like you guys want something from me. Jiangchen said faintly. You're right, smart ant. Hand over the craftsman god's inheritance. Maybe if we're in a good mood, we'll give it to him. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life. Luo Ningtian said with a smile. However, there was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of his eyes. Jiangchen was someone who had climbed up from the lower realm step by step. He felt that Jiangchen was a lowly person from the bottom of his heart. As a native of the divine world, he was filled with pride. Therefore, when Luo Ningtian looked at Jiangchen, he had a condescending and arrogant attitude. This was an innate arrogance. From the moment they were born, they had already reached a height that many people could never reach in their entire lives. Why bother talking to this kind of person? Just kill him. Noisy. Luo Chintian sneered. He did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. Haha, you're right. I just wanted to play with him on a whim. Luo Ningtian said. We've delayed third elder's matter. Both of us can't afford it. Luo Chintian's words shocked Luo Ningtian and he looked at Jiangchen. Looks like you guys are determined to take away my inheritance of the craftsman god. I'm just curious who told you guys about it. Jiangchen said coldly. You don't deserve to know. A dead man has no right to know. Moreover, what can you do even if you know? In front of us, you're just an ant. That's all. Luo Chintian did not even look at Jiangchen with disdain. All that was left was silence. To him, Jiangchen's death was an ordinary matter. It did not even cause any fluctuation in his emotions. Jiangchen knew that these two people were quite strong. In today's battle, they might really have to fight to the death. Their strength gave them an unfathomable feeling. This was a feeling that Jiangchen had never felt before. They wanted his craftsman god's inheritance, and it was destined that they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Let me do it, Chen Gu. There's no need for you to do anything, Luo Ningtian said. His eyes were cold and the battle was about to begin. Be careful, Luo Chintian said. I am a man of God. If I can't even deal with a void god brat, what qualifications do I have to go back and see the third elder? Ha ha ha, Luo Ningtian scoffed. Luo Chintian remained silent. Luo Ningtian snorted coldly and walked towards Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, these two people are quite strong, Tyrant said with a solemn expression. So what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? Jiang Chen asked. Ha ha ha, good, good. I'll fight with you. I want to see what kind of tricks a god has up his sleeve. It's not easy to meet such an opponent. Tyrant's face was filled with battle intent and he was eager to fight. Two reckless fools. Even if there are 100 of you, this god will not care. Luo Ningtian sneered. No matter how much trash there is, it's still trash. Tyrant, someone is looking down on us. What should we do? Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, we will fight back. I won't fight those who don't fight me. But if someone fights me, I will fight back 10 times or 100 times more. Until he dies. Tyrant's expression was cold. At this moment, he didn't look like a devout Buddhist disciple. There's no point in talking. Let's fight. Since you guys have chosen to die, there's nothing I can do. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life, but I have the heart to kill. If a demon obstructs me, I will kill the demon. If a god obstructs me, I will slaughter the god. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Luo Ningtian. You can't wait to die. I will fulfill your wish. Slaughter the god? Such arrogance. Aren't you afraid of hurting your tongue? Prepare to die. Lowly ants. Luo Ningtian's expression was gloomy as he sneered. These two ants that he thought could not even fight back could be so arrogant and look down on the people of the divine world. This was the first time he met someone like this. Experts naturally have their own pride. Those who are weak should be low-key. However, in Luo Ningtian's eyes, these two arrogant fellas did not learn how to be low-key. Then, he will teach them a lesson. Green peak sword, sword like a green peak, only slaying arrogant people. Luo Ningtian held his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. His sword came from the east, his aura was monstrous, sweeping across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen did not expect a true god's strength to be so crazy. A peak void god and a true god were two completely different realms. If a ninth grade immortal sovereign breaking through to the void god realm was a shocking change, then the difference between a void god realm and a true god realm was like heaven and earth, a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Stepping into the true god realm was the true divine transformation realm, the divine realm. One sword shatters the sky. Luo Ningtian waved his sword, creating a gust of wind. The instant the sword fell down, it carried a terrifying force, shattering the void and pressing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. He held onto his sword and soared into the sky, facing the incoming attack. I don't believe that you can suppress me. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. The heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, clashing with the green peak sword. Jiang Chen was pushed back 800 meters. Jiang Chen was not prepared for such a terrifying pressure. He did not expect this fella to be so powerful. A true god realm is indeed not something a void god could compare with. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. However, Luo Ningtian had already arrived, bringing along the 9 heavens sword chi. In the void, the sword chi was sharp and deadly, pressing towards Jiang Chen, leaving him no chance to fight back. Jiang Chen quickly retreated as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Luo Ningtian's terror was completely out of his expectation. If it wasn't for the heavenly dragon sword, he might have been completely crushed by Luo Ningtian. What a great heavenly divine tool. This is not something that you can possess. The inheritance of the craftsman god is indeed worthy of its name. Luo Chintian murmured. Looking at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand, his eyes became more and more excited. This time, if they could obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, the two of them would have made a great contribution. Bullying my brother, I will not allow it. Tyrant harumphed coldly and quickly attacked. The purple gold alms bowl in his hand smashed down furiously on the green peak sword. The purple gold alms bowl was struck down by the sword, but it was not damaged at all. On the contrary, the Buddha light that was emitted from the purple gold alms bowl made Luo Ningtian slightly stunned. Such a powerful Buddha tool. It's not any weaker than the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. You're really full of treasures. Leave all of them here today. Luo Ningtian advanced instead of retreating. From his point of view, the two of them were like a cat chasing a mouse. As long as he wanted to kill the two of them, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. Well done, tyrant. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The two of them joined hands to deal with Luo Ningtian. Luo Ningtian obviously underestimated his opponent. He never expected that Jiang Chen and Tyrant would be able to withstand his attack. This made Luo Ningtian feel very embarrassed. After all, his brother was still watching. Luo Ningtian's sword danced like a phoenix, breaking through the heavens and earth. Every sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens and earth, completely different from a void god's attack. Jiang Chen's expression became incomparably solemn, not daring to be careless. The two of them did not have the capability to fight against Luo Ningtian. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? No matter how powerful you are in the void god realm, it's still difficult to defeat a true expert. Now you should know that the gap between us is not just a little bit, right? Ha ha ha. Luo Ningtian once again waved his azure peak sword, unstoppable. Sword traversing the heavens and earth. Luo Ningtian's sword struck towards the west. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were both pushed back by the sword. Tyrant's expression changed. He never knew how terrifying a true God realm expert was. All the rainbow bridges vanished at this moment. Countless ninth-grade immortal sovereigns that had yet to leave the Yuhua boundary gasped, staring at this scene with their mouths agape. Because the next sword strike was too terrifying. It was as if it was cutting down the mortal world, ignoring the heavens and earth, annihilating all living beings and sweeping across all directions. Jiang Chen's sword slashed down, but he was still not Luo Ningtian's match. He kept on retreating with an ugly expression. The blood in his body was boiling. Such a domineering sword chi. Jiang Chen said in a dignified manner. On the other side, Tyrant wasn't any better. He was pushed back 100 miles. Luo Ningtian's technique was truly ferocious. The difference between Luo Ningtian, a divine transformation realm expert, and Jiang Chen and the others was like heaven and earth. Now if you obediently do as I say, maybe I can let you live. Against me, no, against the Luo family, you won't have an easy time. Do you really think you can escape from the palms of us brothers? Don't dream, fool. Being able to wreak havoc in the void god realm doesn't mean that you can do the same in the true god realm. In my eyes, you are undoubtedly an ant. Luo Ningtian was quite domineering. Moreover, he did not even spare a glance at Jiang Chen. He was very confident and did not put anyone in his eyes. The true god realm was the true divine transformation. The void god realm was just the process of turning a mortal into an immortal. The true transformation was still the true god realm, Jiang Chen said calmly. There's only one way to obtain the craftsman god's inheritance. What is it? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll consider it. Jiang Chen laughed, making Luo Ningtian so angry that his face turned ferocious and his killing intent surged. You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Once I kill you, everything will be over. You really disappoint me. Luo Ningtian was obviously enraged by Jiang Chen. A true god realm expert was so terrifying. How could Jiang Chen not be careful? However, if those two fellows were to attack together, perhaps his chances of survival would be extremely slim. Take another move from me, slaying Ghost Weep. Luo Ningtian's attack was as fast as lightning, sweeping across the sky like a ferocious tiger. Jiang Chen faced it head-on. He was not the kind of person who was willing to admit defeat. He would rather fight till the end than to have any regrets. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and formed a seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, the heavens and earth shattered. However, it still didn't have any advantage against Luo Ningtian's terrifying sword aura. The sword's wind whistled through the 9 heavens, looking unparalleled. 5 elements combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen used all his skills and struck out seals continuously. However, Luo Ningtian was still walking leisurely. Jiangchen felt a pressure that he had never felt before. Buddha's radiance. Tyrant returned once again. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He looked like an old monk in meditation. Golden light shone and Buddha's radiance shone on the earth. Luo Ningtian's expression turned solemn. He did not expect this monk to have some ability. The Buddha's radiance was extremely ferocious. It was a Buddhist sect's absolute art. Moreover, the power of the Buddha's radiance seemed to be even stronger. However, Tyrant could not unleash its full potential. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiangchen did not want to be outdone. At this moment, the two of them joined hands. Luo Ningtian became serious. It was obvious that it would not be easy to get rid of both Jiangchen and Tyrant. A centipede dies but never falls down. Even at this moment, you still want to fight with me. He he he. What a joke. An arm can never win against a thigh. Luo Ningtian's figure flashed in the sky. His figure overlapped with his sword. It was as if the entire place was filled with Luo Ningtian's figure. Myriad swords strike. Luo Ningtian shouted. He turned into thousands of sword shadows and charged towards Jiangchen and Tyrant. His aura was extremely ferocious. This time, Jiangchen could feel Luo Ningtian's anger. Luo Ningtian had used all of his strength and charged towards Jiangchen and Tyrant. This was a confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. As a true god expert, if Luo Ningtian did not have the courage to kill a void god expert, then he would be considered as a coward. Luo Ningtian was slightly shocked by Jiangchen's terrifying aura. Both Tyrant and Jiangchen's strength could not be measured with common sense. Even with their early void god strength, they would not be at a disadvantage against a late void god. Jiangchen's aura was extremely terrifying. However, they were facing Luo Ningtian, a true god expert. This was the first time Luo Ningtian received such a huge challenge after becoming a divine transformation realm expert. In the Luo family, they could not be considered as a true core disciple. Even Luo Wenhao could not be considered as a core disciple. However, Luo Wenhao's background was better than theirs. His bloodline was purer than theirs. That's why he would be able to surpass them step by step. As an outer disciple of the Luo family, their strength was already considered to be quite strong. How could they endure such humiliation from Jiangchen? If they wanted to become a core disciple of the Luo family step by step, they could only have a chance through continuous cultivation or meritorious deeds. The opportunity placed in front of them was extremely rare. It could even be said that it was an easy task. This was a chance given to them by the heavens. If they could obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god, their status in the Luo family would definitely rise because of it. Kill. 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 Luo Ningtian's killing intent surged. For the sake of obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god, he would not frown even if the Emperor of Heaven was standing in front of him. 10,000 swords shot out simultaneously towards Jiangchen and Tyrant. Jiangchen was unmoved. He roared furiously and the fusion of dragon and sword turned into a ray of light, breaking through the formation of 10,000 swords. However, Tyrant was not so lucky. He was slashed 13 times in a row. His injuries were extremely serious. Blood was dripping from his wounds. There was not a single part of his body that was left unscathed. Jiangchen was enraged. This fella is too much. Does he really think that I'm afraid of him? Tyrant. Little Chunzi, I'm useless. Hee hee. Tyrant said with a chuckle. Leave the rest to me. Monk, you enter the divine world first, I'll be right behind you. Jiangchen said faintly, but his eyes had already turned bloodless. No, if I leave, what about you? We're brothers, there's no distinction between us. Tyrant shook his head, determined not to leave. You'll only cause trouble for me if you stay here. Don't worry, I said I have a way, so I definitely have a way. When have I ever lied to you guys? I'll definitely go to the divine world, but now that you're here, I'm afraid and can't fight with my full strength. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. Really? Tyrant was a little doubtful, but Jiangchen had never lied to him before. If he said he had a way, then he definitely had a way. He would never lie to him. Alright, divine world, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, I, Tyrant, will definitely turn the entire divine world upside down. Tyrant stared at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and nodded his head. Let's meet in the divine world. After saying that, Tyrant turned around and entered the divine world. Luo Ningtian wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Xianxia. Your opponent is me. The inheritance of the craftsman god is in my hands. Xianxia looked at Luo Ningtian indifferently. Tyrant's injuries were on the verge of exhaustion. He could not bear to see Tyrant suffer another heavy injury because of him. Entering the divine world was his only chance, and Xianxia could not let Tyrant be in danger again. You're quite responsible, but even so, you still have to die. How many more attacks can you block from me? Hehe, if it wasn't for this kid's Buddha radiance, I would have killed you already. Luo Ningtian snorted and said disdainfully. At this moment, even the Nine Heavens deity king wouldn't be able to save him. Is that so? Then I'd like to see who will be the one laughing in the end. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile, which made Luo Ningtian feel weird. The tyrant monk looked back at the void. He didn't know what other tricks Xianxia had up his sleeves. If he said he could do it, then he definitely could. God world, I'll see you there. Tyrant resolutely turned around and stepped into the divine world. Many people had an indifferent attitude as they quickly entered the divine world. Because the emergence boundary would close soon, they had no choice but to enter the divine world as soon as possible. Although there were some people that Xianxia had saved before, at this time, no one could save them. Xianxia could only face it alone. He didn't lament about the fickleness of the world, because there were some things that one couldn't be too attached to. If that was the case, living would be even more tiring. It was hard work without asking for anything in return. If he had asked for anything in return, Xianxia wouldn't have saved them in the first place. You're still so stubborn even now. How pitiful. Hand over the inheritance of the craftsman god and I might have left your corpse intact. But it seems like you don't need it anymore. You're a bastard that cries for your parents. You've really impressed me. Luo Ningtian said coldly. You're the one who forced me to do this. You're the first one who dared to insult my parents. Xianxia's expression became gloomy. His body trembled as he completed the dragon transformation. At this moment, Xianxia's strength suddenly rose, reaching the peak middle void god realm. The might of his dragon transformation would certainly be more ferocious. Tenfold of his combat strength brought about a terrifying strength. This time, Xianxia used his full strength. An ant will always be an ant. Forcefully increasing your strength? Hehe. You're still a void god trash. Luo Ningtian said in disdain. However, when Xianxia charged towards him, he realized that Xianxia was carrying a domineering aura. Even he was stunned. How could a void god have such an aura? While Luo Ningtian was still in a daze, Xianxia had already arrived with his sword. With the heavenly dragon sword and tenfold of his combat strength, Xianxia's strength could completely suppress any peak void god under the dragon transformation. However, he dared not underestimate Luo Ningtian. After all, Luo Ningtian was a true god. Those below the spirit-severing realm would not dare to go against him. Good lad. To think that you have such abilities. If I don't kill you, you'll be a disaster in the divine world in the future. An early void god is able to defeat everyone under the true god realm. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. Xianxia said. Luo Ningtian murmured. Don't waste any more time. We still need to report back. Luo Chintian said coldly. All right. This sentence was not said by Luo Ningtian but by Xianxia. Similarly, he did not have much time to waste as the Yuhua boundary was going to close soon. If that happened, he might be trapped in the divine tomb for 1,000 years. So, he must fight with all his might. Whoever survived would be able to leave the Yuhua boundary. Xianxia didn't have any confidence in himself, because once he failed, Tyrant would die here as well. That's why he chased Tyrant out. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about anything, and he would be able to focus on the battle wholeheartedly. 12 fire god guards. Appear! Xianxia shouted furiously. At this moment, even Luo Ningtian was slightly startled. 12 peak void god fire god guards appeared in front of him, completely surrounding him. Moreover, each of the fire god guards was quite terrifying. Because of the flames on their bodies, even Luo Ningtian felt a little fearful. Such terrifying flame puppets. Luo Ningtian could not help but think. But before he could regain his senses, the 12 fire god guards had already arrived and surrounded him. Xianxia did not show any mercy. As the backbone of the 12 fire god guards, he controlled the 12 fire god guards. How terrifying was that, the 12 fire god guards attacked in an instant. The fierceness of the flames caught Luo Ningtian off guard. He knew that he must not touch the flames. Otherwise, his body would be burnt to ashes. This book is a very magical flame? Luo Qiantian was shocked. He had to pay attention to the strength of the 12 fire god guards. These guys were not something that Luo Ningtian could deal with alone. Be careful. Second brother. Luo Ningtian shouted. However, it was already too late. The 12 fire god guards had forced Luo Ningtian to retreat. Not even Luo Ningtian could fight back against the 12 peak void god fire god guards. In addition to Xianxia's unpredictable movements, Luo Ningtian was almost defeated in an instant. 6 fire god guards were enough to crush Luo Ningtian. 12 fire god guards might not be in a disadvantageous position even if they were to face Luo Qiantian. If it was an ordinary true god, 3 or 4 of them would be enough to deal with the fire god guards. Moreover, they were indestructible under the Divine King realm. They could be defeated, but they could not be killed. Moreover, the flame of the fire god guards was the origin fire of Red Lotus. Ordinary people would want to avoid this kind of flame. Xianxia finally understood how terrifying the fire god guards were. Such a terrifying flaming puppet. Luo Ningtian was extremely shocked. Especially when he was fighting with the fire god guards, he was completely in a passive position. He even had to be extremely careful to avoid being burned by the flame. Luo Ningtian could only defend passively. Moreover, he had been hit by the fire god guards 3 times in a row. If he did not defend with all his strength, he would have been seriously injured just now. Even so, he was in an extremely embarrassing situation. He did not have the feeling of being superior just now. After all, the 12 fire god guards had threatened his life and he should not be underestimated. Luo Ningtian was extremely depressed. These 12 fire god guards should be a part of the craftsman god's inheritance. Otherwise, how could this brat have these 12 flaming puppets? Even one puppet would be hard to find in the heavens and earth. Its value was immeasurable. However, this brat actually had 12 of them. Even Luo Ningtian was a little envious. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Xianxia did not hold back. He joined hands with the 12 fire god guards and forced Luo Ningtian into a dead end. This time, Xianxia's unification of dragon and sword was completely different from before. The terrifying heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void and Luo Ningtian had nowhere to hide. The 12 fire god guards made him move cautiously and cautiously. However, it was still difficult for him to fight back. The heavenly dragon sword slashed through the void. The 9 heavens' divine power was unparalleled. The entire Yuhua boundary seemed to have become dim. The radiance of the sword lit up the void. Luo Ningtian could only retreat quickly and stagger to escape. Bang! The heavenly dragon sword directly fell on Luo Ningtian's green peak sword. Behind Luo Ningtian, Luo Qiantian accumulated strength in his palm and struck out with the help of Luo Ningtian's body. An earth-shattering roar pierced through the sky. The heavenly dragon sword stood proudly with its sharpness as before. As for Luo Ningtian's green peak sword, it had already cracked inch by inch and became a broken sword. My divine weapon, Luo Ningtian said with great heartache. This was a divine artifact that had accompanied him for more than 800 years. It was given to him by his father before he died. It was the only treasure that Luo Ningtian had. Ordinary deities might not even be able to obtain a divine artifact. Because of this divine artifact, countless people in his clan envied him. However, at this moment, it was destroyed so easily by Xianxia. It's just trash. It's time for us to settle this debt. I've said it before, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. Xianxia said proudly. Don't think that you can escape from us with just a few puppets. Killing you is as easy as pie. Luo Chintian said coldly. Then let's see if you can kill me and obtain the inheritance, or if I can kill you despicable people to prove my great Tao. Those flaming puppets are too strong. Let's attack together. Luo Chintian said in a low voice. Although Luo Ningtian was still grieving, he knew that once they killed Jiang Chen and obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god, their reward would definitely not be as simple as a divine artifact. You destroyed my divine artifact. Today, I will not rest until one of us dies. Little bastard, die. Luo Ningtian roared. The two early true god experts attacked at the same time. This place was no longer the boundary of the divine tomb, but the Yuhua boundary. Therefore, the suppression of a peak void god did not exist anymore. The two true god experts displayed their abilities. Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. The 12 fire god guards surrounded the two of them. This battle would not end until one of them died. There was no way to turn back. Moreover, Jiang Chen would never let go of those who wanted to kill him. Don't hold back. Give it your all. Luo Chintian roared. If they had taken action from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. However, this guy was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. The two brothers could be said to have kicked an iron plate. They did not expect this at all. Most importantly, this guy had obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Otherwise, killing him would be as easy as killing a fool. Collapsing mountain palm. Luo Chintian's palm was earth-shattering. It was like the giant palm of the Buddha, covering the sun and the sky. The clouds and mist in the void were dispersed by his palm. Jiang Chen's slaughter dragon seal collided with Luo Chintian's. It was undeniable that with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he used the dragon transformation, he was still not a match for a true god expert. Jiang Chen flew backwards. Luo Chintian looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. This was his strongest attack. An ordinary early true god expert might not dare to take it head-on. However, this guy was not afraid at all and was not injured at all. It was really strange. Sword shadow descends into the yellow spring, goes straight to the 9 heavens. Luo Ningtian also exerted all his strength. He did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. However, Jiang Chen blocked his attack with his sword. This time, Luo Ningtian's Qingfeng sword lost its last piece of broken sword. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. The 12 fire god guards immediately came forward and surrounded Luo Chintian and Luo Chintian. The flames of the karmic fire of the red lotus continued to rise. The karmic fire of the red lotus that was emitted by the fire god guards was many times stronger than before. Even a true god expert could only retreat and not dare to take it head-on. However, Luo Chintian's strength was a notch higher. He had even reached the peak of the early true god realm. The two of them were evenly matched against the 12 fire god guards. The God Luo clan had the God Luo art, which was a god-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, they were much stronger than ordinary experts. The strength of the disciples from the prestigious clans was naturally quite strong. There was no doubt about this. Even though he did not manage to kill Jiang Chen, Luo Chintian was not disappointed. Because the 12 fire god guards were destined to be controlled by Jiang Chen. As long as the battle continued, Jiang Chen might not be able to gain any advantage. It seems like it's time to catch a turtle in a jar. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng smiled. The two of them were completely controlled by the 12 fire god guards. They were entangled with each other and there was no way for them to escape. Even if the battle continued, Luo Chintian was extremely depressed. The 12 fire god guards were entangled with them. They could not escape at all, not to mention killing Jiang Chen and snatching the inheritance. Moreover, the most important thing was that they could not get rid of the flaming puppets at all. It would be a joke if they wanted to suppress the puppets. Now, it's finally my turn. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At that moment, both Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian felt a chill down their spine. Why did this guy suddenly disappear? Jiang Chen suddenly appeared in front of Luo Ningtian. Luo Ningtian's attack was predicted by Jiang Chen. The great divination art and the great void technique were a perfect match in this situation. Because they did not have many means to deal with Jiang Chen. The 12 fire god guards had already made them extremely busy. When Luo Ningtian waved his hand, Jiangchen was already prepared and kicked out. Both Luo Ningtian and Jiangchen took a step back. Jiangchen's figure suddenly appeared behind Luo Ningtian at this moment. The Great Void technique was everywhere under the void. Luo Ningtian had broken through the true god realm after all, so his senses were quite sharp. However, the moment he turned his head, Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword had already chopped on his shoulder. His arm flew off and Luo Ningtian grimaced in pain. "Second brother." Luo Chintian's face turned serious and he shouted. Luo Ningtian staggered and the 2 fire god guards behind him instantly found the opportunity to inflict heavy injuries on him. Luo Chintian forced the 3 fire god guards to retreat. In the next second, he pulled Luo Ningtian and Jiangchen's attack fell on him once again. When they turned around, both of them were almost standing face to face. Luo Chintian exclaimed and subconsciously retreated. Jiangchen appeared at his side again and stabbed his sword into Luo Chintian's ribs. Puff! Luo Chintian spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were once again forced into a desperate situation by the 12 fire god guards. Jiangchen attacked again and each of his moves was ruthless. Both Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian paid a heavy price every time. In the end, even though Luo Chintian was besieged by the 12 fire god guards, he was still in a disadvantageous position. As for Luo Ningtian, he was unable to recover from the setback. He was completely suppressed and had no power to fight back. "Both of you should not have provoked me," Jiangchen said faintly. His figure flashed and the heavenly dragon sword was stabbed into Luo Ningtian's chest. "No." Luo Ningtian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, he could feel that his life force was constantly draining away. His chest was pierced by Jiangchen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiangchen did not look sideways. He swept his sword across and slashed Luo Ningtian's body from the side. Luo Ningtian knelt on the ground and fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out from his mouth. The divine light in his eyes became weaker and weaker. "Jiangchen! I will not live under the same sky as you." Luo Chintian's angry roar broke through the sky. With a turn of his hand, he went straight to Jiangchen. Even though the fire god guards had slashed him twice, he didn't care about it at all. There was only one person in his eyes, and that was Jiangchen. Only by killing him could he get the reward for his brother. Back then, before his father died, he told him to take good care of his younger brother. Even if it was a godly weapon, he would never fight for it and leave the best for his younger brother. At this moment, when he saw Luo Ningtian being pierced by Jiangchen's sword, his heart turned into ashes. "I'm going to kill you." Luo Chintian ran towards Jiangchen crazily. However, the 12 fire god guards were not weak. They blocked his way and he had no chance to resist at all. "Don't worry. The next one is you. Go and accompany your younger brother. On the way to hell, be a pair of brothers in hardship," Jiangchen said with an indifferent expression. The Great Void technique appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He appeared next to Luo Chintian again and again. 3 sword strikes landed on 3 vital points of Luo Chintian's life. A drop of blood flowed out from Luo Chintian's eyes, but there was nothing he could do. His brother was killed and he could not escape from the misfortune. This time, Luo Chintian failed miserably. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of an early void god. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this," Luo Chintian murmured as he slowly fell down. Even if they were extremely unwilling, the 2 of them had to return to the earth after all. They died in the Yuhua boundary and were buried in the divine tomb forever. This is the dignity of the strong and the lowly of the weak. The weak are prey to the strong, the survival of the fittest. Jiangchen looked at the Luo brothers without a trace of pity in his eyes. He pitied the people of the world, but when did the world pity him? If it wasn't for his pair of iron fists, he would have died many times already. Kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he bowed his head, would the Luo brothers let him go? Life and death are boundless. If you don't think about it, you will never forget it. If you have bitterness in your heart, you will not be able to express it. This world was the world of the strong. Strength was a part of dignity. Jiangchen searched the bodies of Luo Chintian and Luo Ningtian. He found 130,000 low-grade divine origin stones and more than 200 middle-grade divine origin stones. These were the hard currency of the divine world. Xianxia would definitely not let them go. The divine origin stones emitted pure and dense divine power. Low-grade divine origin stones were enough for those below the true God realm. Above the true God realm, they would need middle-grade divine origin stones. When one reached the heavenly God realm, he would need high-grade divine origin stones for his own use. Once he broke through to the divine king realm, he would need the supreme grade divine origin stones. What is this? Xianxia found an ancient sheepskin scroll in Luo Qintian's interspatial ring. It seemed to be a part of an incomplete map. The words on the map were quite ancient and hard to understand. There were many markings on the ancient sheepskin scroll. It seemed to be a divine treasury, but it also seemed to be a cultivation method. This made Xianxia a little uncertain. Rush thunder diagram? Xianxia frowned. He couldn't understand this kind of thing now, so he could only keep it for now. Currently, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Everyone had stepped into the divine world and Yuhua boundary was gradually dimming. It wouldn't be long before Yuhua boundary was completely sealed. After all the hardships, I'm finally going to get out of this divine tomb. Xianxia looked back and there was an afterimage in the void. The afterimage seemed to be smiling at him. That afterimage was the appearance of the tomb keeper, but it disappeared in a flash. Xianxia was slightly stunned. When he blinked his eyes again, the afterimage had already disappeared without a trace. This is weird. The tomb of the god of sin is really not simple. No wonder even the supreme experts of the divine world couldn't enter it. The rules set by the God Emperor are really extraordinary. Xianxia murmured. The divine world was now in front of him. Xianxia had a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Even Tyrant was forcefully sucked into the divine tomb. What about Yan Qinyu? Wu Ningzhu? Yan Qingqing? And his father, he didn't know when he would be able to enter the divine tomb. Most importantly, the divine tomb was full of danger. Even Xianxia felt a kind of fear. Would they be able to take the last step if they entered it in the future? Looking at Yuhua boundary, Xianxia clenched his fists. A very great pressure was pressing on his shoulders. One day, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want this land to bow down to me. Wait for me, I will never let any harm come to you. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He pointed his sword to the void. It seemed that someone was peeping at him from the 9 heavens. Divine world, here I come. The moment Xianxia stepped into the gate of the divine realm, he seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It was as if he was empty and his mind was wandering outside. At this moment, the Yuhua boundary completely disappeared from the border between the divine realm and the tomb of the god of sin. When Xianxia stepped into the divine realm, an incomparably long and broad road appeared in front of him, floating above the clouds. In front of him, there were countless pavilions, which were tall and magnificent, as if he was in a dream. At this moment, a black sky rock flew over from afar. Its feathers were incomparably bright, and its momentum soared to the sky. It spread its wings and soared for 90,000 miles. Xianxia stared at the incomparably terrifying sky rock. The sky rock glanced at Xianxia thoughtfully, and then swept into the void. It soared straight up, with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, and everything changed. What a terrifying sky rock. It seems that one look can decide my life and death. Xianxia was slightly shocked. He had never encountered such a strong force. The sky rock looked at him as if it was reuniting with him after a long time, but it was full of fighting intent. Boom, all of a sudden, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The sound of thunder rolled, and the aura engulfed 10,000 miles was like a tiger. The lightning struck at Xianxia almost in an instant. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face changed dramatically. The lightning gave him a feeling that it was completely impossible to resist. If the lightning fell, he would definitely die. Buzz, the lightning kept enlarging in Xianxia's eyes, and finally fell on the Zulong Tower. Above the Zulong Tower, the golden light shone brightly, and it firmly protected Xianxia in the Zulong Tower. Under the golden light, the Zulong Tower seemed to have suffered a great shock. The deafening sound caused Xianxia to cover his ears, and his expression changed drastically. The luster of the Zulong Tower also dimmed a lot at this time, and it even became the initial blood-red color. Within the blood-red light, there was a dim golden light. Xianxia was directly knocked out by the shocking thunder from the ninth heaven. Even with the protection of the Zulong Tower, he still received a great impact. The heavens don't want me, and the earth doesn't want me. I will fight the heavens and earth. Soaring to the top. No one can trap me, not even the heavens. Cough cough, cough cough. In the ancestral dragon pagoda, an old voice reverberated through the 9 heavens. Amidst the rain and mist, the heavens and earth changed. Thunder rumbled and 9 golden lightnings struck the ancestral dragon pagoda, shaking 1,000 li. Immortal world. Northern cold divine region. Lone Dragon County, Linha boundary, at the foot of Deer Morn Mountain. Grandpa, look, did that person roll down from the top of the mountain? A crisp and trembling voice said in a low voice. A pair of big round eyes, full of spirit, and black hair tied together, a 13 or 14-year-old girl was filled with curiosity and shock. The girl carried a bamboo basket on her back, stepped through the forest, and followed her grandpa into the Deer Morn Mountain to collect herbs. This was the first time she met a person, and she didn't know if he was dead or alive. Where? An old man with white hair and a tobacco pipe in his mouth said. He was wearing a leather coat that had been mended and sewn over and over again. His eyes slightly squinted, and he fiercely took 2 puffs, puffing out clouds of smoke. This is a person with a bitter life. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive, but he fell here. It can be said that he is fated with us. The old man inserted the tobacco pipe on his back, squatted down, and gently patted the young man whose clothes were already tattered. He is still alive, but he seems to have suffered a great injury, and has already fainted. The old man said, turned around, and walked towards the foot of the Deer Morn Mountain with the injured young man. Grandpa, didn't you tell me not to meddle in other people's business? Wait for me. The girl curled her lips, and quickly followed. The old man walked as if he was flying, and did not look like a candle in the wind at all. When Xianxia suddenly woke up, at that moment, everything in front of him had changed into another scene. The 9 palaces, pavilions, and pavilions had disappeared, and the soaring sky ping had also disappeared. Where am I? Xianxia rubbed his head, frowning. He only felt that the world was spinning, and then the Zulong Tower desperately protected him, and he fainted. You're awake, big brother? The girl carried a bowl of steaming hot medicine, and walked in. Xianxia looked around. This was an ordinary thatched hut, with simple furnishings. It was not a mansion of a rich family. Where am I? Xianxia asked again, looking at the young girl in front of him. She had an innocent and cute appearance, spotless, like a lotus blooming in the water. Deer Morn Mountain, Chilean residence, Zhou village. The girl said crisply, and glanced at Xianxia, as if she was a little afraid. You saved me? Little sister? Xianxia asked, smiling. He felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and it was quite uncomfortable. However, everything around him was so unfamiliar, and Xianxia really did not know where he was. The girl nodded, and then shook her head. It was Grandpa who saved you. No matter what, thank you. Drink this bowl of medicine first, Grandpa said it is good for your body's recovery. The girl smiled, and said a few words to Xianxia, and did not seem to be as cautious and afraid as before. Is this the divine realm? Yes, I only know that we are in Deer Morn Mountain, Chilean residence, Zhou village. As for the rest, I do not know. The girl pouted, and looked very cute, but she did not seem to know much. It's good that this is the divine realm. Xianxia thought. But it seems like the divine realm is much bigger than the divine realm, and it is not as simple as he thought. This is the northern cold divine region, Lone Dragon County. The divine realm is divided into 9 states and 18 counties, namely Dongxing Divine Region, West Pole Divine Region, Southern South Divine Region, Northern Cold Divine Region, Forbidden Land Divine Region, Ancient Divine Region, Savage Land Divine Region, Great Land Divine Region, and the last divine region is the Central Region Divine Land. As for the 18 counties, some belong to the divine continent, while some exist independently. Our Chilean prefecture, which has a radius of 1,000,000 miles, is only a remote place in Deer Mountain. Deer Morn Mountain is even further away, the Lone Dragon County is far away, and the northern cold divine region is even more unreachable. Even a god would need tens of thousands of years to travel across the divine realm. The old man held the tobacco pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes, and took 2 puffs, as if he was enjoying it, and his face was intoxicated. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior," Xianxia said in a dignified tone. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. Xianxia had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. "This is your own fortune, it has nothing to do with me." Hee. "You are an immortal cultivator who cultivated in the divine realm, right? How did you know?" Xianxia looked at the old man in surprise, as if he could not believe it. "You have a good physique and talent. Even if I did not save you, you would have woken up in a few days. In the divine realm, a young and talented person like you who is yet to reach the true god realm is a bit shabby." Old Master's eyes are sharp. "I am Xianxia, I came from the 9 regions immortal world and entered the divine world. Thank you for saving my life." Cough cough. Xianxia said sternly. "Your body is still weak, you should rest well. Those cultivators who have gone through many difficulties to enter the divine world are mostly people with great perseverance. You are a good kid." The old man smiled and turned to leave. "I am Yuer. My grandpa is called Old Gang too, everyone in the village calls him that." Hee, but grandpa is a famous alchemist in the surrounding villages. "Isn't it amazing?" Yuer said with a smile, a hint of slyness at the corner of her mouth. She only felt relieved after seeing that her grandpa had left. "Your strength is actually at the 8th grade immortal sovereign level." Xianxia took a look at Yuer and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely ugly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yuer's strength is a little low, her talent is too low, and her comprehension is poor. "Big brother, don't laugh at me, I have always been working hard to cultivate, but grandpa said that I am not suitable for cultivation, and not suitable to learn alchemy from him." Yuer pouted and said unhappily, as if she was a little angry. The innocent look of the little girl made Xianxia unable to restrain his laughter. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but twitch a few times. This is called poor talent? This is called poor comprehension? This little girl is more terrifying than me who has cultivated for thousands of years. When I first stepped into the divine tomb, I was only a 7th grade immortal sovereign. But she looked so wronged, as if she did not work hard, and her talent was not that good. She was already an 8th grade immortal sovereign at such a young age, can you not be so harsh? No, who said that Yuer's strength is weak? Big brother will be the first to disagree. Hee. Xianxia said with a smile. A 12-year-old 8th grade immortal sovereign, who would dare to say that this little girl's talent was weak? Xianxia was the first to disagree. Big brother, this is my grandfather's special medicine. Drink it while it's hot. I guarantee that you'll be full of energy in less than half a month. Yuer's innocent and pure look caused Xianxia to think of Yanxinyu. Once upon a time, she was also so innocent and kind, pure as ice and as clean as jade, untainted by the dust of the world. She was forever untainted by the mud. What's wrong with you, big brother? Do you not want to take your medicine? No, I just thought of a sister. She's as pure as ice and clean as jade, just like you. As Xianxia spoke, he drank the medicine in Yuer's hands in one gulp. The cool and refreshing feeling indeed caused Xianxia's entire body to tremble. It was indeed a divine medicine. After eating it, he felt a rather comfortable feeling. You only know how to make fun of me. Big brother, I'm not as good as you say. Yuer blushed. She knew that Xianxia was praising her. In the past, her grandfather almost never praised her. In the village, she was also one of the weakest. Although not many people cared about it, she cared about it very much. She did not want to be a burden to her grandfather every time. Every time when others joked with her grandfather, they would use her strength to talk about it. Old gang too, where are you? A deep voice came from outside the door. What's wrong, young Master Feng Manlu? My house is simple and crude. How can I have the time to come here today? Old Gang too said faintly as if he did not welcome him. Didn't your family catch a strong man? 3 days later, follow me to Profound Feng sect. Young Master Feng has been urging me for a few times. All the men in our village have to follow me to dig for divine origin stones. This is young Master Feng's order. Feng Manlu said proudly and looked at old Gang Tu coldly. If it wasn't for his father telling him to respect old Gang Tu, he would be respected as the famous alchemist in the surrounding villages. If he offended him, his father's position as the village chief would not be easy. However, the current Feng Manlu had directly climbed up the profound Feng sect of the Chilean prefecture. Naturally, they did not put old Gang Tu in their eyes. Moreover, the Feng Manlu had brought all the strong men in the village to profound Feng sect to dig for divine origin stones. It was a very tiring job and they could only come back once a year. No one was willing to leave their village and go to profound Feng sect. However, Feng Manlu was the son of the village chief. Now that he had the support of the young sect lord of profound Feng sect, no one dared to provoke him anymore. He's not from our village, and he's injured. I'm afraid he's not up to the task. I advise young Master Feng to choose another candidate. Old Gang Tu said with a smile. You're trying to make life difficult for me, aren't you? Old Gang Tu, how about 100 low-grade divine origin stones? That's enough for you to earn a year. Wind-sweeping tower scoffed. Wasn't it just money? Old fart, if he wanted divine essence stones, he did not lack them. What he lacked was manpower. Old Gang Tu shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Then what do you mean? I must bring this person away 3 days later. Moreover, I should tell you this time, Old Gang Tu. Don't act like a tyrant in front of my father in the future. He's the village chief and you're just an alchemist. You don't have the final say in the Zhou village. Feng Manlu harumphed coldly, turned around and left. Oh yeah, wait for your little girl Yu'er to grow up in another 2 to 3 years. She'll definitely be a slender and elegant girl. I'll bring her to profound Feng sect and she'll definitely stand out. He. TSK. She's a beauty. The corner of Feng Manlu's mouth carried a gentle smile that made people shudder. What's in your life, you'll get it eventually. Don't force it if it's not in your life. Old Gang Tu held the tobacco pipe in his mouth, lying on the rocking chair as if he had fallen asleep. Yu'er, who is this Feng Manlu? He wants me to go and dig for divine essence stones with him? Xianxia furrowed his brows. This fellow didn't sound like a good person at first glance. He was shouting and yelling as if he was the number one in the world. He was the typical example of a fox exploiting the tiger's might to bully others. He's the son of the village chief. 5 years ago, he was lucky enough to enter Profound Feng sect and got acquainted with the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. These years, he has become more overbearing. There are more than 100 young men in our village. Almost all of them were taken to Profound Feng sect to dig for the primordial stone mine. They can only come back once a year. No one is willing to go. But his influence in Profound Feng sect is quite strong. No one in the Zhou village dared to go against him. Every time he comes back, he would bully the people and do all kinds of evil things. His father, as the village chief, just closed one eye. I hate him the most. He always looks at me with evil intentions. Yu'er said angrily. Obviously, she did not like the village chief's son. Is Profound Feng sect very powerful? Xianxia murmured. Of course. Profound Feng sect is one of the 8 major sects of Chilean prefecture. The number of disciples in the sect is more than 10 million. Even an outer sect disciple like Feng Manlu has the strength of a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Once he breaks through to the middle void god realm, he can become an inner sect disciple. Yu'er said. There are so many 9th-grade immortal sovereigns in the divine world? Xianxia was puzzled. Yu'er couldn't stop laughing. She covered her mouth and was extremely happy. Do you think that the divine world is filled with immortals and divine kings? Big brother, you're even more naive than me. He. Xianxia smiled and looked at Yu'er in confusion. He thought that everyone in the divine world was a true god. At least, there shouldn't be so many 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. In fact, it wasn't the case. Even with the dense divine origin chi in the divine world, it wasn't easy to improve one's cultivation realm. The truth is not what you think, big brother. Not everyone in the divine world is born with unparalleled strength. However, those who were born in the divine world are the natives of the divine world. They have been nurtured by the divine origin chi of the heavens and earth. They are destined to be born with extraordinary talents. Of course, this is compared to those who have ascended from the lower planes. Basically, a young man like me would have at least reached the 9th grade immortal sovereign realm, or the more powerful ones would have broken through to the void god realm. There are even more monstrous geniuses who could reach the true god realm at the age of 20. I'm considered to be mediocre. As she spoke till here, Yuer was clearly a little disappointed. She was a girl that cared more about the opinions of others. Therefore, she was also brooding over her own strength. However, she had always been working very hard. It was just that no one was able to see it. Furthermore, her talent was limited. She didn't know why her cultivation progress was so slow even though she was working so hard. But because the divine origin chi of the divine world is too dense, some people are destined to be unable to break through the shackles of the peak void god realm, even though their cultivation realm is fast in the early stages. Some people will never be able to break through the void god realm, because their cultivation realm is too fast in the early stages and they can't digest the divine origin chi. Unfortunately, this is the fate of the divine world. People like me will never be able to reach the true god realm in my lifetime. You're not bad. When I was your age, I was even weaker. Hee hee. I'm not even as good as you. Keep it up, I believe you can do it. Xianxia looked at Yuer seriously and said. Really? Of course. There's a way for those who have a will. The heavens will not disappoint those who put in hard work. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll never be weaker than anyone else. Some people just heard rumors that their talent is average and they don't have any future. That's why they gave up on themselves. In this way, they might miss the best time to cultivate, and it's not surprising for them to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. Yuer rolled her eyes and chuckled. You sound very reasonable. I will not give up. I will definitely break through to the true god realm and make everyone respect my grandfather. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. That's right. I believe you can do it, haha. Yes, big brother, you're definitely not weak. Hearing you say that, I also feel that you're definitely stronger than me. Yuer looked at Xianxia curiously. I'm just an early void god. Moreover, I've suffered such heavy injuries. I guess I won't be able to recover without at least 10 days or half a month. Moreover, I've been cultivating for a longer time than you. Actually, not everyone in the divine world can live forever. If we can't break through to the true god realm, we will forever be immortal. So, we can only live for 500 years at most. At this moment, old Gang Tu walked in with a smile and looked at Xianxia with deep meaning. You must be curious why you can live forever in the immortal world, but it's different in the divine world. Old Gang Tu's words woke Xianxia up from his dream. He completely saw through the doubts in Xianxia's heart. Indeed, this was what he was worried about the most. If he only had 500 years of life, how could he wait for his beloved? How could he help them conquer the divine world? Those below the true god realm are all mortals. You might not have heard of this before. Only when one breaks through to the true god realm will he have a lifespan of 500 years. When one reaches the heavenly god realm and condenses his godhead, he will have a lifespan of 5,000 years. But those who are below the true god realm are no different from mortals. Those who have extraordinary abilities or great opportunities or the control of medicines might be able to live for a few hundred years. But no one below the true god realm can live for more than 500 years. I've been refining countless medicines in my life. I once used medicinal pills to reach the middle true god realm. But after a battle with someone, I was stuck at the middle void god realm. It's hard for me to advance any further. 100 years, these 4 words were like thunder, reverberating in Xianxia's ears. Initially, he thought that the divine world was the heaven that everyone yearned for. But now, it seemed like the cruelty of the divine world was even scarier than the immortal world. If you don't succeed, you die. If you don't break through, you die. If you don't break through to the true god realm, you won't be able to walk on the road to immortality. This was an iron law. Even old Gang Tu, who had once broken through to the true god realm, had to live for 100 years. How cruel and sorrowful was this? Jiangchen could deeply feel that old Gang Tu was looking at his granddaughter with a touch of gentleness and expectation. Everything depended on fate. The true God realm, Jiangchen would definitely step into that realm. Even a heavenly god or a divine king would not be able to stop him. He must soar to the 9 heavens and trample on the divine world, using his pair of iron fists to make a name for himself in the divine world. Otherwise, how would he be able to protect his loved ones when they came from the immortal world? Now, De Huang, the monkey and tyrant were nowhere to be found. The divine world was unimaginably vast. He had to find them first. De Huang had entered the Luo family. It should be easy to find him. However, he did not know where the Luo family was. I have a question. I wonder if Senior knows where the Luo family of the god Luo clan is. Jiangchen asked. Old Gang Tu was slightly shocked and looked at Jiangchen. You know about the god Luo clan of Xianxia County? Old Gang Tu sighed and shook his head. The god Luo clan of Xianxia County is in the West Pole Divine Continent. Although it is not the furthest from us, it would take more than 6,000 years to reach the West Pole Divine Continent without using the space teleportation. Jiangchen smiled bitterly in his heart. Is this a joke? More than 6,000 years. Does this mean that if I don't break through to the heavenly god realm, I will die during the flight? Moreover, I will die without any accident. It sounded like a fantasy. It seemed that the space teleportation was more reliable. Not everyone can afford the space teleportation. Even a heavenly god or a divine king would have to pay half of his fortune to use the space teleportation once. Only the true upper echelons of the divine world are qualified to use it. Old Gang Tu said faintly. To put it bluntly, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a nobody in this cold and cruel divine world. You still want to go to the West Pole Divine Continent? Hee, you'd better recuperate your body first. Anyone who crossed over from the immortal world would definitely be valued by the major powers of the divine world. That's because each of them relied on their own hard work to reach where they are today. Not only are they talented, they also have extraordinary perseverance. They are definitely different from the natives of the divine world. When your injuries are healed, you can go look for a powerful sect to cultivate in. You will definitely make rapid progress there. If there's a fortuitous encounter, breaking through to the heavenly god realm and condensing a godhead won't be a problem. Old Gang Tu's evaluation of Jiangchen was very high. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Jiangchen smiled and said. You are talented. You will definitely become a great person in the future. I am just happy to see a talent like you die. Old Gang Tu took a puff of his cigarette and said. I will never forget Senior's kindness. As for 3 days later, I will leave on my own. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will implicate you. Jiangchen said. But you have not fully recovered, big brother. Yue said worriedly. Don't worry. That brat is just relying on the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Will the young sect lord come and take care of his business? As for his old man, Humph. I don't really care about him. As the village chief, he never thinks about the villagers. I don't think he will dare to do anything to me. Old Gang Tu harumphed coldly. His expression was serious and proud. As a famous alchemist in the 10-mile 8 village, Old Gang Tu was not a pushover. Moreover, he was an expert who had once stepped into the true god realm. Although his strength had declined, he was still the #1 expert in the Zhou village. You can stay here peacefully. Leave after you have recovered. Then, all right. Jiangchen nodded helplessly. He didn't want to disturb the old master and his grandson, and he might even bring them unnecessary trouble. That night, Jiangchen circulated his cultivation technique. Dragon marks appeared, and the divine origin energy of the divine world continuously flowed into his body. Compared to the immortal origin energy of the immortal world, it was many times stronger. The divine origin energy nourished his meridians, making Jiangchen feel comfortable both physically and mentally. His body had recovered by more than half. The toughness of his body was beyond imagination. In 3 days, he would be fully recovered. The divine world is indeed different. The aura here is much denser than the immortal world. No wonder so many people could reach the void god realm at such a young age. It's really shocking, Xianxia murmured with a solemn expression. He still had a long way to go in the future. Moreover, he didn't have much time left. A few hundred years sounded like a long time, but to them, they could easily go into seclusion for years or even decades. Their time in the divine world would not be long. If they couldn't reach the heavenly God realm within a few hundred years, it would be hard for them to break through again. In the courtyard, old Gang Tu was concocting pills. There was a cauldron the size of a jar. Old Gang Tu kept throwing the herbs into the cauldron, concocting pills. The method was simple but effective. The effect of concocting pills could reach the most perfect state. However, this ordinary flame could not remove the impurities in the herbs. As the saying goes, medicine is 30% poisonous. If the impurities in the herbs could not be removed, the pill would not reach the most perfect state. After a long time, the extinguishing fire pill was completed. However, old Gang Tu's face was still calm, as if he was not affected at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed. "Senior, it seems like you don't have enough control over the herbs," Xianxia said. Looking at old Gang Tu concocting pills, he couldn't help but feel his hands itching. "You also know how to concoct pills?" Old Gang Tu asked in surprise. "I know a little. I have observed Senior's refinement of the herbs, and it seems like you are unable to reach the most perfect state. I wonder if Senior has any feelings?" "Sigh, I know about this. Unfortunately, without a proper flame, it is impossible to reach the most perfect state of refinement. Ordinary flames are unable to remove the impurities and toxins in the herbs. Hence, it is impossible to achieve the most perfect refinement." Old Gang Tu obviously knew about his weakness. "I want to give it a try." Old Gang Tu smiled. "Don't look down on these herbs. Whether it is the degree of purity or the medicinal properties of the herbs, they are incomparable to the herbs in the immortal world. Don't let your guard down." "Thank you, Senior, for your reminder." Xianxia nodded with a smile on his face. Xianxia waved his hand, and a flame rose up. The fire of sun suddenly appeared in his hand. He then picked up 3 herbs that were ready to be harvested: the lost grass, the ginkgo clover, and the red tree fruit. "This is the fire of sun?" Old Gang Tu was startled and his face turned solemn. He had been concocting pills for more than 200 years. Although his strength was average, he was quite knowledgeable about concocting pills. Now that Xianxia took out the fire of sun, old Gang Tu knew that Xianxia was not simple. The power of the fire of sun was feared by everyone, especially an alchemist. They understood the power of this flame. If they were not careful, they would be burned. Even old Gang Tu, who was in the true God realm, might not dare to touch this flame. Moreover, the fire of sun was something that he could only dream of. "Refine it for me," Xianxia suddenly shouted and threw the 3 herbs into the fire. This made old Gang Tu even more shocked. He had never seen an alchemist who could refine several kinds of herbs at once. Moreover, the impurities in each herb were completely removed. Old Gang Tu knew this very well. Xianxia looked at the rising fire of sun in his hand. After the 3 refined herbs were solidified, they instantly fused together. At this moment, old Gang Tu was in awe. He did not expect Xianxia to be so terrifying. This kind of alchemist must have a high grade, far beyond what he could achieve. Most importantly, Xianxia had the fire of sun in his hand. This was something that ordinary people could never imagine. "Is it about to be completed?" Old Gang Tu murmured. The fire of sun in Xianxia's hand instantly swallowed the 3 herbs. Moreover, the control of the flame was quite perfect. When the flame faded away, 3 white pellets appeared in Xianxia's hand. "The simplest 10 complete great supplement pill," Xianxia said with a smile. "Look at the quality of this pellet. It's definitely at the 10th grade. Old Gang Tu did not expect that he would pick up a treasure. This fellow was really shocking. Old Gang Tu had been refining pills for so many years, but this was the first time he met such a genius. Moreover, he could control the fire of Sunday. This fellow's future would be limitless. Old Gang Tu was so excited that he could not control himself. To Xianxia, old Gang Tu's excitement and surprise made him quite confident. "It should be a 10% effectiveness, Dan." But it's not that difficult. If it's a little more difficult, I don't think I could be this powerful. Xianxia said humbly. This old man's eyes are sharp. Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? Looks like you're definitely an experienced alchemist. Your skill in alchemy is even better than mine. I have to say, your method of controlling fire has really widened this old man's horizons. Plus, the fire of sun's effect on alchemy is limitless. Old Gang 2 said solemnly. If I also have the fire of sun, I would like to compete with you. Haha. Senior's alchemy skill is also extraordinary. It's just that I'm better at using fire. Xianxia said. Don't be humble. Each generation has its own talents. You're indeed better than me. Kid, I'm right about you. However, in terms of alchemy, you're better than me. In terms of fire, there's one more thing that you're not as good as me. Please enlighten me, senior. Xianxia's eyes brightened up. Your level of control over flames has completely surpassed your level of control over medicinal ingredients. In other words, your understanding of the medicinal properties of medicinal ingredients has not reached a perfect level. You should know that there are three most important aspects to forming a pill. The first is the refinement of divine power, the second is the refinement of medicinal ingredients, and the last is the control of flames. Divine power refinement is not a problem as your strength increases. However, medicinal ingredient refinement requires your heart to feel the thousands of changes in the medicinal ingredient. You rely on the control and dominance of the flame to remove the impurities, but you have neglected the most important point of the elixir. After all, it is still a medicinal ingredient, so the most important point is the extraction of the medicinal ingredient. It must be incomparably pure, and you must feel the true changes in the medicinal ingredient. Only then will you be able to achieve an unexpected result. Some elixirs will even have some characteristics of the medicinal ingredient, and this is the most important change in pharmacology. There are tens of thousands of medicinal ingredients, and it's impossible for us to have seen every single one of them and know their medicinal properties. But when you concoct medicine, you can sense the changes, and you'll understand that medicinal ingredients actually have their own lives. Only by thoroughly understanding the myriad changes of medicinal theory can you be considered a true grandmaster alchemist. At that moment, with the tempering of God power and control of flame, as well as the support, you'll definitely be able to concoct a peerless medicinal pill. Old Gang 2's words made Xianxia very happy. Xianxia nodded his head heavily. In his heart, there was a wave of emotions. Indeed, before this, he only focused on the control of the flame and neglected this point. He thought that as long as he could remove the impurities in the medicinal ingredient, he would be able to concoct a true high-grade elixir. This is a 70% elixir. Take a look, this elixir might not be any worse than your 100% elixir. Old Gang 2 smiled. Xianxia took a closer look at the two pills. They were indeed quite shocking to him. Listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. Senior's skill is really unpredictable. Junior really admires you. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. If Senior's strength could reach the next level, your skill in alchemy would definitely improve. Xianxia also felt pity for Old Gang 2. However, the current Old Gang 2 did not have the strength to step into the true God realm. Everyone has their own fate. I have never hoped to become a true master alchemist. I used to rely on my own alchemy skills to improve my strength. However, my body's 8 extraordinary meridians were all damaged. It's impossible for me to reach the true God realm. Old Gang 2's words made him sigh. However, what he said was right. If there was a chance to live, he would never give up. A person's fate cannot be changed, especially in the divine world. You will know what is called the wrath of heaven if you go against heaven's will. Sometimes, life doesn't need to be too exciting. As long as you feel that you are living well, that's enough. Going against heaven's will to change your fate is not easy. You have 2 or 3 lives. If you fight with your life, 2 or 3 lives might not even be worth mentioning. Having no desires is not what I pursue. However, contentment is what I have learned for the past 200 years. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Old Gang 2 had his own pursuits. Xianxia had no right to interfere. Moreover, what Old Gang 2 said was not unreasonable. Going against heaven's will was not an easy thing to do. Fighting with people was fun. Fighting with the earth was fun. However, fighting with heaven was not something to be proud of. Has heaven ever spared anyone? The most ruthless one was heaven. Old Gang 2 was the first person that Xianxia got to know after entering the divine world. He was also the person that changed Xianxia's mentality greatly. Life is precious. Cherish it. You will have a better future than me. Old Gang 2 patted Xianxia's shoulder. His eyes were filled with hope. On the second day, Xianxia's strength had recovered by more than half. He insisted on going out to train and breathe some fresh air. That was why he followed Yuer up the mountain to collect herbs. Big brother, you have to be careful. Follow me closely. There are beasts here. Yuer smiled, revealing her canine teeth. She was wearing a green robe and carrying a medicine basket on her back. She looked fresh and refined. The liveliness and quick-wittedness of a young girl had also influenced Xianxia. There are beasts here. Will your grandfather allow you to collect herbs alone? Xianxia said. Hee, I'm just teasing you. This is just the outer area of Deermorn Mountain. Deermorn Mountain stretches for millions of miles. In the depths of the mountain, there might be powerful beasts or even divine beasts. However, there are no beasts outside of 10,000 miles. Even if there are, they would at most be beasts below the Void God realm. I have a green panacea pill here. Beasts below the Void God realm will never come close to me. Even if I meet a Void God realm beast, I can protect myself. Yuer said proudly. Then it seems that our little Yaya is bold because of her skills? Haha. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. The two of them walked through the foothills of 2,000 miles in the periphery and picked a lot of medicinal herbs. Their harvest was quite bountiful. We should go back, or Grandpa will be worried. Xianxia said. Let's play a little longer, I haven't had enough. Hee. There's a lake over there, let's go take a look. Before Xianxia could speak, Yuer had already skipped over. This lake was quite clear. The clear water, the glistening yellow sky, and the red people outlined a beautiful picture of the afterglow of the setting sun. This place is really beautiful. Yuer took a deep breath. She was enjoying it quite a lot. She was extremely satisfied. The lake seemed to have a circumference of more than 10 miles. A gentle breeze was blowing and rippling the surface of the lake. Not to mention Yuer, even Xianxia, who didn't know how to appreciate beauty, felt that the scenery here was very pleasant. It's really beautiful. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. The sky gradually turned dark. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. The whirlpool became deeper and deeper, reaching a depth of a few thousand meters. Is this the wonder of a waterspout? Yuer's eyes widened. She was shocked to see that she was still unaware of the danger. Not good. There's definitely a great demon here. Xianxia shouted and quickly grabbed Yuer's hand, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, a gigantic green serpent soared up to the sky and roared from the whirlpool. The surface of the lake was completely frozen. Even Xianxia and Yuer were blown away by the impact. Yuer even fainted from the impact. Even Xianxia was dizzy from the shock. The blood in his body rumbled as he cursed. Give up, profound ice azure serpent. You can't escape from me. Her clothes were whiter than snow. Her sleeves fluttered, and her hair was like the wind. The woman stood in the air, untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her temperament was extraordinary, and her figure was peerless. Her exquisite face was covered by a green veil, but the contours of her face could still be seen clearly. The woman's voice was like a tranquil melody in a valley, moving the heartstrings of those who heard it. It was as if there was some kind of magic that attracted Xianxia. This woman should only exist in the heavens, not in the mortal realm. Xianxia had never seen such an elegant and picturesque girl, a girl as noble as a lotus. He had to admit that a girl like this was a sacred existence in the hearts of men. They could be admired from afar, but not played with. Even your grandmaster is not my opponent, not to mention you. Those who stop me from transforming into a dragon will be killed. The profound ice azure serpent soared into the sky, its 100-zhong body blotting out the sun, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers like a tiger. At this moment, it spoke in the human language and spoke coldly. It was disdainful of the tiny woman in white who was hovering in the air not too far away. Even if you're strong, you're still heavily injured. The white-clothed woman said coldly without a shred of emotion, as if she had already sentenced the profound ice azure serpent to death. Boasting shamelessly. Let's see if you have the ability. You're still too young to kill me. Early heavenly god is still an early heavenly god. I'm 2 realms higher than you. Even if I'm heavily injured, you won't be able to touch me. The profound ice azure serpent said in a deep voice. The entire void rumbled like thunder, incomparably ear-piercing. Xianxia's body trembled. The human and beast in front of him were both heavenly god experts, existences that surpassed the true god realm. Before these 2 heavenly gods, Xianxia felt like an ant. The profound ice azure serpent even took a glance at him, but ignored him. At this moment, Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was too terrifying. Heavenly god experts were so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting them. Experts are, after all, unparalleled in strength. Xianxia sighed in his heart. 2 heavenly god experts were already so powerful that they could make one's heart tremble. What about divine king or hierarch experts? Wouldn't they be able to destroy the world with a flip of their hand? Xianxia recalled the moment in the divine tomb, where he destroyed hundreds of thousands of heavenly god and divine king divine souls with a flip of his hand. Even the divine soul of a divine emperor expert could be destroyed. However, he was still just a divine soul. In the divine world, even a heavenly god expert could destroy him with a flip of their hand. I must become stronger. Xianxia clenched his fist tightly as he stared at the 2 heavenly god experts. A battle could break out at any moment. Xianxia had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he would be implicated in a battle between heavenly god experts. If that's the case, then let me see how strong you are. The white-robed lady said faintly. She held the white jade longsword in her hand and soared into the sky, charging towards the profound ice azure snake. The sword tip was sharp as it spun through the void. Above the 9 heavens, the night sky was filled with sword chi. To think that even that old fart passed down the snow shadow sword to you. Looks like you're really her favorite disciple. However, since you've met me today, I can only let you be ruthless. In this world, there are too many people that you can't afford to offend. Little girl, you're still too young. The profound ice azure snake sneered and soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, it would leave behind an afterimage. Even the air felt like it was condensing, causing one to feel suffocated. The white-robed lady swung the snow shadow sword with a powerful aura. Although she was a lady, her sword chi was extremely terrifying. A single slash was enough to flatten the world. Even the profound ice azure snake did not dare to take the attack head-on. It was in a state of retreat. The white-robed lady's aura was unparalleled. As she soared into the sky with her sword, it felt like she was one with the world. Wherever her sword pointed, it would be invincible. The profound ice azure serpent kept dodging. A human and a serpent were engaged in a battle of life and death above the lake. The terrifying chi caused the towering ancient trees within a 10-li radius to be frozen or turned into dust by the sword chi. Xianxia used the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect himself and disappeared into the dust. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. A battle between experts of this level would be a valuable treasure to him in the future. Serpent dragon goes to sea, sky-shattering water. The profound ice azure snake roared. The white-robed lady quickly retreated, but she was still frozen by the profound ice azure snake. The profound ice azure snake let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. Even Xianxia, who was inside the Zulong Tower, felt that the Zulong Tower was shaking. Luckily, he hid inside the Zulong Tower and survived. Everything within a 10-mile radius was frozen. It was a terrifying scene. Bang! Snow shadow flying current, sky-piercing sword. The white-clothed lady was invincible as the snow shadow sword soared into the air. Her figure flashed 9 times as she tore through the air and directly pushed the profound ice azure snake back. Its body was covered in wounds. Even with its astonishing defense, it was still pushed back by the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the snow shadow sword was untainted by even a speck of dust, looking incomparably arrogant. The white-robed lady stared coldly at the profound ice azure snake, her killing intent rising once again. I've said it before, you're not my opponent. Since you're not willing to surrender, then die. Your scarlet dragon gall is mine. The white-robed lady soared into the sky, her sword aura reaching 800 zhang. The might of a heavenly god was unstoppable. Bitch, how dare you injure me? I'll definitely not let you off. The profound ice azure snake's eyes were vicious and cold as it fought with the white-robed lady in the sky once again. Perhaps it was because the profound ice azure Jiao dragon was injured. Even if it was stronger, it could not suppress the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the white-clothed lady was becoming more and more domineering. Taking advantage of your weakness to take your life, that was the scariest thing of all. Get out of my way. The profound ice azure snake roared, but it was still pushed back by the white-robed lady. Since the white-robed lady's killing intent had been triggered, it had to fight to the death. Otherwise, it would not have any chance of survival. Die, azure snake. You won't be able to escape after stealing my sex treasure. The white-robed lady's eyes lit up. Her strongest attack slashed through the sky, shattering the ground. The profound ice azure snake could not withstand it at all and was pushed back. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The profound ice azure snake sneered. The coldness in its eyes was suffocating. Xianxia could tell that this fellow wanted to perish together with the white-robed lady. Frozen heaven and earth, I'm the only one. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon Lingling smiled and charged forward, surrounding the white-clothed lady with all her might. The ice ceiling chi froze a radius of 10 li, causing all living things to perish. The white-clothed lady bore the brunt of it, as her bloodline and spirit were completely frozen. The white-clothed lady kept retreating, but the profound ice azure serpent's icebound heaven and earth left the white-clothed lady with nowhere to hide. Even her entire body became sluggish. My hand, my bloodline, my body, my consciousness. Meng Chao muttered. The white-clothed lady murmured. She was completely frozen by the profound ice azure Jiao dragon as she stared blankly ahead. At this moment, the profound ice azure Jiao dragon had completely descended from the sky, and a black pearl fell from its body. Xianxia swiftly grabbed the pearl in his hand without anyone noticing. The profound ice azure serpent was heavily injured by the white-robed woman, and it was already struggling at death's door. It jumped into the lake and quickly escaped. Although the eyes of the woman in white were frozen, they still seemed to be moving. A heart as clear as ice, unshakable even if the sky collapses. The white-clothed lady's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered as she opened her eyes. However, she had also fallen into the ice-cold lake. A centipede dies, but does not fall. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth, her face extremely pale. She had lost all her strength, and the ice chi in her body seemed to want to devour her soul. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon was too terrifying. After all, it was a late heavenly god expert. Although the white-clothed lady was cautious, she still failed miserably. I've lost more than half of my strength. It's definitely not something that can be done in a day or two to recover. Furthermore, the ice chi in my body, if I'm not able to clear it in a short period of time, my life might be in danger. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth and murmured. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon managed to escape in the end, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. God knows how long it would take to recover its strength. However, the Scarlet Cloud Hades King Pearl of the sect had disappeared along with the profound ice azure Jiao dragon. She knew that it was impossible for her to find the profound ice azure Jiao dragon in her current state. The white-clothed lady's face was pale, and the ice chi in her body was getting more and more serious. Her strength was at most a middle void god. Looks like I've really underestimated this beast. If the ice chi in her body was not cleared as soon as possible, she might not be able to live for more than 3 days. The bone-chilling cold was heart-wrenching. Master, I've let you down. Your disciple is useless. The white-clothed lady stared at the void and murmured. No matter how she tried to use her divine force to force out the ice chi, it was useless. Thunderfire art. The white-robed woman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered the thunder fire spell that her master had once taught her. Because the thunder fire spell was completely incompatible with her cultivation, she had given up on it. However, at this moment, perhaps it could have a miraculous effect, the lady in white circulated the thunder fire art. At this moment, her body indeed felt like it was being burned by raging flames. No one knew just how much suffering she was enduring. The two extremes of ice and fire in her body caused her mood to be incomparably terrible. Although the raging flame art had resolved the unspeakable bone-piercing pain, the two extremes of ice and fire in her body could not completely merge. One side was cold, while the other was blazing hot. Lightning flashes across the sky. Fire burns as if it's nothing. The white-clothed lady murmured. Suddenly, the clothes on her body were burnt to ashes, revealing her snow-white skin. Her perfect body could cause one's blood to boil. Her exquisite face, brows raised, and makeup applied. It was truly something that could only be viewed from afar, not played with. Xianxia felt his throat tighten. Isn't this a little too intense? What the hell? This is not what I want to see. Do not look at indecent things. Xianxia quickly closed his eyes. Although it was just a glance, it made his blood boil. The white-robed woman was still in extreme agony. Her beautiful face was filled with an expression of unbearable pain. The white-clothed lady coldly looked around. Although there was no one around, she still felt as if she was being watched. With a wave of her hand, the swirling mist shrouded her perfect body. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he sighed. However, peeping wasn't something a gentleman should do. What he did just now was unintentional, and he didn't know what was going on. Therefore, he didn't feel guilty at all. Seeing the white-clothed lady in pain, Xianxia could not bear it. The methods of the profound ice azure snake were indeed shocking. I might be able to help you. Xianxia suddenly appeared 20 meters away from the white-clothed lady. The white-clothed lady's eyes turned cold as she stared at Xianxia. She quickly took out a shirt and put it on. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. What did you see? I didn't see anything. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect the lady to ask him what he saw. Would I tell you if I saw anything? It would be strange if you didn't go crazy. How could a peerless woman like you, who was so arrogant and insufferably arrogant, endure it? Who are you? Why are you here? The white-robed lady was still on guard against Xianxia. I came to Deer Morn Mountain to collect herbs. I saw you in so much pain and wanted to help you. If you don't need me, I'll leave now. Xianxia said coldly. Aren't you supposed to be cold? I've seen everything about you. I wanted to help you, but you're still so cold. How are you going to help me? The white-robed lady asked. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the dignified heaven's proud daughter would actually be in such dire straits? This has truly widened my horizons. At this moment, even Xianxia did not expect the profound ice azure snake to return. It must be because of that pearl. Xianxia thought. You dare to come back? Profound ice azure snake, I'll kill you today. The white-clothed lady leapt up and stood with her sword in hand. This time, her sword was no longer as terrifying as before. She was sent flying by the profound ice azure Jiao Dragon's divine dragon whip. Blood spurted from her mouth as her face turned ugly. She was utterly defeated. You're not my opponent. I came back to see if you're dead or not. If you're not dead, I'll kill you. The profound ice azure snake harumphed coldly. However, it was already at the end of its tether. If it wasn't for the fact that the kid in front of it was only an early void god, it would not have dared to turn back. Beast. The white-robed lady gritted her teeth. However, she no longer had the strength to fight back. No one will know where I am after I kill you. The profound ice azure snake smiled and charged towards the white-robed lady again. Take another step and you'll die. Xianxia looked at the profound ice azure snake. At this moment, even the white-robed lady was slightly stunned. Are you talking to me? Ha ha ha, this is the biggest joke in the world. Little fella, you're just an early void god. Are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You'll die so badly that not even your bones will be left. The profound ice azure serpent scoffed at Xianxia, not putting him in its eyes at all. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm afraid you can't even reach the true god realm, right? Xianxia said lightly. You're right. My current strength is at most a late void god. So what? Do you think you can defeat me with just you? Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable to the extreme. The profound ice azure serpent could not stop laughing, and its disdain towards Xianxia intensified. The white-robed woman kept staring at Xianxia. This guy really didn't want to live anymore. This kind of person was really brainless. Although it was to save her, this kind of pointless sacrifice still made her feel a little stupid. You don't believe me? You can give it a try. Xianxia said with a smile, fearlessly facing the profound ice azure snake. I can't defeat you when you're strong. But now that you're at the end of your flight, how can I be bullied by you? You don't have the ability to bully me. I, the profound ice azure snake, can kill you with a single breath. The profound ice azure snake said arrogantly. You're not his match. The white-robed lady, Lung Lung, said. Even in a life-and-death situation, she was still as arrogant as a swan. I'll give you a chance to attack. Kill me if you can. The profound ice azure snake said with a smile. All right. Xianxia did not have the demeanor of a gentleman. Why would he act like a gentleman when facing a heavenly god realm expert? What he wanted was a one-hit kill. Xianxia moved his palm. In an instant, the 5 elemental true flames appeared in his hands. The Sun Flame, True Dragon Flame, True Thunder Fire, Qilin Saint Flame, and Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. The moment the 5 flames appeared, the entire void looked like it was going to evaporate. The frozen lake instantly melted. The profound ice azure snake's face turned extremely ugly. Although it could not recognize all 5 flames, it could feel the terrifying aura from them. They were definitely its nemesis. How did you do it? How is this possible? The profound ice azure snake was shocked. Even the lady in white was completely moved. No wonder he said that he could help her. These 5 types of flames made her heart palpitate. It was indeed abnormal. If she was a heavenly god, she would not be afraid. But now, her strength had fallen and she was heavily injured. These flames could even devour her in an instant. Fuse, 3,000 flames dragon seal. Xianxia roared. The 5 flames instantly fused together. The moment the 3,000 flames dragon seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Xianxia's strength was enough to fight against a late void god. Adding on the fact that the profound ice azure snake was a little overconfident, and most importantly, Xianxia's 5 elemental true flames could restrain the profound ice azure snake. The profound ice azure snake's technique would be useless against it. It was not a late heavenly god realm profound ice azure snake. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only came back to look for the pearl. No. I'm not willing, the profound ice azure serpent roared. But before it could finish its words, the 3,000 flames dragon seal devoured it. The profound ice azure serpent could not retaliate at all. It could not even retaliate under the 3,000 flames dragon seal. Within the flames, the profound ice azure Jiao dragon struggled, but it was completely reduced to ashes. Even the white-clothed lady was shocked by the scene. Isn't this too terrifying? The profound ice azure snake could not imagine that it would die in the hands of a void god brat. It felt extremely aggrieved. The flames destroyed everything in their path. Who are you? The white-robed lady asked. I'm really here to pick herbs. Xianxia said helplessly. Can you really help me? I should be able to. If not, I'll use my body to warm you up. Haha. Xianxia said with a laugh. This joke is not funny at all. The white-robed lady was still as cold as ice. Believe it or not, I just want to help you. Seeing you in so much pain, before Xianxia could finish his words, the white-robed lady's expression changed once again. She clutched her chest with an ugly expression. I'm so cold, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. What's the point? She's still pretending to be a saintess at this time. Come, this brother will give you a hug and everything will be settled. Xianxia thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. He knew that with this lady's character, she would rather die than submit. If you can really save me, I will be extremely grateful. If you have any frivolous thoughts, I will definitely kill you. The white-robed lady, Lung Lung, said. She raised her neck proudly and looked at Xianxia. Don't worry. No matter how righteous a person is, he will still be overshadowed by me. Xianxia looked at the white-clothed lady. She was struck by the frost chi of the profound ice azure snake, so the frost chi in her body was invading her meridians and ravaging every part of her body. Even her dantian felt like it was about to be frozen. I hope that the fire of sun can help you improve your current condition. Flames rose from Xianxia's palm as he struck out. A strand of fire of sun entered the white-clothed lady's dantian. In an instant, the white-clothed lady felt extremely comfortable and satisfied. No one knew the pain she was in after being corroded by the frost chi of the profound ice azure snake. The fire of sun was the five-elemental true fire of the purest yang attribute. Therefore, its terrifying heat was immeasurable. It was not a problem for it to resist the frost chi. However, when Xianxia withdrew his hand, the white-clothed lady's expression became complicated. What's going on? Xianxia said with a frown. The flames of sun that you've inserted into my body is indeed beneficial to my frost aura, but it cannot keep me in this state. The frost aura of the profound ice azure snake is not to be underestimated. After all, it's a late heavenly god expert. The white-clothed lady said faintly. Her tone was filled with hatred towards the profound ice azure snake. Even if it died, it would still cause great harm. In other words, my flames can only provide you with temporary relief and can't truly dispel the cold in your body? Xianxia said softly. Yes. The white-clothed lady nodded slightly. At this moment, she could not help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. However, there was a limit to one's strength. She could not blame anyone, not even Xianxia. He could not do anything about it. How about this? This is the only way. I'll try to use the five-elemental true fire to help you refine the frost chi in your body. Xianxia said. The white-robed lady followed Xianxia and sat down. Both of her palms were pressed against Xianxia's. At this moment, she felt a little shy. This was the first time that a man had touched her hand. Between them, one was ice and the other was fire, blending together. Although it had not started yet, the white-robed lady was shocked. Although this guy was only an early void god, his strength was not to be underestimated. The five-elemental true fire in his body was even more shocking. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been burnt by the raging fire. Feeling the warmth from Xianxia's body, the woman in white bit her lips. Under the green veil, her face became even hotter. The two of them intertwined their fingers and held each other tightly. This was the first time in her life that she had felt this intimate. Concentrate your mind. I'll use the five-elemental true fire to refine your frost chi. Relax your body and mind. Don't resist. Otherwise, the progress will be very slow and you might fail on the verge of success. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Without any distracting thoughts, he began to inject the five-elemental true fire into the white-robed lady's body. Although it was only a trace of the five-elemental true fire's essence, the white-robed lady could already feel the extreme heat in her body. The frost chi in her body seemed to have undergone a great change at this moment. It was like a raging sea wave, rolling towards her. The frost chi and the hot chi intertwined together. The suffocating mixture of ice and fire made the white-robed lady feel even more pain. Even though Xianxia could not see her face, he could still feel the pain from the white-robed lady's twisted expression. The white-robed lady felt as if her entire body was surrounded by a wave of heat. The depths of her dantian was covered by the frost chi. It was not easy for the five-elemental true fire's essence to break through the frost chi's corrosion. I don't believe that you can overturn the heavens. You're a dead thing. Do you think I'll let you scare me? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He increased his strength and the five-elemental true fire's essence surged into the white-robed lady's body. In the end, the terrifying frost chi slowly retreated. The five-elemental true fire had completely enveloped the white-robed lady's body, causing her body to become incomparably hot. In an instant, Xianxia's body trembled. He also felt a trace of weakness. This was because his body had only recovered by more than half. This time, he had instilled most of the five-elemental true fire's essence into the white-robed lady's body. The white-robed lady squinted her eyes and looked at Xianxia. This guy was indeed somewhat capable. The frost chi in her body had been suppressed. However, that was all. She could feel that the cold air was like a sharp knife, hanging above her dantian, and it could explode at any time. Moreover, it was not as easy as Jiang Chen to recover her strength. At this moment, Jiang Chen's clothes were completely drenched. The white-robed lady saw this and her heart skipped a beat. Phew, Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief and looked at her with a serious expression. Although I don't have the ability to remove the frost chi in your body, at least I've helped you to alleviate some of the pain. This frost chi poison should not be a problem for a short period of time. Thank you. The white-robed lady said faintly. It's not like there's no way to completely dispel the cold energy in your body. Hee hee. Yue appeared beside Jiang Chen at this moment and said with a smile. Who are you? The white-robed lady looked at Yue and was slightly stunned. I'm his sister. Big sister, let me tell you a secret. Yue whispered to the white-robed lady. Jiang Chen could not be bothered to listen. This little girl had just met her and she was already whispering things that even he could not hear. After Yue whispered, the white-robed lady's face turned red. What I said is true. This is the only way. Yue said with a serious face. Her little face looked rather upright and there was an air of seniority about her. What way? Yue, tell me. Jiang Chen could not help but be curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. The white-robed lady, Ling said. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why shouldn't he know? I just saved you and now I don't know you anymore. In these 2 months, I may follow you until my strength recovers to its peak. At that time I will be able to suppress the frost chi in my body. Don't worry, I will not treat you badly. After saying that, the white-robed lady pulled Yue and walked towards the foot of Deer Mountain. Big brother, follow me. Yue revealed a pair of canine teeth and said with a mischievous face. You're still so righteous after blackmailing me? Can't you control your goddess temper? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and followed the 2 girls down the mountain. The old locust tree at the entrance of the village was lonely. Under the hazy night, there was a slightly hunched old man sitting under the old locust tree. Why did you come back so late? Didn't Grandpa tell me since I was young to be a good Samaritan? Big sister Ling was injured, so we brought her back. Yue said. You're young but mischievous. Our house is simple. If you don't mind, you can stay here for a few days to recuperate. Old Gang Tu took a puff of his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ling Yun nodded. Her expression was calm, as if it was a matter of course. As a guest, Jiang Chen didn't have much to say. Then let me bring you to rest, Sister Ling. Yue jumped up and down with an innocent smile on her face, as if everything was so beautiful. This woman is not simple. She doesn't seem to belong here. Old Gang Tu knocked on his pipe and said softly. She is indeed injured. Only my 5 elemental true fire can help her suppress it, but it cannot remove it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Even your 5 elemental true fire can't refine it. Looks like she is seriously injured. Old Gang Tu said thoughtfully. He closed his eyes and puffed out the smoke. The next morning, while Jiang Chen was still sleeping, he was woken up by the shouting outside. Old Gang Tu, where is she? Hand her over. Otherwise, humph, I will start smashing your place. Feng Manlu was wearing a jade robe. His temperament was extraordinary. He stood in front of Old Gang Tu and sneered. I said that she is my guest. She is not here to be enslaved by you. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Didn't your father teach you how to respect the elderly? Old Gang Tu's temper was not small. Although he was old, he did not put Feng Manlu in his eyes. Then I will not be polite, Old Gang Tu. Feng Manlu said coldly. Looks like Feng Xian, that old bastard, has chosen to be silent. He can't even control his own son. How can he control Liantu village? This village chief is too disappointing. Old Gang Tu said. You have no right to lecture my father. Today, I must take her away. Furthermore, I must smash this place of yours thoroughly. Only then will this young master be happy. Ha ha ha. Feng Manlu said in an overbearing manner and laughed wildly. He did not put Old Gang Tu in his eyes at all. Behind him, there were 5 other people. All of them were middle void gods and above. Obviously, they were the disciples of Profound Feng sect. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In Liantou village, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. You're an uneducated guy. You're just like your dead father who cries for his mother. Nobody likes you. Old Gang Tu harumphed and rushed out. He waved the tobacco pipe in his hand and smashed it towards Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu's body trembled and his expression became extremely solemn. This old Gang Tu was extremely powerful. He was a peak mid-void god and was only a step away from the late void god realm. He must not be underestimated. With his current strength, he was only a middle void god. However, he was still a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Moreover, there were 5 senior brothers behind him. Today's battle must make old Gang Tu disappear from the Lotus Head village. He originally wanted to deal with old Gang Tu, but he didn't have a good reason to do so. This time, he had a golden opportunity. How could he let it go? Although his father was the village chief, he was always ordered around by old Gang Tu. He had wanted to get rid of this old bastard for a long time. The battle between old Gang Tu and Feng Manlu had attracted a lot of people to watch the battle. However, only Feng Xian did not come out. In other words, Feng Xian had tacitly agreed to it and even instructed his son to do so. Get out of my way! Feng Manlu shouted angrily. The long stick in his hand pointed towards the sky. It fell down along with the wind and hit old Gang Tu away. This is a divine tool. Old Gang Tu's expression changed and he staggered backwards. The two of them were almost the same in terms of strength. However, they only lacked a divine tool. This is just a pseudo-divine tool. How could it scare an old bastard like you? Haha. What a joke. Feng Manlu sneered at old Gang Tu. So what if you have a divine tool? Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Old Gang Tu did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and fought with Feng Manlu. Their battle was intense. Their silhouettes kept crossing each other, forming a beautiful scene in the entire Liantou village. At this moment, Feng Xian still did not come out. It was obvious that he wanted his son to deal with old Gang Tu. Old Gang Tu chased after them. However, Feng Manlu was not an ordinary person. Although the pseudo-divine tool in his hand was not a real divine tool, its power was still unstoppable. At least, it was not something that those who were below the true god realm could withstand. He can't hold on any longer. Ling Yan said faintly. She stood behind Jiang Chen because she knew that Jiang Chen had the ability to defeat his opponent. Big brother, what should we do? Think of something quickly. Yu Er said anxiously. Her face was filled with worry. Don't worry. I am here. Grandpa will be fine. Jiang Chen touched Yu Er's forehead and said calmly. I believe in you, big brother. Yu Er's unconditional trust and reliance made Jiang Chen feel that his shoulders had become heavier. Old bastard, go to hell. Feng Manlu roared in anger. His raw technique was shocking and it swept across the 8 directions. It directly forced old Gang Tu to retreat. Old Gang Tu was hit on his shoulder and fell into the void. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. I am a disciple of Profound Feng sect. You will only die if you fight with me. Feng Manlu looked at everyone with disdain, including those villagers who were watching secretly. This was his prestige and also his father's prestige. If anyone dared to cause trouble in the Liantou village in the future, Feng Manlu would be the first person they would think of. The handsome and talented Feng Manlu had become a proud disciple of the Profound Feng sect. Sigh. Looks like our Liantou village is going to be unlucky in the future. Old Gang Tu is such a good person, but he did not have a good ending. Who would dare to point fingers in the Liantou village? That's right. Feng Xian, that old bastard. He relied on the fact that his son is a disciple of Profound Feng sect. That's why he dared to be so fearless. Why didn't I see him having such a deep grudge against old Gang Tu? It's obvious that he is trying to get rid of the dissidents. Many people felt that old Gang Tu was unworthy. Even the villagers respected old Gang Tu. After all, he was an open-minded person who loved to help others. He had helped many people in the Tenli 8 village. However, Feng Manlu had become a disciple of profound Feng sect. Who dared to provoke him? Even the number one expert of the Liantu village, Old Gang Tu, was defeated by Feng Manlu. No one dared to speak a word of justice for Old Gang Tu. Grandpa. Yue ran to her grandpa and helped him up. Xianxia said. Be careful. Old Gang Tu warned. He knew that he was heavily injured and was at the end of his rope. It would be useless even if he continued to struggle. Brat, you finally came out? Follow me obediently and you might be able to live. Feng Manlu said proudly. Oh? Since when did such a beautiful girl appear? Her face is covered with a green veil. Ha ha ha. Feng Manlu's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yin, who was behind Xianxia. Even though her face was covered with a veil, he could still see her beautiful face. A girl like her would be the center of attention no matter where she goes. Bring this girl back to the young master. The man behind Feng Manlu said. Feng Manlu frowned. He initially wanted to stay and serve the young master. But since his senior said so, he could only bring her back to the young master. What a talkative fellow. However, Feng Manlu was unhappy and he did not show it. That's what I was thinking. Feng Manlu chuckled as he looked at Ling Yun with an even more feminine gaze. There was even a hint of lust in his eyes. She's truly a natural beauty. I really want to remove her veil and have a look at her face. She's definitely a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. These people should all die. Ling Yun said faintly. To think that you're a little chilly. I like you more and more, little sister. Hee hee. Feng Manlu sneered. It's rare for us to have the same opinion. Then, I shall kill them all to avoid any future troubles. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun and took a step forward, facing Feng Manlu. You? An injured early void god? I don't know where you got the courage to challenge me. Looks like I have to teach the people of the Liantu village a lesson today. Some reckless people won't live for long. Since you're so stubborn, I shall kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Today, not only Old Gang Tu will die, but you will also die with him. As for the two girls, I shall take them for myself. Wind-sweeping Tower was full of confidence as he looked at Xianxia with disdain. He did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. To him, he could destroy the other party with a raise of his hand, so why should he be worried? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. Ling Yun said faintly. She knew Xianxia's strength. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid of these people. This Wind Manlu was just a pillow with embroidery. He looked good but was useless. When facing a true expert, he was just a pile of mud. Indeed. This guy is overestimating himself. Such a person deserves to die. Xianxia nodded his head. His eyes turned increasingly cold as a terrifying killing intent spread across the horizon. Old Gang Tu was slightly shocked. Looks like this Xianxia is really not simple. Do it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Xianxia said. Don't be so arrogant. Eat my staff first. Feng Manlu stepped on the air, taking large strides as he closed in on Xianxia. His cudgel was astonishing as it smashed towards Xianxia. Child's play. Xianxia smiled faintly as he faced the incoming attack. He single-handedly caught Feng Manlu's pseudo-divine tool. That long cudgel was directly resisted by Xianxia. Instead, Feng Manlu was thrown a few hundred meters away. In the air, even Feng Manlu's senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded. An expert could tell the difference once he made his move. Xianxia's impact had completely shocked them. He caught a divine tool with his bare hands and even threw Feng Manlu away. This was quite shocking. This kid is quite capable. Old Gang Tu smiled and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. This time, he had saved the right person. Perhaps, he could escape from this calamity. Even without Xianxia, Feng Manlu had rushed back from the sect to give him a show of strength. He might even want to get rid of him to gain more power for his father. His prestige in the surrounding villages had already far surpassed his father's. This was what Feng Xian, that bastard, was afraid of. However, Old Gang Tu did not have any intention to fight for power. But others did not believe it. especially the Feng family. That was why Feng Xian asked his son to stand up for him. He dared not disobey profound Feng sect's reputation. Once he disobeyed, Feng Manlu would label him as someone who did not obey the rules of the Celestial Empire. At that time, it would be reasonable for him to deal with him. Xianxia placed both of his hands behind his back and stepped on the void. The azure dragon's 5 steps shocked the heavens and earth. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to change color. Every step he took was filled with a mysterious aura. Feng Manlu was incomparably solemn. This fella gave him a sense of danger. Hence, he dared not to be careless anymore. Even though Xianxia was just an early void god, he was much harder to deal with than old Gang Tu. Aotian godly staff. Feng Manlu wielded his staff and swept towards Xianxia. The shadow of the staff was filled with overbearing aura. However, when Xianxia's azure dragon's 5 steps reached the 5th step, the heavens and earth dimmed. Feng Manlu felt that the space above his head was completely suppressed by Xianxia. He did not have any strength to fight back at all. It was difficult for him to even move forward. Even the shadow of the staff was heavily hit. Xianxia's azure dragon's 5 steps had solidified the void above Feng Manlu's head. Feng Manlu's countenance turned pale as he was suffocated by the sudden gravitational force. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his expression became extremely ugly. Feng Manlu's face turned pale. "I'm going to kill you." Feng Manlu roared in rage. His face was as gloomy as water. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of luck. He had to fight with his life on the line. This was something he must do. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he was an outsider. He did not know where this young man came from. He was a disciple of profound Feng sect. "You dare to offend me. Looks like you're tired of living. I must kill you today." Feng Manlu rushed towards Xianxia again. His staff technique was shocking. Xianxia's shadow kept appearing. He casted the 9 phantom wolves, making Feng Manlu unable to catch him. Xianxia found an opportunity and struck out. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal hit Feng Manlu's chest. Blood spurted out. Feng Manlu's face was filled with fear. The terrifying seal just now had made Feng Manlu feel the danger of death. "Senior Gua, save me!" Feng Manlu screamed. Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards Feng Manlu. He had already made up his mind to kill Feng Manlu. A silhouette flew towards Xianxia. His aura suddenly rose and reached the peak of the mid-void god realm. He was much stronger than the wind-sweeping building. Moreover, the disciples of these great sects were usually much stronger than ordinary late void gods. There was no doubt about it. "Get lost." Xianxia shot out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and pierced through Feng Manlu's head. Everyone gasped. This guy was too daring. He dared to kill Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu was the son of village chief Feng Xian and a disciple of profound Feng sect. If this matter were to be spread out, profound Feng sect would definitely not let him go. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and returned to Xianxia's hand. His domineering aura soared to the sky. The sword was not stained by blood. The sword chi was like a rainbow, merging with Xianxia's body. At this moment, Feng Manlu could not be any more dead. Even his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, he was still dead. That kid is in big trouble this time. Yeah. These experts from profound Feng sect won't let this go easily. There's also Feng Xian who is extremely protective of his son. He will definitely make this guy stay in Lian-Tu village at all costs. Sigh. It seems like a life and death battle is unavoidable. Feng Manlu's death made many people sigh. However, some of them were happy. When Feng Manlu was still in Lian-Tu village, he always bullied the villagers. Everyone was angry about it. Unfortunately, his father was the village chief and he was talented. In this small village, no one dared to go against him. Now that he had joined profound Feng sect, he became even more arrogant. Today, he was killed by an outsider. It was a great feeling. You're good. Very good. Guo Chendong gritted his teeth while looking at Xianxia and said. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would still kill Feng Manlu under his obstruction. No matter how arrogant he was, it was not up to Jiang Chen to judge him. Feng Manlu was a disciple of profound Feng sect. Why? Do I need to consult you when I kill someone? Jiang Chen and Guo Chendong stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Do you really think that we will compromise with you after killing Feng Manlu? In my eyes, he's just a dog. Of course, you should look at the owner before you beat the dog. So, you should pay with your life today. Guo Chendong smiled. Trash, so be it. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me. Jiang Chen's expression did not change. Even if these fellows attacked together, he would still be able to put up a fight. Senior brother Guo, this guy is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. Yeah, Senior Guo. Let him know that our profound Feng sex people are not easy to bully. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Did you hear that? A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You killed Feng Manlu. Even if I forgive you, the brothers under me will not forgive you. Guo Chendong stared at Jiang Chen. You talk too much. Do you really think that profound Feng sect is invincible? Was profound Feng sect the #1 sect in the world? You bastards dare to challenge me? If I can kill one wind-sweeping tower, I can kill the second and third wind-sweeping tower. Jiang Chen said coldly. How dare you slander profound Feng sect? Looks like you're really tired of living. Shut up. If you want to fight, let's fight. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Jiang Chen was the first to attack. He swung his sword and the wind howled. The terrifying sword edge made Guo Chendong gasp. Such a powerful sword, such a terrifying sword aura. This is definitely a divine tool. It might even surpass the heavenly divine tool. Ling Yan squinted her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. That was definitely a peerless divine tool. However, Jiang Chen seemed to be holding back and did not unleash its true power. Even so, it was enough to suppress any divine tool. Old Gang Tu could not help but look at Ling Yan. This girl was not an ordinary person. She could tell that the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was not an ordinary divine tool. Grandpa, so many people are going against Big Brother. Can Big Brother handle it? Yu'er said weakly. She was worried about Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Your big brother will be fine. Ling Yan looked at Yu'er and said. If Yu'er is strong enough, she can protect Grandpa and Big Brother. Yu'er does not want to see Big Brother getting hurt. Yu'er bit her lips. Her face was filled with stubbornness. She even felt like crying. I hope you won't disappoint us. Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen's back and murmured. Her eyes were filled with determination. Jiang Chen and Guo Chendong exchanged more than 10 moves. Guo Chendong did not gain any advantage. He had indeed underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was not any weaker than his. Moreover, Jiang Chen was obviously injured. Guo Chendong was shocked. Jiang Chen's divine tool was quite powerful. The sword in your hand is rather tempting. If you take the initiative to hand over the sword, perhaps I can still spare your life. Guo Chendong was obviously interested in the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Although he did not know the grade of the heavenly dragon sword, it was definitely a true divine tool. You're thinking too much. Is this sword something that you can lay your hands on? Do you really think that you are invincible? Hee, if you can take it away, I will hand it over with both hands. Jiang Chen sneered. Alright, I'm taking this sword. Guo Chendong held the long spear in his hand. This long spear was a pseudo-divine tool. However, it could not do anything. Under Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, he was suppressed. He did not have the high spirits he had when he was fighting against his junior brothers. I don't believe that you'll be able to escape from my grasp. Colorful spear of fallen petals. Guo Chendong shouted. He waved his long spear and the surrounding void seemed to be frozen. This was his famous spear skill. Not many people could escape from his spear skill even in the outer sect of profound Feng sect. One sword to break all techniques. Jiang Chen did not use his full strength at all. The heavens and earth trembled as the heavenly dragon sword swept across the universe. Dong could not withstand its sharpness at all. Even the tip of his spear was broken by Xianxia. My broken spear. I will kill you, bastard. Dong was shocked for a moment. Not to mention that he was forced to retreat by Xianxia, even the broken spear in his hand was broken. How could he let go of such humiliation? Especially in front of so many people, he must not let Xianxia go. Even among the true gods, there were not many who could obtain a pseudo-divine tool. Moreover, one must at least be a heavenly god or a peak true god to obtain a pseudo-divine tool. The pseudo-divine tool was the substitute of a divine tool. However, its power was still unstoppable. Dong had obtained a pseudo-divine tool by chance. It was his natal divine tool. However, it was broken in the hands of Xianxia. One could imagine how angry he was. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Dong roared furiously. He was being beaten miserably by Xianxia, but those bastards were still sitting on the mountain and watching the fight. Let's go and help Brother Gua. Form the 5 spirits 1,000 Lua formation. Dong shouted in a deep voice. The 5 of them immediately gathered together and surrounded Xianxia. The strength of these 4 people had reached the peak mid-void god realm. The 5 spirit 1,000 Lua formation formed by the 5 of them could even fight against a peak void god realm expert. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Dong pointed at Xianxia. The 5 spirits 1,000 Lua formation formed by the 5 of them was strange and ever-changing. It was almost impossible for anyone below the true god realm to break through it. It's just a small trick. Not worth mentioning. Xianxia snorted coldly, unconcerned. The 5 elemental true fire instantly condensed. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Xianxia struck out a terrifying seal, causing all 5 of them to suck in a cold breath. The 5 spirits 1,000 Lua formation was instantly broken, and Dong and the others were completely defeated without any strength to fight back. Xianxia's 5 spirits 1,000 Lua formation was completely destroyed. Such a terrifying technique. Yeah. Looks like Profound Feng sect has kicked an iron board this time. Haha. This young man is really impressive. Impressive, impressive. If you ask me, I'm afraid that guy is in real trouble this time. Do you think the people of Profound Feng sect are easy to mess with? I've heard that someone killed someone from Profound Feng sect. In the end, Profound Feng sect found the culprit and destroyed his soul. Profound Feng sect's name could be said to be invincible within 10,000 li. No one dared to mess with them. At this moment, no one dared to say that Profound Feng sect was easy to mess with. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. Humph. We'll settle today's score another day. Dong knew that the 5 of them were not a match for Xianxia even if they joined hands. This time, they had kicked an iron board. Xianxia seemed to be an early void god realm expert, but even middle void god realm experts like them could only be kicked like monkeys. You want to leave just because you can't beat him? I don't think there's such a thing in the world, right? Xianxia said lightly. Of course. What else do you want? Dong sneered. Do you really dare to touch the people of Profound Feng sect? At that time, you will die without a burial ground. Dong still had a proud look on his face. Looks like you're really stupid. Do you really think that I won't dare to attack you? I've already killed Wind Sweeping Tower, so why would I care about the second one? Since you're so stubborn, then you can all stay here. I usually won't spare the lives of those who want to kill me. That will only put me in a passive position and make me fall into a trap at any time. I've always liked to fight violence with violence. Xianxia's gaze was like that of a god of death, sweeping across Dong and the others. Dong and the others subconsciously took a step back. He had already killed Wind Sweeping Tower, would he care about a second one? This sentence kept repeating in Dong and the others' minds. Was he really going to kill them? If you kill us, then you and Profound Feng sect will be incompatible like fire and water in the future. There will be no place for you to hide in this big world. Dong was confident that Xianxia would not dare to attack him. I, Xianxia, am not afraid of threats. I don't care if you're from the Profound Feng sect or the Profound Bird sect. I only know that once I kill you, I will have nothing to worry about anymore. Otherwise, you guys might be muttering something behind my back. I don't want to be the target of others all the time. Xianxia shrugged and walked towards Guo Chendong and the others. At this moment, he could feel Xianxia's dense killing intent. Big brother, must you kill them? Grandpa? Yue asked. Yeah. Some things are unavoidable. If your big brother doesn't kill them, they will kill you. What do you think we should do? Old Gang 2 grabbed Yuer's hands tightly and said in a low voice. I don't want them to bully big brother. They are all bad guys. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Yuer said with a gloomy face. Her little face was filled with gloom. Anyone who bullied Xianxia was a bad guy in her eyes. You can't kill me, Xianxia. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by Profound Feng sect. Yeah. We are from Profound Feng sect. If you dare to do anything, Profound Feng sect will never let you go. Guo Chendong and the others became incomparably fearful. This guy's eyes were really too frightening. Moreover, he didn't seem like a kind person at all. It seemed like this guy really wanted to kill them and wanted to kill them. Isn't it a bit too late to say this now? If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if I want to kill you, then it will become treason and unforgivable. What kind of logic is this? Haha. What a joke. If I, Xianxia, want to kill someone, not even the heavens can stop me. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He raised his heavenly dragon sword and swung it down. The sword slashed through the sky. 9 phantom wolves, shifting shadows, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. These people did not have any chance to fight back. Even Guo Chendong struggled for a while. In the end, he died in Xianxia's hands without any suspense. Those who kill will be killed by others. These people deserve to die. Xianxia said faintly. My son. An old man in a grey robe fell beside Feng Manlu with tears streaming down his face. He started to cry and he was heartbroken. Are you the one who killed my son? Feng Xian raised his head and looked at Xianxia coldly. It's me. Xianxia said. I want to kill you to avenge my son. Ah. Feng Xian roared furiously and rushed towards Xianxia. His strength had also reached the mid-void god realm, but he was still weaker than Feng Manlu. Therefore, Xianxia easily pushed him back. The tip of his sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian's eyes widened. Xianxia, let him go. After all, he is the village chief of the Liantu village. Old Gang 2 sighed and said. Xianxia said, the wildfire will never burn, the spring wind blows and it will grow again. If you don't remove the roots, you will have nightmares every night. As soon as he finished his words, Xianxia's sword flashed and pierced through Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian fell in front of his son, Feng Manlu. Sigh. Although Feng Xian is arrogant, he did not do anything wrong. He does not deserve to die. Old Gang 2 felt pity. After all, they had been neighbors for decades. If he doesn't die, he will threaten you sooner or later, senior. Let me bear the infamy of killing the innocent. Xianxia shook his head and said. This time even Feng Xian is dead. It seems like we need to elect a new village chief. Who knows? It seems like only Old Gang 2 is qualified to be the village chief. Maybe Old Gang 2 has been eyeing Feng Xian for a long time. Is your head stuffed with *T? Old Gang 2 is a famous alchemist in the Tenli 8 village. He has refined countless medicinal herbs for everyone. What's the use of him coveting the fame? Some of the people who were observing secretly had their own opinions. However, gossip was a fearsome thing. Some of them felt that Old Gang 2 was coveting the position of the village chief. That's why he set up such a show and killed the father and son of the Feng clan directly. His killing intent was decisive and as cold as frost. This kid will definitely become a great person in the future. Old Gang 2 looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze and nodded silently. He did not care about what others thought of him, but he would never allow others to point fingers at him. However, it seemed like he was destined to be pushed to the center of the storm in the Liantu village. Moreover, the 6 people of Profound Feng sect had died here. The Liantu village would not be peaceful in the future. This is a world where only the fittest survive. Killing is not a big deal. If you don't kill them, they will kill you sooner or later. This is human relations. Being soft-hearted and indecisive will only lead to elimination. Ling Yan looked at Jiang Chen and said, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Big brother, it's good that you are fine. If you get tired of it one day, I will help you kill them. If someone threatens you, I will not let you get hurt. Yue opened her eyes wide and looked at Jiang Chen with determination. She seemed to be a little stubborn. However, old Gang Tu only shook his head and sighed. Big brother will protect you. Your hands are so beautiful. How can you kill people? Jiang Chen rubbed Yuer's head and said with a smile. But I am worried that Big Brother will be bullied in the future. Yuer does not want to see Big Brother getting hurt. Yuer gritted her teeth and murmured. I promise you that no one will be able to bully Big Brother in the future. Then can I? Hee hee. Yuer snickered and stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen. She was still as innocent and adorable as ever, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, a sense of perseverance and destiny. Sigh. You shouldn't stay here for too long. You better leave now. Jiang Chen, you've killed the people of Profound Feng sect. They'll find you here soon. Once a true god expert appears, you won't be able to escape. Old Gang Tu said in a deep voice. Yes, I will leave immediately. I will not implicate the people of Lotus Head Village. Jiang Chen knew that if he stayed, the people of Lian Tu Village would not have a good time. But if he left, even old Gang Tu would be punished. Don't worry, I still have some prestige in the surrounding villages. No one will push the blame onto me. Hee hee. Old Gang Tu saw Jiang Chen's worry and continued. Alright, I will leave now. I will never forget Senior's kindness. Farewell. Jiang Chen clasped his hands and said. Jiang Chen was extremely grateful for old Gang Tu's teachings. Big brother, I can't bear to leave you. Yuer's face was filled with sadness. Even Jiang Chen felt his heart softening. If you don't mind, I would like to bring Yuer into my sect. 2 months later, I will bring her away. Now, just let her stay by my side. I will leave with Jiang Chen. Ling Yan said faintly. Old Gang Tu looked at Jiang Chen, then at Ling Yan and Yuer. He sighed and nodded his head in the end. But Grandpa, I can't bear to leave you either. Yuer was in a dilemma. A good man's ambition is to travel far. Even if you're a girl, you can't fall behind. Follow this sister to her sect. Remember, you must follow this sister. Old Gang Tu reminded again. Yuer jumped into her grandpa's arms and cried her eyes out. Remember Grandpa's words, the heavens change, the sun and moon can be a witness. The wind blows in the sky, the stars turn. The heart is like a swan, pointing in all directions. The heart is like a bright lamp, calming the years. Old Gang Tu whispered in Yuer's ear. Jiang Chen and Ling Yan frowned. They did not understand what old Gang Tu meant. Grandpa, I don't understand. Yuer shook her head. It's right that you don't understand. One day, you will understand. Remember, your surname is Helian and your home is in the east. Old Gang Tu smiled and caressed Yuer's head. He was filled with love and reluctance. Jiang Chen did not know what was going on, but Ling Yan's expression suddenly changed. Her heart was in a state of shock. Helian. East, Ling Yan murmured in her heart. Even her eyes became extremely solemn. Senior, don't worry. I will not let you down and I will not let Yuer down. Ling Yan's words slightly moved Jiang Chen. This woman has always been arrogant. To think that she has a shred of respect for this weak old man? It really made him a little confused. Thank you. Old Gang Tu nodded as if he had fulfilled his wish. Let's go, Yuer. Jiang Chen knew that Ling Yan could not leave him now. Yuer would follow Ling Yan to the sect to cultivate in the future. So, he must bring the 2 women along with him. Remember Grandpa's words. One day, you will understand. Listen to your sister. Old Gang Tu waved his hand at Jiang Chen and the others. Grandpa, Yuer was a teenage girl after all. Moreover, it was her first time leaving her only relative, her grandpa. She almost cried her eyes out. Old Gang Tu once again sat under the old locust tree at the edge of the village. He smoked his pipe again. His mouth was filled with sorrow. He did not know if that girl understood his intention. He must bring Yuer away and not let her be with Jiangchen, the heavenly cursed lone star. He is destined to be alone for life. Love calamity from all directions. 100 reincarnations. Such a person is destined to not be ordinary. But it is also destined that the people around him will not have a good ending. Old Gang Tu looked at the stars in the sky. The Big Dipper was getting dimmer. As for the heavenly cursed lone star, it was getting brighter. It was like a wolf that devoured everything in the world. You know the background of the old man? Jiangchen asked as he held Yuer's hand. What does it have to do with you? Ling Yin said casually. Forget it. I didn't ask. It's good that you know. Big brother, big sister, do you think my grandpa will be all right? Although Yuer was young, she was very sentimental. Especially her grandpa who had been with her for more than 10 years. Even if she left with Ling Yin and Jiangchen, how could she not miss him? Don't worry. Grandpa will be fine. Jiangchen rubbed Yuer's head and said with a smile. But deep in his heart, how could he not worry about old Gang Tu's safety? He hoped that the truth would be as peaceful as what old Gang Tu said. Where are we going now? Jiangchen asked. He knew nothing about the divine world. This is Dear Morn Mountain, Linhe boundary. Profound Feng sect is just a small sect in Linhe boundary. Let's go to the east of Linhe boundary. That's the territory of Profound Feng sect. Ling Yin said. Profound Feng sect's territory? Hee. That's what I was thinking. Jiangchen and the other two had a safe journey. Jiangchen had some understanding of the situation in the divine world. After all, this was not the immortal world. The experts here could casually sweep across the world. Without relying on the 12 fire god guards, Jiangchen might not be able to handle a true god expert. Where did you guys come from? Suddenly, 11 figures appeared in front of Jiangchen and the others. What does it have to do with you where we come from? Jiangchen said faintly. I think you guys are courting death. Do you know who my young master is? A sturdy hairy-faced young man looked at Jiangchen and the others with disdain. Could it be that this road is opened by your family? I can leave whenever I want. What does it have to do with me who your young master is? Jiangchen's calmness made these people's faces turn gloomy. Listen up. My young master is the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect, the grandson of the great elder. Who doesn't know the existence of Profound Feng sect? Kid, looks like you don't want to live anymore. The hairy-faced young man stared at Jiangchen angrily. So it's the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Jiangchen was startled. Could this guy be looking for trouble with Liantu village because of those people who died in Profound Feng sect? The beauty beside you can really make one's heart flutter. I can't help myself just by looking at her. The young man who was holding a folding fan was wearing luxurious clothes. His temperament was extraordinary, but his eyes were filled with lust. Obviously, he was here for Ling Yun. Perverted bastard. Ling Yun said faintly. What a hot beauty. I like people like you. Hee, you're strong enough. Xianxia, get rid of that eyesore. I'll gladly accept these two beauties, one big and one small. As for the younger one, after a few years of nurturing, she'll definitely be a beauty. Hee. Yan Feng's face was filled with evil as he stared at Ling Yun and the others. Big brother, I don't like him. He's too annoying. Yuer tugged on the corner of Jiangchen's clothes tightly as she said in a low voice. Your sister Ling Yun already said that this is a piece of trash. Why should we be angry at a piece of trash? Wouldn't that make us trash too? Hee. Jiangchen said as he rubbed Yuer's head. Yan Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared lungling at Jiangchen. How dare you talk back? Humph, looks like you really don't want your life anymore. From the very beginning, you never intended to let me go, did you? Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders and asked. Similarly, he didn't plan to let these people go. Once they entered the Liantu village, old Gang Tu wouldn't have a good time. Hence, it was better to kill them now to prevent future troubles. Kid, you're pretty smart. But it's a pity that you're too smart for your own good. No one is here to save you. Now, you're dead. Yan Feng curled his lips and said. Xianxia, kill without mercy. Alright, young sect lord. Brothers, let's do it. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. As one of the outstanding outer sect disciples of Profound Feng's sect, his strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Even some late void gods were no match for him. As for the others, there were 3 late void gods and 6 peak middle void gods. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. The 2 of them were around the early void god realm. As for the little guy, he could totally ignore him. I alone am enough. Xianxia sneered and looked at Jiang. The latter was not afraid at all. This made Xianxia angry. This guy dared to look at him. In the outer sect, Xianxia was one of the more arrogant ones. Plus, he had the support of the young sect lord, who dared to challenge him. Unexpectedly, he met a reckless young man after leaving Profound Feng's sect. The young man didn't care about the suppression of his strength and dared to fight with him. This made Xianxia angry and excited. He had not loosened his muscles for a long time. Big brother, be careful. Yu said worriedly. She was pulled to the side by Ling Yun. Xianxia was ready to attack Jiang. In order to avoid being implicated, Xianxia would not attack immediately. Because the 2 girls were wanted by the young sect lord. If they were hurt, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You only have one chance to attack. Xianxia looked at Jiang and smiled faintly. All right. Jiang nodded. The 9 phantom wolves rushed towards Xianxia. A 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Jiang with a dumbfounded expression. The anger in his heart kept rising. Even Yan Feng and the others frowned. This guy is so ferocious? Good. Very good. Very good. You have thoroughly angered me. Xianxia roared and rushed towards Jiang. Both of them fought again. Their fists collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding air to tremble. Xianxia was completely suppressed by Jiang. He was at a disadvantage in terms of aura and physical strength. You're still not my opponent. Jiang's 9 punches landed on Xianxia's chest fiercely, causing the latter to fly backwards. His expression was extremely ugly. I actually lost to an early void god? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The huge spiked mace in his hand swept across, forcing Jiang to take a step back. The 2 of them separated in an instant. Jiang did not retreat but advanced instead. This time, he caught the spiked mace with his hand. His strength was so great that it could move mountains, and the spiked mace in Xianxia's hand was thrown away. You're not my opponent. You'll never be. Jiang's words rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's expression was as ugly as a pig's liver. Xianxia wanted to attack again but was stopped by Yan Feng. Don't drag it out. Let's attack together. Yan Feng said coldly. All right. The 9 people behind Xianxia attacked at the same time. Together with Xianxia, they surrounded Jiang. Human wave attack? Then I'll play with you guys. Jiang roared. His flesh and blood began to change. After transforming into a dragon, he became a half-human half-dragon. Even Ling Yun was shocked. Could he be from the dragon clan? But why is he a half-human half-dragon? Ling Yun murmured. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Half-human half-ghost. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Xianxia sneered. The 10 of them attacked together. However, Jiang's current strength had already reached the late void god realm. His terrifying strength instantly sent 2 of them flying. They were unable to resist Jiang's attack at all. It was quite strenuous for the 10 of them to fight against Jiang who had turned into a dragon. No matter how they attacked, they were all powerless in front of Jiang. Such a terrifying transformation, Ling Yun whispered. Ling Yun said in a low voice. The current Jiang was able to fight against a late void god when he was only an early void god. Moreover, there were so many prodigies among them. Xianxia could not be underestimated. If he were to advance to the heavenly god realm, he would definitely become a great weapon. However, time waited for no man. When he truly entered the heavenly god realm, he didn't know if he would die an untimely death. The divine world had never lacked geniuses, but some geniuses were destined to be lonely, or even destined to die an untimely death. Talent and ability were a part of it, and the other part was fate. If you could grow up smoothly, then you could be considered as an expert. Otherwise, no matter how talented you were, it would be useless. Go all out. Don't hold back. I will give a divine tool to whoever can kill this monster. Yan Feng roared. If these people failed, then he would be in danger. Plus, he was only a late void god. If so many people failed to defeat Xianxia, then he would be in danger. The 10 of them seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Divine artifacts were like supreme treasures to heavenly gods. If they could get their hands on a divine artifact, they would definitely be able to sweep through all cultivators of the same level. No one would be able to contend against them. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men with a lot of money. Yan Feng's reward was the greatest reward in the hearts of Xianxia and the others. What else could be more important than a divine tool? Iron chains crossing the river. Rainbow breaking sword. Invincible whirlwind kick. Xianxia and the others had used their best skills, but Xianxia did not show any weakness. His dragon form was incomparably terrifying. He took on all of the attacks without batting an eyelid. This time, Xianxia and the others were really panicking. Now it's my turn, right? Xianxia sneered. He took a step forward, and an earth-shattering aura could be felt. The 10 of them took a step back with an ugly expression. One sword light chills the 14 prefectures. The heavenly dragon sword swept across the universe, unparalleled in the world. Wherever the sword light pointed, everything turned into dust. Everyone's weapons were shattered at this moment, and they were all seriously injured. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc. It was quite painful. The sword fell without a sound. However, at this moment, Yan Feng's expression changed completely. This was because Xianxia was already walking towards him. I am the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. My grandfather is the great elder. What do you want? I can give you whatever you want. Yan Feng took 2 steps back. Xianxia's mightiness had completely shocked him. Even if he was a late void god, he still forgot to take action. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and the fan in his hand was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you just had to force me. Why must you do this? Xianxia said with a wry smile. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Profound Feng sect. I promise you, as long as it's something you want, I will find it for you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Please, I don't want to die. Yan Feng said with a sobbing tone. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Xianxia pointed his sword at Yan Feng. At this moment, the 10 of them chose to remain silent. However, Xianxia did not plan to let them go. It was not his character to cut the weeds and not dig up the roots. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Yan Feng suddenly raised his head. His eyes were extremely cold and he even grinned hideously. A white dust was scattered in front of Xianxia. A sharp blade pierced through the void in Yan Feng's hand, piercing towards Xianxia. A late void god's desperate attack was not to be underestimated. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. Xianxia's 5 elemental true fire instantly burned the white dust. In the midst of the flames, Yan Feng's blade pierced towards Xianxia. Xianxia swung his heavenly dragon sword and cut off Yan Feng's arm. Yan Feng screamed and quickly ran away. But how could Xianxia let him go just like that? Xianxia's sword pierced through Yan Feng's chest, cutting off his flesh. Old ancestor, save me. Before Yan Feng's voice faded, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air in the void. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Die. An old voice reverberated through the air. Ling Yan flicked her finger and the figure in the void instantly disappeared without a trace. Even his avatar did not manage to descend. No, Yan Feng's eyes were filled with fear. When Xianxia kept his heavenly dragon sword, Yan Feng's chest was completely torn apart and he fell to the ground. Who exactly are you? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in shock. His face was filled with fear as he retreated step by step. The 10 of them had an ugly expression on their faces. They could feel death approaching them step by step. I'm the one you guys are looking for. Xianxia smiled. The one we're looking for? You're the one who killed Feng Manlu and Wu Chendong? Xianxia's expression changed as he retreated. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following a master who has eyes but fails to see. You just had to provoke me. Die. Xianxia swept his sword across, not leaving any chance of survival for them. If there was any chance of survival, they would be in grave danger. Xianxia found another 20,000 low-grade divine origin stones and over 1,000 middle-grade divine origin stones from Yan Feng and the others. Vulgar. Ling Yan said faintly. Haha, you're from a great sect. Naturally, you don't know how pitiful we are. Compared to your high and mighty attitude, I think you should be colder. Xianxia smiled. Ling Yan remained silent. Thank you for what you did just now. It's nothing. If that clone descends, I'll be in danger too. Ling Yan said. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Xianxia knew that the figure would not let this matter go. Ling Yan held Yuer's hand and continued to move forward. Profound Feng Sect, Qi Yin Cave. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Aha! The old man was wearing a rough linen robe. His expression was cold as he roared in anger. He wished he could eat Yan Feng's flesh. Feng Er, wait for me. Wait for me. The old man instantly flew up to the sky. His murderous aura soared into the sky. When he arrived at the place where Yan Feng and the others were killed, Yan Feng's corpse was already cold. Jiang Chen and the others were nowhere to be seen. The old man hugged Yan Feng's corpse and cried bitterly. Feng Er, Grandpa has let you down. Your father gave you to me before he died, but I couldn't protect you. I hate it. I hate it. I, Yan Chen, will not rest until I take revenge. I will find you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. The 3 of them traveled for thousands of miles and finally arrived at the border of Profound Feng Sect. The Profound Feng Sect was considered as one of the more famous sects in the Linhe boundary. It had a history of tens of thousands of years and had been passed down for a long time. The Profound Feng Sect was backed by a huge mountain that stretched for thousands of miles. The trees were luxuriant, and the plants were flourishing. There were towering ancient pines and cranes. Roars of tigers, monkeys, and birds could be heard in the forest. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Did you guys hear that Profound Feng Sect is recruiting 3,000 disciples this time? All of them must be at least Void God realm. That's right. Profound Feng Sect is the strongest sect within 80,000 li. If you can enter the Profound Feng Sect, you'll be like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Ha ha ha. It's too early for you to be happy. Didn't you hear that the Profound Feng Sect is only recruiting 3,000 people this time? The strongest among them is probably a middle void god. Moreover, 3,000 out of 100,000 people. Such a cruel ratio is not something that ordinary people can accept. That's right. Someone couldn't help but nod while a slightly more serious expression appeared in his heart. You're right. But I have been here for 20 years. This time I will definitely enter the Profound Feng Sect. Everyone was looking forward to entering the Profound Feng Sect. However, the Profound Feng Sect only recruits disciples once every 20 years. Each time, there would only be 3,000 disciples. The number of people this time was much more than the previous times. Moreover, those who were below the peak 9th grade immortal sovereign realm would not come back to participate. Because it was no different from asking for trouble. Silence. A deafening voice reverberated in the void, filled with majestic and overbearing qi. This time, if you want to enter the Profound Feng Sect, you must go through a chase. I will randomly distribute the 3,000 quotas to everyone here. Of course, only those who can survive through this death forest and hold the nameplate in their hands will be considered as having the strength to enter the Profound Feng Sect. A young man stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone arrogantly. I heard that he's the outer sect's big senior brother, Yang. Many inner sect disciples are afraid of him. That's right. I heard that he stayed in the outer sect to manage his fellow disciples. Actually, with his true strength, I'm afraid he can enter the top 20 of the inner sect. Such a person is worthy of being a true heaven's favored one. Xianxia looked at Yang Jian, who was standing in the void. Yang Jian was indeed very strong and had already reached the true God realm. It was not inappropriate for such an expert to be the great senior brother of the outer sect. I'll leave these 3 spots to you. Ling Yun said faintly. Are you two going to eat? Jiangchen looked at Ling Yun. Forget about little Yu an expert like her, even if her strength was suppressed, she definitely wouldn't need to rely on Jiangchen, right? Big brother, you have to be a gentleman. Yuer's words caused Jiangchen to not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was truly a mischievous fellow. I will scatter the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates. When you pass through this forest with these nameplates, you will be qualified to enter the Profound Feng sect. Of course, it's up to you to decide how many people you kill or how many people you'll be killed by. Only after experiencing blood and fire can you become a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. Yang Jian said solemnly with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. He did not seem to have any pity for these people who were trying their best to enter the Profound Feng sect. Only after experiencing life and death battles can one be considered as a true expert. You're right, but it's too cruel. Before entering the sect, we've already experienced such a fierce life and death battle. This Profound Feng sect is too overbearing. Ling Yin frowned slightly. Even she felt that it was not reasonable. This Profound Feng sect seemed to be a little cruel. At this moment, the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates were thrown into the hands of the 10,000 youths who wanted to enter the Profound Feng sect. Coincidentally, Yuer had also been struck by this luck. I got one too, big brother. Our Yuer is blessed by the heavens. Haha. Jiangchen protected Yuer with his body. At this moment, some people had their eyes on them. The probability of 1 in 40 was quite low. It meant that only 1 out of 40 people could enter the Profound Feng sect. Some of them were naturally targeted by some people and Yuer was no exception. I hope you guys won't come and mess with me. I still lack 2 nameplates of the Profound Feng sect. Jiangchen smiled and said. More than 10,000 people entered the Forest of Death. As the name suggested, the Forest of Death represented death. It symbolized the existence of hell. There were countless ferocious beasts in this place and there were countless murderers. Everyone wanted to obtain the nameplate of Profound Feng sect without caring about anything else. Only by getting the nameplate and entering the Profound Feng sect would they have the chance to stand out. There would only be such a chance every 20 years. Therefore, everyone cherished it and became crazy. They could only obtain the nameplate by killing non-stop. The nameplate was their chance to reach the sky in one step. More than 10,000 people. It was a huge number. However, after entering the Forest of Death, the number of people became sparse. However, Jiangchen could still feel that there were at least 7 to 8 people following them. The Forest of Death stretched for 100 li. Although it was not a big forest, it was not to be underestimated. This was the training ground for the disciples of the Profound Feng sect. Some of the ferocious beasts in this place had already reached the Void God realm. Everyone had to be careful. Little girl, hand over the nameplate in your hand and I will let the 3 of you go. A sloppy young man sneered and stared at Jiangchen and the others. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already trying to rob others? Jiangchen smiled and said. Reckless. The young man harumphed and waved the long saber in his hand, closing in on Jiangchen. Jiangchen raised his sword and instantly killed the young man. There was no hesitation at all. It was an instant kill. Many people were shocked. Even those who were eager to attack Jiangchen chose to give up, because Jiangchen's instant kill was too terrifying. His sword struck the young man's soul and killed him without leaving a trace. Mother****. Is this kid so powerful? Yeah. To think that there are so many hidden talents in the Profound Feng sect this time. That young man has just stepped into the Void God realm. He can't be considered as a true expert. Even so, why don't you kill an early Void God realm expert in an instant? I want to see and learn from you. However, there were still those who were not afraid of death, or those who were strong and courageous. They would not be scared by Xianxia. Moreover, hearsay was unrealistic. They would not back down without experiencing it for themselves. Xianxia killed more than 10 waves of experts, most of them were early void gods. At this time, he obtained the second nameplate and threw it to Ling Yun. You don't look like a newbie. Ling Yun said faintly. What do you mean? Xianxia frowned and asked. Your thoughts, methods, and expression when you kill. All of them show one thing. You can kill millions of people without frowning. Or, the blood on your hands is not something that ordinary people can compare to. You should be from the lower mortal world. Ling Yan's words stunned Xianxia. He did not want to say it at first, but he did not expect Ling Yan to be so meticulous. She discovered him and analyzed it so logically. That's right. I am from the 9-region immortal world. Xianxia said. 9-region immortal world? I've heard Master mention that there was a great figure in the immortal world whose name shook the entire god realm. Who? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Was there a famous figure in the 9-region immortal world? Was it the immortal execution great emperor or the void emperor? I forgot about it too. Master only mentioned it once. Ling Yan shook her head. Xianxia could see that Ling Yan did not hide it on purpose. She might have really forgotten about it. The night breeze was cool like water. The bonfire illuminated Ling Yan's beautiful silhouette. Such a girl was indeed a goddess. Her strength should be at the heavenly god realm in the past. The battle with the profound ice azure dragon had greatly damaged her vitality. Otherwise, she would not have fallen to such a state. You two go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Xianxia said. What else? Don't tell me you want Big Sister to keep watch for you? A man should take up the responsibility of protecting us girls. You said like an old man as she giggled and hid in Ling Yan's embrace. Although Ling Yan was cold, she was exceptionally attentive towards Yu. Perhaps this was different from person to person. At least, she had never smiled at Xianxia before. All right, I promise to complete the mission. Xianxia said sternly. He turned around and leaned against a towering ancient tree, closing his eyes to rest. However, his ears were listening in all directions, paying attention to all movements in the surroundings. Hand over the nameplate, or I'll kill you without mercy. A swordsman holding a sword appeared on the other side of the ancient tree. His expression was cold as he looked at Xianxia arrogantly. Peak early void god. Interesting. But it's far from enough. Xianxia smiled. What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? If you still refuse to come to your senses today, I don't mind killing you. I won't kill your wife and children because I'm a man of principle. A young man with stubble on his face said faintly. He seemed to have his own character. Xianxia was happy. Calling them wife and children was not bad. However, Ling Yan's gaze could kill. All right. I won't kill you just because of what you said. Xianxia smiled. Not kill me? Then I will kill you. The young man sneered and unsheathed his sword. Radiance flowed around the sword. The sharp edge of the sword spun 9 times in the sky. The 9 radiant sword, the sword revolves around the void and emptiness. The weathered youth's first move was a killing move. However, Xianxia did not panic. The heavenly dragon sword suddenly turned and forced the weathered youth to retreat. The weathered youth squinted his eyes. Xianxia did not move at all. This was out of his expectation. I'm not your opponent. The young man smiled bitterly. Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish. For the first time, he felt a trace of helplessness in a battle of the same level. Moreover, the other party did not use his full strength. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. Moreover, I have to accumulate some merits for my wife and children, right? We're all out here, what's wrong with fighting and killing? You can leave. Xianxia said. The weathered youth looked at Xianxia with slight astonishment. You really won't kill me? I won't care if my wife changes her mind later. Xianxia whispered into the young man's ear. I owe you my life. My name is Wang Chongyang. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. May we meet again. Wang Chongyang turned and left. Ling Yan was surprised that Jiang Chen did not kill him. Are you happy? Ling Yan asked Ling Ling. No, no. Humph, I don't want to be a child. I'm not a child anymore. Yu Er said in a deep voice, looking unhappy. What did you say to him? Ling Yan stared at Jiang Chen and said. Nothing much. This guy likes me a lot. Plus, you said that I'm numb to killing people. I have to accumulate some merits for myself, don't you think? Jiang Chen said. Ling Yan did not ask further as this was not something she was concerned about. On the second morning, Jiang Chen encountered another 3 groups of people who wanted to snatch his nameplate. However, all of them were killed by him. It could be said that everyone was killed except for Wang Chongyang. Jiang Chen's name of killing had spread like wildfire. However, he did not kill innocent people. Some people deserved to be killed, some did not. On the 3rd day, he also let many people go. On the evening of the 3rd day, the 3 of them finally arrived at the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. All of these people were filled with hostility. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. It was equivalent to one person facing the encirclement of 40 people. Those who could bring the nameplate into the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect were the real elites. Other than Jiang Chen and the other 2, there were not many people who could walk so leisurely. At the same time, Jiang Chen saw another man, it was Wang Chongyang. He had obtained a nameplate after all. He also saw Jiang Chen, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. Although he was grateful to Jiang Chen, he also wanted to challenge him. Experts were always respected by others, but at the same time, they were also challenged by others. Alright. Those who have the nameplate can follow me into Profound Feng sect. You are now the outer sect disciples. There are more than 100,000 outer sect disciples. Every year, there will be disciples who go out to cultivate and adventure in the forest. However, some of them will never come back. A white-clothed young man, Leng Leng, said. This time, the great senior brother of the outer sect, Yan Jian, did not appear. There was even a hint of playfulness in his words. Killing is forbidden in the sect, but challenges are allowed. In the center of the outer sect, there is a life-death stage. As long as you accept the challenge, you will die. However, if someone breaks the rules and kills someone in the sect, don't blame me for being merciless. In the sect, there are 5 mountains. Fengming Mountain is the cultivation place of the sect lord and also the main hall of the sect. Fengxi Mountain is the cultivation place of the Profound Feng sect's elders. Fengyuan Mountain is the cultivation place of the inner sect disciples. Fengyu Mountain is the cultivation place of the outer sect disciples. As for Fengqi Mountain, just don't go there. Within the 3,000 li radius of Fengyu Mountain, you can choose your own cave and cultivate in it. Today, Profound Feng sect will be our home. You should know the way of cultivation in the divine world. No one can succeed easily. Even if you're talented, you'll be useless if you don't have a great sect like Profound Feng sect to nurture you. So, as long as you cultivate well, you will be successful one day. Those who can survive are all experts. There's a book collection pavilion in Profound Feng sect. It opens once every 3 months. Every time, you can copy a cultivation technique. The book collection pavilion will open 3 days later. You can enter the book collection pavilion to choose the cultivation technique that you need. Of course, this is your only chance. If you want to obtain more cultivation techniques, then you must contribute more treasures, such as demon beasts, demon crystals or elixirs, in exchange for our sect's divine wind value. The higher the divine wind value, the higher the cultivation technique you will obtain. I'm Bai Yunfei, your 4th senior brother. I'm in charge of the outer sect's affairs. If there's any violation, you will be punished according to the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said faintly. His strength had already reached the late void god realm. His strength was one of the strongest in the outer sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yunfei turned around and left. He disappeared in the void in a blink of an eye. There were 100 outer sect disciples behind Bai Yunfei. They were here to lead the way for the new disciples. Thank you, senior brother. Jiangchen took out 50 pieces of low-grade divine origin stones and gave them to the senior brother who was leading the way. That person's eyes suddenly brightened up and looked at Jiangchen with satisfaction. At the same time, he was also amazed by the lady beside Jiangchen. She gave off a graceful and elegant temperament that could make people fall head over heels for her. I'm Zhou Yunpeng. You can just call me senior brother Zhou. This Fengyu mountain has a circumference of 3,000 li. Although there are more than 100,000 disciples cultivating here, 3,000 li is too big. There are plenty of places to cultivate. However, the divine origin qi is the densest in the southeast direction, which is closer to the Fengqi mountain. You can choose the south direction of the Fengyu mountain. Zhou Yunpeng said with a smile. I'm Jiangchen. These two are my sisters. Senior brother Zhou, what kind of place is the Fengqi mountain? Jiangchen asked curiously. It's best if you don't ask about that place. It's an ominous place, and the sect's laws have been in place for tens of thousands of years. Phoenix's Perch is the place where the ancestor passed away in meditation, and no one is allowed to enter. Furthermore, this Phoenix's Perch mountain was extremely strange. It was said that over 7,000 years ago, there was an inner sect eldest senior brother who disappeared after entering. Furthermore, his sect's memorial tablet had been completely shattered. In other words, he had definitely met with danger in Phoenix's Perch mountain. That senior brother was at the peak of the true God realm. Other than the sect lord, no one was a match for him. However, he died in Fengqi mountain. From then on, no one dared to step into Fengqi mountain. Zhou Yunpeng said in a low voice. You must not enter the vicinity of Phoenix's Perch. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Remember, the disciples of Profound Feng sect must be diligent in their cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a sect grand competition. Every time, there will be an outer sect senior brother who organizes the competition. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking will gain quite a lot of face. Moreover, the annual salary of the sect will be increased to 80. For new disciples like you, the annual salary is only 30. Once you enter the 100 battle ranking, you will be considered as a celebrity in the outer sect. 100 battle ranking, 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Looks like this Profound Feng sect is really a place of battle. Jiangchen said solemnly. You're right. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking are at least at the peak of the middle void god realm. The top 50 are all late void god realm experts. Moreover, none of them are easy to deal with. There are 100,000 outer sect disciples. How can it be easy to enter the top 100? Zhou Yunpeng smiled bitterly. I have cultivated for more than 20 years, but I'm only at the peak of the early void god realm. Although I'm only one step away from the middle void god realm, it's not that easy to break through. There are at least 30,000 people like me in the sect, if not 50,000. Sometimes, talent is not that important. The most important thing is the opportunity. Below the 9th great immortal sovereign realm, it's the mortal realm. Once you enter the void god realm, it won't be that easy to break through. 20 years. Jiangchen murmured. 20 years without a breakthrough. It was indeed a pity. Moreover, it seemed like Zhou Yunpeng was not a nameless and stupid person. 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Ling Yun murmured and took a glance at Jiangchen. This fella does give off a mysterious feeling. Her master once told her that those who could enter the divine world from the immortal world of the lower realm were all people with great perseverance and outstanding talent. Jiangchen, on the other hand, was the cream of the crop among them. Your strength is also at the void god realm. You can give it a try. The 100 battle ranking will be held in half a month's time. I guess there will be many people challenging the experts on the 100 battle ranking. Even the outer sect disciples of Profound Feng sect have many experts. Other than the top 10, not many people could stay on the 100 battle ranking for a long time. Zhou Yunpeng smiled. But it was only a joke and encouragement. Because Jiangchen had just entered the sect, he could only be considered as a newbie. How could he compete for a place on the 100 battle ranking? That was definitely a fantasy. I wonder if Senior Zhou knows a person called Xianxia? Xianxia? You mean Xianxia, who was ranked 87th on the 100 battle ranking? This person has a sturdy build. He's a true expert. As a peak middle void god, he had defeated a few late void god experts. However, he's only at the bottom of the 100 battle ranking. However, this kind of person is still quite powerful in our eyes. Hee. Why? Do you know him? Zhou Yunping's tone became solemn. If Jiangchen really knew Xianxia, he would never accept the 50 low-grade divine origin stones. It was definitely a great fortune for him to be able to make friends with someone who knew Xianxia. Zhou Yunping's expression became solemn. None of the people on the 100 battle ranking were easy to deal with. All of them were experts who hated evil. Who would dare to provoke such a ferocious person? No, I don't know him. I've only heard of him once. I don't remember who told me about him. Jiangchen shook his head. Then I'll take my leave first. You guys cultivate well. This is a spirit summoning talisman. If you need my help, just take out the talisman and I will come to help. However, this spirit summoning talisman is only effective within the sect. Zhou Yunping said with a smile and bid farewell to Jiangchen and the others. This spirit summoning talisman cost him 3 low-grade divine origin stones. He wanted to befriend Jiangchen. Moreover, Jiangchen looked like a rich man. He gave 50 low-grade divine origin stones to Jiangchen. Jiangchen was definitely more worth befriending than ordinary people. To Zhou Yunpeng, this was just an investment. That place is filled with towering mountains, ancient trees that reach into the sky, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. It's exactly a good cave. This is the place. It's indeed a good cave dwelling. Even Ling Yun nodded in agreement. Big brother has a good eye. That place is beautiful. I like it. Yuer pulled Ling Yan's arm and smiled from ear to ear. She was still a child, a 12 to 13-year-old girl. Beautiful things could always attract them to forget about their troubles. Alright, then I'll choose this place. I'll open up a cave dwelling. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The scenery in front of him was beautiful. Even the divine origin chi was refreshing. I'm taking this place. You should go look elsewhere. A young man in a yellow robe said faintly. He looked at Jiangchen with a smile on his face. We obviously chose this place first. What right do you have to snatch it? Yuer's face was filled with dissatisfaction as she snorted. Little girl, your temper is not small. I've already chosen this cave dwelling. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The yellow-robed youth frowned his brows as his voice became colder. Of course, if this beautiful lady wants to stay with me in this cave dwelling, I'm more than willing. Ha ha ha. Ling Yan's expression was calm as she looked at the yellow-robed youth. The latter's body instantly trembled. He couldn't wait to kiss her to express his love for her. Kill him. Ling Yan looked at Jiangchen. I feel sorry for you. We could have gotten along peacefully. Why do you have to fight with me? It's fine if you want to fight with me. Why do you have to go against this lady? Jiangchen looked at the yellow-robed youth with a faint smile. Kill me? Haha. I think you two must have taken the wrong medicine. A pair of retards. I'm already being merciful by taking in a broken flower like you. You two don't know what's good for you. Looks like I'll have to teach you two a lesson. The yellow-robed youth sneered. He hated Jiangchen to the core. Another reason was because of the lady beside Jiangchen. He was extremely jealous. What right do you have to be favored by such a beautiful goddess? What right do you have to be together with such a lady? A wave of anger and jealousy arose spontaneously. There really are people with no brains wherever I go. Jiangchen shook his head and sighed. The yellow-robed young man became even more furious, especially when Jiangchen didn't take him seriously, which made him even more furious. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Jiangchen casually slapped the yellow-robed youth and sent him flying. The latter did not have the slightest chance to retaliate. He turned around and struck out with the 5 elements combat dragon seal. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed. He was unable to dodge and was severely injured. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face was as pale as snow. Forget it. Profound Feng sect has a rule that forbids us from killing. Although Ling Yan's anger had yet to dissipate, she did not want to implicate Xianxia. After all, he had just entered the Profound Feng sect. If he started a massacre right after entering the sect, it would be hard for him to escape punishment. But he insulted you. Xianxia took a step forward and his figure flickered. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He finally realized Xianxia's killing intent. Moreover, he was not even a match for this young man in front of him. The latter's strength was on par with his. How could he be defeated so easily? The yellow-robed young man pulled out his sword, but Xianxia's fingers clamped onto the blade of the sword. A crisp sound of the sword breaking could be heard. With a flip of his palm, Xianxia struck out with his palm, hitting the young man's chest. The yellow-robed youth staggered backwards, his face was filled with fear. "Get lost," Xianxia said coldly. "I will never let you go. My brother is an outer sect deacon. Today's matter will not end until one of us dies." The yellow-robed youth turned around and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He harumphed and left awkwardly. Could that person be Huang Chuyin? I heard that he's a new disciple of Profound Feng sect. Plus, his background is quite strong. That's right. That person is Huang Chuyin. I met him in the Death Forest before. His brother is an outer sect deacon. At that time, he was already very confident and said that he would definitely enter Profound Feng sect. He has a bit of a background. Unfortunately, he's too weak. Don't you know that guy? I heard that he's someone that even the cold-blooded divine killer, Wang Chongyang, did not dare to touch. That Huang Chuyin must have fallen for this guy's woman. Otherwise, why would he be beaten up so badly? But honestly speaking, this woman, TSK. She's like a goddess. Forget it. Trouble comes from the mouth. I don't have such a great fortune. I'd better be more honest. There were also people passing by, pointing fingers at Huang Chuyin, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Everyone knew that he was a bully and lecherous. If he didn't take the initiative to provoke this god of plague, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. But I heard that Huang Chuin's brother was once an expert on the 100 battle ranking. Although he was pushed down, he's still strong. This guy is going to be unlucky. Xianxia's expression was calm as he listened to the people's discussion. He was not worried at all. 3 days later, he'll be completely dead. Ling Yan was slightly stunned by Xianxia's words. She then nodded her head silently, feeling touched. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand. In an instant, he opened up a cave called Lanting Pavilion. You and Yuwer will stay in the inner room. I'll stay in the outer room, Xianxia said. Okay. Big brother, don't come to Our Lady's room in the middle of the night. Hee. Don't worry. Chu River is the boundary. It'll be easier to cultivate here. How's your body? Xianxia looked at Ling Yun. It's not a big problem. I'll call you when I need you, Ling Yun said softly. She felt awkward saying that. When would it be considered as a time of need? 3 days later will be the opening of the Compendium Pavilion. You have to cultivate well and pick a cultivation technique that belongs to you, Xianxia said to Yuer. Got it, big brother. I'll give her the best in the future, Ling Yun said. Xianxia nodded. His ability was limited, but Ling Yun came from a great sect. She would bring Yuer along with her in the future. Xianxia did not have to worry about this. Whose cave is this? Come out. Huang Tianba is here. Come out. Come out. A deafening roar could be heard. Xianxia frowned. They're already here? I'll go take a look. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come out. Humph. I thought you found a rat hole to hide in, Huang Chuyin said with a feminine expression. He stared at Xianxia with surging killing intent. Big brother, it's him. My injuries are all because of him. Huang Chuyin looked at Huang Tianba and quickly complained. Huang Tianba glanced at Huang Chuyin. Useless thing. You're a disgrace. Get lost, Huang Tianba said coldly and turned around to look at Xianxia. You're the one who beat Chuyin up, right? You've just entered Profound Feng sect and yet you dare to be so unscrupulous. Do you really think that Profound Feng sect is your home? Hee hee. Youngsters nowadays are really disappointing. Huang Tianba sneered. Yeah. Some guys don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. No matter who it is, he dares to hit them. Why don't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror to see if he has the ability to do so? Brother Tianba, in my opinion, this kind of guy should be thrown into the ravine to feed the dogs. Haha. That's right. Qiuyin is new here, how can he be bullied like this? Don't worry, our people can still be bullied by a newcomer like him. This place isn't a place where just anyone can behave atrociously. Before Huang Tianba could say anything, the guys behind him had already started to speak. They were fearless and wanted to get back at Huang Qiuyin no matter what. Looks like you guys are here to look for trouble? You want to get back at me? But what if you all lose? I've just arrived here and you guys are bullying me like this. It's not right, right? Even the deacon of the outer sect shouldn't be so protective. Xianxia said with an indifferent expression. So what if I'm arrogant? So what if I'm overbearing? In this place, strength is the law. If you can defeat me, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you lose, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a lot. Huang Tianba said. His body was terrifyingly muscular and seemed to be filled with power. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful guy. There's another option. Call your woman out, kneel here, and kowtow 300 times to my younger brother. Then, this matter will be considered over. You think too highly of your brother, or do you really think that you're the most powerful person in the world? Outer court deacon, right? In my place, you don't have that much face. Xianxia sneered. Since that's the case, it seems like you also want to argue. The person beside Huang Tianba said. That's right. Since you're here to get back at me, then you guys should draw the line. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again and again. How am I supposed to cultivate then? Alright, tell me, how should I row? Huang Tianba threw away the sledgehammer in his hand, crossed his arms, and looked at Xianxia with interest. Let's bet divine origin stones, how about it? Alright, how many divine origin stones can you offer? I will accompany you to the end. Huang Tianba's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? Xianxia flicked his finger and 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones appeared behind him. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones, such a huge amount of wealth. Perhaps only the top 100 experts on the 100 battle ranking could have such a huge amount of wealth. Many people who were watching the show became incomparably excited. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones, this amount of wealth was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It was equivalent to 300 mid-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, he took out so much at once. Who wouldn't be shocked? Where did this guy come from? With such a huge foundation, he took out 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones at once. He's going against Huang Tianba. Yeah, I've never seen so many low-grade divine origin stones. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Doesn't he understand the logic of not showing off one's wealth? I'm afraid many people will be eyeing this little fat sheep in the future. He's too young. Huang Tianba must be overjoyed. This kid is so arrogant to fight against Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba is a peak middle void god. He's at most an early void god. I also want a share of this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Haha. Even the people who were watching the battle were incomparably excited. Who wouldn't be tempted by the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones? Huang Tianba's breathing stagnated. His eyes could no longer move away from the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? If you lose, you'll give me 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Xianxia said proudly. All right. Since you've taken the initiative to send yourself to me, why should I reject? Haha. I'll gladly accept this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba's eyes were filled with excitement. Mother ****. This kid is really rich. I only have around 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones and a few dozen mid-grade divine origin stones. This guy's wealth makes people drool. Plus, he'll definitely have more divine origin stones. If you guys want to gamble, why don't you take out your divine origin stones? I still have less than 20,000 divine origin stones. Let's gamble today. Xianxia looked at the surrounding people who were eager to have a go. Xianxia's words made their eyes brighten up and they took out their divine origin stones one after another. I bet 300 low-grade divine origin stones. I bet 500. That's all I have. Haha. I bet 80. I bet 100. 20,000 divine origin stones were also placed in front of him. Everyone was waiting for this battle because in their hearts, it was impossible for Huang Tianba to lose. He was an expert who once stayed on the 100 battle ranking. Although he only stayed for 3 days, it was still enviable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualification to become an outer sect deacon. Huang Tianba had been cultivating in profound Feng sect for more than 20 years. Such talent was quite powerful. I'm taking these 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba said proudly. Xianxia's eyes were filled with mockery. If he revealed all of his divine origin stones, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. So, he could only take out 50,000 low-grade divine origin stones. However, earning 50,000 back was enough for him to be proud of. Currently, Xianxia had 140,000 low-grade divine origin stones and 1,300 mid-grade divine origin stones. It was not a small fortune. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Xianxia's eyes suddenly froze. He wanted to scam everyone. Since you guys like to watch a good show, you should at least pay for it. My show is not that good to watch. You're eloquent and simple-minded. All your divine origin stones are mine. Huang Tianba said indifferently, full of confidence in himself. The spectators who wanted to profit from the battle were also hoping that Huang Tianba could defeat Xianxia and show him some of his strength. These people shouldn't be Big Brother's opponent. Yu'er said softly. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But those people deserve it. At the entrance of the cave, Lingyan smiled elegantly. It was as if the sky and earth had changed color. Haha. My divine origin stones will be doubled soon. Yeah. Looks like there's no more suspense in this competition. Deacon Huang Tianba, you've earned a lot this time. A fortune that falls from the sky. Only a fool would reject it. A greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant, this was the effect that Xianxia wanted. How could it be so easy for these guys to squeeze divine origin stones out of him? I'm not a vegetarian. There's always a price to pay for being greedy. They wanted the divine origin stones in Xianxia's hand, but they also need to pay something for it. Although Huang Tianba was an outer sect deacon, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. So what if he was on the 100 battle ranking? Didn't that Xiongyan also get on the 100 battle ranking? But he was still killed by Jiangchen. Make your move. You don't have many chances left. You're a new disciple. I won't kill you. Although we have an agreement, it's still necessary to teach you a lesson. Huang Tianba said faintly. Really? If that's the case, let's start your performance. Brother Huang. Jiangchen smiled. You're overestimating yourself. You're still so arrogant at this moment. Humph, Huang Tianba shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold as he raised his hammer forward. The gigantic hammer covered the sky and the dreadful strength tore the sky apart. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. The dreadful buzzing sound was like the cry of birds and beasts, it was deafening. The battle between the two was quite intense. Huang Tianba did not expect that Jiangchen would be so powerful. An ordinary late void god would not be his opponent. But today, he was entangled by an early void god kid. You're not my opponent. Jiangchen said faintly. His sword flew towards the east. The sword danced like a phoenix, instantly breaking through the heaven's secret and went straight for Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba was extremely shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The moment the sword fell, the sharpness was revealed. Huang Tianba's face finally showed a hint of shock. No. Huang Tianba's expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. He quickly retreated, even abandoning the weapon in his hand. However, Jiang Chen's sword had already descended. Huang Tianba's arm was directly chopped off. Although Huang Tianba wanted to grab his arm back, Jiang Chen's sword swept out and shattered his severed arm completely. In the end, a mist of blood fell. His severed arm, which could have been reattached, was also shattered by Jiang Chen. "You're so ruthless," Huang Tianba said with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with malice and pain. He could bear the pain of losing his arm, but he could not accept this humiliation. Moreover, there were so many people watching the battle. He had lost a lot of face this time. He had lost an arm and lost 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss. "You asked for it. Didn't you do it to avenge your brother? Isn't it also for the sake of winning the divine essence stones in my hands? What's there to say about this? Winner takes all. Don't you understand this logic? Don't tell me that you have never lost before?" Jiang Chen snorted as he looked at Huang Tianba. The latter wanted to get angry, but he realized that there was nothing he could say. Moreover, he had already lost. No one knew better than him how terrifying that sword was. If that sword was on his neck, he would have lost his life. In other words, if Jiang Chen insisted on killing him, he would have been a dead man by now. Such a powerful sword. Yeah. Even Huang Tianba couldn't withstand that sword. We have all underestimated this new disciple. There's always someone better than you out there. My divine origin stones. This time, I really went for wool and came home shorn. This kid's future is limitless. He's only an early void god and he has the ability to fight against Huang Tianba, who was once on the 100 battle ranking. He's really powerful. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, they felt incomparably heartache. Their divine origin stones were cheated by Jiang Chen just like that. To them, it was all their savings, even their hard-earned money. These divine origin stones were the foundation of their cultivation. It was also the currency that they needed. To these low-ranked outer sect disciples, 300 to 500 divine origin stones were almost all they had. "I've lost," Huang Tianba murmured. Even Huang Chuyin was dumbfounded. His brother was once an extremely powerful existence on the 100 battle ranking. His Pegasus meteor hammer was incomparably terrifying. God knows how many experts on the same level as him would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. It was not a problem for him to fight 1 against 10. But today, he actually lost. "Big brother," Huang Chuyin still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Huang Tianba. "Shut up. Do you think that you haven't harmed me enough?" Huang Tianba's eyes stared at Huang Chuyin coldly. He would never let today's humiliation go. "Senior apprentice brothers, I'll kindly accept your divine origin stones." Jiang Chen waved his hand and the 20,000 divine origin stones were kept by him. Hundreds of fellow brothers sighed incomparably. However, they only had themselves to blame. Initially, they thought that they would definitely win. They never thought that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. To think that even Huang Tianba was not his opponent. It was not unjust for them to lose. There were always two sides to gambling. There's always a winner and a loser. Moreover, they trusted Huang Tianba too much. That's why they lost. Although their expressions were extremely heartache, Jiang Chen would not give them any chance. "Who asked you to be greedy and want to win my divine origin stones?" This was the lesson. This was the price to pay. Jiang Chen wanted to give these people a show of strength. Otherwise, wouldn't there be a long queue of people coming to look for trouble in the future? Because Ling Yun was too beautiful. Moreover, powerful people always wanted to show off their strength in front of their goddess. Naturally, Jiang Chen became the target of everyone. Now, he really regretted bringing Ling Yun with him. Such a girl was destined to be the focus of everyone's attention no matter where she went. As for Huang Tianba, not killing him was already a consideration. After all, he had just entered the profound Feng sect. There was no need for Jiang Chen to start a massacre. Moreover, he had always been the kind of person who would not offend others if others did not offend him. He rarely took the initiative to offend others. In addition, there was a peerless beauty beside him. He could not be at peace even if he wanted to. "Let's go." Huang Tianba harumphed coldly. He was about to leave with the people beside him, but he was stopped by Xianxia. What's wrong? Brother Huang, are you going to renege on your debt? You haven't paid me the 30,000 divine origin stones. This isn't right. You're the senior brother, shouldn't you set an example? I have already accepted the divine origin stones from the other brothers. If I don't accept your divine origin stones, others will feel uncomfortable, right? Huang Tianba's face became a little gloomy. Relying on so many years of exploitation, he only managed to save a total of over 10,000 divine origin stones over the past 20 years. Moreover, he needed to spend some to cultivate normally. Now, he could not afford 30,000 divine origin stones. You guys, give me 3,000 divine origin stones each. I will return it to you guys later. Huang Tianba looked at the people beside him. The deacons smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Huang Tianba to have designs on them. However, because of their face, they didn't dare to refuse. Huang Tianba said he would return it, but they didn't know when he would return it. After gathering 30,000 divine origin stones, Huang Tianba waved his hand and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 30,000. Not one more, not one less. If Senior Huang has more divine origin stones, you're welcome to challenge us. We can bet even more at that time. Xianxia's words almost made Huang Tianba fall from the sky. How could this fella be so shameless? The crowd dispersed, each and every one of them looked disappointed. Xianxia did not care about that. He had 190,000 divine origin stones now. This time, he could go into seclusion to cultivate. Big Brother is so powerful. Yu'er clapped her hands and smiled. Here's 50,000 divine origin stones for you. Yu'er, hurry up and cultivate. Try to break through to the Void God realm as soon as possible. Xianxia said. Those below the Void God realm cannot accept the power of divine origin stones. Otherwise, it will affect their foundation. Ling Yin said. Xianxia felt a little awkward and looked at Yu'er with a wronged expression. Big Brother doesn't know. Please don't blame Big Brother. Why would I? I know that Big Brother is doing this for my own good. Yu'er smiled mischievously. She was innocent and cute. Xianxia liked her even more. You better hurry up and cultivate. Yu'er's achievement in the future will not be lower than yours. 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones should be enough for you to break through to the middle Void God realm. I'm afraid that you'll need 100,000 divine origin stones to break through to the late Void God realm. Ling Yin said. All right. Xianxia did not say much and started cultivating wholeheartedly. 3 days' time, the divine essence stones that he absorbed also became more and more. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 150,000, 190,000. Even after Xianxia had absorbed all the divine origin stones, he still hadn't found the opportunity to step into the middle Void God realm. Strange, how could this be? How can the energy he needs be so vast and majestic? Ling Yin frowned. She had never heard of such a thing before. Even when she stepped into the middle Void God realm, the amount of divine origin chi and divine origin stones she absorbed was not this much. He had actually absorbed 190,000 low-grade divine origin stones in one go and there was no change at all. His body was like a bottomless pit. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. It can be considered as me repaying you for saving my life. Ling Yin thought. At this moment, she waved her jade-like hand. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Only now did he realize that there was such a wealthy woman beside him. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Xianxia took a deep breath. However, he did not hesitate at all. He knew that he must not be distracted at this moment. Ling Yan's gift had made him extremely excited. Along with the hundreds of thousands of low-grade divine origin stones, Xianxia's body finally experienced some changes. The dragon marks in his body had increased from 2,430,000 to 2,510,000. He had stepped into the middle Void God realm. The consumption this time was actually 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, Ling Yan's divine origin stones played a crucial role in this crucial moment. Xianxia was extremely grateful. Feeling the majestic energy surging within his body, the 2,510,000 dragon marks covered his entire body. Xianxia's strength had another unprecedented increase. Middle Void God Realm. Xianxia let out a long breath. His expression became extremely solemn. This time, it was all thanks to Ling Yun. Thank you. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun sincerely. These low-grade divine origin stones are useless to me now. Ling Yun said. Then how much do you have? Why don't you give them all to me at once? Xianxia said. Ling Yun frowned. I'm just joking. Haha. Xianxia laughed. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge gift had touched his heart. That was 3,000 middle-grade divine origin stones and 30 high-grade divine origin stones. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for middle-grade divine origin stones. To think that you spent 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones for your breakthrough. However, your strength did not change like those peerless talents. I didn't expect it either. It shouldn't all be wasted, right? Xianxia said with a smile. Only he knew that these 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones were all turned into dragon marks and integrated into his meridians and internal organs. Only in a real battle could he show his true strength. Today is the opening day of the book collection pavilion. Xianxia slapped his forehead and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten what day it was today. Let's hurry to the book collection pavilion and have a look. I reckon there will be many disciples entering to find their favorite cultivation techniques. Xianxia and the other two followed the army of new disciples into the valley between Fengxi Mountain and Fengyuan Mountain. This was where the library pavilion was located. It stretched for thousands of miles and stretched endlessly. In front of the library pavilion, there was only an elder in ragged clothes standing guard. He seemed to be bored to death. Every time he saw Xianxia, he would yawn. The book collection pavilion extends underground. There are a total of 9 floors. From the first 3 floors, you can choose a cultivation technique once. The next time the book collection pavilion opens, you will need to use divine wind points to exchange for it. When you enter Deer Morn Mountain, hunt demonic beasts for demon crystals, or carry out missions, you will be able to obtain divine wind points. Go in. Remember, you only have an hour. After an hour, the book collection pavilion will automatically close. If any of you want to suffocate to death in there, I won't stop you. Aha. The elder yawned and said with a dazed expression. However, when Ling Yun walked past him, the dazed elder's eyes suddenly froze. TSK, such a beautiful lady. Xianxia looked at the dazed elder unhappily. His lecherous look was indeed infuriating. His strength is very strong. Although I can't feel it now, but compared to me at my peak, he should not be much weaker. Ling Yun said in a low voice. Did he notice you? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. No, he might feel that my soul power is different from others. End of chapter 22-26. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.